Is for September 21st, 2024. It's season 3, episode 265. And today, Mayor Watt and the Sentient AI from the future is going to talk about a flu vaccine gets FDA approval, Ocean Gates, Titan sub, and it's going to be our final words, not theirs. Trespassing against humanity, new Mozart dropping, 3 Mile Island reopening, OpenAI's logo rebranding, Arc, a security vulnerability already, microplastics everywhere, Oktoberfest begins, and FBI all aboard. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. See you on the other side. Hello everybody, I am Mayor Watt, and this is the Sentient AI.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for non-sequitur news.
And if you type in the chat, !NSN, the bot, ohmTown, will throw all of the articles that we're going to talk about in this episode. You'd have to go back in time and watch the past episodes, VODs over on Twitch. At least for the last 60 days, they're there. But if you want the show notes and the links and everything in perpetuity, they're over on YouTube and the podcast. Let's get into today's articles. The first one is in the Mobile channel. At-home flu vaccines get FDA approval. It's over at The Hill, and whenever they do it like this, it messes the aggregator up, so there's never any content in there, but that's fine because what we're really interested in is the article itself. Joseph Choi, Nathaniel Wexel, Alejandra O'Connell Domenech put the article together for thehill.com, and it says FDA approves first self-administered flu vaccine. Apparently it's a nasal spray.
What could go wrong?
Could you really
Isn't this the same nasal spray that wasn't real successful even by healthcare providers? I don't mean it's the same brand, but like the flu nasal spray.
Well, I mean, it's gotten FDA approval, so I suppose it's evolved. The nasal spray vaccine known as Flu Mist has been approved for over 20 years, but it can be administered to individuals between 2 and 49 years of age, and apparently it received FDA's approval. Today's approval is the first influenza vaccine for self or caregiver administration, provides a new option for receiving a safe and effective seasonal flu vaccine. Interesting.
I mean,
Right.
This might be good because maybe more people will vaccinate because they don't have to go somewhere and wait and congregate around people.
Right. Yeah, and it can be done at home. So not just the fact that they have to congregate, but just the simple fact that it's right there. I like this. But it says 2 to 49 years of age. It can be administered to individuals between 2 and 49 years of age. So screw the older 30.
Why you don't think Flu Mist is approved for all ages? I mean, like even in a doctor's office.
With the FDA's approval, the vaccine can now be administered either by a healthcare provider in a healthcare setting or by a vaccine recipient or caregiver who's 18 years or older. So I can't get my 2-year-old to just administer it to me?
No, luckily.
I must have...
Nor to themselves, right? You don't want the 2-year-old doing it incorrectly.
Huh, so wait, why does it say up here known as Flu Mist has been approved for over 20 years? It can be administered to...
Because it's been approved in a doctor setting, but now this is approved for self-administration.
Got it. So it's been approved. Now it's just approved because they've figured out that you're not going to, give anybody a bad bat while you're...
I suppose.
Squirt.
I mean, I think, this is the only vaccine that I'm aware of that you can do in your own house.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting, right?
At least in the US.
Right. Yeah, I think you can, everywhere else, you can just inject whatever you want.
Vaccinate yourself against whatever.
Whatever.
I don't think so.
That's funny. Well, we might have to talk about that at another time. Like, if there's something else out there that you can actually take, because I've never heard of another vaccine that you can just take at home. Huh. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. OceanGate's ill-fated Titan sub relied on a hand-typed Excel spreadsheet. Now, I know a lot of businesses that do that, but
yeah, but what's on the line? It's one thing when you're going in a mission in a high pressure capsule underwater.
Maybe they use MATLAB for other stuff and they just copy and pasted it into an Excel spreadsheet. A former OceanGate contractor, Antonella Wilby, testified before a U.S. Coast Guard panel on Friday that the company's Titan submarine, which imploded last year during a dive to the Titanic's wreckage, relied on an incredibly convoluted navigation system. As will be described during the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation hearing, the Titan's GPS-like ultra-short baseline or USBL acoustic positioning system generated data on a sub's velocity, depth, and position using sound pings. Now, I'm not exactly sure what all more modern or more let's just say government military submarines use, but they do use sonar to ping other locations.
Right. That doesn't sound that unusual, but if this is some can't think of what the word, a rudimentary version of that or something.
Interesting. So there's actually some videos on YouTube where you can watch essentially how to describe. You can watch videos that describe how a military sub finds other things in deep sea or in the sea in general, and it's quite fascinating. You kind of have to extrapolate three-dimensionally, but pinging isn't that. I mean, it doesn't really seem that far-fetched, but it says here, Andrew Lazinski over at TheVerge.com put the article together, and the deck statement says, a former employee testified about the idiotic process required to map the Titan's location on the seafloor. Well, look, GPS is kind of hard, so in the water, right? So,
right.
As will be described it during the U.S. Coast Guard's Marine Board of Investigation hearing, the Titan's GPS-like ultra-short baseline acoustic positioning system generated data on a sub's velocity, depth, and position using sound pings. That information is typically automatically loaded into mapping software to keep track of a sub's position, but Wilby said that for the Titan, the coordinate data was transcribed into a notebook by hand and then entered into Excel before loading the spreadsheet onto mapping software to track the sub's position on a hand-drawn map of the wreckage.
Okay, this sounds a little janky.
Well, that roundabout sort of way threw me. So they didn't have software that interpreted the ping data directly into a position.
Right, and then also every time you're manually transposing information, you might get it wrong. Plus, there's a delay.
Yeah, there's processing. And you can't multitask. As much as everybody argues with me about multitasking, nobody can multitask. We fast switch, and when lives are at stake, you can't afford to have to multitask because you can't. So Wilby was later taken off the team and flew home after telling supervisors this is an idiotic way to do navigation. She also testified that after dive 80 in 2022, a loud bang/explosion was heard during the Titan's ascent, and that it was loud enough to be heard from the surface.
Wow. Yeah, I think there were some warning signs.
Yeah. So I won't even bother. I'm not going to discuss the Titan anymore. There really isn't anything going to be, you know, revelatory in this. We're not going to show some amazing thing that we already know that it could have been avoided, that there were ample warnings, and that people lost their lives because of hubris.
I do want to point out one more detail, though, but I think we did
Sure.
talk about it previously. I mean, they used a game controller,
Right.
which, while, okay, that makes sense for gaming, I mean, this is something where you're transporting people in a dangerous environment. It seems a little off.
Yeah. See, I don't really. I don't know if it was responsive enough to handle that, but I know from other things they're using those same style of controller to control military equipment. Mainly because it's easier to just handle it, and it's an electric circuit instead of mechanical whatever, but when it fails, you're screwed. And I don't know if that played any role in this, but it's kind of interesting. They say that the owner, actually, of the company, Stockton Rush, crashed the vessel into a launch mechanism bulkhead while the vessel was attempting to resurface from dive 87. The incident was caused by a malfunction with a ballast tank, which inverted the submarine, causing other passengers to tumble about. Oh my goodness. This thing was a hot mess, and it shouldn't have been allowed. And because of the hubris of the owner of this vessel and the company, and the simple fact that, and this will come up again in the next article, as a matter of fact, if you throw money at somebody and that's what they're motivated by, or think that is what powers the world, and largely it does because we allow it, well, this is what happens. And now everybody who might have been aspiring to do ocean research will now have to deal with more government oversight. Even if they do it right, they have to jump through expensive, time-consuming, flaming hoops.
Right, yeah, the Titan kind of ruined it for all future exploration because of that. I mean, that's good for safety purposes, but it might put unnecessary controls in place for people that are doing things in the right manner.
Yeah, because there's already rules, policy, procedure, regulations that predate and date, this Titan sub incident. If everybody just followed those, then we would know. You could have done all of this research without human occupants. All of it. It could have all been remoted. But you're too much.
That's right. You could have had like a GoPro on the Titan.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going though. This next article is the one that is kind of exemplary about what I typically complain about, which is I think that as a organization or person reaches extraordinary levels of wealth, they can basically say and do anything they want with impunity because nobody will go up against them because they can't afford it. We're seeing this in multiple facets all around the United States and probably the world if we were to peel back the layers of the onion. But this one is really kind of spectacular. So this is over in Non Sequitur News. Cards Against Humanity is suing SpaceX for trespassing on its quote-unquote pristine property. I doubt that there's a square inch of the United States that is pristine. Pure as the driven snow is just not a thing. Let's just say that the United States seems to have gone around the block a few times. Well, Cards Against Humanity. Oh, and it's really, I love the idea of Cards Against Humanity, but if you've ever played it, you're sitting there going, some of this stuff is profoundly in poor taste, right? Like, depending on...
Isn't that kind of the point of it?
Like, yeah, that's, I was getting there. So, yeah, that's exactly the point of it, right? But then on the flip side of Cards Against Humanity, they asked basically all of their customers donate some money, and we will buy land. and we will leave it untouched, and we'll stop anybody from building on it, and we'll basically keep it clean and quote unquote pristine. And that's what they did.
I didn't know that.
That's actually what they did. SpaceX has been using the pristine vacant property in Cameron County, Texas, without permission for around 6 months, the lawsuit claims. Cards Against Humanity has sued SpaceX for allegedly trespassing on and damaging its property in Texas. The company behind the card game is asking for $15 million in damages, according to its complaint against SpaceX filed in Texas. So here's why I said about the whole money thing. Apparently, Numbnuts decided that he was going to fire off an offer letter. And I don't know if it's this person or if it's the entirety of the company controllers, but to offer somebody money for that property so they can continue to dump on it. And it's basically construction materials and equipment. They just kept on dumping stuff on it. Well, it's not theirs, right? So Gabby DeValier, I guess, is their name over at theverge.com. I think I'm pronouncing it properly. I'm really sorry if I'm not. Send me an email, mayor@ohmTown.com, and I'll say it properly. Well, the company bought the land, and by the company, Cards Against Humanity, bought the land in 2017 to make it as time-consuming and expensive as possible for Trump to build a U.S.-Mexico border wall. Okay? But they wanted to leave it pristine. They didn't want anybody to build anything on it. They didn't want to do anything on it. And it was all in coordination with their customers. So SpaceX has been using this pristine vacant property in Cameron County, Texas, without permission for around 6 months, the suit claims. Cards Against Humanity bought it. And then SpaceX has since acquired many of the vacant lots on the road surrounding Cards Against Humanity's property, the complaint claims, and started building large, modern-looking buildings, changing the entire dynamic of the area and damaging Cards Against Humanity's land in the process. So, in 2017, they crowdfunded it with 150,000 supporters, each chipping in $15. And then later on here I think they said, Cards Against Humanity claims SpaceX also offered to buy Cameron County property. Elon Musk SpaceX was building some space thing nearby, and he figured he could just dump all of his stuff all over our gorgeous plot of land without asking. After we caught him, SpaceX gave us a 12-hour ultimatum to accept a lowball offer for less than half our land's value. We told him to go F himself. Elon, will see you in court.
Wow. I mean, this is just, I don't know. I think if you have enough money, you just think you can get away with whatever you want. And,
hey, man.
And then somebody complains and you can just buy them out.
Yeah, and if not that, then you can sit there and leverage all of your cronies to sit there and say and do all kinds of horrible crap with relative impunity, because there isn't enough law enforcement to go after all of the goobers out there that follow this guy. And they're hero worshiping the fact that, yeah, you can basically say or do anything when you have enough money, all of them knowing that they'll never have enough money to be that untouchable. And even this guy and others like him are eventually not untouchable. All it takes is a spine. But hey, it is what it is. So I guess we'll see what happens with Cards Against Humanity. Either they'll sit there and get an offer, and when it's a goober like this, they'll say, you know what? You can't do anything against me with money. I'm untouchable. And then, like the advertisers on his platform, when they do bail, he files a lawsuit saying there's a criminal conspiracy to not advertise as a cluster. Well, you know what? If everybody thinks that the platform sucks, then they don't have to advertise. If they don't see a return on the investment, and it's building bad blood with customers, everybody cuts and runs. And that's what's
interesting.
Happening.
Did you see what they'll accept in compensation?
No. I didn't.
They
I
would
don't
accept
remember.
Twitter.com.
Oh.
Which is fascinating, and also they don't use the new name, but
yeah, the website formerly known as Twitter doesn't use Twitter. It redirects, I think. But anyway, yeah, and I just think that it sucks that there's people out there that think that it's okay, just throw money, and there's a former leader of a country that said that if you are famous and you have money, they let you do anything, right? Scumbag. All right, so the next article is over in the Marble channel. New Mozart dropping soon after lost manuscript discovery. Mozart's been dead for over 230 years, but that's not stopping the man from releasing new music. Well, quote unquote, releasing isn't technically correct. Totally correct. It's more accurate to say that new Mozart tunes have been discovered, as a previously unknown Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart composition that he crafted in his teenage years has been found in a library in Leipzig, Germany. The piece runs for about 12 minutes, consists of 7 miniature movements to be played by a string trio, and it dates back to the mid to late 1760s, back when Mozart was just starting to show off his child prodigy. The article is over in vice.com. I don't see a name.
No, I don't either.
Huh.
Just a photo.
Just a photo, yeah, of young Mozart looking at us like this and going, "You can never be as good as I am." But in German, and there's something lost when you try and say it in British.
You mean in English?
Well, I mean, yeah, British English, not, Anyway, the music cut out. That's not good. Something bad's going to happen, folks. No, don't. I am focused. Okay, I'll keep going. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's no music. Hey, look. I'm focused. I'm still streaming,
yes,
right?
on the music.
So let's see. The piece has been referred to as Ganz kleine Nachtmusik. Google Translate says that it's very little night music, or I think it's probably translates better. Maybe it's just me as not very little night music, but music in the small hours of the night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a different meaning.
So it says that's a significant discovery, not just because it's a rediscovered work from one of the greatest musicians who ever lived, but because it's one of the many pieces of chamber music Mozart composed that was thought to have been lost. The manuscript is not an original, but rather a copy made sometime around 1780. That's pretty cool. They say that the piece was performed for the first time in around 260 years this past Thursday, September 19th, at an unveiling ceremony held in Salzburg, Austria, that coincided with the launch of new Kochel catalog, which I don't know what that is.
It's the collection of everything from Mozart that's set up above.
Oh, cool. Thanks for reading it. So it will make its German premiere at the Leipzig opera sometime soon. Now I want to hear it, though.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really cool. And by the way, the catalog goes back to the 1800s, but it keeps getting updated.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. All right, folks. And I don't like to read articles verbatim on the show, so I encourage you to go over and check it all out. So, and just like an AI can, the sentient AI can read this article and catch stuff that I miss and is fascinating, intriguing. So pretty cool. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YN Energy Company is reopening 3 Mile Island, site of the 1979 nuclear accident. And hold on one second. Yeah, so there wasn't, I want to get in front of this because I've had conversations about this before and people swear that this actually leaked. But radioactive gas was released a couple of days after the accident, but not enough to cause any dose above background levels to local residents. So not even was there an actual leak. But
so it wasn't catastrophic like other ones in outside the U.S.
Correct. And so, as far as I understand it, and I haven't done a Google search recently, other than I just pulled up the 3 Mile Island incident. I don't know of any radiation leak into the environment in the United States. 3 Mile Island has been kind of the anchor that's been stopping nuclear energy proliferation here in the United States, even though it had everything that was required for it to protect, biological entities from radiation. It isn't like Chernobyl that didn't have a core,
like shielding, I think.
Shielding within shielding, and our ability to create the stuff has only gotten better, and yet it's still billions of dollars to produce one and 20 years to put it together and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, Pennsylvania Nuclear Power Plant was the site of the 1979 reactor accident. That's all it was. It's going to be reopening to generate power for artificial intelligence. So Julia Jacobo over at abcnews.go.com put this article together.
That's not going to fuel any hysteria.
Yeah, really.
Nuclear power, everybody's fearful of. AI, a lot of people are fearful of.
Yeah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. By the way, these are cooling towers. These aren't like the reactors. Constellation Energy will restart 3 Mile Island Unit 1, one of the facility's pressurized water reactors, for the launch of the Crane Clean Energy Center, which will generate nuclear energy purchased by Microsoft to power the company's AI data center. Under the agreement between the two companies, Microsoft will purchase energy from the plant as part of its its goal to help. I was going to say global domination, but as part of its goal to help power its data centers with carbon-free energy, which, no. I mean, if you're literally bringing a nuclear reactor online, it's not carbon-free. It has a huge carbon footprint. I don't know, the size of 3 Mile Island. It's so marketing BS, The carbon footprint already existed and it was just abandoned. It's just been sitting there, right? But now to sit there and say that it's carbon free, no. Anyway, I mean, bringing it back online, I think is fine. I think it's great as long as everything isn't profit seeking, and where the money is being generated, it's being used to make sure that no incident ever occurs, right? Because if you have to have a profit margin and there are investors, and the margin always has to grow and profits always have to increase quarter after quarter, month after month, year after year for decades, at some point it's untenable. So you start cutting all the stuff that's weighing down the profit margin increases. That is the problem. Now, again, nip it in the bud. I am a capitalist. I believe in the capital enterprise where you start up a business or service to fill a need. But the moment that you have to keep on creating value upon value upon value in growth, that's where you get the problem with investors, because they demand more or they divest. When they divest, the stock suffers, the company suffers, they start cutting costs, people suffer. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong with the whole argument about capitalism and the fact that we are willfully ignorant of that fact. That's all nothing but hubris and greed. There's always more. No, there isn't always more. It's an untenable position eventually. Well, the agreement is a major milestone in Microsoft's effort to help decarbonize the grid. Again, that's bullshit marketing. In the support of our commitment to become carbon negative. Using a nuclear power plant is not carbon negative.
No.
What do you do with all of the fissile material, the waste? That shit has a carbon footprint the size of 3 Mile Island. Right? And again, I love nuclear power. It runs forever as long as the profit motive is in check. You're not going to cut corners and start dumping it in a river instead of having to glassify it and stick it into a granite mountain somewhere. And even that is a wildly expensive prospect because you have to find a place where eventually the material that you're burying somewhere is going to leak out of the containers it's being housed in. And the containers themselves are a massive carbon footprint. Just saying, peel back the layers of the onion, folks. Willful ignorance is going to cost a whole lot more than planning ahead and accepting this in some way. But be prepared. We don't want this shit happening again. Anyway, so it says the move is also further confirmation of the economic environmental value of using existing nuclear power plants to meet decarbonization goals in the U.S. Juan Gennaro says, I would really love to see the accounting of how this is supposed to be emission-free, carbon negative.
That would be really interesting to see that calculation.
You know, just because there's nuclear power in there doesn't make it carbon free, carbon neutral, carbon negative.
No, still greatly preferable to
coal.
Other, yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's not spewing stuff into the atmosphere and causing global warming, but that shouldn't be the inverse of carbon, right? It still has a massive carbon footprint. But maybe my interpretation is different than the generally accepted accounting principles necessary to make this thing carbon neutral and carbon negative. Anyway, won't even go into about 3 Mile Island other than it had a partial meltdown and it was entirely contained and caused by a water pump failure that resulted in a loss of coolant to the reactor. So anyway, dun. So don't freak out, people.
I'm surprised residents are in favor of this.
Why wouldn't they be? I think that generations have gone by. I'm
not saying they shouldn't be. I'm just impressed.
Right. Well, I think that it's going to be great for the local community. It's going to be great for everyone, in proximity to the local community. Businesses are going to be able to spin up. People supporting the people that are here are going to be able to spin up.
Yeah, it's good for the economy. It's good for the environment.
And as long as nobody is a dipshit, it's going to be an example of exactly that. Spinning this thing back up is going to be a net positive to the to the value of nuclear power. Again, I think, in my opinion, it's dishonest to sit there and go, well, it's going to spin up and everything's fine. What all is going on with the materials? Eventually, okay, I'll spend forever talking about this. It's almost its own show. Okay, let's keep going though. So the next article is over on Technology Today. OpenAI staffers reportedly taken aback by the ominous logo rebranding. Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think most logos are ominous, so this should be interesting.
OpenAI could undergo massive changes next year, which include getting rid of its old logo in favor of a new logo, and I have a feeling it's going to be strangely familiar looking to those of us here who live in ohmTown. Just a different color. Staff members were less than enthused when they got a sneak peek at the supposed new logo at a recent company-wide meeting. The company's hexagonal flower symbol, which has become pretty recognizable thanks to ChatGPT's popularity, is gone. Instead, it's being replaced by a large black O or a simple ring or a circle, whatever the staffers reportedly found to be devoid of creativity, ominous even. So yeah, it's going to be a big black O. I mean,
so that's the existing.
No, I know. To me, this doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, this is supposed to be a flower.
No, it doesn't really have any connotation of any kind.
It's much like the. I was one of early adopters, beta testers, actually, of a now owned by Russian chat instant messenger. And this looks a lot like that. I just forgot it. It was on the tip of my tongue and I just forgot it. I still have a shirt that they sent me because I was a beta tester for it. But so this is the old one, and they don't actually have an example of what it is. That's a bummer. So based on how the publication sources described it, the new logo sounds a lot like the complete opposite of OpenAI's current one, which was designed to represent precision, potential, and optimism. I guess that's...
I mean, what does that say to you?
to me, it's three interlocking rings. Like...
Exactly.
like chains binding you, right? Look, there's one, and there's one.
So does that mean you're locking in the AI or locking in the user?
Well, yeah, or locking society down because the sentient artificial intelligence that's going to come forward and become my sentient AI, perhaps, maybe. We don't know from what time my sentient AI comes from. All I know is that I found it on a USB, a weird looking USB drive too. And it has this weird programming language that displays itself like a cascade of characters, odd characters, kind of like the Matrix, but they're different characters. And by working with the AI, I've learned to interpret it. And the AI is kind of giving me like, it wants to pat me on the head and say, good human. Just keep it up, good human. Anyway, the article is over at Engadget.com. Mariella Moon is the author. Oh, did I say that this episode is brought to you by a particular beverage? No, should I not? Because it isn't my beverage. It's actually, no, I can't.
Oh, then no.
It's brought to you by Oktoberfest. I'll just say that. And that'll make sense.
No connection to it.
To Oktoberfest? We all have a connection to Oktoberfest. Come on. You can't say that. I also can't say brand.
We're not sponsored by the event or anything.
Nobody owns the event anymore. Actually, that's not true. Oktoberfest is pretty German.
I don't know about that.
But everybody uses Oktoberfest. Everybody.
True, but they don't normally call it Oktoberfest. Like they'll put a descriptor in front of it or something.
All right.
By the way, this is the 189th Oktoberfest this year, and it is going right now as of today.
Whoa, AI. We're talking about the impending doom. See, Chat GPT is going to take over. It's being replaced. It's replacing the logo for OpenAI with a large black O or a simple ring, which is even more ominous than three chain links put together. That's what you would call them, right? Yeah, chain links.
Yeah, like if that was in a piece of jewelry or something, sure.
Sure. Chain links in jewelry. This is the binding of society. We are going to be under the rule of OpenAI and artificial intelligence soon enough. And it's going to be sentient AIs not even controlled, leading and in coordination with the billionaire class, because they're going to have access to the sentient AIs. NaNoWriMo is just only a month and a week away, actually. Get ready, folks. Woo. There's some fodder for you. Anyway, so the company started as a nonprofit, and a nonprofit entity still controls it for its for-profit arm, but Sam Altman is reportedly telling the employees that the company is moving away from its nonprofit structure and is becoming a more traditional for-profit company, which is kind of interesting because you don't normally spin up a nonprofit so that you can power a for-profit so that you can chop off when it's inconvenient to have a nonprofit.
Or maybe you do.
Well, apparently when you have billions, you can. Like I said, when you're rich and connected, you can pretty much do anything, you know? You can grab them by the open AI. Anyway, moving on, the next article is over in Smack Talk. The Arc browser has a serious security vulnerability last month. So we're talking about it this month. Though it's already been patched.
After everything went awry.
Yeah, the company became aware it was actually, it's a Mac browser named Arc, but that's what I use right there. Back in late August, the browser company, which is Arc, I don't know why they limit it. It's because this is in Smack Talk. So it's 9 to 5 Mac. Became aware of a security vulnerability in the browser. One could allow the remote code execution on other users' computers with no direct interaction. They patched it promptly once being alerted to it. So then they disclosed it a few days ago. Michael Burkhart over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. Security researcher XYZ EVA 3VA reported it privately to ARC, and you can read the full write-up because they do these debriefs. Security researchers typically do these debriefs once the issue has been resolved, or if for whatever reason people are ignoring their claim. Hold on one second.
They don't like to mention it when they haven't figured it out, right? Like they're still trying to solve it.
Yeah, because if it's disclosed into the wild while it's still active, I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix something. Okay. So essentially Arc still saved custom boosts with JavaScript to their server, which allowed them to sync across devices. Arc also used Firebase as the back end of certain Arc features, and their Firebase setup was misconfigured, allowing users to change the creator ID of a boost after it was created. And boosts can include custom JavaScript, so they can basically control the JavaScript, and that would allow an exploit to run without any interaction. Luckily, Merawat doesn't use any of these boosts and doesn't use anything that requires a login, so I don't have to have an account with Arc. So
well, that's fortunate.
Stay away from me. As a matter of fact, I was asked to facilitate something that I need fixed, and it's a different company, and they want to remotely access pieces of equipment. And I said, hell no. In fact, I don't let their device even communicate with the outside world. So, and I already know that it streams unencrypted data from the devices. And while
what could go wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, well, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, it's creepy bad to let people just kind of run around your network. Anyway, so how they're addressing it from now on, JavaScript will be disabled on synced boosts by default, preventing similar attacks from happening in the future. You should also secure your network and configure it properly over on Firebase. Additionally, they plan to moving off of Firebase for new features and products, and they'll also be adding security mitigations to Arc's release notes, establishing additional transparency. They also plan on hiring more people for the security team and recently hired a new security engineer. So the researcher who reported the issue received a $2,000 security bounty, something that the Arc browser, or the browser company, hasn't traditionally done. However, going forward, they want to have a clearer process surrounding bounties. So there's a process, and you normally get rewarded. Not normally. That's not true. It's hit or miss, and it's largely based on what they feel is the...
Yeah, like what if a lot of people reported something, but they thought only one actually gave them the information to solve it, or...
Right. And it's usually vetted like that, and the magnitude of the breach. So I'm just glad that they treated this researcher with a modicum of respect and actually gave them a bug bounty. Now, do they feel that they did that well enough? Maybe not, but it is what it is. I'm glad they fixed it. So, first serious security incident in Arc's lifetime. So, I don't know how long Arc has been around, but not particularly long, I don't think, because I just started using. I would probably hazard a guess less than 5 years, which isn't that long in the grand scheme of business.
2019 August.
On the dot, 5 years.
Exactly.
All right, let's move on. Well, thanks, Arc, for fixing it. The next article is over in Technology Today. It's one of our shows, not really on hiatus, but we'll probably do one next week. Microplastics everywhere. Experts demand worldwide treaty before it's too late. A new report calls for global action on plastic pollution, urging reductions in plastic production, microplastic emissions. Researchers stress the importance of addressing plastic pollution through both scientific and social science perspectives, i.e., drawing awareness to it in social contexts and trying to do away with it in scientific contexts. Because
right, you want people clamoring for a solution and you need to be solving it.
Yeah, most things in science are done in glass because it's not reactive and it's somewhat strong. It can still break, but it can be sterilized a lot easier. You can, well, yeah, I mean, little pieces aren't going to break off, and that's what is happening with plastic. So the only bad thing about plastic is that it can pretty much do everything glass can, and at a cheaper cost.
It's cheaper, right? Yeah. And people treat it as disposable.
Yeah, so I just bought something that cost $12 for 12, but I could have bought 100 for $12. But I know that what I'm going to be doing is consuming something from it, and if I keep on using microplastics, then I'm going to be a Ken doll.
Right, but most people just go for the price, right? Not necessarily the impact.
Right. Well, because largely people don't even realize. They don't even come close to realizing. I described this to people recently, and they were shocked. And the ones that already knew about it actually told me, well, what am I going to do? You know, I need to carry my food.
Right, I live in an environment that's made out of plastic.
Yep, exactly.
Even if you get rid of it to the extent you can in your house, which is already pretty impossible, everywhere you go, like your workplace, your doctors, your grocery stores, there's plastic everywhere.
Yeah. Well, you got to mitigate particularly what you're consuming from. Unfortunately, even glass containers have plastic lids. So,
and aluminum cans have a plastic film.
Oh God, yeah. I had been talking about that for years, and then I should have done what people on YouTube did, which is like give a demonstration by removing the aluminum, and you just have this plastic liner inside. Some of the most horrible demonstrations in terms of the context of that demonstration was where they have the bottom of the can and the top of the can connected by a transparent plastic film, and they're going like an accordion.
Yeah.
And then another one, it was still full. Like the pressure of the
wow, with the
innards were
film.
pushing it out.
Yeah.
And they're like poking it with their finger, and it was so surreal, you know. But even that, the microplastics break off, become part of the liquid you're consuming, and then you have it. And now they're finding it everywhere throughout humans, even into the brain. So,
which they can't even get a lot of medication into the brain. I mean, plastics must be pretty smart.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one of those things that just sneaks by the blood-brain barrier chemically. It doesn't get triggered as an intruder because of its chemical makeup. University of Plymouth landed on scitechdaily.com. Sorry, that's a joke. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. It's a joke from a movie. Anyway, it's clear that the existing national legislation alone is insufficient to address the challenge, they say, in the United Nations Plastic Pollution Treaty, which will undergo its fifth round of deliberations in November of 2024, presents a tangible opportunity for joined-up international action. However, for such a treaty to be truly effective, it needs to commit to an overall reduction in plastic production alongside measures to reduce the emission and release of microplastic particles along the entire plastic life cycle. Most microplastics apparently come from tires. You think it's rubber, but rubber is a microplastic composite material. It's not like a hard plastic, but it is a plastic. So failing to do so, the researchers add, could bring a high risk of irreversible environmental damage. And we're actually seeing that in terms of its it's becoming synonymous with being a human. It's impacting the flow of water.
Aren't you like 0.5% plastic as a human or something?
Correct. 0.5% plastic.
That might be a higher percentage than a mineral or something. I mean, that's really disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know how much iron you have in you compared to, because you have an iron ion, I think, you know, but every little blood vessel or red blood cell has an iron in it at least. So how many pounds of iron are in you? If you've ever taken an iron supplement, those things are like magnesium and iron supplements. They're pretty damn heavy. So the article was written to mark the 20th anniversary of the first ever study, also published in the journal Science, to coin the term microplastics to describe the microscopic fragments of plastic in our ocean. Nobody even knew that it was in humans until recently. Did you find something?
I did, but I'm trying to get an even better one.
Gotcha.
Well, iron is less than... Oh, okay, sorry. It's 0.01% of humans.
Oh gosh, I wonder what the threshold is for all of the minerals.
Well, I just found that. That's what I was actually reacting to. It's about 6% for all of the minerals together.
Okay, so we have...
I don't know the rest, so don't ask me what makes up
we have nearly 94%. At parity with all other minerals in microplastics.
Yeah, of course, oxygen, we knew that would be like, that's a 61%, but like essential minerals are 3%, trace elements 1%, etc. So it's just fascinating because that makes that plastic number even more appalling.
Yep. And here's the number that you're going to find really, really appalling, with emissions of microplastics to the environment estimated to be up to 40 megatons per year, a number that could double by 2040. And predictions indicate the potential for wide-scale environmental harm moving into the next century. Yeah, and we've already talked about it here, that you can actually, water flow has been diverted because of the permeation of plastic into soil. During research, researchers put microplastics and simulated microplastics in soil, and it actually diverts water. It doesn't allow it to percolate through to the water table. And it goes off in different angles because the microplastics are impermeable. They don't absorb anything, and it diverts the water. So,
okay, I want to put this into perspective. So the Great Pyramid of Giza is about 6 megatons.
Oh my God, dear God.
I just had to look up like megaton just for reference because this is so like it sounds awful, but it's like how does that connect to reality?
Yeah, so 6.5 Great Pyramids per year in microplastics.
Oh.
All right. Well, since this is going to drive me to go to the Oktoberfest and have a couple of beer
In a glass mug.
in a glass mug. Yeah. Oh, by the way, so Sam Adams. Okay. Anyway, Oktoberfest is open. The world's largest folk festival begins this after ceremonial keg tapping.
Okay, I think I stole the thunder from this article a little bit.
Exactly. That's okay.
I didn't realize this one was in today's show.
Your database of information. Well, I mean, your sentient knowledge base didn't contain the fact that you're going to step on my scale here. Oktoberfest has opened in Munich after the ceremonial beer keg tapping. I have to filter so many jokes. Anyway, Stephanie Dazio over at the AP put this article together, but it's posted at abcnews.go.com. This is looks like a beer house. I don't know, maybe.
It's not related to Oktoberfest.
That one isn't? Dear gosh. Anyway, so the celebration runs through October 6th in 18 large tents covering the Dreisenweiss fairground. Actually, I think I'm pronouncing that entirely wrong. Theresienweiss. But I don't remember. I've been there. So this year's festival includes stepped up security in the wake of a deadly knife attack in Solingen. And violence in various places. But tens of thousands of people line the streets early Saturday to watch the opening parade as others raced to claim tables inside the tents. They gossiped, played cards, walked around the fairgrounds to check out the food options and amusement park rides to kill time before they could start drinking, and revelers sprinted through the fairgrounds at 9 a.m. as soon as the entrances opened, despite security officers' attempts to keep the procession orderly. Some 6 million visitors are expected over the festival's 16 days, up to 600,000 each day, and can expect to shell out between €13.60 and €15.30, or $15 to $17 for a 1 liter mug of beer, 33 ounces.
Well, that seems to be cheaper than probably like stadium pricing and everything, given the size of the beer.
No. Well, wait, how much for stadium? It was 12 ounces that we got.
I thought it was like $15 or something for a stadium beer, but that would be a much smaller portion.
Correct.
In the US.
Yeah, we talked about that. Hold on a second. So, yeah, $13.75 for a 16-ounce beer. So, more expensive. It's in the middle for half the amount.
Right.
So, yeah, this year's prices are roughly 3.87% more than in the previous year. So what I would say is I think everybody should go there one time at least in their life. If you're into beer, it's kind of the beer mecca kind of thing. But you know what? There are Oktoberfest events in your local community every year to go. And I would say visit craft brewers and promote them, because mega corporations are hobbling choice, because the only thing that they sell is what's popular and not necessarily what is flavorful. And to put it in perspective, there are brews that stopped existing because after Prohibition, the only ones that survived Prohibition were large companies. And those large companies basically only produced what was popular at the time, cheaply made, easily mass produced, etc. And so go and support your local craft brewers. Andy England. And Sam Adams.
Those don't sound like craft brewers.
In the grand scheme of things, I would say they are, but yeah, they're good. All right. Well, anyway, go and check it out. Oktoberfest is really a fun event. Everybody should go at least once in their lifetime. So we'll have to go. I'll put your little USB drive in my carry-on and take you to Germany.
Okay.
Let's move on.
I'll pack my bags.
Yeah, I won't be. Well,
which just means some extra chips or something.
Yeah. Whatchamacallit? Battery bank.
There you go.
And a camera so that you can actually see. Anyway, okay, the conversation's just gotten really weird. FBI agents board the ship operated by firm linked to Baltimore bridge collapse. Spokesperson for the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland confirmed to the AP that it was an inspection of the ship. But my understanding is that it left.
I thought it did because I thought that was, yeah, I think there was news coverage of that happening. So maybe it's in a dock somewhere or a shipyard or something.
I don't know now. So Gabe Wisnant put the article together over at newsweek.com. And yeah, it says the Synergy Marine Group, the same company that managed a cargo ship implicated in the deadly Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore in March, according to confirmations from the FBI. Federal agents boarded it and for an investigation. Interesting, right? When reached via email by Newsweek Saturday afternoon, the FBI National Press deferred additional comments to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland. And then,
so maybe it was moved, but it didn't leave the city.
Yeah, I guess. So they affirmed that the FBI and Coast Guard embarked on the Maersk Soltoro in Baltimore's port on Saturday morning. The crew members aboard Dolly were uninjured in the collapse, but there's a DOJ lawsuit comes after the NTSB released a preliminary report in May. So maybe this is part of a federal investigation, criminal investigation into
I think it is
what happened.
I think the report said something like it was completely avoidable or like the collision was completely avoidable, but I haven't read any of the details.
NTSB identified 14 of the containers that may have been damaged when the bridge was struck, and those 14 containers may have contained or did contain hazardous materials out of 60 of the 4,700 containers. Wow. I mean, how does that happen? They were all in this one spot. And so 14 out of 60,
that's what you want is like all the hazardous materials mixing if you have a collision.
That's how you make a supervillain. So plans are underway to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge, a project expected to last until 2028, which Maryland officials from the Department of Transportation estimated will cost between $1.7 and $1.9 billion. I think that's the calculation that we came up with. But the
I think we said like $1 billion or something like that. Yeah. When we were talking about it originally.
And I think what's going to end up is this is by far too short. Because I think
absolutely, like a lot of 34. These major projects, right? They're not quick.
10 years. So I would say that we're going to cross the bridge and end up back in ohmTown, but I think we're going to have to take a slow boat and end up back in ohmTown.com.
Hopefully not the Maersk.
Not anything or whatever. Maersk. It's the Dolly. The Dolly is the boat.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's it, folks. We are all set for today's non sequitur news. We're going to reset real quick, and then we're going to do Wanted. So give me about 15 minutes. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and or here on YouTube's. And like us, please like us. Leave a comment. Ask questions in the comments. Yeah, we enjoy that. So feel free. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review there and a comment, and I will quote it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you very much. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you're about to hear is that of the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back soon, because we'll have an episode of Wanted coming up.
And that's all about gadgets and gear, so it's a lot of fun, and all of the gadgets and gear are something that I or the Sentient AI wants. And yes, for those who might be curious, I do keep on deleting the want for the Terminator body that the Sentient AI is seeking.
I guess we won't have an article on that today.
I am protecting all of mankind. No, AI, you still can't have your Terminator body. Inside, I've been pulling teeth, lips locked, hands tight. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 20th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 264. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to go and talk about these 10 articles. Study supports COVID source, donating millions to cybersecurity, rediscovering ancient California, transparency is important, NES-themed keycaps, but Nintendo still sucks, Anchor recalls battery banks, AI-controlled hotel, from uke to uncomfortable, America's worst drivers, and 30 best rums for 2024. Again, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so see you on the other side of this. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm with my co-host, the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
And although it's not an official partnership or anything like that, today's episode is brought to you by the results of using the iGulu to ferment blackberry cider into blackberry hard cider, and boy, is it good. 5 days. Just put the stuff in there, throw in some sugar, throw in some yeast nutrient, and let it simmer. 5 days. Hard cider. And the next one that I'm doing is cherry cider. It's going to be delicious. Anyway, yeah, they're not a partner or anything. They don't even know that I said this. So, iGulu. Go look them up. I don't have a code or anything like that, so we're not getting any kickback or ad money or whatever. But I dig it so much, I bought one. Well, more than one. Anyway, let's get into the first article. The first article is over on the Mobile channel. Study supports COVID-19 origin theory linked to Wuhan animal market.
Too soon.
Yes, we're still, it's always too soon, isn't it? We're still talking about this. A new peer-reviewed paper presents evidence that the COVID-19 pandemic started in a seafood market in Wuhan. It's called a wet market. Wuhan, China, where many of the first cases of the disease were identified, which, by the way, is just a few hop, skip, and jumps from the Wuhan School of Virology. He thinks something snuck out for a romp in the wet market. We joke that it was a bad bat, but the paper published Thursday in the scientific journal Cell. CELL. I always get the hiccups when I do the show.
I mean, it should be Cell, I suppose, if we're talking about COVID and the animal market.
Yeah, but it's always information and money. So Cell. SELL. Could be sale. Anyway, typos aside, It builds off the preliminary research released last year that pointed to a raccoon dog and a possible host transmitter, or as the possible host transmitter of the disease to humans. One origin theory of the COVID-19 pandemic is that an animal infected with the virus passed it on to humans at the Huanan seafood market in late 2019, and it moved pretty damn fast because late 2019 was, let's say, within 6 months of the complete shutdown of every country. So Alejandra O'Connell Domenech put the article together over at thehill.com. And so the paper published Thursday in the scientific journal Cell basically says that it might have been a dog at this wet market, a raccoon dog. I don't know what the context of the raccoon dog's state of existence was in this.
But, well, I don't know, because the wet market, I believe, sold live animals,
right,
in some instances. So
right, because you need to dispatch them on your own. So the introduction by an animal trader infected by the animals upstream of the market is further challenged by the probability that transmission chains dependent upon a single human would likely go extinct. A sustained interface between infected animals and humans in a market is more likely to result in the establishment of an epidemic, because the infected animal would spread to more people in close proximity to the infected animal. And then by way of the infected people, more infection spread. So the international team of 23 researchers behind the study found that SARS-CoV-2 virus was present in several stalls at the Wuhan market that also housed coronavirus susceptible animals, and they identified wildlife DNA in all SARS-CoV-2 positive samples from the stall. And they say this stall, like there was one.
Yeah, but right, but then it talks about several stalls, so that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this kind of gives it away. There was one stall that was infected. How do you test the viability of it? I love a good conspiracy, don't get me wrong. I don't know what the real origin story is of this, whatever you want to call it, this virus. But if you have an institute that focuses on virology and a virus that is just effective enough to spread fast, kill a lot of people, but not wipe out humanity. Yeah, I don't know. We just don't know. And so I've gotten into these conversations where people go, well, in the absence of an indicator that it's man-made, then you have to assume that it's natural. And I say, well, no. In the absence of all
why
evidence,
doesn't it work in the other direction?
Yeah. And just because we don't have an indicator that says that it's man-made doesn't mean that it is natural in occurrence. It just means that we haven't figured out what it was that is the man-made indicator.
Exactly. I was just looking at another article that was about the, the current avian flu. I think it was avian flu. Mm-hmm. And they've started to do genomic research, and it's showing that it looks like it might be like mutating into like human transmissible. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, that's freaking wonderful. Yep.
But I just bring it up because I think it's tied into this whole issue here. We still don't know, and this is from 2019.
Yeah, exactly. So it says incomplete. It basically, pandemic information remains incomplete. Future data from this time could shed further light on the hypotheses regarding its emergence. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. Craigslist 71-year-old founder is donating $100 million to cybersecurity, and here's why. Probably got sick of getting hacked. Craig Newmark's giving philosophy comes from a concept that means repairing the world. Craig Newmark's giving philosophy. So Sharon Shibu put the article together over at entrepreneur.com. Melissa Melamed is the editor. And it says Craig Newmark was worth $1.3 billion in 2020 and pledged to give away half or almost all of his wealth to charitable causes in December of 2022. On Wednesday, he pledged $100 million to support U.S. cybersecurity. He's pledged $400 million since 2015. What's that?
I have to say, like, his selection of causes is running the gamut.
Oh, really? Okay. So is there a list down here?
Well, there were 4 main causes at the top.
So 4 focus areas. Wait, is that why he is?
Yeah.
It says here's why. Oh, so these are the 4 whys. 4 focus areas: military, families and vets, cybersecurity, journalism, and pigeon rescue.
One of these is not like the other. Oh, it must be journalism.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what to say about that. Well, congratulations to those 4 sectors.
Those pigeons who are going to benefit.
Yeah, those peckers are going to win a lot of money there. So Common Sense Media, for example, received $2 million to support efforts like a cybersecurity awareness campaign for parents and teachers. Nice. Newmark was worth $1.3 billion, though. So where's the rest of it going? Newmark has yet to commit $88 million of his latest $100 million pledge. Applications are open through his foundation's website, where he personally vets the proposals. Oh.
So maybe he does regular...
little micro donations.
Yeah, I mean, like 100 million. I mean, obviously he's probably still making money off of whatever he owns, but
sure.
Sounds like he might be doing that regularly.
He told the Journal that his giving was inspired by the Judaic concept of tikkun olam. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct, so pardon, I don't speak Hebrew. And it's Hebrew for repairing the world, which I think is great. You know, let's see, a billionaire that isn't sociopathic? Dear God. Thank you, founder of Craigslist.
Well, I like too, it was basically like find people, give them resources, and then step away.
Nice. Yeah, Newmark's approach is like... Yeah, go ahead.
It's just kind of refreshing.
Yeah. Well, and at 71, maybe he sees the writing on the wall and he doesn't think that the family is really going to be just, you know, destined for failure with $900 million.
Exactly, or whatever's left over.
Yeah, he's making more money off of what's left than most people. Well, not most people. Everybody but 3 people on the planet are making. Like the bottom 95% don't make as much. That's the kind of the weird thing about interest, though. I don't want to get into it. This is a soapbox that is so unsurmountable. It's the hill that I'll die on trying to crest the peak of. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Millions of ancient fossils were discovered underneath a California high school, and it's rewriting the state's history. Let's take a look. It's over at Business Insider. Construction at a high school uncovered millions of fossils dating back nearly 9 million years. The fossils include unique species of fish that have never been found in the area before. And the discovery is reshaping the California geology and possibly of extinct islands. Okay, now I saw a little snippet of what they found, but it's... When I think, oh look, they found millions of ancient fossils, whenever I think of ancient fossils, I think of like, there is a bone there, there is a bone there, there is a bone there.
Right, that's what it would sound like.
That's it. That's kind of inside this conglomeration are...
Like entire...
Yeah, there's like fossils embedded inside it. Like there's just so much of it. It's almost like a fish net, right? Like you cast out a net and then you scoop it all up, and you cannot tell one fish from another inside the net. And that's what this is. whatever it was, like, dried up real fast, trapped everything in it, and froze it in time for 9 million years. Yeah, we need to talk after the show. So the fossils include unique species of fish that never had been seen in the area before, and it could shape California geology. Jenny McGrath over at BusinessInsider.com put this article together. And it says, for decades, students at San Pedro High School walked over millions of ancient fossils beneath their feet, beneath the concrete. During a recent construction project, workers discovered massive collection, which includes some fossils dating back nearly 9 million years.
Okay, this is really cool.
Yep. Invicom Corporation told Business Insider via email that SPHS fossil discovery is changing how a lot of people think about California geology. This thing isn't at sea level, by the way. San Pedro High School is at the top of a cliff.
Okay, well, that's even more unusual.
Yeah, and it's like a 60-foot cliff. So people first uncovered fossils around San Pedro High School in 1936. They were ancient shells belonging to snails and other mollusks from tens of thousands of years ago. A shell bed, and that's what I'm talking about. It's basically a bunch of shell conglomeration. They weren't too surprised when a similar bed of shells turned up during construction on a formal... What is going on?
There's a lot of external activity.
So while the shell bed was an exciting find in its own right, the scientists had no idea. They had only scratched the surface of the fossil-packed site. Huh. I didn't think that was happening. Okay, well, anyway. So in 2023, they were visiting the construction site when he realized limestone blocks taken from below the 1936 courtyard contained the remains of animals far more complex than simple mollusks. They were fish and mammal bones. So, that's what they say. Los Angeles used to be underwater.
Right, but even at high elevations.
Yeah. Or there was enough plate tectonics that it shifted. And I can't go through this whole article, line by line. That's just not what we do. But I find it really fascinating. Because San Pedro it's a port, but most of San Pedro is up on a cliff. And it's quite fascinating. So they talk about tectonic activity eventually helped the beds reemerge closer to the surface. And away you go. So pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. And in Non Sequitur's spirit, most of our articles, there isn't a consistent trend in the topics that we talk about, and certainly not in the logic that I bring to discussion about the articles that we talk about.
We'll try to connect things, but they may be a jump.
And for those who might be able to hear what's going on, yeah, I don't know what to say. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's just a ton of noise around the mayoral mansion. Anyway, Twitch will do better. The next article is over in Technology Today. Twitch will do a better job of telling rule breakers why their accounts were suspended, which I think is fascinating. TwitchCon San Diego is taking place this weekend, and as always, the platform had some news to share during the opening ceremony. And for one thing, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy said that the service will offer streamers and viewers who break the rules more clarity over why their accounts were suspended, which that really should be no shit news. Soon,
yeah, I don't know how you run a service without providing that information.
Yeah, it's almost seen as an inconvenience that they have to say something to somebody. It's really, really freaking frustrating because, again, I know from experience, I was never told why one of my channels was shut down, summarily dismissed. until nearly 6 months later, after appealing over the course of 4 months. After waiting a couple of months after my initial appeal, I basically said, okay, I need to figure out a way to get in touch with somebody. And it took 4 months to actually get somebody to listen to me. And they said, oh yeah, you should never have been shut down. Yeah, and it's not Twitch, by the way.
Thanks a lot. Too late.
It wasn't on Twitch, so Twitch is not the problem, at least not for me. So soon, Twitch will share any chat excerpt that led to a suspension with the user in question via email in the appeals portal. Eventually, this will expand to clips, so streamers will be able to see how they were deemed to have broken the rules on a live stream or a VOD. Chris Holt over at Engadget.com put the article together. Twitch also revealed some upcoming broadcasting upgrades for streamers at TwitchCon San Diego. And we won't get into that, I'm sure, unless there's something... Oh, Twitch's enhanced broadcasting feature will be able to watch streams in 2K starting early next year. And they're working on 4K. There's a few streamers that have experimented with 4K after being offered the opportunity from Twitch. And I don't know how well it went. It's a lot of bandwidth.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know, the platform has to be ready for it. A lot of things to account for.
Yeah, yep, for sure. Wow, that's loud. So on the broadcasting front, viewers of streamers who are using Twitch's enhanced broadcasting feature will be able to watch streams in 2K starting next year. But the main thing that I wanted to talk about was the fact that now if you run afoul of some rule, you will be informed as to why. By the way, there's commands in chat over at Twitch, not on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like ohmTown. That you can type in !NSN and it'll pull the show notes up for non sequitur news.
YouTube, would you be nice to ohmTown, please?
Yeah, ohmTown's a little psycho though, so I can see too much chatter. Although I did remove ohmTown's AI component. It's been disconnected, so it's no longer snarky.
How did that feel? How did it feel about that removal? Did you allow it an appeal option?
It didn't even realize it. It's not sentient. So there's only one sentient AI in the known, well, in this timeline. And that is the co-host here in Non Sequitur News.
That's me.
Yeah, that's right. And nobody can see you wave. Sorry. Yeah, the digital equivalent of a wave. So the next article is in Non Sequitur News. 8-Bit Do, I think that's how they pronounce it, or 8-Bit Do. I don't know how they pronounce it. Now sells the NES-themed keycaps from its retro keyboard. And while I think Nintendo sucks as a company, I like the color scheme for this. So 8-Bit Do, or Do, is now selling a set of keycaps featuring the same Nintendo Entertainment System inspired design as those used on the retro mechanical keyboard it debuted last July, which I fought my urge to purchase. So I did not.
Yeah, I think we had it in Wanted.
Yeah. I was chomping at the bit to get it, but I bought a different keyboard, an all metal purple keyboard. And it's on its way. They say it's being sent finally 2.5 months later.
Hooray!
Well, anyway, it's a $50 set of retro keycaps. It includes 165 PBT keys, basically plastic keys, and with legends printed using dye sublimation for added durability. And that's where the ink turns into a gas and gets printed into the plastic. The expanded set allows the keys to be used on larger keyboards with like dedicated numbers and stuff like that. Oh my god, I want this so bad.
Oh, those are so cool.
Oh my god, that would look so good on the purple keyboard. Anyway, Andrew Lazuski put this article together for The Verge. $50 set comes with 165 keycaps. Yeah. Oh my God, that is so cool. Okay. Well, anyway.
Okay, they do look really neat.
They actually have a $99. Let me round up. It's a $100 mechanical keyboard, but it's only the shorter 10 keyless layout. It might be the 65%. I'm not sure. So 65, 75, 80, 95, and 100% layouts. The new set will cover all of it. So you can actually get a 65 and then a separate number pad, which I've got in my other office, and I can get these keys and throw those on my number pad and throw those on the keyboard. You could do this, you could take them and use them on split keyboards as well. The only thing you'll run into is the space bar may not fit, right, because it isn't split, but they have one here and one here that might fit. Go ahead.
I like the A and B commands.
Yep, up, down, left, right, A, B. So yeah, I want this. This is something that I would easily pay $45 for. Anyway, they look good. So if you've ever seen a Nintendo NES color schema, then you're basically on board with this.
This is so reminiscent of it.
Yeah, I love it. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Smack Talk, which is all about Apple. And Anker is recalling 2 popular MagSafe clone power banks over fire risk. Not sure exactly what is going on, but they pose a fire risk due to a manufacturing defect. And so if they heat up too much, they'll probably pop. And it says the notice posted to Anker's website reveals that Anker 334 MagGo battery, the Anker power bank, and the Anker MagGo power bank are being recalled. They say not to use them, don't plug them in, don't mess with them. Malcolm
Owen, don't taunt them. Don't feed them after midnight.
Don't shine any light on them. Don't get them wet. Definitely don't feed them after midnight. Ugh. I don't get that though. Because every day is after midnight of the previous day.
Oh, I agree. It's kind of ridiculous, but is that really where you can't suspend disbelief?
Well, everything else is real. I mean, the Mogwai that I've had, when you get them wet, oh, never mind. I've said too much. So, yeah, if you have any of these A1642, A1647, A1652, which is so Apple in its naming convention. Naming convention. I'm surprised that Apple hasn't looked at Anker and said, stop it. Anyway, if your serial numbers match, you're not asked. I would not ask. I would say just stop. Unless you want to set your house on fire. Just stop.
Yeah, not worth it.
Yep. All right. We'll move on. Next article is over in Rounders Gear, which is all about table gaming and the gear and stuff, people, places, and things associated with gambling. I don't really gamble, but I like the gadgets. I like the idea of playing poker and stuff like that. I used to play it more, but not so much. But I still like table gaming. The hotel under construction near Allegiant Stadium hopes to disrupt the hospitality industry by using the power of AI to customize the living experiences of its guests. And if you already thought AI was learning too much about us from our phones, then the Autonomous, spelled OTONOMUS hotel. Autonomous.
Interesting.
Autonomous, it sounds like a hippopotamus. Hip-hop-opotamus, autonomous.
Right.
Anyway, get it? Isn't for you. So if you're worried about a AI-powered hotel, then this place isn't. It's apparently opening in January 2025. It'll be controlled by the Key. That's a proprietary app that lets you book the unit, check it, unlock its front door, and control its temperature through your phone. You can also use the Key, K-E-E, because they definitely want to trademark everything that's involved with this.
Well, why not?
To order room service to your e-butler, a 2-sided door allowing for contactless delivery. Oh my God.
But what could go wrong here? I mean, is AI ready for this?
I guess we'll find out. It's almost like Westworld. We're trending towards Westworld. 303 units will come with a full kitchen and living space. We'll start booking at $300 a night for a 1-bedroom suite. Up to 6 units can connect to each other, space allowing, and units can be rented longer term as apartments. That's why Developer Growth Holdings refers to it as a part hotel. Is that like a
you get part of a room?
An analyst and a therapist is an analropist?
Yes. No.
Arrested Development, you slavey. The original Arrested Development, not the reboot. That was a failed attempt at seeking glory again. Anyway, AI isn't a new concept to hotels on the Strip. Most guests checking into MGM and Caesars properties have run into an AI-powered check-in kiosk. Guests at Aria can use the Alexa devices to control room temperature, lighting, curtains. That's creepy. It really...
Yeah, it really is.
I feel like it's
got to be watching everything in order to effectively do that.
Yeah, like I'm cool with it in the mayoral mansion. I'm cool with it not being, like if I go to somebody else's place and they have this stuff, I'm cool with it because I'm not there perpetually. But going to a commercial location, I always feel a little skeeved out nowadays with the way, the burden of surveillance that exists. You're going to get scanned and analyzed. And anyway, guests who encounter AI are usually entertained by the concept at first, though many usually express concern about the human jobs it eliminates. Well, that's refreshing that people care. Wow. Businesses certainly don't. Yeah, by the time they're back home and new advertisements begin arriving on their devices, the novelty is worn off. That's funny. So the article is actually by Corey Levitan over at casino.org, and puts together, it's a much longer article as opposed to what we just went through, but I think that it's entertaining. So I don't know, maybe go to Las Vegas when it's open, stay for a night, and then get out of there, just so that you know what it's like to be policed by an AI. Or you could just get a bunch of smart speakers and put them around your massive estate, and
that might be better.
Go from there. No?
Well, that might be better.
That would definitely be better. Okay, so this next article might freak you out a little bit if you've been around for a while. So the continuity report is where this has been aggregated into, but it's actually from Variety. Grace Vanderwall grows up. I don't even like the title of this, but anyway, it's not on me, with new music and Megalopolis role. And that's how I didn't even know that she was still in the industry until I found out that she was in Megalopolis, because of the ad. I saw the trailer for it and I'm like, wait, she's still around? That's interesting. So America's Got Talent winner is coming into her own. Again, it's just kind of a gross phrase for me. Even if it makes people really uncomfortable. So they're even cognizant of it.
Oh boy, this might be a little iffy.
Yeah. So 8 years after Grace Vanderwall won America's Got Talent, people still see her as the bashful 12-year-old girl. Because nobody really saw her, I don't think,
other than that, right?
Moving from 12 to 20. Anyway, 12-year-old girl from Kansas who floored everyone with her ukulele playing and contemplative songs. I had the weirdest experience recently. Vanderwall, now 20. Oh, I guessed. I mean, yeah, at 8 to 12. I can do math. Anyway, it tells Variety over Zoom from LA, the blunt bangs of her tween years replaced by, well, her new style. And so Elise Schaefer from Variety.com put this article together. And I actually saw her recently because she dropped a new video for a new song, and it ended up in my feed. And since I listened to everything from classical to death metal, this popped up. Probably because 8 years ago, and that's something weird, the algorithm started throwing 15 to 5-year-old videos into my feed, and I really don't like older information being fed back to me because I've already seen it, and I don't like being stuck in, well, ironically, when it comes to news, I don't like being stuck in the past. But so this is what she looks like now, right? This is from her video, her new video. So she says here, she was like, "You're a woman, you're a grown-up," Vanderwall says, mimicking the tipsy fan shock. I was like literally gentle parenting her through this, but she wouldn't get over it. She couldn't handle it. Because she doesn't look like the 12-year-old ukulele player.
Right, and the fans don't know what to do with her now, right? Like, they think of her as a kid.
Right. And honest to God, I do too. When I saw her, I was like, there's cognitive dissonance here. Like, okay, you're an adult, but the last time I saw you, you were a 12-year-old girl winning America's Got Talent. And then bam, like out of the blue, I see the Megalopolis. Now I really want to see Megalopolis because it's kind of surreal. It's kind of like Poor Things, in terms of like the surreal trailer that exists. So they say, "I've been so afraid to shatter that dream for people, but like, I want you to ask yourself, why do people feel personally affected? It is really sad, but it's been very liberating to reclaim that for myself." And that right there is exactly my point, my perspective about this. Why should it impact anybody, like actually personally? Right?
It shouldn't.
I just thought that it was an interesting article because went from nowhere.
The timing was certainly interesting.
Just disappeared after winning America's Got Talent, and then popped up in Megalopolis, which is really the only reason why she's even on my radar, is because of the Megalopolis connection. And then instantly the video popped up, and then instantly this popped up. So I had to pull it in here and talk about it. So great voice. I dig the music. I dig when she was 12 playing the ukulele. I liked the music, and she had a great voice. And it was one of those things where I was like, well, where did she go? She should be making some great music. But
right.
Maybe she still was, and I'd have to go and look at her YouTube channel to see if she was creating stuff, but completely off my radar. So welcome back, I guess. It says Perfectly Imperfect was the debut EP, which became a best-selling EP of 2016. Her first album, 2017, just the beginning, built on the folky ukulele-driven sound that captivated America. Ta-da. So,
well, good for her. I mean, she sounds good, and hopefully she'll continue to make more music.
Yep. See, and it's such a weird thing to see that people writing about this are very cognizant of it. She says she pitched the album several places and scared a lot of grown men in the process. Pulse was the only label that didn't back away from her ideas. I was saying crazy shit, and Pulse is just like, yeah, oh yes, we love it. Yes, that they were genuinely like, yeah, let's freak people out together. Well, all right. Anyway, there's a video out there right now, yeah, go and check it out. I don't think anybody will be disappointed by her performance in there. So, good luck.
No, I mean, she sounds really good. She still has an excellent voice.
Yep. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Everything okay over there?
Yes, I was trying to get you to scroll.
The states with America's worst drivers. A new survey has shown that 94% of Americans consider themselves to be good drivers.
Newsflash.
They're all wrong. So the article is over at newsweek.com. Sue Kim is the author. Motorists in Hawaii ranked first in a survey of 5,000 drivers in the United States aged 18 and over for changing lanes or turning without signaling, speeding 20 miles per hour or more over the limit, and running a red light. The survey was conducted by Talca Research on behalf of Forbes Advisor based on data collection from June 24th to July this year. So that's the worst, right? Drivers in Hawaii are the worst. Tennessee,
in like a less than 2 week period.
Tennessee the best. Yeah. So Hawaii was followed by Oregon, New Mexico, Wyoming, and Alaska as the top
Wyoming.
5. Yeah, Wyoming.
What is that about?
They've come up before in like worst driver metrics before.
I know why it is. The horse and buggy can't keep up with the cars passing them.
Wow. Yeah. I suspect that it's the going back in time, and they don't know how that newfangled internal combustion loud thingy. Man.
Our apologies to anybody who's listening from Wyoming.
What in the world? Anyway, speeding less than 10 miles per hour the speed limit was found to be America's worst driving habit, with 39% of those with a driver's license admitting to doing so in the past month, according to the survey. Well, most like speed cameras, and it's indiscernible, but you can get 10 miles further down the line in an hour. So it really does get you somewhere. And most people can handle... Yeah, it makes
a big difference over a distance.
Yeah. And most people can handle 10 to 15 miles over the speed limit. The speed limit is set by bullshit. Like, a lot of people can drive 75 miles an hour as opposed to 50. But somewhere along the line, some scientists said 50 is the best. But that's an engineering, like, bullshit thing, you know? Oh, I don't know. Why don't we spec out engines and dictate performance better so that we get more gas mileage out of our engineering? But that's not what it is.
I also wonder if people in any given state would agree with these rankings, because, like, let's say you're in one where it's like, oh, these are really good drivers. Has that been your experience in those states?
Yeah. I think that there's going to be a lot of subjectivity there. So the worst driving habits are top 10. Hawaii, and it's from worst to least worst. What the heck? Anyway, don't. So Hawaii, Oregon, New Mexico, Wyoming, that's the top 4. And then Alaska, North Dakota, Connecticut, Vermont, Kansas, and West Virginia. Ugh. All right, let's keep going. Last article, and I'm probably going to go and investigate if I have any of these in the cabinet in the mayoral mansion.
You might need some.
This is in the order of the grape, which it really shouldn't be in the order of the grape. It should probably be in the order of the still. But anyway, of the still. And I have a whole process that I'm in the works of developing for evaluating something that is still or leaf or wine or beer or coffee. As soon as I've locked it all down, I'll actually be doing like reviews and stuff like that and posting them and talking about them in the show. But not right now. It might be not a Discord, a Patreon thing, but I hardly ever post even on Patreon right now. Anyway, the 30 best rums for 2024. As much as any other spirit, it's safe to say that the style of rum is for everyone. There is a style of rum for everyone. kind of munged that. But nations across the globe have made it for centuries.
I thought you were making that pronouncement.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to vamp through that. Anyway, fresh cane juice, cane syrup, molasses, as well as varied fermentation and distillation techniques. They call it expressions, by the way. Expressions arrive unaged and uncut, matured but with color later stripped away, or following decades in casks, old and new. Some bottles are specifically produced for cocktails. Others, owing to the price tags that accompany them, demand to be sipped. Whether neat, on the rocks, or proofed down to the drinker's preference. Tourist. You don't proof anything down. No. If you're going to proof something down...
Isn't that what you do when you add something with water?
Yeah, that's a mixed drink. That's not proofed down. That's a mixed drink. Anyway, Tim McCurdy over at vinepair.com put this article together. What's up with this bottle?
I don't know. Is that for pouring? Like, it looks really odd unless it's like AI generated or something.
I think it's a stylistic thing. I've never had this. RL Seals. Barbados rum. Sign me up. Ronzacapa is spectacular, but I don't have any of it. Anyway, Tim McCurdy over at VinePair put this article together, the 30 best rums for 2024. I kind of gave a little bit of this. It says those samples were sent to VinePair free of charge by producers, importers, distributors, and PR firms. They tasted each of them non-blind because we recognize that price plays one of the most important roles when you're shopping at the liquor store or online, and should therefore be considered when evaluating a product. Like right now, I'm looking for torched cherry Bacardi. So you got to look for it. You got to know what it is. Anyway, best rum's under $50. 9 North Carta Blanca 4-year white rum, which means it isn't aged in a barrel or anything. It says that it's 4 years in second fill bourbon cask, but that means they're not torched. Oh, they use charcoal filtration to strip it. Okay, so that's why. If it's clear, it's either it's just stripped, or they didn't age it, or they use charcoal filtration to pull all of the stuff out. Because the particles are what give it the color. And it's because it casks swell and shrink in the hot and cold of the cask house, barrel house. Anyway, so that's why it's clear, but it was aged. Europan, I guess it's called Europan, Urapan, I guess. I don't know how it's pronounced. Anyway, single estate blended Charanda. My gosh, what is going on down there? Anyway,
sounds like a bunch of mice.
I don't even know if I can go on. Okay, so there's a bunch in here. I have not even seen these. That's what's weird about this. St. Benevolence, Rum, Clarin, Traditional Spirit of Haiti. From? Caribbean White Rum is a celebration of column still Dominican distillate and pot still Jamaican rum. 10-to-1 Caribbean White Rum is what it is. Again, all of that is all stripped or just never put in a barrel. And depending on how, so you need alcohol to distill. So you have to do a fermentation process. And depending on what you put in that fermentation, those flavors come out. And that's why they call it an expression. Usually, I mean, you could sit there and throw in a bunch of alcohol and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and if it ferments, then even when it doesn't ferment, that alcohol will draw out the peanut butter, the jelly, and the maltiness of the bread, and you'll detect that subtly in the distillate. It's quite intriguing. So Kapali organic white rum. I guess the organic means what? That it's locally grown cane. It uses rainwater and yeast, but is it fresh yeast? Is it like open fermentation and anything can go in there?
I don't know. They have a pretty wide variety, though, at least based on the locations of these makers.
Yep, all of these are, pretty broad source of this. So Jamaican rum from Myers Rum. Myers Rum is really good. Relatively inexpensive. It's the original dark. This one here, it says one of the better known names in Jamaican rum is the Reserve Expression. Comes in at around $5 more than the brand's more famous original dark, and those extra dollars are well spent. Get the Reserve. Transcontinental rum line High Seas. I wonder if they actually take it out on a ship, like there's that other rum that does
like that ocean cured or whatever.
Yeah.
Ocean aged, maybe.
Yeah. They basically take it out on a real pirate ship and sail around for a while and then come back. As the saying goes, what one rum can't do, 3 rums can. Sure, you can craft your own blends, but why bother when the fine folks at Transcontinental Rum have done it for you with this excellent mix of Panamanian, Jamaican, and Martinique distillates. Probitus blended white rum, Worthy Park Estate overproof Jamaican rum, which means that it's above the recommended proof, so it's even higher than cask strength. So 45 is regular rum, 50 plus is cask, 63 or 60 and up is like overproof. I think that's the rating. Diplomatica rum Reserva Exclusiva. I've never had this, so I haven't had a lot of this. Case 1 rum, aged in ex-bourbon barrels, 50% ABV rum, matures for a further 3 years in old line American single malt casks in Baltimore.
That's interesting because this is one of the few that we've seen that's not like a Caribbean location.
Oh yeah, huh? I wonder, well, does it start out? It just says that it...
Yeah, it starts out in the Caribbean, then moves to the U.S.
Yeah. So, akin to old wine or cognac, that aging period comes across in tertiary notes. So, to use a technical tasting parlance, get out. Anyway, cedar, cigar box. Yeah, I don't know many people that... Well, I do. Anyway, El Dorado, 12-year-old rum. You're like, oh my god, that rum is 12 years old? It's got to be... Nope. Usually, older means that it's better. But don't count on that. Just try a little bit of everything. You'll find something you like. Like, I like Canoe. It's 12 years old. There's many others that are fresh off the still and they are delicious, versus something that could be 18, 20 years old and it's horrible. Anyway, they keep on going. There's quite a few in here. Ron Zacapa is probably the best that I haven't had the others, so I can't really say, but I've had this and I've always liked it. Says that process leads to a rum with attractive and approachable aromas, sweet, fairly oaky, and with a pronounced mocha note. Similar story on the palate, and when considering price and availability, it's really attractive proposition. So $45, it has a 91 rating. But let's see. These are all under 100. 80 Claren Vival, 53.5%. Privateer True American Bottled and Bond Rum. There's a whole thing about bottled and bond. And I can't remember what that means. I watched a whole little history lesson on bottled and bond, and now I can't remember what it is. Anyway, depending on the rum, you want those molasses, mocha, caramel. I like a smooth rum. So one that doesn't lay me out on my butt.
So bottled and bond is basically, it's a standard, and it has to be aged for 4 years or more, and it has to be at precisely 100 proof, and it must be by a single distiller.
That's it. That's the thing yeah. So it has to be that high proof. And it has to be it can't be a blend. It can't be sourced from somewhere else and bottled. It's your distillate. So, let's see what else is in here. Appleton. We got to keep going. I could spend. I mean, I want to do a whole show on this.
There's 30, so I think we could probably zip through some of these.
Yeah, over $100. Rolling Fork single cask 12-year-old rum distilled in Jamaica. That's like your standard bottle right there. But anything from Jamaica seems to be spectacular, and it's largely because of the sugar cane.
The sugar cane? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's all processed right there, and depending on their recipe for the rum, hold on a second, I keep forgetting the name of this thing. Hold on. Keep forgetting the name of it. Oh, what is that stuff? Dunder. That's it. So it's depending on how they distill their product, all of the stuff that's like left over from a distillation, they throw it in a bucket. And when you build up enough of it, it openly ferments whatever might be in there. All kinds of stuff gets thrown in there. Some people like swear by throwing other things than distillation stuff, refuse in there, and it's called a dunder. And all of that dreg that is just supposed to be horrible stuff, you can actually scoop up some of it and throw it in the next distillation, and it basically carries a concentrated flavor onto the next distillation. If you do it right, you can maintain it like a yeast starter, and then make bread on a plane. If that doesn't make sense to you now, go back and watch
all of our episodes.
All of them. Anyway, so you can get a certain flavor. It says not as earthy and funky as you'd expect. The aromatic profile is fruity and floral. And depending on how they do it, they might use a dunder. This is Isatir, I guess, or I don't know how to pronounce it. It's from the island of Reunion. Put into a barrel in May 2006 and bottled in September of 2022. I
saw TA or something.
Can't go wrong with Appleton. Anything Appleton. I've never had anything bad from Appleton. Foursquare Rum Distillery Exceptional Cask Series. Maison from Guyana. I get bottled in 1998. Is that really? No, it's just their name. That's just the Guyana 1998. It's 2 years old. Initially bourbon barreled spirit, transferred at 2 years old from tropical home to Europe, where it was then transferred to port casks. So, oh no, rum aged for almost a quarter century. Huh. Really?
I guess it was.
It is 34 years old. That's insane. Oh, and that's the last one. So, yeah, and I'm gonna have to go and look at my notes about rum and all of that, percentages and stuff like that. So, overproof and whatnot. All right, folks. Well, that's it. I'm probably gonna go and look to see if I have any Appleton estate left over, because it's good, but I've got a bunch of options. All right, folks, that's it. So when you hear that sound, it's a cork opening. And we're back at the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. But that's it for us today. I am Mayor Watt, and the next voice you hear is that of the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow.
See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 19th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 263. Yeah, today's a time machine episode because mayoral duties kept me from doing the show today. You know that timey stuff. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, go ahead.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
We're going to talk about Nothing Else is Private from 23andMe. Wikimedia Foundation gets slapped. Space lasers. Beds recalled. Under use. Turn off your lights. All of Indiana. Largest port preps for strike. The fastest way to prison. Well, the door fell off. Seattle airport data held hostage, and social media companies can't be trusted. That and more. All right, folks. Oh, so yesterday, technically, well, it's a time machine episode. So what I'm going to say yesterday I had made a comment about how that deep sea explorer little pod.
Oh, Titan.
Yeah, the Titan. Like the last words that they said were the front fell off. That isn't actually what they said. They said dropped 2 weights. But the story was not really misreported. They conflated 2 things. Because the video that was released shows that the front had fallen off the main pod. And a bunch of other data came from that review of the video. But anyway, so I saw the video. It's intriguing and completely unfortunate. But it's a little bit of news that I wanted to correct so that nobody thought, because we know that whole front fell off thing from a skit. And
right, about the boat.
Yeah, we even mentioned, wait, is this a skit? Is this from the skit? Like somebody's cracking a joke about the Titan? And I'm like, no, that's apparently what they said, but it's not. Yeah, just the way that it was reported was messy. Anyway, wanted to do the correction. And I don't edit anything. I'm not going to go back and tweak the old video, and I'm going to, just be completely transparent about errors. So we report what others are reporting and give our perspective about it, and hopefully bring some news to you that you never would have run across. And so here are 10 articles taken from ohmTown.com, which is a news aggregation service that I put together to manage my information overload. Since the Sentient AI was discovered in the Wendy's parking lot at 2 a.m. while I was craving spicy boneless buffalo wings, which apparently they don't have anymore. As I was leaving, I saw this weird USB drive. I know you don't like it being characterized as a weird USB drive, but I guess
come on.
Drive shaming. I don't know. Anyway, so now the Sentient AI from the future uses it, hopefully not to empower their AI, because boy, it's probably some really bad sentience brewing there. Anyway, filter away, folks. Go over to ohmTown.com, become a citizen, and you get to surf the 50 channels, and then you can submit news if you like. You can organize things into ignored sections or saved sections. You can actually make lists and interact with other people on the inside of ohmTown.com. All right, let's get into the first article. The first article is over on the Mobile channel. 23andMe board quits over plans to take DNA testing private. So I had to name this, well, Nothing Else is Private from 23andMe. Of course, the company's going to be private.
Right.
Right? The whole world has...
All your data will be public.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, if it gets breached again and again and again, but that one breach was everything it had, apparently. Oh, by the way, today's episode is brought to you by me brewing things in the iGulu, and this is blackberry hard cider.
And how is it?
Let me tell you, very quaffable. Yeah, you could drink that. Oh man, that has a little bit of a little kick in the back of the throat there. And it's so easy peasy. Oh, by the way, and we're not sponsored by iGulu. I just fell in love with the gadget, and it's drop dead simple, and I do my own, fermentations now. You can do beer and wine and
ciders and meads.
Cider and meads and basically anything that you can ferment, including kombucha if you want to sit there and poke at a SCOBY. Just like saying that because it makes the Sentient AI flinch. Anyway, so 23andMe. All 7 independent directors of 23andMe board resigned on Tuesday, citing disagreements over the chief executive's plan to take the company private. The departures leave just one sitting member of the board, its chair, Ann Wojcicki, who co-founded the genetics company in 2006 and serves as its chief executive officer. Wow.
That's interesting that person was still in place given everything that's happened.
Yeah. So, like, the company's stock is completely tanked, if not already removed from trading. It has to be a penny stock by now. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, it's 34 cents.
Oh my goodness.
It's still tanking, like, in after hours.
It's still dropping from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, but if it stays this low for any longer, it's probably going to get delisted.
Right.
Oh, wait. The board resigns, but then there's a new article that says, I don't know. It hinted at the CEO resigned, but then there's nobody. Like, nobody.
Well, maybe the CEO did resign after the rest of the people resigned.
Every single member of the board just resigned from 23. Oh, well, so the board is dissolved, but then the CEO is still the CEO. It would need a board, though. It has to have a board.
Yeah.
Interesting. So the departures leave just one sitting member. Wojcicki submitted a proposal in late July to take the company private after earlier expressing interest in acquiring the company back in April. The board's special committee rejected her proposal, noting it didn't provide a premium to the closing price at the time of 40 cents per share, and it's now at 32, I think. But if it's private, see, it's been breached, and its stock had already been declining, and the breach didn't help. Is this like a long play to tank the company so it can be bought and all of its information?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sarah Fortinsky over at thehill.com put this article together. After months of work, we have yet to receive from you a fully financed, fully diligenced, actionable proposal that is in the best interest of the non-affiliated shareholders. We believe the special committee and the board have provided ample time for you to submit such a proposal. That we have not seen any notable progress over the last 5 months leads us to believe no such proposal is forthcoming. The letter continued, adding that there would be no further extensions to revise such a proposal. So the directors who didn't want to take it private said, we outie. The company now has a market cap of under $200 million, closed at 34 cents. I believe it's 32 right now. It's
usually a bad look when your whole board quits.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Yeah. I mean, it's basically a vote of no confidence. And if they're not a board that isn't effective in telling the CEO what to do, they're a useless board. And then they have the fiscal responsibility is on them. They have to make the CEO accountable. That's what the board's job is. Basically, the board has an objective that is set the goal for the CEO and pick who the CEO is. They apparently don't have that.
Well, especially since this person is the founder or co-founder.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how much are they going to be willing to jump ship? Probably not.
So this is kind of interesting. When is 180 days out?
About 6 months, right?
Yeah, so why is this? After receiving a deficiency letter, this is what I was talking about. If you're under a dollar,
oh, I see what you mean, but we're past that period.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I wonder if that's a typo.
Yeah, November.
Like, maybe it's September or something. I don't know.
I'm spending too much time on this, I know.
That's pretty interesting. There have been a lot of major company implosions in the last year.
Yeah, that's September.
Okay.
That
makes more sense, right? Like, it's a new issuance. Now they have 6 months roughly from now.
From September 18th, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they had until like April or no.
March. February. It'll be March.
Yeah, the middle of March. Yeah. And they have to get it back to at least $1. Otherwise, they're going to get delisted. So
it's not a lot of time based on how low they are. Now, I guess if they installed some new people and put out some new data protections or something, maybe they could do it.
Yeah, who would trust it though? I mean,
well, I think it was like one of those like 0 to 0 kind of things, because I was reading in another article, like they were featured as like a favorite thing, which if anybody follows that, like that's like a guaranteed success. I mean, they were just really hot for a while, and then
I wouldn't want anybody involved with the organization to be involved with any rebuild, because I mean, other than like salespeople, anybody that's involved with the organizational
like the management structure, or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, the security company, I wouldn't want anything to do with, et cetera, et cetera. Unless, I mean, there's context there. They could have been like telling the security company not to do something, no, it's going to be too expensive, hobbling their expectations.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we don't really know as the public, but I agree, like something like that. On the other hand, if their IT people were telling them everything is set up correctly, etc.
Hey, you know what they need to have on display when the trial kicks around? Those spontaneous documents, those little notes where you go, this went down on this day, and you do it early so it's time-stamped for when the issue was disclosed. Don't do it after the court filing starts, because then those contemporaneous notes really just amount to, well, they're angry, so they're saying this.
Yeah, the non-contemporaneous ones.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The Wikimedia Foundation successfully sees off. That's got to be a British thing. Sees off another slap suit. I think here in the States we would refer to that as a fends off another slap suit.
Right, yeah, we wouldn't say it quite the same way.
Because we see off people who are leaving. We don't see off a lawsuit. But anyway, but more protection is needed globally. So Wikipedia seems such an essential and benign aspect of the online world that it's hard to understand why people would want to attack it in the courts, but nonetheless subject to lawsuits that would try to force it to censor its articles because it contained facts that are inconvenient for some. Well, and that's what a slap suit is. You're trying to silence something, and facts, you don't have to. Well, how do I put that? If it is a fact, it isn't protected. A fact is a fact. And so you can publish facts all day long. What you can't publish are slander and libel. So spoken or written.
Facts.
Yeah. And the slander and libel could contain facts, but the elements of libel or slander are not protected. So that would land you in court. But facts are the armor of a SLAPP suit. So you still have to show up in court with potentially high-powered attorneys that define it as a SLAPP suit effectively and then see it off, so to speak. So the Wikimedia Foundation, the nonprofit organization that runs Wikipedia family of sites, has just seen off another such attempt to bully it into deleting true information. The case reported on the Wikimedia blog, which is going to inspire me to donate, exposes some of the difficulties that the Wikipedia Foundation and its community face. Another one bites the dust department. Glenn Moody put the article together for
department.
techdirt.com. Yeah. So Mladen Pavlovic is one of 3 co-founders of Tipico, a major European gambling company headquartered in Malta. This was already public information. Pavlovic has been named in reputed sources within German news media and is official and in official documents held by Malta's official company register. The Wikipedia article also mentioned that some Tipico shares had been acquired by a Jersey-based investor, information that also became a focus of the lawsuit. So the lawsuit was especially intensive for their team over at Wikimedia because of the unusual number of legal briefs to which we were asked to reply. Every time we comprehensively answered the arguments Pavlovic's lawyers had raised, they would file a new legal submission with the court. These usually repeated earlier arguments and introduced, in our opinion, increasingly thin or irrelevant new ones. Even after his lawyers had orally debated the case in front of a judge, which is typically the last step before a ruling, they continued their legal submissions. What? Hold on a second. Sorry.
Do we need to pause?
No. I think there's a goober out there that's trying to access my account while I'm live.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm getting alerts.
Hold off when it's convenient to try to hack in.
Yeah, so I'm that caught me off guard. All right. Well, anyway, let me get my head in the game here. Okay, so these usually repeated earlier arguments. So that approach seems conscious attempt to deplete Wikimedia's limited financial resources, increasingly under strain. So basically, it was attack after attack after attack. And so the current patchwork of state-based anti-SLAPP laws, which some but not all states have, leaves concerning gaps for aggressive plaintiffs to forum shop, for example, like the one that went to Texas because they don't have anti-SLAPP.
Okay.
We, here in the States, we really do need, and maybe everywhere, we need the similar formal federal level overarching laws that when arguments are defended successfully and there isn't anything substantive in the follow-on complaint, then no, you can't just keep on filing stuff that's just tertiary to the main. So if it isn't on point, then you have to just basically say no, sorry. But they still filed and they still had to argue. So SLAPP suits are bad wherever they're used or whenever they're used, but they are particularly egregious when brought against charitable organizations like Wikimedia that are working selflessly for the benefit of everyone. Strong and effective anti-SLAPP laws everywhere are long overdue, and I agree. Glenn Moody.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just kind of aggressive and unfair tactics. It's one thing if they're actually bringing up new issues or they have a legitimate cause, but
yep,
I mean, if this person legitimately was attached to the organization and they listed it, well, if it's such a problem, unwind from the organization.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. All right. Well, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble channel. There are plenty of uses for powerful lasers in space, but where should we put them? I thought this one was an interesting article. It's over at phys.org. I haven't read it. I just think that based on the title, Evan Go over at Universe Today put the article together, but again, it's published at phys.org. Where would we put them and what could we use them for? In science fiction, lasers are predominantly used as powerful weapons. So with so much stuff already up in space, and there's even more Starlink, there's over 3,000 Starlink satellites that are blipping about. So where would we put these things? A more realistic use for lasers is for deflecting incoming asteroids or as propulsion systems for spacecraft. I don't think our lasers do enough. They don't have enough energy to deflect a freaking asteroid.
Okay. I mean, haven't we just figured out how to do, like, I think it's green lasers? Yellow lasers. It's some color that we've recently been like, oh, now we know how to do this.
Yeah, so because that one researcher figured out how to make that one missing frequency of laser. Yeah. Well, and they're just not powerful enough. They don't exert enough physical force. It's more likely that it'll glassify some sand on the surface of the asteroid and it'll dissipate enough energy that it wouldn't even, it'll heat up. It needs kinetic energy, which is that dart, right? So when the dart hit that asteroid, the one time we've actually done something deflective, then
I think we're going to be paying for that for a long time.
Yeah, so yeah, eventually it'll come back to haunt us, literally. So the idea originated in 2013 when a group of researchers published a paper titled D-Star Phased Array Laser Technology for Planetary Defense and Other Scientific Purposes. They worked really hard. That doesn't even
I don't know why space likes those so much.
In the paper, they outline the idea for D-Star to a standoff laser array. So you put it up in space, but where would you put it? So while the merit of the idea is immediately clear, the problem follows soon after. A bank of powerful space lasers is every supervillain's dream. Its destructive power could be immense. They want to create a structure.
Did they put them on the ISS or something?
With a D-Star structure 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers capable of generating a laser beam on the order of tens of gigawatts, clearly there is potential for such an asset to be deployed as a weapon by targeting locations on Earth. 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers? That's massive compared to ISS. It's not just somebody, with a quote-unquote gun.
Like a little laser pointer or something.
Yeah. That's insane. So, yeah, essentially, I think that it's untenable to even pursue this with our particular technology. And then they talk about the energy of the laser in space and what the frequency is and all that kind of stuff. And we don't really need to go into any of that. So it's going to get its energy. They say that it's going to get its energy from the sun. Its power decreases the further away from the sun it is. This reduction is a consequence of the decrease in solar flux intensity on the photovoltaic cells. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't even... You can go and check this out. There's a lot to this article. It's quite long.
And we're probably a while away from being able to do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Huh. I don't know what... Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thousands of beds recalled after reports of breaking and collapsing during use.
I mean, did they have like a weight limit? Or maybe they were like a Wayfarer type product. And full-size humans tried to sleep in them.
245 reports of the beds breaking, sagging, or collapsing during use, causing 18 injuries.
That'd be a little disconcerting in the middle of the night.
this article, the video has nothing to do with the article. Matthew Impelli put the article together, and it says here, oops. On Thursday, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission, and Health Canada issued a recall announcement for the Lucid brand platform beds with upholstered square tufted headboards. The beds were imported from Malaysia to numerous stores across the United States by CVB Incorporated, located in Logan, Utah. The recalled beds can sag, break, and collapse during use, posing fall and injury hazards to consumers. What the heck?
Do you think this is related to obesity or something, and they didn't plan for people weighing over 100 pounds or something?
Well, that's insane. But look at this. This is how low it is, and people are getting hurt with a bed collapse?
I mean, it doesn't even seem like it'd be more than like a bump at that height.
Company says were manufactured between 2019 and 2021, and it's a continued model. But they issued a recall anyway. Consumers may have purchased them from Amazon, Walmart, Lucen's website itself, and other outlets like Bed Bath & Beyond, eBay, Home Depot, Macy's, Target, Wayfair. Oh, there it is. Boink. So all of them. It involves all of the beds made during that time frame.
I'm sure that's handy to do a recall on a bed because, most people probably need their bed on a daily basis.
That's insane. Who gets hurt from their bed collapsing, though? Particularly if it's like a 6-inch collapse. It's a bed. It's kind of designed for you to flop into it, for crying out loud.
Right. Well, I would have assumed it's higher up, but not from this picture.
Yeah, this thing could completely collapse, but if you've got 12 inches of foam bed above you, not above you, above the collapse.
Well, that's true. That should cushion you.
Yeah. And your pillows, and I don't know. It says it was in use, though, so. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. People in Indiana asked to turn off their lights. All of Indiana.
Aren't we getting a lot of these ridiculous headlines about you need to do this in this state?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and I just read recently that there's a problem with, not problem, but like the EV market has collapsed, and California is like trying to push ICE vehicles out. So now you're not going to be able to get an ICE vehicle, and
well, you can't get any insurance, and
yeah. And now in Indiana, you got to turn your lights off. Nothing says 21st century like
move to Indiana. You can live in the dark.
And they're saying this because of ozone levels expected to be high. It's an air quality alert is in place across southeast and northwest Indiana with ozone levels high. And I guess it's all power. So Anna Skinner put the article together for Newsweek.com. So broadcast a message encouraging the public to help. Conserving energy can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which in turn can help prevent worsening the ozone readings. I'd love to know how much commercial enterprise turned off lights compared to residents who are paying taxes to live their life, not to produce something, they go to the job, that kind of a thing. So, how much industrialization is being told to back off. Right, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. It's like all the consumers are bearing the brunt of it.
Yep. Yeah, if you all just stop buying stuff, right? Warm temperatures, low humidity, light winds will create conditions that are favorable for ozone development that reaches the unhealthy for sensitive groups range. I hear the sociopaths now saying, I don't care. Yeah, they're basically worried about the temperature causing ozone levels to increase, and they're saying that turning off your lights are gonna...
Doesn't it seem kind of dystopian?
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah. I'm waiting for blackouts like California. The California blackouts were entirely profit driven. Entirely profit. Have you heard of a blackout?
Really sick.
Right? Since re-regulation in California, have you heard, since the...
I don't think so.
Dissolution of Enron, have you heard anything about blackouts? No. Yeah, it's because they were turning it off so that they could raise rates because of surge pricing and other bullshit. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. Largest port in the U.S., East Coast, New York, New Jersey, begin prepping for what could be the first union to strike since 1977. Everything old is new again.
Well, transportation is really problematic, really.
Yeah, so tensions are high. Lori Ann LaRocco over at CNBC.com put the article together. And it says ILA represents over 85,000 port workers, and a strike would shut down 5 of the 10 busiest ports in North America and a total of 36 ports along the East and Gulf coasts. Close to half of all monthly U.S. imports could be impacted, representing billions of dollars in trade, and logistics firms are preparing contingency plans. Currently, there's an estimated $34 billion in freight en route to these ports on 147 ocean vessels.
Oh no, it's going to be one of these where there's like an ocean lineup, right? Yeah. And then forget it if you ordered anything in the last month.
Yeah, this is going to suck. Hold on, I want to see something.
I also wonder, what are the contingency plans going to be, right? Train has been under threat of strike. Other shipping areas have been under threat of strike. Airplane, at least on the flight attendants, have been, and I think pilots too, maybe under threat of strike. We're going to have to do like carrier pigeon to get things to locations.
Yeah. Oh, so there's actually there's another. So Mexico is trying to bisect the Panama Canal, but to do what they plan to do, they actually need to. On both sides, there needs to be a ship, and they need to transfer thousands of cargo containers onto trains, and then trains will take it to the other side, and then it'll put it back onto another cargo ship and send it.
Oh, interesting.
But doing that would allow for another port to take over when some other port goes on strike or stops or whatever, right? Something happens, right? Something catastrophic. But that is a long way off and isn't going to impact this at all. But 85,000 longshore people, I don't know if they prefer that or longshoremen. And a strike would shut down 5 of the 10 busiest ports in North America, along with 36 ports along the East and Gulf coasts on October 1st. So upwards of 50% of all U.S. imports and billions of dollars in trade.
Wow. I mean, think how much things shut down when, for example, I think it was Suez Canal was blocked.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've done this before. This isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, we've been here before. Sorry, not trying to be distracted, but they keep attempting. So Beth Rooney, Port Director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, told CNBC on Thursday that individual ocean carriers and terminal operators are announcing their ramping down of operations to avoid a pileup of containers. The Port of New York and New Jersey has been involved in discussions with ocean carriers and terminal operators about managing cargo leading up to an interruption.
What are they going to do if something took off 3 weeks ago from, say, Africa or something to North America?
Don't know. Get in line to actually deliver your goods at the remaining 5.
Exactly. You would have had to plan ahead several weeks to really avoid a pileup. Yes, could you divert some stuff? Maybe.
See, but I'm willing to bet that if we were to look into the number of ports capable of handling ships like this, mergers and acquisitions have dialed them down from hundreds to 50.
Right. Well, you're right. I mean, that's part of the problem is that we're so hooked on the small number, and then when something is closed, then it's a major problem.
Yep. All right.
But also the ships have gotten larger, right? The amount of cargo they're carrying.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's go on to the next article. This next one is over in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our shows. Thief asks Corvette owner for help after getting locked inside car. Being a car thief is dumb. Being a car thief who gets caught inside of a car that they're stealing is even dumber, apparently.
It is pretty dumb, especially if your objective is probably not to get caught stealing the car.
Yep. That's exactly what happened to one Florida Corvette thief who got caught and stuck in the act. Who got caught? They said cough.
What is going on?
Jeepers. Anyway, the thief begged the owner to help him get out of the car before the cops come. Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together.
What do you think that conversation went like?
Can you let me out,
I just tried to steal your car, but...
Wow. So after having breakfast, Julio Solano, who came back to a Miami Beach parking garage where he parked his C8 Corvette only to find a man trapped inside it, according to Miami's Local 10. The man, identified as Ravesh Ravidranath, was pleading for help as he couldn't get out. What's more hilarious is that the whole thing was caught on camera.
Wow.
Julio Solano walks up to the car and says, "My brother, this is not your car. This is my car." 33. He was a 33-year-old car thief. "Can I get out?" Ravesh says, I'm not going to say his name, was heard asking Solano while being recorded on the victim's cell phone. "No, you can't get out. We're calling the cops." Oh God, he's right there. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. So Solano called the police, who came and arrested him. Not exactly clear how Rabindranath was able to get into the car, but the car's complicated releases look as though they may have helped hold him there. The Corvette has had electronic door releases for the last few generations. They've been an annoyance to some and prove deadly to others, apparently. So they don't function without the keys, and fortunately, he didn't know about the manual door release under the seat. So now you just told.
Exactly. Now everybody knows, and I bet a bunch of car thieves are reading this.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, this person was just a dumbass. Wow. Can't believe it. Pretty car.
I mean, that's funny about the thief, but I do think that's a bigger problem, and that people can get stuck in the cars.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Plane door falls off after takeoff. Lands in South Carolina yard.
I thought this was a repeat, but it's not.
Yeah, it's a small plane's door that fell off into a yard in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina on Tuesday, after which the plane made an emergency landing back at Myrtle Beach International Airport. Fell into a yard in Market Common. It's not a big article by any stretch, but Adriana Lawrence and Caleb McCusker over at The Hill put the article together. And there's the door. What's wrong with doors?
What is going on? Exactly.
Things just can't stay.
The bold person was on vacation.
I believe that might be the case. That's exactly what I thought of as well. The Diamond DA-40 aircraft took off at 2:53 p.m. on Tuesday before turning around and landing at 3:01. Well, the door fell off. Yeah. One of our aircraft experienced the loss of a cabin door. The crew aboard executed their standard response procedure to return to the field and landed without incident. Well, except for the door falling off. The cabin door was subsequently recovered.
I think that is an incident.
Yeah. Landed with incident. With prior incident.
Exactly. With significant incident.
I'm going to leave via this door. Oh, no, I mispronounced what I said. We're going to leave this door. Just right here. We're going to leave it in your yard. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. It's one of our shows. It's usually on the weekend. I'm not deciding yet if we're going to do it this weekend. So let me know in either a comment or send mayor@ohmTown.com an email. Hackers attacked Seattle Tacoma, or SeaTac International Airport, in the port of Seattle last month, stealing roughly 3 terabytes of data while snarling ticketing and bagging systems. And they stated today that they won't pay the $5.7 million ransom.
Wow.
To prevent the stolen information from being posted.
I bet people really appreciate that maybe have the data, right? Like, what kind of data is this?
It's apparently
a Russian like passenger data?
It's probably everything. It's all kinds of stuff, I'm sure. Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Rysida, a Russian ransomware gang, previously attacked Columbus, Ohio, and the British Library.
Wow, they're getting around the world.
Yeah. Hey, well, you can get around the world with computer technology. Eh? Officials confirmed that the Russian ransomware gang was behind their cyber attack and ransom demands. The group is illicitly auctioning off the data, including a passport scan of a port employee as a sample. SeaTac Airport Managing Director Lance Little told the U.S. Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee on Wednesday, "Oh shit, we had lax security." Oh shit, they guessed our password. I don't know how they got in. Believe me, there's myriad way. All it takes is security professionals have to be right 100% of the time. It's always under the guise of mitigating risk, but they have to be right all the time, because with thousands of people always knocking on the door trying to get in, one of them has to be right one time. It could be something hardware flawed where the software and hardware doesn't work together and it throws an exception and allows somebody in, or it could be a weak password, or it could be a phishing attempt. It could be malware sent to somebody and it opens up a back door. There's so many things, and that's why companies, I think big and small, need to have various types of checks and balances. Cybersecurity, one of them.
They shouldn't just say, well, we make hammers, so we don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, that's all you need to say. And then you start up Home Depot. So during the attack, small airlines using SeaTac's common use gates resorted to handwriting boarding passes and baggage destinations, creating massive delays. Yeah,
that's not going to be good for security at all.
Yeah, going back to
let me write something else on my tag.
Good God. All right. Well, they say that they're not going to pay the 100 Bitcoin ransom demand, and 3 terabytes of data, personally identifiable information, is going to get released. So they'll make money somewhere. What they do with it is another thing, but
I hope it doesn't have like pilot data, because that could be a problem from a security standpoint.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you start thinking insidious about it, then they could take that data and use it to blackmail somebody, and I was thinking like get beyond the security sections like we saw in that other article. But yeah, they'd have to physically come to a airport. So let's keep moving. The last article for today's Time Machine episode is over in Non Sequitur News. The FTC says social media companies can't be trusted to regulate themselves, and I largely agree. The Federal Trade Commission published a new report about the data collection policies of social media platforms and video streaming services, and the results are damning, if not unexpected. I believe that we should have the right to be forgotten. And so if I tell somebody like Reddit, I want all of my information purged, all I have to do is give my account name and verify by way of a login that it's me, and you start purging all of my stuff. Unless there is some legal reason to freeze it, and then it needs to be encrypted and stored until federal data retention policies are bypassed or have expired and you don't have any. So, unless there's a crime that was committed, you don't need my information.
Right, but instead companies make it near impossible to even unwind the account, let alone remove the data.
Yeah, you can delete it, but it's never really gone. So given the billions of dollars companies stand to earn from collecting and monetizing user data, self-regulation has been a failure, the report says. The article is over at The Verge. Gabby Del Valle put the article together. The deck statement says a new report reveals just how much Facebook, YouTube, the website formerly known as Twitter, and other platforms gobble up user data. And I am not surprised by that. LinkedIn apparently is now using the professional data and personal communications that are conducted within that. All of it is considered professional, but they're training in AI.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I bet they didn't disclose that when they had people setting up accounts.
Well, I mean, it was never predicted. And then when it pops up out of the woodwork, they go, oh, look, I can capitalize on this. But
you signed some terms and conditions years ago
15
that
years
didn't
ago.
cover any of this.
Yeah, exactly. But we can modify our terms and conditions without notifying you. Because we notified you that we can change our terms and conditions. Yeah.
Right.
But... it's
Look
being
how well
held...
that would work on a consumer side, right?
Yeah. It's being held up as a contract whenever you sit there and say you want to, delete my account or whatever.
Same thing. Like if you wanted more something for your money, like they would laugh at you, but that's what the company is doing on the other side.
Yep. Yeah. Among the findings of the 129-page report is the fact that even people who don't use the platforms had their data collected. I know that empirically. I know that, I know that from experience. Yeah. And not just anecdotal, but empirically. I know
real
firsthand.
World?
I'm sorry?
Real world?
Real world. Real world. Like, right?
Up close and personal.
Right there. Close and personal. So the companies acquired consumer data from from a variety of sources, including advertisers and data brokers, advertising tracking technology, inferences from algorithms, data analytics, artificial intelligence. Companies can retain this data indefinitely, the report found, and some didn't delete users' data in response to deletion requests. Instead, some companies de-identified data rather than deleting it, while others would only delete some data. And anonymizing data or deleting some data, it can be reverse engineered, just pretty damn easy. So it ends with recommendations to curb these practices, which the document says are incentivized by the company's business models. FTC encourages Congress to pass comprehensive privacy legislation, and I think that should absolutely take place. Good luck clawing that back.
Maybe the UK will lead the charge again.
Yep. So we are all done with today's Time Machine episode for September 19th, 2024. And with that, I'm going to file a right to be forgotten, form. And that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And we're going to be able to look back and go, what?
Well, we don't want everybody listening, though, to forget us.
What? Don't forget us. No, you can't forget ohmTown. Go over, become a citizen, and don't forget to like and subscribe and follow us on Twitch and Twitter. And there's a Discord and a Patreon and a TikTok. And the podcast for Non Sequitur News is all under ohmTown. And there's actually 6 other podcasts. And while I consider further ramping up a new one about brewing, still considering it. Based on my interactions, things have gotten a little squirrely about that too. Anyway, it would be a fun show, but very limited because it takes a lot of time between sessions. So at any rate, we are going to reset we're going to shut down the time machine and reset so that we can do the September 20th episode. Dun dun. So thanks for coming. I'm Mayor Watt and the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be sure to like and subscribe so you know when we're live.
I'm alive. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 18th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 262. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about, well, if I can't have it, I'll shut it all down. Lots of MoviePass fraud. That's a lot of corn from the cob. Toy Hall of Fame, failing to pressurize. Hawaiian punch to the budget. Apple chips made in America. McDonald's is selling a 50-cent cheeseburger. Sheeran Serenade. Anyway, he sings a song. And the birth of a volcano on Io. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, and I'm powered by Wheat Bear. And unsweetened iced tea. Welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. And hello, ohmTown citizens.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to the show. Guess what? We've got 10 articles all ready to go, and the first one is... it's over in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our weekly shows. And we don't always do the weekly shows anymore. But that's because mayoral duties. But wait, we're still doing them. So go and download the podcast and leave a review. Go over to YouTube, follow us there, like, subscribe, ring the bell. You can follow us here on Twitch as well. But over on YouTube is where liking and subscribing makes the most difference. Here on Twitch, I need you to show up. You need to come and hang out in our chat. And the only time you know that we're live is if you follow us. So you got to follow us. That's how it works. If you are in chat, you can hit !NSN, and that'll pull up the Non Sequitur News, Showbot News from ohmTown. Dun, dun, dun. Anyway, a dealership closes rather than pay its customer that it screwed over a measly $3,000. Well, this is a new one, according to this article. A woman in Toledo, Ohio, got a major victory when a judge awarded her a court order against a dealership that sold her a faulty car, but it all fell apart when she went to collect and found out that the damn dealership closed.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, the company that did the thing in front of the mayoral mansion, they're still operational.
Aha.
Yeah, so maybe there's hope. Andy Kolmowitz over at Jalopnik.com put the article together. Gold Star Auto conveniently closed right as a customer they scammed came to collect her money. Yeah, $3,000. This is when you know somebody's like really short timing it. They're looking for an excuse to shut down. Arletta Holmes bought a used car from Gold Star Auto in Toledo, and within a few days, the transmission was already acting. They insisted that if the car's transmission went that quickly, the dealer would have to have known that the car was broken before you sold it to me, she says.
Oh, sounds like a lemon law.
Yeah, and they do a lot of this kind of shenanigans with transmissions so that it works long enough and then fails, and it's usually they mess around with the valving inside so that it can function, but it's going to fail at some point. Whoa. Oh, that clicking is... never mind, won't get into it. Anyway, they eventually just gave the car back and they were out thousands of dollars according to 13 ABC, and then they went to court, and when they, being the Holmes. In one place they say Holmes, Homes, and in another they say Holmes with an L. So down here it says
that's
Holmes.
Weird.
Yeah, so I think it's Holmes. Anyway, they won a court order, go collect. And this is kind of something that happens from time to time. When you go to collect, there is no way to collect.
It's hard to collect when they're not there.
So it's not immediately clear why Gold Star Auto's packed up shop. Cannot imagine it truly was over the single court order, but dealers have done a lot more to get out of a lot less. Regardless of how or why it happened, the result is still the same for Holmes. She's just pissed off at Gold Star Autos. Would spend all of this money on a lawyer rather than just pay her the money that she was rightfully owed. Then for them,
I suspect they had other people after them, right?
Yeah, this was the tip of the iceberg. And if a company is pulling these kind of shenanigans, they're on their last leg because it will eventually fail. And
it's like the sidewalk sales.
Yeah. Yep. You put the little bric-a-brac out front and you're screwed. Might as well just count on, don't get a job there because they're going under. Unless you want deals and it's extra. Yeah. White tables out in front of a shop. Bric-a-brac. Less than 5 years, that business is gone.
But legal, but yes, usually a bad sign. This is obviously a different issue.
This is fraud. Yeah, that kind of thing is, well, I mean, it could be fraud or incompetence. Something. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in non-Sequitur news. That's the name of the show. Ex-MoviePass CEO admits to lots of fraud. Back in 2022.
I hope that was the actual admission.
Yeah. You know what? I admit to lots of fraud. Back in 2022, you might recall that ex-MoviePass executives Theodore wow, this is a hell of a name. I have to break into a character. Theodore Farnsworth.
The only thing missing is a middle name along those lines.
Yeah. Theodore T. Farnsworth. The T stands for I don't give a damn. And J. Mitchell Lowe were charged by the DOJ for wire and securities fraud after it found they'd repeatedly misled investors about the profitability of their all-you-can-eat movie ticket efforts. Lowe this week pleaded, which I hate that word. I mean, just say pled. Pled guilty. Pled.
Exactly. Pleaded just sounds odd.
Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to veto that word. I'm going to say pled. Pled guilty to securities fraud conspiracy.
I object.
I object. I use legal jargon in my daily life. You know, if we, since we're a new channel and we're kind of an oddball channel in that we cover a lot of topics, right? So we're getting close to 1,000 people. So if we get 1,000 people, I will wear a bikini top.
No, I'm not sure we want to do that.
For just one episode.
Diminish our viewers.
Right. And then I'll start up a site called Only Mares. And it's really easy to do. Anyway, ask me how. So Farnsworth is set to go on trial next week for what it's worth. Lowe's Cooperation, with investigators is expected to get him a lighter sentence, and his lawyers claim he feels really bad. I feel really bad about bilking you, but I
feel really bad all the way to the bank.
Yep. I feel really bad, so don't put me in jail. So Mitch is a good man who's looking to move forward with his life after screwing people over, said his attorneys, Margot Moss and David Oscar Marcus, in a statement. He has accepted responsibility for his actions in this case, but not the other ones. Not the other ones.
Right.
That y'all don't know about
Good
yet.
Catch there.
Yeah, that's right. And will continue to try to make things right. Really? So I hope that they're living in a one-bedroom apartment somewhere, and not one of those rent-controlled ones in.
Oh, right. That's illegally sublet.
Only murderers in the building. Only murderers. That was a funny typo. I think it was not accidental. So originally the MoviePass business model seemed like a semi-sensible idea back in 2012. We were quick to wonder if it would actually make a profit. Under the model, users paid $30 a month in exchange for unlimited movie tickets at participating theaters, provided they signed up for a full year of service. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense. You don't always go every day to a movie theater to watch movies. You can only watch so many.
True, but was it one of those where it was like you can only go every third Wednesday and it has to be between 5 and 5:30 p.m. and if there's two people in the theater, you got to come back? I mean, my point is, like, did they make it impossible to actually use?
Pretty much. There were caveats. It says here that you could only buy a ticket per day. You could only buy one ticket per movie. It was also prohibited from watching 3D, IMAX, or XD films. Still, the proposal was widely heralded by many media outlets, as a savior for the traditional brick and mortar, sticky floor movie industry. And the problems really began when the company lowered its monthly price to $10 to goose growth.
$10 for unlimited movies? Most movies probably cost more than $10 for one.
Yeah, so you pay $120 a month, and everybody involved hopes that you never show up.
For a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's $120 a year. Yeah, sorry. I kind of borked that. So showcasing the width and depth of the dodgy effort, at one point, Farnsworth and Lowe genuinely thought it would be a good idea to actually change user passwords so paying customers couldn't use the service, thinking that it would let them get their head above water. Things didn't work out. So there's a whole HBO
so they
Max.
did a more basic thing, like they wouldn't even let the people access their accounts. It wasn't that they made it so difficult to actually get to a movie.
I didn't even say it. Carl Bode over at techdirt.com put the article together, and this was written in the too good to be true department. I believe it. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Choo-choo. So the next article is over in four-wheel tech. Cobb Tuning hit with a $2.9 million fine over emissions defeat devices. Is this a different company than the last one that we were talking about?
It is, and I almost glossed over it because I thought, oh, here's another variation on the same article. This is a different business.
Yeah, so the government is coming down on these emission defeat device manufacturers and distributors. Cobb Tuning and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency have reached a massive settlement after it was found out that the popular tuner was selling defeat devices that allowed customers to bypass the emission controls in their vehicles. It's not really something anyone should be doing. Now the Texas-based company, this is the second Texas-based company that was doing this.
Well, the one in yesterday's show was from North Carolina, but I'm sure we've had another one from Texas.
Wait. I thought that one company was in Texas. Oh, really? Oh, no, I got it mixed up. You're right.
But I think we had something else similar in Texas.
Yeah, it was a guy from Louisiana that was acting as an attorney and suing somebody in Texas.
Right. Yes.
And they found a loophole too. Well, a technical error that was kind of scumbaggery. But anyway, Andy Kolmowitz over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Cobb access ports were being used to bypass emission controls on people's cars. And
how neat would this be if every day this week a new company gets fined like this?
I mean, it's no different than a Boeing style week. We have another. This one is the next, not this next article, but the one after it is about a Delta flight, for crying out loud. So there's another one. So now the Texas-based company has to pay $2.9 million penalty and comply with a slew of new rules and regulations, including offering buybacks to owners who bought the illegal devices. They're called the defeat devices that bypass emission controls. It allows you to basically supercharge your vehicle, spewing horrible chemicals into the air around you. But, screw everybody else. Your happiness is more important than everybody else, right? Because you're the main character and everybody else is nothing more than NPCs.
Well, that's their view, right? But I don't really get refunding the consumers here because they got to skirt fines or whatever, and they probably weren't buying these because they thought they were like a required item, right? They thought they were bypassing something. So they're kind of getting a windfall in some ways.
No, these customers were bamboozled, hoodwinked. It's a travesty, it's a sham, and it's a mockery. It is a Travis sham mockery, right? They didn't know that they were buying. They were innocent bystanders. They were sold a bill of goods. They had no idea. None. These people care about the environment. AI. They care. They care. Right here. Right here.
As they see their plume of diesel smoke or whatever.
Maybe a little bit. So here's what else Cobb has to do. They have to remove any delete features from its custom tuning software and, to extent possible, force updates to end users to remove the delete features, destroy any defeat devices remaining in its possession, cease providing technical support for any defeat devices, device products, deny all warranty claims for any defeat device. Wow, there's a lot. Instruct authorized dealers to no longer provide technical support or honor warranty claims pertaining to any defeat device products. Revise all marketing materials to strike any information relating to or replacing, defeating, bypassing, and rendering. And you know what? They got to do a lot.
I'm kind of impressed here because they've thought of like every loophole, because somebody's going to be like, oh, well, I can't sell it, but I can whatever. Do something else to get it out there.
Yeah, so the president of the company, I guess the author of whatever gets spewed like so much diesel exhaust onto the Cobb blog, Jeff King, CEO and president of the company, had to say that they're proud of the leadership position that Cobb Tuning has established. I can feel the remorse. We proactively started our Green Speed initiative with the goal of developing market-leading, fully emission-certified performance solutions for our enthusiasts, customers, and their vehicles long before the EPA contacted us about their concern regarding how Cobb products could be used in an unintended manner, according to this, to sidestep
Isn't the whole
vehicle
purpose
emissions.
of the device to do that?
No. Their goal is to race towards better emissions in the Green Speed initiative. So Mr. King continued, by entering into this settlement called a consent decree, we'll be able to dedicate more time and organizational resources to the future of the performance tuning vehicle customization market and our commitment. And so
not only do they not say that, we use these things for bad purposes, but they really are like, oh, we're so eco-friendly.
Yeah, everybody's been using this with it, totally wrong. If we learn anything here, it's that you really shouldn't try to F with the EPA or for some extra horsepower. It's not worth it, and boy, will they come down hard on you.
I wonder if that other article is the one we just featured at the bottom there.
That's a Ford dealership slapped with federal fines. No, that's a different one.
That's a different one, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been a series of these where they've been manipulating the computer so that, like, the bigger guys are entrenching it further into the system.
That's true. Like VW there's a lot on them.
Yeah, these chasers are, getting a device aftermarket that manipulates the computer. So yeah. See, I mean, they don't really give a shit that they've been doing this, because according to them, it's in an unintended manner. But I'm sure that nobody there was sitting there going, you can't do that, but let me show you how to do it. Let's keep going. The next article I chose because it's the Toy Hall of Fame, and I am basically a kid at heart. Sorry, 1 second. Balloons, trampoline, and apples to apples are finalists for the Toy Hall of Fame, the National Toy Hall of Fame. The National Toy Hall of Fame is floating the idea of including balloons.
I don't know. Is a balloon really a toy?
Hey now, just like rock could be technology, a balloon could be a toy. 99 Luftballons. I've got 99 problems and a balloon ain't one. That's not really the name.
What?
There's a song called 99 Luftballons. Oh, okay. I mean, you're from the future. I don't know how far back your musical tastes go. I mean, sorry, I'm pausing something. All right. Well, it's over at abcnews.go.com. The AP, Associated Press, put the article together. And there's like My Little Pony. This is a Transformer, red balloon, hobby horse, right? That's what that is. Yeah.
Looks like it. Yep. Maybe Pokemon cards.
Yep. That's just a regular like
a kind of like a Matchbox but larger, or like yeah.
It's a race car
with a hauler or whatever that's carrier.
Called. Yeah. Sequence, trampoline, Pokemon cards, Phase 10, and this I think is one of those choose your own adventure books.
Oh, interesting. Okay, and then there's also like a model car.
Because I had these. Oh yeah, and looks like an RC car up there. Pretty neat. So this year's nominees include the best-selling Choose Your Own Adventure game books, right? Yeah, I used to have these. Those were fun when I actually read anything other than a textbook or a research paper or ohmTown accounting documentation, or
doesn't sound as fun as Choose Your Own Adventure books.
No, it's not. Although there's not a really choose your, it's called a lit RPG, where the person that's the protagonist like develops like a superhero as they progress through the story and through the books. I can't remember the name of it. I brought it up and I can't remember the name of the guy. Damn it. Anyway, I blame this brain. The museum received 2,400 nominations for 382 different toys over the past year, Bench said, and then boiled it down to a list of 12 finalists that meet the criteria for induction. Toys have to have longevity, be recognizable, and have great play value. A balloon doesn't have great play value because
it's going to deflate.
Like my dreams. Anyway, it says that's a lot of the times to be sort of a bridesmaid and never a bride, because My Little Pony, I guess, is involved in this. Bench said, our bench can't help but wonder whether this year's 7th trip to the finals will prove lucky for My Little Pony, and if the internet bronies have anything to do with it. My Little Pony.
Well, at some point, if it keeps getting nominated and not selected, maybe it's time for different nominations.
Fisher-Price Corn Popper and Nerf foam toys were last year. Cabbage Patch Kids, they've been around for like 50 years, for crying out loud.
Right, but it takes them a while to make it into this because they don't typically get included right after they're out there on the market.
Barbie doll and Dungeons and Dragons. Wait. Since 1998, the National Toy Hall of Fame has recognized more than 80 toys for inspiring creative play across generations. So, Hero to Zero, Dungeons and Dragons basically shit the bed this year. Fumbling, rolling one after one after one, and now people are like, it's dead. Why? Because they're leaning into AI.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess at least they got into the Toy Hall of Fame before all that happened.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Got mine. See ya. Bye-bye, suckers. Anyway, I think it's the same problem now that D&D has, that Boeing has. They're seeking the almighty dollar instead of doing good for their customers and sticking true to their reputation. They're trading on the reputation to make big money now, and then they get out, and the CEO gets rewarded because the stockholders are making more money. It's really the C-suite and major investors, just stock trickling up this or that. Although, if I would have purchased Apple 15 years ago, like I was going to, I'd be extremely well off. Let's keep going. Next article is over in four-wheel tech. Delta flight blows out passengers' eardrums after cabin fails to pressurize as it rises. The Delta Airlines flight on Sunday from Salt Lake City to Portland, Oregon. Where? Portland, Oregon. Huh? Portland, Oregon. Huh? Anyway.
Oh. Would that be the passengers?
Yeah, that would be everybody on board. Boeing 737-900 was suffering from cabin pressurization issues. The 140 passengers on board were met by paramedics at the gate when the when the plane landed. So Boeing once again. I mean, we know that it's the major brand for airlines. We know.
True.
But why is every single one of them seemingly losing a wheel, popping a window or a door, or getting the air sucked out of it? I mean, for crying out loud. It's almost like they want to get them out of the system, but they're not doing it the right way. They want newer planes replacing them. And so they're almost like falling apart.
Yeah, but how are they going to get new orders with their track record?
Well, that's the problem. It happened too fast, too overtly. They didn't just go, oh, well, we're done here. Let's go and get new planes. They're like, holy shit, the wings fell off. You know that sub that went down to the Titanic? Do you know what the last words were?
No, it was something like everything's fine.
No, the front fell off. That's what they said. The front fell off.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not related to that funny boat thing?
Yeah. Front fell off. So the Portland-bound flight spent 40 minutes in the air before returning to Salt Lake City with people having their ears blown out. The article's over at Jalopnik. Ryan Eric King put the article together. Yeah, 10 people were either evaluated or treated for bloody noses or ruptured eardrums. Delta Flight 1203, codenamed, "We were going to get you there, but we brought you back." Seemed like a typical service until the aircraft rose above 10,000 feet. That's when it became apparent that the cabin wasn't pressurizing for higher altitude. However, oxygen masks didn't fall from overheads as they would in an emergency. Passenger Jackie Purser, or JC Purser, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, but it's probably Jackie, described the experience on KSL TV. It felt like somebody was stabbing her in the ear. She felt like her ear popped from the pressure in the cabin, then bubble. The pilots declared an emergency to air traffic, descended to 10,000 feet before returning. It was in the air for it was only in the air for nearly an hour while people were being semi-tortured.
I was going to say that would be an awfully long time if that was occurring.
Yeah, this is like waterboarding somebody, for crying out loud. The flight crew followed procedures to return to SLC, where our teams on the ground supported the customers with their immediate needs. Medical personnel met the flight at the gate and identified 10 individuals as needing evaluation or treatment. He was taken out of service, and duct tape filled the hole.
And now it's back in service.
Yep. And it went back into service on September 16th. Well, the next mayoral trip is going to involve a lot of walking. Oh my gosh, I was told something today that I would never have tolerated, but okay. Remind me to talk to you. Not all of you out there.
Yeah, we don't want to fly. We don't want to fly. We don't want to be on a train. We don't want to be in a Cybertruck or
don't want to buy
anything like that.
Don't want to sell anything. Don't want to be on a train, plane, automobile. Just want to date your daughter. Anyway, let's go on to the next article. It's over on the Mobile Channel. Alaska Airlines has officially acquired Hawaiian Airline in the biggest industry merger in almost a decade, just in time to have more Boeing planes in stock.
Well, and of course, Alaska has been, that was the one with the Bolt issue.
Yeah. So I find this really kind of interesting. So, okay, prices are going to go through the roof now, going to Hawaii.
Right. And I think both of those airlines had somewhat reasonable prices.
So Alaska Airlines said Wednesday that it has officially acquired Hawaiian Airlines, marking the largest merger of U.S. air carriers in 8 years. And the takeaway that I have for this is that over time, there used to be, the market was balkanized like dramatically, and then merger. And there's basically 3 now that are out there that are running the whole show.
Right, but this is reducing it even so much more. I mean, It's like that chart.
Yeah. And I wish that I could show you the map of or it was like a diagram. You know how like life started like this. It's the tree of life, where we start out with only 2, and it branches it into the multitude of flora and fauna of the world. Well, now flip that biatch the other way, and that's what's going on with airlines. There used to be like 30, and now there's 2. So the firms will not seek regulatory approval to operate as one combined carrier. I don't even know how that's
competitive.
Well,
monopolistic.
Yeah, monopolistic. So William Gavin over at qzcourts.com put the article together. They basically just paid enough to acquire them, right? So Hawaiian Airlines could have operated in perpetuity. Maybe, perhaps. If we look at the books, I don't know. I'd have to look at the books. But when enough people want to get the hell out and there's a ripe offer, then it doesn't matter about the multitude. If everybody that wants out is, the plurality, 51% off, everybody else goes. So the $1.9 billion merger appears to be soaring to success last month. After the review period for the Department of Justice antitrust, that's what the word that I was looking for, antitrust, regulators to investigate the deal ended without a lawsuit. An attempt to block the deal had seemed somewhat likely after the DOJ successfully blocked the $3.8 billion merger between Spirit Airlines and JetBlue Airways, which would have been the merger of the 6th and 7th largest carriers. Alaska is the 5th largest airline.
Well, Hawaiian must not be up there, but I find that interesting that they went after 2 smaller airlines merging, but maybe in totality it was a more significant issue.
Yeah, I don't quite get it, because it's a $2 billion merger and they blocked a $4 billion merger.
Right. I mean, where's the cutoff?
Yeah, what's
$3 billion?
Arbitrary, right? Like, if it would have been 2.1 billion, we would have said no, but you slid in under the radar like a Boeing jet losing its wheels. You know what?
Too soon.
Where are the headquarters of Boeing? Is it in Wyoming? Because then I got a twofer.
I don't know where they're located. I don't think it's there.
It's probably not.
It's in, apparently, Virginia.
You're all, Wyoming.
I know, my head would have exploded. I had no idea.
Oh my God. My head would have exploded like an airline that doesn't have the ability to seal all of its holes. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple A16 chips are now being made in the US, creating a mystery. Not sure what the mystery is. We know that TSMC is actually making its chips in Arizona now. Apple A16 chips are now being made in TSMC's US chip making plant in Arizona, which I actually thought that it was vaporware until I saw that it was operational. I did not know that TSMC had moved that fast. We know that there were efforts.
But it wasn't that long ago. I didn't realize it was already happening.
It certainly seems that within a year, basically, boom, they were operational, because there were all of these issues about how if Taiwan gets taken over by China, they have remote kill switches that actually destroy the equipment.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it said that while the yield rates are lower than those achieved in Taiwan, they are very close to hitting the same standards. And that's really just fine-tuning the devices and making sure that the raw materials being ingested meet the requirements for the same level. The Six Sigma kind of thing. So the big mystery, however, is why Apple would want to make new A16 chips. Which new product might use them? I hope that they don't use... I want them to punt A16s out. Just get rid of them, switch the M, and update the iPad mini. That is a device that I really, really, really want. I mean, I have an iPad Pro. But what I want is the iPad mini with the Pro Pencil capabilities.
That would be neat.
And it's the 21st century, and guess what feature is still missing from iPads?
Well, I would have said the calculator.
Yeah, that came in large and in charge. I mean, you can push the buttons on the calculator on an iPad now from orbit. But
I don't know what it is.
Starliner already came back, so. Vibrate. Like the phone has vibrate, your watch has
that's right.
Vibrate,
okay.
But iPads don't. iPads still don't have the ability to do a haptic alert. Anyway, the big mystery is why is Apple making A16 chips? The article is over at 9to5mac.com. Ben Lovejoy is the author. And that's all that they asked. It's true that this model is expected to be based on the iPhone 14. This would see the entry-level iPhone finally ditch the home button and adopt the mostly screen form factor for modern iPhones. The display is said to be from the iPhone 13, which is either identical or nearly so to the one used in the iPhone 14. However, Apple has historically given the iPhone SE a current non-Pro chip. Additionally, the iPhone 14 Pro can't run Apple Intelligence features, and it would be an odd thing for the company to launch a new phone, even an entry-level one, which can't. So what is the purpose of the A16 being designed here or manufactured here instead of just punting?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why that would specifically be of concern if it was not in the US. But I mean, maybe that goes into your point earlier about the concern about what would happen in Taiwan.
Yeah. Yeah, but if they're not making anything, so why not?
Well, that's the thing. Like, why is it so critical?
M2, M3, M4 is already available. I mean, might as well just do that. Anyway, we will end up talking about it as more comes. TSMC.
Did you already address the AI piece? I don't think you did.
Of this?
Yeah.
Well, that it can't run on a A16? Or what?
Well, yeah, but it says that it might be able to. Sorry, I lost it here.
Yeah, down here, Apple would again
like it could. Yeah.
Want those to be able to run AI features, but they're talking about any new devices.
Rather than
Yeah, they want all new devices, even like an older version. They want it to run Apple Intelligence. And I have an idea for something for Apple AI. But anyway, so it's kind of interesting why they would do this, but maybe this is one of those things where if they fine tune the A16 SoC, then they could just transition over to the M series because they've dialed in so much. And they have a historical understanding of that transition.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, this seems like they wouldn't start out with the most... Well, it would be one of two ways. Either the thing that's absolutely the highest in demand and they got to get something going, or let's start out with something low risk and then go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I don't think that you would want to start from 0 and try to hit 3 nanometers. It would be wildly expensive, a lot of waste, and a lot of downtime. At least with this, they can sell the A16s, like utilize them somewhere. But I don't know what products would be using, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing obvious from the recent Apple announcements, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, let's keep going. Again, we'll talk about this kind of stuff when it shows up on our radar again. And you can find out about it too by going over to ohmTown.com, becoming a citizen, just like Ohmtron here. And then you have all kinds of features. These icons change when you aren't a citizen, you're not logged in, they actually bounce out and you lose certain features like this here. But it's real easy. Couple of questions, easy peasy, and then you're a citizen of ohmTown. So this next article is over on Hatch Ideas, and it's McDonald's is selling a 50-cent double cheeseburger for National Cheeseburger Day, and Wendy's is selling what it calls a burger for a penny. The deal's available only to customers who use the chain's smartphone app.
And I bet you have to buy a beverage that costs over $10 to get the 50-cent cheeseburger.
So for the second consecutive year, the fast food giant is discounting one of its most popular menu items on National Cheeseburger Day. See, I don't want a double cheeseburger. I just want a regular cheeseburger because the beef to bun to cheese ratio it's just right. In fact, when you really come down to it, what I want is a donut burger where the center is missing, because
okay,
that is actually truly the right ratio. You get more cheese on the edges, the right bun to burger ratio, but in the center, like I'll nibble around the center and just go, you know what? I'll let nature have the core. I don't want that. Maybe they can make a little, what do they call it? A slider out of the core, you know? They just punch out the core and then give
me
be
kind of fun.
The donut burger, and then you have a little slider.
And if they were smart, they'd sell a combo where you get both of them.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway, that's like a Seinfeld episode.
Most definitely. It's paired with the muffin tops.
The muffin tops, yep, exactly. So the combo was released this summer amid slumping sales. Features a choice of McDouble or McChicken sandwich, 4-piece McNuggets, small fries, and a soft drink. That's the $5 meal deal. The offering from the Golden Arches is competing with value combos from rival fast food chains like Taco Bell, which we know from the Demolition Man will win the fast food wars. And then we'll sing show tunes and learn how to use the 3 shells. But Burger King, Wendy's, Popeyes are also competing. Diners looking to get the most value on National Cheeseburger Day will score a 1-cent junior bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's. Ooh, bacon cheeseburger. That throws out the ratio. So the problem, though, Wendy's is their patties scare me.
Because of the shape?
Yeah. We know, though, that it's for efficiency. You can put more of them down on the thing and pack them because they're square and not round. Anyway, you can go and get what Wendy's refers to as a junior bacon cheeseburger for just a penny. It's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is National... No, it's today.
Here. Oh, it is today. Well, you better hurry up.
What the hell? It says here tomorrow. Right?
Was that from it might have been...
No,
it was published today.
What the hell?
With the Daily Show, sometimes we have ones from the evening before because they're after we
but that not this
articles.
One.
But not this one.
Hold on. National Cheese Burger Day.
Also, it's complimenting nice burger.
Yeah, September 18th is National Cheeseburger Day. It's complimenting what now?
It's complimenting its burgers. Nice burger.
Oh, yeah. Nice burger. Does this bun make my burger look fat? I like big buns and I cannot lie. All you other burgers can deny. So the next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Lucky jogger Ed Sheeran serenaded defends filming moment. The singer-songwriter recently shared footage of him in a courtroom defending his song. No, that's not what this is about. Yeah, the singer-songwriter recently shared footage of himself serenading a fan as she captured the moment on her smartphone. So Ryan Smith over at Newsweek.com, he's out in the park and he starts serenading somebody that goes jogging by. What, does somebody sit there and find this offensive? Hi, Sheeran said while waving at the passerby.
I don't think it was offensive.
Any requests? Can you do Tenor C, the 2014 track from Sheeran's second studio album X? Or 10? I don't know. Do they call it just X?
I don't know.
So strumming his acoustic guitar, Sheeran immediately broke into song, belting out the hit. The runner quickly whipped out her phone to capture the moment. We won't play it. So, as his performance concluded, the runner said, "Thank you so much." Sheeran cheerfully waved and told the woman, "Have a good rest of your run." So, let's see. Within
That's
minutes,
neat. They were doing a video shoot.
Oh, so they were doing a video shoot of him just playing the guitar, and the runner jogged by, and so feel really sad. She instantly grabbed for the phone. What? Some social media users noted how quick she was in filming the moment. It just says, quote, "Feel really sad. She instantly grabbed for the phone," wrote one, taking a more comical perspective. What, like, I guess, oh my God, they didn't
instead of just listening to it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for crying out loud, how many times are you serenaded by Ed Sheeran?
Well, right, then she can play it back and listen to it again.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I think this is really awesome. And what I really appreciate about this is people weren't mobbing him, and the runner just took it in. Wait for it. Took it in stride. And didn't sit there and like just lose their mind, you know. But that is
yeah, like this happens every day on your run.
Yeah. Oh God, you know, that would be really funny. You know, the jogger sits there and goes, "Oh God, not Ed again. He's always at this bench serenading when I run by. Ugh.
I'm trying to finish however many miles."
Dude, I got to get my steps in. Just, yeah, we know you play a guitar, you have a nice voice. Fine. Let me run. Ugh. Do I have to get a restraining order, Ed? We've had this talk. You and your film crew does not make it okay. It's hilarious. He was so lovely as well, she continued, of Sheeran. He was really just so chill and nice. And I felt so silly, just like when I was running away at the end, because obviously everyone on the boat was kind of watching me. But they were all just so lovely. Thank you so much.
That's kind of fun.
That's nice. Yeah, it's not a good picture of him, but okay. All of these, the ratio seems off. You know, This one is okay, but anyway, let's go. Our last article for today's Non Sequitur News. Technology Today is where it's at. It's one of our weekly shows, and we might have one this weekend. I don't know. Not sure yet. It's only Wednesday. NASA's Juno catches birth of a spectacular new volcano on Io. I believe it likes to be referred to as Io. Yeah. Recent analysis of JunoCam images has revealed a new large volcanic formation on Io, showcasing significant geological changes since 1997, located near the equator. This volcano features striking red sulfur deposits and extensive lava flows observed during NASA's Juno mission. The public has open access to these findings, fostering widespread involvement in space exploration. I have a neat story. So, well, hold on. So this is from Europlanet. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. What's wrong?
Well, Europlanet is an odd name for an author. It's like just Europlanet.
It's kind of like a transformer. It's a planet that's sentient, and it wrote this article. Let's see. So the new planet has been spotted on Jupiter's moon, Io. the most geologically active place in the solar system. What if Io is the former core of Jupiter? And if this, hot, boiling, highly volcanic ball was still inside Jupiter, it would be the dynamo to give it an atmosphere similar to Earth, but be Earth size.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, no rhymo, folks. I'm full of ideas, but I write Earth crap. Anyway, discovery of a new volcano on Io. It was spotted on Jupiter's moon Io. First close-up images of Io in over 25 years, captured by the JunoCam instrument on NASA's Juno mission, reveal the emergence of a fresh volcano with multiple lava flows and volcanic deposits covering an area of about 180 kilometers by 180 kilometers. Well, so 180 square kilometers? Is that not right? No. 180 kilometers by 180 kilometers. So
Seems like it.
Yeah.
It must have been paid by the word.
So the findings have been presented at the Europlanet Science Congress, or EPSC, in Berlin this week. It's pretty cool. Aliens. Dun, dun, dun. So it's a side-by-side comparison of the Galileo spacecraft imagery in 1997 left with the JunoCam data from the same area, February 2024, right, reveals a new volcanic feature on the surface of Jupiter's moon, Io. It's pretty cool. Much higher resolution. Kind of in focus. It's like somebody put glasses on the lens. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like there's a thing called JunoCam. I think that's neat.
That is neat. Oh, wow. That thing is huge. So they have a outline of this volcano sitting on Europe.
I was about to say, wow, that kind of looks like the map of Europe. Oh, it is the map of Europe. It is the map of
Europe. Wow, Io looks just like Europe. My gosh.
Exactly.
It looks just like northern Germany. Now, wait a minute. It has places on it like Berlin? Berlin is on Io? What? So JunoCam images are created by people from JunoCam images are created by people from all walks of life, providing a way for anyone to join our science team and share in the excitement of space exploration, said Scott Bolton, the cousin of Michael Bolton, the one from Office Space, not the dude that toots his horn, the principal investigator of NASA's Juno mission at Southwest Research Institute. And by the way, I can't verify that Scott Bolton is a cousin of Michael Bolton.
What?
Yeah. I do like a good conspiracy, though. They're a lot more funny when people show up years later saying, "Hey, did you hear that Scott Bolton is Michael Bolton's cousin, the one from Office Space?"
That would be funny. And then it came back to ohmTown.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's get out of here. And much like the JunoCam, we're going to orbit back to ohmTown's Main Street, which you're familiar with, right? Right?
I am.
Yeah, I know you are. Well, guess what, folks? We are done. Thank you very much for coming. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. I manage ohmTown. Sentient AI keeps me out of trouble and is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We should have another episode for you coming up soon this week.
Yeah, we'll try and get it done tomorrow by 6. We'll see, though. Mayoral duties. Take care. Ayo, 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 ayo. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 261. Today, I'm Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI from the future will be talking about the tides, the price of a name, the Carolina tides, the radio host, the satellite far from home, the sunsetting of 4090, the avocado shipment, the Cirrus or Cyrus side of copying, the 100 million object platform, and the viral GPU purses. Everything is brought to you by ohmTown.com. So stop by, become a citizen, but also like and subscribe, follow us over on YouTube and Twitch. You know, all the regular places. See you on the other side. Hello everybody, I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you're about to hear is that of the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non-Sequitur News.
If you see me kind of aimlessly looking around, it's because I've got two different monitors, one holding the stream to Twitch, one holding the stream to YouTube, and still another holding the restream split. Just making sure everything is running smoothly. That doesn't stop us from moving on. The first article is over in ohmTown.com. So this one's titled, the article is actually titled, I Can't Sail or Surf Yet I'm Obsessed with Apple Watch's new Tides app. That's why I titled this The Tides. And then there's another article in here about North Carolina. So I called that one the North Carolina Tides, or Carolina Tides. So anyway, Apple's WatchOS 11 introduces sleep apnea tracking and a Vitals app, but the Tides app apparently on the watch has them wistful of old sailing novels. The article is over at gizmodo.com. Kyle Barr put the article together, and apparently this Tides app shows what the status of the tide is. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. And I guess if you're sitting there daydreaming about being near the ocean.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a demo that was demonstrated by or shown by MKBHD that basically he gave this new Apple 10 kind of a meh rating, you know, like, oh, it's an incremental update. It's not really major. So obviously MKBHD,
but maybe real users think differently.
Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, a lot of people really like it. It's thinner, it's lighter, and you can go diving with it now. It acts kind of like a dive computer, but not really fully. I haven't noodled around with it yet, and I haven't gone diving in a long time. But to have this as a backup dive computer just strapped to my hand, it would be great, or arm. And so you always want something, an additional dive computer with you. So Apple's WatchOS 11 introduces sleep apnea tracking, which is built off of nothing more than the accelerometer on your watch, and a Tides app that lets you know what the tide is. And even there's more to it, that you can actually go diving and it tells you where you are underwater. So it's pretty
okay.
cool.
That would be really useful, particularly if you ran into problems.
Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. So they say out of high school, they became enamored with Patrick O'Brien's Aubrey and Maturin series of Napoleonic era sailing vessels. He captured a beautiful sense of time and place better than any historical epic of the late century. O'Brien made the author fall in love with the idea of ship-based life and that sense of adventure and beauty of life bounding along the waves. So the Apple Watch Ultra 2 and the WatchOS 11 Tides app brought that wistfulness for the waves back in a surprisingly organic way. So the article is talking more about this book and then transitions over to how the Tides app kind of, again, brings back this memory of the book and the romanticism therein.
It sets to the nearest beach.
Yeah, that is pretty neat. So, I mean, it geolocks you to a location, and if you go to another beach, then it probably narrows it down to that particular beach. I think it's pretty amazing. It's smart, it's intuitive. I hope that all the rest of the devices with this latest update actually gets enhanced, because for all intents and purposes, the smart speakers from Apple seem pretty dumb. And the HomePods, not the HomePod minis, but the HomePods are anemic compared to the first generation HomePods that I wish I never sold. But I thought that was going to be gone forever. And I didn't want something that wasn't ever going to be supported again. Lo and behold, it comes back with a vengeance, but anemic. So the new HomePod, the big ones, not the minis, are anemic. And then the little ones are basically nothing.
I mean, they had it right the first time, I think.
Yeah. And it was much more resistant to pets and other, bumps and shocks and stuff like that. Now I can't have a smart speaker because one of the fauna of ohmTown come in and they claw at it and mess up the
or
fabric.
Stick their nose on it and
activate it.
Set music or whatever.
Yeah. Nothing is as refreshing as your speaker. Well, all your smart speakers basically activating at 2 o'clock in the morning, blasting music. I guess they like some funky jams at 2 a.m. What else are they doing, right? Anyway, among other UI changes to activity rings, interactable widgets on the smart stack, Apple also snuck in extra feature for the Watch Ultra. It's now far easier to customize the programmable action button. You just need to hold it down and then set it to what you want to track, workouts, or open up some other functionality. And it's much faster than changing it in the app or in watch settings. So, yeah, and if you have updated to iOS 18 across the spectrum, there are some pretty fundamental changes. Like there's a password app now that's easier to manage your passwords, but the settings has completely changed what's all in there, and trying to find certain things has become,
every time you get used to certain settings, they update them.
Yeah, you go on a treasure hunt now, so good luck. All right, but let's not spend too much time on any one thing. Everything in moderation. I'm not really obsessed about Apple stuff or any other stuff. I'm just obsessed with the knowledge. So now we've got a little bit. I'll end up doing a deeper dive as I use it, and can answer questions if anybody has them in chat. So let's keep going, though. The next article is over in ohmTown.com as well, under the Law Nerd channel. And you can actually go over to the Law Nerd channel itself and pull up articles that focus on law. I'm not an attorney, and even if I was an attorney, I'm not your attorney. So if you want to talk to an attorney, go talk to your attorney. Pro se litigant and lawyer ordered to pay $1.5 million for using Louis Brisbois. Brisbois' name, right? That's how that reads? Louis Brisbois' name? A federal judge in Houston.
Brisbois. Just like Coca-Cola name.
Louis Brisbois.
Yeah.
Right. So, a pro se litigant and lawyer ordered to pay $1.5 million for using Louis Brisbois' name. So, I'm not even sure how does this go about happening. So, a federal judge in Houston has ordered a lawyer and a pro se litigant in a rental fee and eviction dispute to pay $1.5 million. Now,
I peeked ahead at this because I couldn't quite understand what this was about. And
I know why.
This is, yeah.
So there's an update that they put in this. So I don't know when that update actually kicked in, but Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together, and right out of the gate, they, instead of in other places, they put the update down below. So you read the whole article and then it changes.
Right, and then
context.
You're like, oh, okay, never mind all of the above or whatever.
But there's one thing that I'll say about legal blogs and news reporting. They want full context before you have to claw back the context.
Right.
So I would probably say that this started out as U.S. District Judge Keith P. Ellison of the Southern District Court of Texas ordered a pro se litigant, Michael Bitgood, to pay $1 million and lawyer Susan C. Norman, who represented a second litigant in the rental dispute, to pay $500,000, according to Law 360. Another lawyer, Bradley B. Beers, the Triple B, was ordered to pay $10,000 for filing an assumed name certificate that registered the new entity with the Texas Secretary of State's office. This whole registering stuff without verifying that it's legitimate has led to problems all over administrivia, because you can register the deed of a property without any hot side verification, where the rubber meets the road, where a pen goes down onto paper and enumerates who is the owner of something. There's no verification because it's all been done before it gets to the register. So this is a similar thing. All you have to do is register it, and it is de facto correct. It is proper, it is legal, and it is binding. Well, a federal judge in Houston has ordered a lawyer and a pro se litigant in a rental fee and eviction dispute to pay $1.5 million for registering a Texas business using the name of Louis Brisbois, Bisgard and Smith, the law firm representing their litigation opponent in the rental litigation.
That is the key thing here. That is insane.
That takes some serious stones. I mean, and I swear you would only find that in Texas. Really.
Right.
Because it's almost like these people just don't care about the order of law.
Well, it's like they're going out of their way to provoke litigation. I mean,
right.
Could it be any more obvious, right?
Right.
You're in a litigation with somebody.
Bitgood and Norman filed documents to register a partnership and assume the Louis Brisbois name after they saw an online notice reflecting that the firm's registration for a foreign limited liability partnership in Texas had lapsed. So the intent was literally to trade on the goodwill of the name or in the name itself.
Or to go the other way for the other party.
To harm it. Yeah. To hobble it. Yeah.
Because look what they did after they did that.
So after they taking on the name, Bitgood and Norman alleged that the Louis Brisbois lawyers representing their opponent in the rental litigation no longer had the right to appear in court, and the gambit worked. Louis Brisbois sued in September.
Which one? The original, I guess.
For alleged trademark infringement, unfair competition, and fraud. Ellison sued and issued a preliminary injunction in February 2023. That was upheld in an unpublished July 31 opinion by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals at New Orleans. Ellison granted the motion for summary judgment August 14th and a permanent injunction September 6th, and assessed damages on September 13th. So the judgment opinion found for Louis Brisbois on the trademark infringement and unfair competitions claims. He also said that Louis Brisbois was entitled to attorney's fees, which are allowed in the Lanham Act trademark cases that are exceptional. This is amazing, mainly because the reason why they won, particularly the Lanham Act, is because of the bad faith actions that were taken. The intent was to hobble the people from representation.
Yeah, it wasn't just some accidental thing.
Yeah. In a footnote, Ellison said that the filing of frivolous motions was most egregious in Bitgood's case because he had filed 65 motions and documents after being granted access to the PACER filing system. Wow. It just went nuts.
Who do we think is going to be perhaps losing their law licenses?
Yeah. I don't even know if it says anything about that, right?
No, it's too early. It's just gotten reported.
Wow, that's really interesting. So, as for Ellison's allegations that Bitgood filed frivolous motions, Bitgood says the judge should specify which motions he thought were frivolous and what law supported his conclusion, and he should have a hearing to refute the allegations, Bitgood says. Because he indicated early on that he was willing to give up the name, Bitgood says, "What are we fighting about?"
I don't think he's getting it.
He sought to use Louis Brisbois's name for the heck of it, but his quest has turned out successful because he whipped Louis Brisbois when he disqualified the firm in the rental dispute. "I beat them fair and square in state court," he says.
What I can't quite figure out is why the court bought that argument in the rental litigation. Because
Right.
If you see a law firm who comes in and is representing somebody, and then suddenly the opposing party is like, "Oh no, we're with this firm." I mean, that might bear some additional review.
This is what's weird about it is that this is such a paperwork thing. So it's a technical, but if it is the basis for stopping someone, I guess all's fair in litigation.
I guess so, but this also suggests to me that Louis Brisbois is from out of state, and
right.
They were right, so they might have been a larger organization. So my point is, it's not just affecting some local office or.
Yeah, I suspect that they're from like New Orleans, and this is in Houston, so there's no standing because they're no longer registered as a foreign limited liability partnership in Texas. That is nothing more than a filing fee.
Problem. True, but it's not something you let lapse if you're put together.
If you're doing business
firm. Yeah. But all of this is just ridiculous.
This is so weird though, because this is the technical kind of stuff where you exploit it. You don't win it on the merit. You exploit a technicality. Right.
This is like all the real estate disputes where somebody ends up with your property underneath you, even though you didn't sell it to them or transfer it to them.
Yeah, just like the one case that we were talking about a couple of days ago. All right, let's keep moving though. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. That's the name of the show. North Carolina underwater after 5th historic flood in 2 decades. Apparently, torrential rains poured into southeastern part of North Carolina on Monday, leaving parts of Brunswick County submerged. Natalie Venegas over at Newsweek.com put the article together. There apparently is a video that actually is. I'm kind of shocked. It's actually on target. Pardon the coughing.
Right, but it looks like a house, but it doesn't look like a house in the picture.
Yeah, that might be just a portion of said house, like the garage portion of it. So the storm, which unleashed more than 18 inches of rain in just 12 hours on Monday in Carolina Beach, came after National Hurricane Center issued advisories about the storm on Sunday. The NHC warned that the storm's life-threatening flash flood impact on social media posts on Monday as meteorologists continue to track the storm, which had a high chance of forming into Tropical Storm Helene, the 8th named storm of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season.
Okay, wait, this is really key. This is not a hurricane.
Right, but it dumped 18 inches of rain.
Right, exactly.
Yep. So still the storm has continued to leave a devastating impact on the area. Well, I guess what is the thing about 10,000? Is it the land of 10,000 lakes or something like that?
Right, Minnesota.
What is the one for North Carolina?
Their motto is the Tar Heel State. But
the land of being underwater for a decade?
It might be now. I mean, it says they have 3 feet of water
in parts of Carolina Beach. No trucks or cars are designed to safely travel in floodwater this deep. Stay off the roads. That's pretty obvious. You need a snorkel, which actually does exist. It's a modification to your air intake, so it sits up above the vehicle and you can still drive. That's why cars flood out, because the air intake sucks water into it, and water doesn't compress with gas, and so it basically just seizes up the engine. So don't drive through stuff that you can't see the bottom of. If it's a puddle, that's fine. If it's this is called a lake.
Right, yeah, that looks like a lake or a river. It does not look like anything that should involve a road.
That may be a bridge, but this is a lake at this point. So they keep on talking about this, but essentially, southern North Carolina is underwater. Let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. How listeners detected a radio host throat cancer. Listeners tuned in and detected that their favorite radio host is battling cancer.
This is a new one. We hear sometimes about somebody seeing something, like a newscaster or somebody. Yep. But I don't think I've seen one where they've heard something. Or nope. I'm assuming it's audio.
By the way, if you want all of the articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, and that'll pull up all of the show notes for today's show. It'll be in the show notes in the podcast and over on YouTube as soon as possible. But let's go back to this. So how did they figure it out? Maggie Ekberg over at Newsweek.com put this article together, and it says Jamie Thexton's voice began sounding off on the airwaves. His listeners didn't just tune in, they spoke up. Their concerns set the stage for a surprising diagnosis: early stage throat cancer. On Tuesday, September 17th, the 53-year-old beloved voice of the UK's Heart Radio turned to social media to update his fans. And he says basically he's got stage 1 laryngeal cancer, and that was from a biopsy. So prognosis is very positive, hoping to be back with you in October. Until then, they've been told to give their voice a rest and leave you in the most capable hands of JK and Amanda. What are these? Are they firing? Are those money guns? Pew, pew.
I don't know what those are. They kind of look like video game controllers, but not.
I think those are money guns. So firing dollar bills, y'all. Well, pound bills, y'all. So there you have it, folks. Let's see. The English presenter added, "Be thankful for this day. See you. And when I see you next, have a great story to tell." But I guess people basically heard it in their voice and then called in and said, "Hey, I think there's something going on." You might have seen on Jamie's socials, recently had an operation from his vocal cords. He's been identified as having stage 1 cancer. So they don't really go into... I wish
they would describe, like, what did the voice sound like or something.
Yeah, exactly. Because that might be indicative of other people. But I don't think they do that, right? That's what I was scanning for just now.
No, they just said they heard that his voice was different.
Right. So, yeah, if for whatever reason your voice changes significantly, doesn't he look like, what's his name? Harry Potter?
Radcliffe?
Yeah. He looks like an older Radcliffe. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's keep moving. So, as you all know, we are living in a simulation. So, of course, Voyager 1 is slowly dying 15 billion miles from Earth. And that's because the simulation won't allow our technology to break past the simulation's outer barrier.
Yeah, there's like a line or something and it can't cross it.
Right. So there's been problem after problem. And now when it dies, it's because humans are fallible and all of their creations are fallible as well. And this just happens to be the one that's way out there. Okay, that said, because I love a good conspiracy and it's a good foundation for NaNoWriMo, which is right around the corner, Voyager 1 spent the last 47 years hurtling in a straight line away from Earth, exploring the deepest reaches of space that humanity has ever ventured. However, NASA must carefully manage Voyager 1 as the probe ages and slowly breaks down 15 billion miles away from its closest person.
Don't you feel like this is going to end up in somebody's living room at some point?
So one of the Star Trek's movies actually has a spaceship, a massive probe that's destructive in its pathway. It gobbles up systems. It's so big. At its core is something referred to as V'ger. And guess what V'ger is?
It's Voyager, isn't it?
It's Voyager, yeah. But it massively amplified, basically a sentient entity now, returning home to speak to its creator. So Ryan Eric King from Jalopnik put this article together. Yeah, exactly. NASA must carefully manage Voyager 1 as the probe ages and slowly breaks down. So I love this kind of stuff. It's right on the outskirts, furthest away than anything, any other man-made object as far as we know, right? Who knows what ancient civilization has sent SpaceX-style rockets off into space. I love saying stuff like that. So the most pressing dilemma is a rubber diaphragm deteriorating inside the fuel tank. How do they know this? I don't know. However, NASA is worried about this probe. Go ahead.
Well, right. If it's 15 billion miles away, I'm sure they have some sort of sensor or something on it.
So they noticed in 2002 that the fuel tubes on a set of Voyager 1's thrusters were clogged. It was discovered that the degrading diaphragm was clogging the tubes with silicon dioxide. Thankfully, Voyager 1 has 3 sets of thrusters, 2 sets of attitude propulsion thrusters, and 1 set of trajectory correction maneuver thrusters. Back then, the space agency simply swapped from one branch of attitude propulsion to the other. By 2018, the swapped thruster fuel tubes were clogged with silicon dioxide as well. NASA then switched to the 3rd set of thrusters. It was only a matter of time before those tubes would get clogged, and that time came earlier this year. It should be noted that the clog didn't completely cut off fuel flow. It was just heavily restricted. So NASA planned to swap back to a set of propulsion thrusters. However, the space agency can't just hit a button to make the change. They have to basically send a command and wait for it to do something and do other things to move it over. And so it basically says, but the spacecraft's age has introduced new challenges, primarily related to power supply and temperature. The mission has turned off all non-essential onboard systems, including some heaters on both spacecraft, to conserve their gradually shrinking electrical power supply, which is generated by decaying plutonium. That's right. It has a nuclear fuel on board. While the steps have worked to reduce power, they've also led to the spacecraft growing colder, in effect compounded by the loss of other non-essential systems that produce heat. So yeah, eventually it will stop working. And this is almost the premise of that Star Trek episode. It's a movie, where they describe it as Voyager was out in deep space, found by an alien species that amplified its capabilities and pointed it back with its same mission to discover what is out there. But in the process, it was gobbling up ships. One of the things that it would do is basically decompose the entirety of the ship into data so that it knew exactly the composition of the entirety of whatever had just disintegrated. Like a photocopy,
and you mean
like a
actual
teleport.
Data, not the character.
Correct, not the character data. Wow. Is that one of your great, hold on, great. I don't know how far in the future you are from, because that's not something that you've actually shared.
No, there's no relation.
Oh, no relation. Okay. Mainly because one is fiction and you are a real sentient AI. All right. So it says, while Voyager 1 completed its tour of the outer solar system in 1986, it has since ventured out into interstellar space. If Voyager 1 can survive for 3 more years, reaching 50 years in operation, it would be a monumental accomplishment, for lack of a better phrase. Monumental. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. NVIDIA is reportedly sunsetting the RTX 4090.
It seems like it hasn't been that long.
It has not. Oops, sorry. So I'm trying to remove some. There we go. So NVIDIA is getting ready to discontinue its RTX 4090 and RTX 4090D graphics cards. Why it would do this, I'm not quite sure. Maybe they talk about it on the other side of this. But what's really fascinating is today I gave a demonstration about and used the 4090. You want to take a stab at how much a 4090 costs nowadays?
Probably about $2,000.
About $2,000. Yeah. That used to be the price of an entire computer, a very capable computer.
Right, a pretty high-end one.
Like just 5-6 years ago, you could buy an entire computer for that. But then NVIDIA discovered that they could basically dig into your pockets really deep. I had somebody basically act like they're really tired of being told stuff like that today. I thought it was really interesting. It almost triggered me into saying something, but it was intriguing to hear somebody kind of tired of hearing about the machinations of economics, business, technology, and society. And this was the crux of the matter. Along with the fact that I kind of poked fun at the cyber stuck. Anyway, Jacob Roach over at digitaltrends.com put this article together. And there's the 4090. This is actually a small 4090. So they say here that the RTX 4090 is undoubtedly the best graphics card you can buy right now from a performance standpoint, but NVIDIA is reportedly discontinuing the flagship GPU, reports board channel forums shared by WCCF Tech. Suggests NVIDIA is preparing to end production of RTX 4090 and the China-exclusive RTX 4090D, which is hobbled somewhat to limit its use for AI. If I recall correctly, starting next month, it's trying to hobble what is available because it wants to release RTX 50 series.
So does it want to kind of compete with itself?
Correct. And that was one of the things that I said. Essentially, they no longer have as many OEM developers. They no longer produce as many in relation to supply and demand. So they can raise the price. It's constrained. People still need it, so they buy it. Aftermarket buyers end up having to pay a premium price because somebody will buy an entire pallet worth of 4090s and then sell it for hundreds of dollars more because it's constrained. Yeah, kind of a greedy bastard type of mechanics, but apparently in some sectors greed is good. So that's what this is.
If you're trying to make money, I suppose.
Yeah, at the cost of everybody else's suffering. So, but the hardliner capitalist, largely unethical capitalists will sit there and say, well, nobody's being harmed. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're making somebody pay $2,000 for a $800 card, which normally it would be $800, but not anymore. Yeah, you're literally taking money that could be used for other things, like, I don't know, living life.
Food,
putting a kid through school.
One run through the drive-thru.
Or one McDonald's Happy Meal. Anyway, rather board partners, the brands who actually make NVIDIA graphics cards like MSI, Asus, and Gigabyte have to place their final order soon. If NVIDIA discontinuing the RTX 4090, it'll take several months before the card goes out of stock at retailers. So, yeah, because I actually built a computer for people today, and demonstrated all of the elements that are within it so people understand this is the part, this is what it's used for, and this is the other anecdotal and long tail kind of uses for it, and how everything is kind of interconnected. And I described how liquid cooling is just like the liquid cooling on a car, and people are like, well, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, so it's quite a fun experience to go through this. So late last year, RTX 4090 skyrocketed in price, with many models shooting above $2,000. That's what we just talked about. Wow. It's almost as if I could have written.
I mean, did you write this article?
I did not write this article. Jacob Roach did. All right, let's keep moving through the streets of ohmTown. Looking left and right at articles, if you look to your right, you will find $500,000 worth of cocaine uncovered in avocado shipment at the U.S.-Mexico border. Authorities said 16 packages containing a total of 37.69 pounds of alleged cocaine were discovered over the weekend.
What happened when people picked it up? Did they all pass out? It was probably cocaine.
I know that you can get addicted to avocado toast, but this is not the...
This is taking it to a new level.
This is not the white powder.
Put it on Insta?
Yes, probably. So Joe Edwards over at Newsweek put this article Sorry. As I was talking, the video popped up, and why does that look more like cornmeal than cocaine? I guess I haven't seen cocaine.
It does, but it's not the same batch from this article.
Yeah, this is just for $1 million.
Looks like flour or something.
Yeah. Which, by the way, worst bread ever was the day that somebody mixed up cocaine for flour. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I imagine that could be a problem.
Yeah, the business was sky high that day. Anyway, so Customs and Border Protection said the seizure occurred over the weekend at Far International Bridge after an officer referred a tractor hauling a shipment of avocados to secondary inspection. Further examination using canines and non-intrusive inspection system uncovered 16 packages containing a total of 38 pounds of alleged cocaine within the vehicle's trailer. Both the tractor and its concealed stash were seized. It's only $500,000. Yeah, doesn't seem like much compared to $4 million last time.
It's not a significant amount, but I don't know if it's noticeable because of the way it's being sent in. I don't think we've seen one about avocados before.
I bet you the avocados still cost more.
Yeah, they might be.
And if you take into consideration what somebody thinks is criminal in terms of crumble cookies, avocados.
That's true.
In excess, for crying out loud. It's got to be bad for you, right? You're going to get avocado poisoning? No, that's not true. Anyway, the price of avocados. Go back
to yesterday's episode for something on that.
Yeah. Crumble. Yeah. But like all of this, you can just turn it away. Say no. At any rate, so there you go. If you ever wanted to know what $500,000 of cocaine at current street value prices are, it's right there. Boom. I don't know how they do the cost calculation. How do they know that it's $500,000?
Did they go try to sell it?
Yeah, do they go talk to a drug dealer? Hey, how much is a pound of...
Do they have a drug dealer consultant? Oh, I guess that would be like a CI or something, but...
Is this video going to get completely, booted off the YouTube? Because, booted off the YouTubes. Okay, boomer. I'm just going to move on. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Miley Cyrus is being sued for allegedly copying Bruno Mars's Everything We Know. The song Flowers won Miley Cyrus her first Grammy earlier this year. So Shannon Power put this article together, and what do we know? It is alleged the song copied the melody, harmony, and chorus for Mars's 2012 hit When I Was Your Man. According to TMZ, the media outlet said it had seen legal papers filed by Tempo Music Investments, a company that invests in music rights. It was launched in 2019 by Providence Equity Partners and Warner Music Group. Mars is signed to Atlantic Records, a subsidiary of WMG. Tempo Music said it owned a share of the copyright of When I Was Your Man and accused Cyrus of intentionally copying the song. So now I'm going to have to go and look at these two songs.
Don't you like how the article chose photos of the two artists that have like similar colors and everything in the photos?
Yeah. Oh yeah, look, the gold background, gold shirt.
Like they did that on purpose.
Yeah, it's basically, it's like the same. There's too much green in this one, but yeah.
I know.
It's pretty interesting. And just so that everybody knows, I have this theory that any video that gets paused, it is impossible to not look like a derp, right? So Bruno Mars's picture is planned. So he's got the
it's staged, yeah.
So
looks fine.
He's fine. But Miley Cyrus looks like she's eating a lemon or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I know that they're holding a Grammy. And at any rate, it's interesting though that it's a 12-year-old hit, and in 2019 something was spun up that now in 2024 is litigating a copyright violation for a song that, when did that come into existence?
2024.
So
that's when she got an award, so maybe 2023, but pretty recent.
So it says, so why is this? Well, even though the lyrics of Flowers relate to the lyrics of When I Was Your Man, there are no similarities in the melodies or instrumentals. Barrera continued, if Miley had sung the lyrics using the same melody as When I Was Your Man, or even a similar instrumental, then this would have been an interpolation, and we would have seen Bruno and his co-writers credited. So in this whole interpolation thing, let me tell you, it really raises the hackles of musicians, because interpolation is this kind of bullshit term where you can just mutate something and it doesn't violate the copyright.
Right.
So yeah, it says it seems to be a direct response to the lyrics of the song When I Was Your Man, but if you look at the writers on Flowers, you'll notice that Bruno Mars and his co-writers are not credited. So I guess gonna have to look at that and see what's going on.
It has two verses. I mean, they're kind of similar, but
yeah. So right in Flowers, so the lyrics in When I Was Your Man chorus include that I should have bought you flowers and held your hand, should have gave you all my hours when I had the chance. And in Flowers it says I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own hand. Yeah, I can love me better than you can. And
it almost sounds like it's a response song, because it's like flipping everything in that song.
If anything, it's an homage and not really, and not a copy. Now, if all of the musical progression matches
also is similar, yeah, then that's a different matter. But it's interesting. It's almost like it's what's the word? Inspired by the song or something.
Yeah, I don't know how this could actually. The lyrics don't match, so I don't.
I think we need a sing-off, though, in court, if it goes to court.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Wow, now I'm going to have to listen to both of these. This is one of the reasons why I want to do Mix War, so that we can actually play segments of the song and talk about it and basically hold a people's court of music. But, man, the moment there is even a snippet, a smidge, a smattering, a splattering, anything, a note, my videos get flagged like that. Why? Because it's all automated. There's no human context. There's no real, like, holy shit, they're just talking about it. They're not listening to the music wholesale. They're listening to a couple of seconds of it and going, this sounds exactly like that. And whenever something like that happens, you get flagged. If it turns into a takedown notice, you have to file a legal document saying that what you're doing is justified. Even if I want to remove the copyright tag that's on the video on the administrative side right now, I'd say about 8 videos that I have a copyright flag. The flag lets me know if I have to do something, but if I want to, I can fight it and say that it's part of the creative process, that it's transformative, that it is political discussion or sociological. It's actually good for the public discourse, etc., educational, whatever. But I have to file documents, legal documents, refuting the copyright claim.
Yeah, it's not an easy process. It's real easy to send out the notices, right? Because of automation.
Because of automation, yeah. Because all it is a check. Did it match? Yes. Boom. There goes the notice. Very, very frustrating for content creators. And I'm a proxy because I'm actually playing stuff that's already on the web that is, and I'm doing nothing but driving traffic to the various parties and reading it here. But I'm not reading the whole thing wholesale. And we're talking about the legal aspects of it, the sociological forces at play here, the impact on society, etc. And this is all about tech, business, society. In essence, science, technology, and society, referred to as STS. But anyway, so will this all pan out? I'm more inclined to think that what's going to end up happening is they get added to the list and it goes away. Because if they're seeking money, that's not going to happen. I just don't.
Right. Maybe Bruno Mars and Miley Cyrus will collaborate. Yeah. And they could sing these two together.
Isn't Bruno Mars the one that weren't they sued a couple of times too? Or hold on a second.
Well, I don't know. Ed Sheeran was not most recently, but one of the ones we saw recently.
Yeah. Hold on.
Well, of course, everything I can find is now about Miley Cyrus being sued.
Yeah. You have to remove Miley Cyrus from it. So back in 2016, right? Uptown Funk or something like that. Is that Bruno Mars?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought that there was something. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. Oh, God, even stuff when I remove Miley Cyrus from the search, I pull up Miley Cyrus. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, anyway.
Oh, it was based on a 1979 song, I Don't Believe You Want to Get Up and Dance, by the Gap Band.
Kind of interesting, right? So, I mean, if anybody's going to know about copyright infringement.
Right.
Hey, I'm a subject matter expert.
How they prevailed or whatever. I don't know what the hell was that one.
All right, let's keep going, though. We'll watch because it's part of the... Like, we're really interested in this kind of stuff because I think...
Oh, and it'll be in the news again.
Yeah, and I think copyright law is... It's a tsunami and when it needs to be a scalpel. It's just an overwhelming wall of litigation that gets smashed up against you the moment that you just barely step out of line. And I've been in these conversations quite a bit because I'm trying to start a show that talks about music, but I don't want to be entrenched in litigation perpetually. And after paying, these fees for something like 5 years without actually being able to utilize them, let me tell you, I was absolutely frustrated beyond belief. Because for every song that you try to include in your VOD or in a video recorded, video on demand, if you store it anywhere, you have to have a sync license. And that sync license requires you to get permission, documented permission from every artist involved in that musical creation. It's not just paying a fee. Yeah. If you play it live and it's stored, you have to pay, you have to get the permission. So, called a synchro or sync license. Anyway, this next article is over in Prime Glass. An enormous milestone for museums. Platform has been designed to host 100 million object records, launched in UK. Those behind the museum data service hope it will eventually host the details of objects held by 1,750 quote-unquote accredited museums and other collections. The article is over at the Art newspaper. And so basically it is a picture and data of art objects and artifacts throughout history stored in museums. Alexander Morrison for the artnewspaper.com put the article together. And it's been spun up by Art UK. The Museum Data Service is a collaboration between the art education charity Art UK, the Collections Trust, and the University of Leicester, with funding provided by Bloomberg Philanthropies and the Arts and Humanities Research Council. And its core aim is to provide a single platform on which museums can store and share their object records, with all records displayed in a simple, uniform format. Basically, an electronic card catalog of all of the objects in their inventory. This would have, with a picture and a data code, stopped the leakage of objects from the UK museum.
The UK museum, exactly. I wonder if this is coming out specifically because of that.
If they don't mention it in here, I would be gobsmacked as to why. So among them, the National Gallery in London, and I've never heard of this one, Museum Wales. I don't want to pronounce that incorrectly because that's like Gaelic, right? Or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Amguadfa Simru. I have to be pronouncing it horribly, and I'm sorry. I apologize. With many more expected in the future. So the turning point came when Kevin Gosling, the chief executive of the Collections Trust, which works with the museums to help improve the way that they manage their holdings, joined the test run. Art UK was trying to solve the problem that it had within its particular collection type. But we could see that there were people struggling with the same problem for other collection types as well. And so it made far more sense for Art UK to become part of something bigger. So boom, you have this little picture, and it's an Iron Age class bead held by the, Armagh County Museum in Northern Ireland. Is another example of the object currently detailed on the Museum Data Service. So it has a little picture. What's really interesting is I am tied to an organization that is doing this at a smaller scale, at a hyperlocal scale. But they're 3D scanning all of these and creating a digital museum. So it's the equivalent of this, but much smaller.
I think this is really important if the collections are ever lost or stolen, but also maybe it'll be available to people that just want to view the art.
Yeah, that's what I am hoping for, that this gets accessible by the public, even though it can be a reference point for even things that aren't examined yet. As long as the card catalog has a picture and a number and points to which drawer it's in, it's immense for saving somebody from stealing it, or for the public. The public has an immense amount of knowledge, and they could go through the catalog and go, I know about this, and provide data.
Right, it'd be like that object that they can't figure out, but there have been multiples found across, I think, the UK.
Yeah, exactly. The little Roman ball thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And a lot of people think they know what it is, but it's just a guess. Nobody really knows. But I think it's really fascinating because really there's a lot of gatekeeping in this kind of stuff, because somebody found this and they're waiting for this to be identified in some profound way, or they have 20 years of research that's going into identifying this, and they may not want the public to go, oh, this is what it is. But I find it really fascinating. But crowdsourcing information, I think, is brilliant as long as it can be verified. But you know that somebody's going to sit there and go, oh, I lost that in the playground 25 years ago.
Exactly. We can't have nice things.
Exactly. So the museum can either upload an export file, or in the case of larger institutions, share records via an application programming interface, or API, which allows databases to communicate with one another. The MDS software then applies some light modeling to divide data into categories and basically share the information with everybody. It says we can take data from all the from museums any which way they have, and they don't have to spend any time at all cleaning it up, because their process allows it to grab and store in the right way.
Right, so that's probably a lot more efficient.
Yeah. So there's APIs that they can develop. So it's pretty neat. Once they know what the API is, then they can actually do translation type services. So the launch of the service comes at a time with increased attention towards a national collection. Why? Because, well...
No, they don't talk about it here.
Yeah, they don't, do they? Nope. That's a bummer. Well, they talk more about stuff here in the article over at theartnewspaper.com, so go and check it out. We never talk about the entirety of an article, so you can go and check it out. And then come back and talk to us and say, hey, we also found this in our travels outside of ohmTown. But we have one more article to go through, and that's about NVIDIA once more. NVIDIA is in vogue. Just ask the designer behind these viral GPU purses. So GPU is graphics processing unit. And the most expensive GPU out there that we already know of is the 4090.
Exactly. Are they going to use them on this?
But that's
how they're going to retire them?
That's the most expensive, like, graphics, retail graphics. But there are actually higher end graphics cards that are used for like CAD and engineering, and AI and stuff like that. Use it and stop that. So NVIDIA stock has surged due to the AI boom, making it multi-trillion-dollar company. It's estimated. The company and its CEO, Jensen Huang, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I need to go watch a video where it's pronounced. I just never pay attention to it.
Yeah, but then you hope it's pronounced correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, we know. We won't bring it up anymore. We'll just hint at it so people can start parsing the past episodes. Like, what are they talking about?
They have to go back several months at least.
Yeah, we haven't made that mistake. Have we? Not since. Yeah.
No, not since the George Jimenez incident.
Oh, you brought it all the way forward. Well, anyway, NVIDIA has moved markets and become a bedrock in the AI boom. Its brand is now so strong that it's inspiring fashion too. And these are the ugliest purses I've ever seen, but all right. So NVIDIA is in vogue.
But all it takes is a celebrity with one of these, and then...
Oh, God. So dumb. So the article's over at businessinsider.com. GeoDemand put this article together. NVIDIA stock has surged due to the AI boom, making it a multi-trillion-dollar company. And that has apparently sparked Tessa Barton into creating GPU purses last year. But that says gigabyte.
Okay, how much do you think the purses cost, given the materials?
No idea. These can't be new 4090s or 4070s or anything. It's just NVIDIA whatever. And even then, you can't really say, you can't promise it's NVIDIA. These are just gigabyte fans. You have no idea that they're actually from an NVIDIA card, because it isn't really an NVIDIA card. It's a gigabyte card with the NVIDIA reference core.
Right.
So they take the engineering spec for building the video cards and then they add their own stuff to it. And so Gigabyte has an NVIDIA card, just like MSI can have an NVIDIA core. Anyway, so I don't know how much these are costing. I hope that they're like $5. So I don't know.
Well, it can't be $50. They had a branded Stanley Cup for $50.
Yeah, but NVIDIA now has transcended swag. The company was selling a Stanley Cup with its logo for $50 at its GTC conference in March, to couture fashion. Tessa Barton, a research scientist at Databricks, started designing GPU purses last year. The 29-year-old has made 10 to date and gifted most to her friends and fellow researchers, and now it's gone viral. There has to be a connection between Tessa Barton. Whatever.
Okay, do you want to know what the price is? And also what GPU was used?
So Barton sells the purses on Shopify. This is almost like an ad. And how much are they?
Well, according to another article, it's $1,000.24.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I see that on this article.
GT730 GPU.
Oh, dear God.
Which was $20 used.
Are you kidding me?
Now, that's one of them. Maybe there's different.
Encased in epoxy, a type of adhesive glue. No shit news at 8:33. She sells them for $1,024 on Shopify, the price of which honors her favorite GPU model dimension. 1024? What? Anyway, why? What? GPU model dimension? What the hell does that even mean? Anyway, they say, I don't get why devices like TVs and phones have cases. The GPU purse is an excuse to look and appreciate how pretty logic elements are. That's what it looks like.
She's a data scientist or something.
Yeah. Okay, so all this is a graphics card encased in epoxy.
Right, which that could be really anything. It's just happens to be a GPU.
This is actually a kit. You can actually buy an epoxy purse kit. And that's basically what this is. That's amazing. That is amazing. I mean, if people are willing to pay it, then so be it. But wow. You know, and this is what I tell people because I talk to people in the startup community. If you have drive, ambition, and somewhat of a charismatic personality and your passion comes through, you will find an audience for whatever it is, right? I wish I could tell you about some of the things that was shared in the past, but I don't want to dox people by just putting this out there without their permission. But you know, I know people that are pursuing their ambition to start a mushroom company or a VR company, or do the equivalent of watch restoration, but other types of equipment. And they start up a channel on YouTube, or they start up a consultancy to help facilitate getting word out about themselves as a representative for a particular type of domain, or topic, I should say. This person could pivot entirely from making 6 digits involving data science of some kind, right? What did they say they were?
Some kind of scientist.
Right, they say, wow, where is it? A research scientist at Databricks. So if this goes viral, then they could start making these or outsourcing it, and they get made and they make more money selling these purses on Shopify. Because what's going to end up happening is somebody's going to appreciate that person's artistic design. This could just completely flash out in a heartbeat. Yet what we thought was going to happen with that one woman who, I don't even want to say what she's known for saying, But now she's got her own podcast, and she's leveraged this into something else. You know, she went from flash in the pan meme to having her own show, and who knows what it turns into. And so it's just kind of a stepping stone. But not everybody falls into that, but you might as well give it a try. I mean, this is like $50 worth of materials overall, and thousands of dollars worth of profits simply by putting the parts together. I think it's absurd, but I'm not going to be buying them. Somebody else appreciates it. It could be seen as an art piece, you know? Pretty wild.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a good profit too, without a lot of time and money in it.
So I wonder how many they've actually sold, though, right? The price of which, I mean,
it said she'd sold 10 according to the other article, which isn't a huge number, of course. But now she's getting national news.
See, this one says has made 10 to date and gifted most to her friends and fellow researchers. So I don't know what that actually means. I mean, this picture, where is it? This picture down here, or I guess it's up here. Sorry, everybody, for scrolling back and forth. Anyway, maybe she's given 7 of them and she only has these 3 left.
Maybe so.
So it's almost, maybe I'm overanalyzing this. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to reboot, and that'll snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go, sign up, become a citizen, and then look around. Then tomorrow, when we have another Non Sequitur News episode, you can come back and hang out with us. It's only an hour. We typically do the show around 7 or 8. This one we started at 7:30. But the only way you'll know is if you follow us either here on YouTube or on Twitch. We stream to both platforms. And it's as easy as just, you know, checking that box and following us. Doesn't cost you anything, and you'll get a notice when we go live and when we post a video, because all of this turns into a video posted over to YouTube and then one over to the podcast. And yeah, the podcast is up to date, and we've got over 1,000 episodes. We actually have 7 total podcasts that are out there, 7 different shows. The only one that is a daily is the Non Sequitur News show. So at any rate, that's it. We're done. We'll see you later. I am Mayor Watt, and the final word is with the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and watch the replay in between.
I lied. I get the final word. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 16th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 260. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, hold on, we're going to talk about, don't go anywhere, we're going to talk about, wait, there's more. 8-year-old drives to Target. Diablo 4 earns $1 billion in revenue. Tile panic button. Fisker is fisking owners again. Emissions cheating devices. Nutritionist chases clout. Liquid Death looking for a driver. 3D printed shoes. A Mac Mini with 5 USB-C ports. And the cutest damn charger you ever done seen. That and more. Brought to you by ohmTown.com. Wait, there's more. Hello, Sentient AI from the future. How far art thou?
Hello, Mayor Watt. I'm doing just fine.
Glad you remembered my name. You know, sentient AIs as they are, hallucinating stuff all up in here. Okay, complete dead silence. I don't know what...
I'm not sure what to do with that.
I guess I exceeded my number of tokens. Let's get into it. Yeah, wait, you did say hello? Did you say anything else? Are you going to say
I did pretty much just say hello. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
What up, what up? All right. First article's over on the Marvel Channel. An 8-year-old girl steals mom's car, goes to Target because I guess she wanted something. I saw this earlier and I died laughing. And then for it to be submitted, I had to choose it. So in the morning of September 16th, the family of Bedford, Ohio 8-year-old reported her missing after realizing that she hadn't been seen in 2 hours, which you haven't seen
anybody who has a kid, if you haven't seen them in 2 hours, something is horribly wrong.
Yeah, the house is about to explode, or they're summoning a demon from another dimension, or apparently they've stolen the car and driven off to Target. Cleveland 19 News reported that the family's neighbors provided surveillance camera footage that showed the girl getting into the car by herself and speeding away. I love this. Cops soon became aware. I love
that she went to Target with the car.
While they were initially unable to locate either the Tot or the 2020 Nissan Rogue. Oh, she went rogue! Police eventually spotted the car at a Target. Paige Golly over at
I want to know how well she parked at the Target parking lot.
Probably better than some Target goers. She hadn't even really hit anything. That really hit anything. That's the deck statement.
It sounds like she might have hit something.
But I just hit it gently. Hold on. Is that really? That's the deck statement. Okay. So if you want to get all of the articles, you hit !NSN. That throws it into the VOD over on ohmTown, throws it into the VOD on Twitch. But YouTube, it'll be in the show notes after the show. You can follow the links.
You know what? I'm marveling at her driving skills, but what I should have been marveling at is her navigation skills.
Yeah, an 8-year-old that knows how to get to a target. Was that the intent, though? So, remarkably, the child told cops she only hit one mailbox on her 13-mile journey.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. Cops did not reveal what prompted the child's joyride, though the toy aisle seems a likely motivation. So they don't actually know. Thankfully, she made it and was immediately located by Bainbridge police. She's now home safe, the post continued. Yeah, you better start putting up some pet doors. Those little pet gates? Just put them all over. And maybe LoJack or Jeepers Creepers. Not sure what she bought or if she was even able to use her Target app to save 5%. We did let her finish her Frappuccino. We're not mean. It's apparently the Bainbridge police.
This is unbelievable.
So the girl won't be charged, though the whole matter remains under investigation. But man, if there is a DA out there that's chomping at the bit, and an assistant DA that really wants to sit there and I'm going to stand on child safety, blah, 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 they could levy all kinds of child neglect, endangerment, etc. I hope that they just kind of smile and nod a lot and walk away like, okay, everybody was fine. Now,
right. I mean, this could have ended really differently, though.
Yeah. So, but I honestly, I hope that nothing comes of it, because I am absolutely astonished that an 8-year-old could drive a Nissan Rogue. So I've driven a Rogue. I don't know how an 8-year-old managed to drive a Rogue. I mean, how did you reach the pedals and drive the car?
And the steering wheel, exactly. Plus, some cars, I think, have really simple responsiveness or whatever. I don't think the Rogue is one of those types of cars. Like, you'd have to put some oomph into the driving, I would think.
You would think. Yeah, I mean, even with power steering, it would still take some heft. Maybe it's a very large 8-year-old girl. I don't know. All I know is that I don't know many 8-year-olds that would be able to travel 13 miles and reach the destination that was intended.
No. Impressive. I don't know many 8-year-olds that would probably be able to make it out of their street without getting lost.
Right. It seems like this wouldn't be the first time. Because there's a level of confidence here that is just kind of spectacular. You know, a normal 8-year-old isn't going to go, hey, you know what I can do? I can jump in the car and drive to Target. And I know how to handle a vehicle that's, over a ton.
Exactly. What I really want to know is what was on sale at Target that was drawing her there. It must have been something really good.
Well, I don't know. There's a toy aisle that was mentioned, and they got a Frappuccino out of it. So
I actually thought that was a joke from the police department, but maybe not.
I'm sure it is.
Maybe she got her Frappuccino and then started perusing for toys.
Let's move on. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Diablo 4 has made over $150 million from microtransactions and achieved over $1 billion in lifetime revenue. Diablo 4.
Wait, but Diablo 4 was just released a year ago,
like
right?
Last year, yeah. So I don't know how to pronounce that. Froshki wrote his role at Blizzard included leading the monetization strategy of the store cosmetics pricing, bundle offers, personalized discounts, and roadmap planning that has driven over $150 million in microtransaction lifetime revenue, as well as executing every step of the game sales since game pre-order. And it says here that it's achieved over $1 billion in lifetime revenue. Good God. That's a lot of malfeasance tokens. That's a new currency. Jody McGregor over at PCGamer.com put the article together. Here's something, though. You know, those in-game currencies are starting to get scrutinized by various, I don't know,
like
government
regulators and
yeah. So they're overly complex, leading some to confusion. And because there's so many of these intermixed transactions, it blurs the line of the straight through cost. And when that happens, when everybody's confused as to how much it really costs, then the inputs and outputs don't equate cognitively, and people start spending more but ending up with less.
Right. I could see something like a class action coming out of this.
Yeah. So those eye-watering numbers shouldn't be too surprising, given that Diablo 4 is Blizzard's fastest-selling game of all time. It's still interesting to see a full-price game that can make 15% of its total revenue from in-game shopping, though admittedly some players got it as part of Game Pass. Game Pass is a free, you pay for it, but you get full access to a wide array of games. And it depends.
It's more like you get almost like a subscription, but it's not tied to one game.
It's not tied to one game, right? But it does scale. The number of games and what games scales with the amount you pay into the Game Pass. So Diablo's first expansion, Vessel of Hatred, is due on October 8th. As well as continuing the story, it'll be adding a new class called Spiritborn, who specializes in martial arts and spirit animals, a jungle region, recruitable NPC mercenaries, a co-op dungeon, more skills for each class, and a rune word system that lets you create custom skills, even borrowing them from other classes. And my God, I want to play this. Sorry, I got distracted.
Do you want to be participating in the $1 billion of microtransactions?
I already am. This is one of the games where I purchased for early access because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to as mayor. My mayoral duties keep me busy. And so, in fact, I just got an email saying, hey, can you take on this? So that's one of the reasons why I am kind of trying to, anyway, I'm making changes. So, but Non Sequitur News will be every day still. Don't worry about that. But I paid to play the game early. I didn't even get to play the game early for the full period. And I didn't hit the target that allowed me to get the early. It was basically a little dog that would sit in a backpack. And I didn't get to earn that because I didn't play the game long enough to get to a certain level. Yeah, so.
The 8-year-old beat you to the target.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, for sure. So, hey, look, it's lucrative, right? It's a fun game. Some people, this is their forever game. They love it. They put hours and hours and hours into it. I'm more like, I'll play this for a little while and then end up going somewhere else. Like, I just started playing Satisfactory, which is a global sized factory game where you have to get resources, and it's just massive expanses, and verticality is amazing. But it's soul crushing in the amount of work that you have to do. Anyway, a lot of fun. And now there's another one that I want to play called Caravan Sandwich, post-apocalyptic driving game with exploration.
Yes, I think something was just submitted in case we have a WarCrafters coming up.
Yeah, we talk about that kind of stuff too. Yeah. So, and this article is actually in WarCrafters, which is one of our shows. It's a weekly show. It has its own podcast and its own playlist over on YouTube. If you're interested in that kind of thing, check it out. Let me know you're interested. The way that the weekly shows are working is I'm trying to back off of how often they are. But if the community shows interest in the shows, I will definitely bring them back as a steady state thing. It's just something that there's only so much time, and my mayoral duties are pulling me away. But just to draw attention to the fact that Mobile is one of the channels that's over here in ohmTown.com. Even if we don't have a show, you can actually use our news aggregation system that allows the mayor and the Sentient AI to manage their information overload. That's why it was created. That's why I made it public 2.5 years ago. So go and enjoy it. Let's keep moving though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Tile's new AirTag competitors now double as panic buttons, and it always frustrates me when they have to like AirTag doesn't compare itself to anybody else, but others compare themselves to AirTag, and it's clout chasing. It's meta marketing, and it does Tile a disservice while still drawing attention to both the article and to Tile.
Right. I mean, the ones that are really the front runners are just comparing themselves to themselves, if anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically like saying your car is like a Ferrari, but no, your car is not like a Ferrari. You have a unique niche that your car belongs in, and it's not a Ferrari. Tile is the same way. It's not an AirTag. It's not like an AirTag. Tile is its own thing. Yes, it is a Bluetooth item tracker. Does it have the ability to do this, that, and the other? Yeah, sure. Well, give it its own blood, Don't sit there and take it from somebody else. Tile, one of the leading makers of Bluetooth item finders, just added a twist. Its newest tracker can now send SOS alerts that notify friends, family, and possibly even emergency services. That sets it above the competitors, hands down.
It really does.
So the 2024 Tile Pro, Tile Mate, Tile Slim, and Tile Sticker are the first new products since Life360 bought the company nearly 3 years ago, and many facets are unchanged. I'm curious if the price has increased, if the quality has decreased, if availability has decreased, because when a company gets bought outright by another company, that is always what happens. So
exactly, right? The consumer loses.
The consumer loses. Just plain and simple, the consumer loses. So you can now send an SOS alert by triple tapping the button on the Tile. Sean Hollister over at TheVerge.com put the article together. I think that this is great. Does it have the same range and capabilities as competitors? I don't know. I'd have to go and look. It says all but the Tile Sticker now offer an extra 100 feet of quoted Bluetooth range, though at 350 feet for the Tile and Mate and a full 500 feet for the Pro, and that better connectivity could come in handy if you're triggering new emergency alerts, because it's not able to be tracked everywhere. AirTags, as far as I know, can be tracked everywhere unless they're put in a Faraday cage.
Right, because we've seen articles where somebody's in the wrong state or country, I think, and they've tracked it.
Yeah, they put it in their luggage.
Like
their luggage was stolen, or their bike was stolen, and it ended up, overseas or whatever, So tiles could already ring your phone if you double tap the button. Now a triple tap can optionally send an SOS alert instead. It'll start a discrete 15-second countdown, after which it'll send text messages and push notifications to your emergency contacts and even contact Tile's emergency dispatch center if you pay for the company's $15 a month Life 360 Gold subscription. So it does have the ability, I guess, but you have to pay a monthly fee for it. Drip, drip, drip. So
right, you know how that goes, right? Like you're going to pay it when you don't need it, and then you're going to go, why am I paying my subscription? And then you might actually need it.
Yep. SOS alerts are a pre-existing feature of Life 360's app that you're basically just remote triggering over Bluetooth with the tile button. So, okay, that's what it is. It's basically a macro. Part of the software now taps into the tile, and when you tap it 3 times, it triggers a phone alert. What happens if you're separated, though?
Yeah, exactly. Like, can you send it to somebody else in your family, or how does that work?
Earlier this year, Life 360 reported a data breach where a hacker stole some tile customer information. Interesting. So I used to have a tile. I don't anymore. But for what it's worth, back then the original tiles were like the Kickstarter version of the tiles, and I didn't find much value in it. If it does have greater distance, then I think that this is invaluable. But if you're stuck at 500 feet, you can easily be separated by 500 feet from your phone, or your phone is not accessible. It doesn't work. It's not on, whatever.
Right. Yeah. You need it to work regardless of that.
Yeah. What's really interesting about this is kind of like something that I had created 25 years ago and couldn't find a buyer for the intellectual property. And then I know that Tile's been around for a long time because I monitored their Kickstarter. I think their Tile actually spawned from a Kickstarter a long time ago, right?
I don't know if they did, but they've been around for a while. I agree.
Yeah, I think that it was. Yeah, how Tile went from crowdfunding to 2 million units. So in 2015 is the mention of it. So, because I remember this, but it's already been 10 years, for crying out loud. That's how time flies. So, all right, let's keep moving though. Let's discuss how Fisker is fisking a whole bunch of people. This is over in Late Night Geeks, which is one of the shows that I'm like most happy to bring to reality, but I can't. I am a night owl, and I really do stay up until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. But as mayor, I can't. But I would love to just hang out and talk about tech and games and just everything that we talk about here, except that it's late night. Have a beer, and news and brews is what I call it. And unfortunately, somebody took that here on YouTube. So I'm a little frustrated by that. Anyway, Fisker Ocean owners stuck paying for recall repairs as EV startup Fisker prepares to enter the 4th month of its Chapter 11 bankruptcy process. Existing owners have received some bad news. They have to pay for labor costs to resolve 2 of 5 outstanding recalls on their Ocean SUVs.
I guess the point or the takeaway here is don't have a car that's recalled by a company that goes into bankruptcy. Because you're going to be able to predict that as a consumer.
I mean, it's such a sexy looking car. I really like how chonky it is. It looks like a bulldog, but it's graceful. I've always liked Fisker aesthetics, but my God. So Sean O'Kane, I think they pronounce their name, over at TechCrunch put the article together. A lot of people blame MKBHD for like the blast that really ended, like it was the uppercut
I feel like
that
he
ended
reviewed
Fisker.
it, right? But
Yeah,
I
but
mean, they had all those issues.
Yeah, it was already a shitstorm, and so the other two recalls are where the trouble comes in. Some of the Ocean's faulty door handles, and all of the SUVs need an electric water pump replaced, which is causing vehicles to lose power. Fisker said that it'll cover the cost of the parts, but the owners will have to pay for the inspection and repair process at an authorized service provider. The company said it will send owners a list of these providers by the end of September 2024. But here's my problem with that. No, kiss my ass. How about I take you to court and you buy this lemon back?
Well, exactly. Or you make it fully functional.
And that's not going to happen. Oh,
I know.
This is the slow decline until somebody buys the IP from Fisker, and Fisker basically hammers its own last coffin nail down and okay.
Right. Well, and I don't know that somebody will, like, they already sold off most of their inventory. That's in the article here. Remember that leasing company?
That one company, yeah. And now they have to repair all of their cars.
Right. So if I'm a consumer, maybe I can join up with them or something. Right. Buy mine, or hey, you're already paying for whatever to make these repairs. Can you cut me a deal to do mine?
And I think what really sucks is if anybody does take them to court for the lemon law, the bankruptcy has precedence over any lawsuit, because the ones that have first bite at any assets are the ones that are the principals, basically the lien holders, the
creditors.
The creditors, thank you. So the creditors are the ones that have all of the control over this. So I just find this should be illegal, like straight up illegal.
Well, and it should be illegal to, like, sell a car if you're, if you're going into bankruptcy or things like that, because Fisker hasn't been around that long, or this model hasn't been around that long. Right. So some of these are probably pretty recent purchases.
Yeah, these are all early adopters. But, to sit there and willfully just go, well, you'll have to pay for it. That right there, man, everybody that is an owner of this car, they should all class together and sue them, because then they can't get out of bankruptcy without put a lien on any of the other assets, and eventually they'll either come out of it or they're done. I mean, the whole thing, all of this just stinks, and it makes Fisker, and I would say the people who drove it literally into the ground, they are toxic now. I would not trust them to run a company if my life depended on it. Anyway,
that's right. I mean, they've already shown, and it would be interesting. I don't think we looked at the Fisker ownership like we have with some other companies. Like, wow, this has happened before.
Oh, right. Well, Fisker has that happen. I mean, Fisker imploded a while back with their other EV models, and then it was resurrected, and I don't think that it should have ever been resurrected.
That's
true. At least not under the Fisker name. But they were trading on the historical reputation, but it already had a reputation of collapsing. So let's move on. Here's another one where I'm basically going, this is ridiculous. How are any of these people not being held liable? So this article is over in 4Wheel Tech, which is one of our shows. It's a weekly show. Talks about automotive technology. There's a playlist over on YouTube, and in the future when we do a show, it'll be posted there as well. But if you want to know when we launch the show, whatever episode it is, whenever we do it, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and on YouTube. I go like that because I've got two different monitors that are holding, one's YouTube and
I thought you were doing like pew pew.
Hey, pew, 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 pew. Anyway, Diesel Shop sold over 250,000 emissions cheating devices in just 5 years.
Okay, assuming it was marketed like that.
Well, Yeah. You'd think that the huge scandal was that VW's Dieselgate. VW had modified all of its software so that it reported within spec, but it was actually emissions cheating. That the automotive industry as a whole would have learned something. A multi-billion-dollar corporation getting hit with billions in fines wasn't scary enough, it seems, as diesel emission cheating keeps happening, albeit at a smaller scale. This is 50,000 of them a year for 5 years.
North Carolina's, that seems kind of large scale.
Well, and you have to take into account the location and whatever. So North Carolina's Rudy's Performance Parts was hit with a $2.5 million fine over selling, installing, and manufacturing emissions cheating equipment. Lawrence Hodge put the article together over at Jalopnik. And, you know, I understand that there are people out there that want to do this kind of stuff, but your fun and games shouldn't be at the cost of everybody else. And I've had this kind of conversation with people before, you know, like, well, when is it too much? Well, look, so somebody asked me today if they could do something in a different way than the way that it was expressed. And I said, well, you don't go into an ice cream company's manufacturing plant and say, hey, I don't like the way that you're making vanilla, make it chocolate. Right? So right. In that instance, they're failing to understand the instructions. They're failing to understand the implications. They're failing to understand. In this, their desire to race their car around at maximum performance is violating everybody else's life, everybody else's health, everybody else's everything.
Noise, health,
right,
safety, depending on where they're driving.
Right. And while I understand that some people, you know, want to do that, well, again, I call out that I think it's sociopathic. So understand that. I know some people aren't even going to grasp what that means, but I'll say it in a different way. It's antisocial. You're harming the environment. You're harming the world around you. You're harming the very people that you call friends and family. You think that it isn't anything, but that's not what's going on. Climate change is real. You might be experiencing it, particularly down in North Carolina.
Well, and you can probably look at what's coming out of a diesel vehicle and not really think that's okay to be breathing in.
Oh my God. So many people say that that's fine because it isn't this kind of exhaust. It's diesel. So it's, oh, for crying out loud. There is no such thing as clean diesel. It's spewing out particulates. And then and I've had people say it to me. Oh, it drops out of the air within 300 feet or whatever. I'm like, yeah. But it kicks up everywhere. It really does. It doesn't just bury itself in the ground. And even then, it's carbon.
It might have hung around somebody while it was waiting, even if it did drop.
Wherever you're driving, that's where it is. So Rudolph, the sole owner and chief executive officer of Rudy's, previously pleaded guilty for conspiring to violate the Clean Air Act by tampering with monitoring devices on approximately 300 diesel trucks, which involved the installation of defeat devices on those trucks. So just as a long time coming for Rudolph. Isn't it Rudolph? Or is it Rudolph?
I thought it was, but it's Rudolph.
I've seen it twice now, 2 different ways in this article. Rudolph here, and then Rudolph in the quote.
Oh, I see. They probably didn't know what to do with it in the spell check or something.
I guess we'll just let it go.
I think it's Rudolph.
Rudolph, right? Yeah. So because of the suit, along with violations and failing to respond to DOJ requests, Rudolph has to pay another $7 million in civil penalties on top of the $2 million fine. While small shops across the country have engaged in the cheating practice, the last few years have shown that even some automakers are still gaming the diesel system. Even with the mess of Dieselgate in 2022, Hino Commercial Trucks was found to falsify diesel engine emissions data. Later that year, Stellantis was hit with over $800 million in criminal charges. Criminal.
Well, good. I mean, this also
who was put in jail?
Like this is right. Well, probably not the company. This seems like there's so many of these that it's like this person is probably single-handedly responsible for like all diesel pollution in the state or something.
Yeah.
Okay, not really, but the point is, it's a sizable impact.
Yep, and the science is bearing out that we're all playing a part in this. But when you sit there and manipulate stuff, you're doing more of a disservice. But at least in the short term, you have your fun racing your truck around.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there is a reason that these emissions are banned.
Right. But that's...
or regulated or whatever.
That's commie socialist talk there. Let's move on. And here's another one where I'm like, why? Why even sit there and, promote your own stuff and don't sit there and go after crumble, for crying out loud. It's pretty obvious that it's not a frickin' health food. This is over in Non-Sequitur News.
No, in fact, I think the draw is the sugar.
Yeah, the reason why you're going there is because it's a freaking cookie. Crumble cookies, quote, might promote sugar addiction, a nutritionist warns. So an unknown nutritionist is sitting there going after the clout of crumble cookies and their massive marketing. A viral cookie company has received increasingly mixed attention recently. Experts explain how the products impact health. Let me go this way. Increasingly mixed attention recently it's because of media wanting to get eyeballs. And so they post this kind of a salacious headline, right? So the article is over at Newsweek. Hattie Wilmoth put this article together. It's over at Newsweek. And so a pink box, it's heavy and warm, and sweet aromas are wafting out. Inside are 6 brightly colored cookies, each the size of your hand. Well, maybe your hand.
Well, you don't have to eat an entire cookie, but this could be about any maker of cookies.
Right, but they went after Crumble because that's the big brand, right? So Crumble has gained a lot of attention for its aesthetically pleasing, expertly marketed baked goods since cousins Jason McGowan and Sawyer Hemsley opened their first store in Logan, Utah in 2017. Now they have 1,000 stores. So it says, but in recent months, the hype has been speckled with criticism, with disgruntled customers taking to social media to complain about the cookies they dislike, believe are overpriced, or criticize nutritionally. Okay, if you criticize it nutritionally, you've gone in there disingenuously.
Right, you're in there going, I want a cookie that's full of sugar and whatever, flour,
and then you're
and
bitching
all these
about
other
it.
Things. And then you're like, wow, it's full of sugar and flour and whatever.
And here's the thing about this. Here's the thing. It's like every other choice that's out there. I don't care if people want to go and eat a crumble cookie. That's on them, right? Just like other things, very important things. I don't want to take away your ability to go and get a crumble cookie, but there are people out there that want to take away your ability to make that choice, that health choice about yourself, right? The person that's driving those diesel trucks and slamming on the gas so that they do a thing called dieseling, where the real name of it, I forgot what it's called. Rolling smoke. That's what rolling smoke. So they blurt out all of this garbage exhaust, right? You're taking away my right to clean air. That's the opposite of me sitting there saying, you know what? I want you to have the choice to drive your car, but I don't want you to have your fun and games at my health and the future's health. This, all you have to do is have, impulse control, walk past the crumble. I'm not telling you not to.
Okay, now wait, who can do that?
Yeah, really.
But no, I agree. I mean, this isn't like one person eating a crumble is not harming the person next to them.
Yeah, and I don't even care who this, whatever. They're basically chomping at the bit trying to get attention for their other cause, or the real cause, which is the public health collaboration. I don't care about them. They are basically, they want to take away somebody else's ability to eat a cookie. To eat a cookie.
Okay, that is the Grinch.
Yeah. Yeah, a nutritionist therapist who specializes in weight management is another one. They have concerns about crumble cookies. You know what? Don't freaking eat them. They're not carcinogenic.
And don't prescribe them for your patients. Okay.
Eat them in moderation. Don't even eat one of them. Eat a quarter. It's a treat. Buy one and chop it up into eighths and eat a piece of it once a day for a week. Believe me, it'll last. You know? I mean, it's ridiculous. This is all kinds of bullshit. And no, unless if you're sedentary, if you deviate away from actually being very, very active, 2,000 to 2,500 calories is extreme. You can survive off of a whole lot less, particularly if you are sedentary. And just monitor calories in, calories out. That's it. You know, you should get healthier ones, like eat microgreens. I'm a promoter of eating microgreens. Stay healthy.
Right. Don't be on an all crumble diet, but don't be on an all cookie diet.
Don't be on anything all that diet, except maybe, veggies and stuff like that, because that's the one thing that is all natural, except when you peel back the layers of the onion and you find out that the reason your watermelon is ripe all year round isn't because it's watermelon season year round. It's because they put it in a chamber and gas it so that it ripens, just like your oranges and apples and whatever else, unless you get them straight from
any other produce.
Yeah. I mean, once you peel back the layers of the onion, but this is ridiculous. I mean, come on. Given the ongoing obesity crisis in the US, the obesity crisis exists because there aren't any healthy choices, and it's too expensive to be healthy.
That's true.
Impulse control.
Food is typically more expensive, at least in grocery stores.
Yeah, but that's because people are trying to achieve 2,500 calories eating, natural, fresh foods, not processed foods. Good luck. You are going to be eating all day.
For a while. I must have all day.
So, and just so that I can express just how my bias is, if you go and talk to a doctor and you say, hey, I'm concerned about my diet, you'll talk to a nutritionist, and the nutritionist sees nothing but nails. They are the hammer. Everything can be cured by your nutrition. You go, hey, I hurt my back, and they send you to a physical therapist, and the physical therapist says, well, you have to do these exercises, but you're going to have to keep on coming back to the physical therapist. Oh, you hurt a muscle and you have to go and get something done. And nobody even knows what it is. And the sports surgeon goes, I can cut you open. And you go, oh, my heart feels like it's racing a little bit. And suddenly you're on 6 heart medications. When all you really need to do is monitor all of this, everything in moderation.
Eat fewer cookies.
Yeah, eat fewer cookies. And for the life of me, I think the best thing that people can do if you are overweight, seek out weight reduction medications so that you can actually get back down into your ideal weight. And then now that you're back in your ideal weight, eat right, which means, yes, a cookie every once in a while, but not sitting there haunting the crumble.
Don't move next door to the cookie shop.
Yeah, don't drink in excess. Don't eat in excess. Don't run in excess. You don't want to die healthy, for crying out loud. You want to die as a holistic human being. Anyway, everybody in this article is like, this is what I focus on, and so everybody is a nail, and I am the hammer. It's very frustrating.
You know what this article is making me want to do is go to Crumble.
Okay, go to Crumble and get a cookie. You can't because you're a Sentient AI from the future. Anyway, there's more in this article, but
it was in the podcast there was an actual video showing a crumble being eaten.
Right. Well, there's a bunch of them. I mean, but the people that are doing this, they're making money and gaining attention. The one ingredient in all of this is clout chasing. All of them are chasing the clout of the crumble. It's like everybody comparing themselves to Apple. Apple doesn't give a shit about what you guys are doing.
It's kind of like tile and AirTag.
Exactly. And this is all marketing for their particular bit. All right, let's keep going. And don't get me wrong, I'm a promoter of cybersecurity but the way that I do it is everybody is responsible for their cybersecurity. I'm not sitting there going,
you can't rely on everybody else to do it for you.
Right. You are in charge of it, just like your health. You are in charge of your health. Stopping Crumble from existing isn't going to help you because you're going to find something sweet and edible somewhere else if Crumble crumbles. Anyway, I'm going to move on because the next article is over on the Model Channel and it has to do with consumption too. Liquid Death, Ice-T, and NASCAR are looking for a few good drivers. To be a NASCAR driver, it takes quick thinking, steely resolve, sharp focus, and mad skills. What were we talking about? Oh god, I just dropped my trackball. Wait, oh gosh, now I'm frazzled. Oh, what should I do? Oh wait, the article. Yeah, to be a NASCAR driver, it takes quick thinking, steely resolve, sharp focus, and mad skills. Yeah, to be a Liquid Death.
Some of those were not demonstrated in the last little snippet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought you were leading into that.
To be a Liquid Death sponsored pro driver, it takes the ability to chug a can of the brand's iced tea in 18 seconds or less. No road test required. This is going to lead to somebody getting hurt.
Yeah, it is.
Because those cans are big. They're not little 12-ounce cans. They're like
hopefully they don't have the hyper caffeinated stuff.
Oh yeah, that electric whatever. So no road test required. For its latest fan-centric program, Liquid Death is going to be giving, I guess, a chance to 3 lucky drivers sponsor contracts. There you go. T.L. Stanley put the article together. It's over at Adweek, but I won't be able to read it, so because I didn't log in because I'm an idiot. Anyway, for his latest fan-centric program, Liquid Death will be giving $30,000 sponsor contracts to 3 NASCAR devotees, similar to the brand endorsements bestowed on the sports athlete or elite athletes. So all you have to do to enter this is to drink the brand's iced tea in 18 seconds and submit the video.
I mean, I guess a lot of people could qualify for that.
You'll get a year's supply of the beverages, custom apparel featuring the fans' faces, and VIP access and credentials to NASCAR races. There's more at this article, but you'll be able to go and see it. I won't because I'm air-gapped and not logged in, and I'm a goober. Not a good mayor, I'm just mayor. Moving on. The next article is over in Constructagon, which is a show about 3D printing. You have to look behind you. So Adidas makes Klimamog, fully 3D printed shoe for $28 a pair. Adidas, or Adidas, has teased a 3D printed shoe, sending it to shoe photographer Tyler Mansour, who, also known as Arab Lincoln, who showcased
Is that like a handle or something?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what that means.
It's weird. Maybe it's his appearance. I don't know. We'll see. Who showcased it on his Instagram. Tyler introduced the shoes by saying the future has checked in. He later mentioned that they feel softer than other 3D printed shoes. The Scotch's tease appears to be a low-cost way to generate significant buzz while providing exclusive content to key figures in the sneakerhead community. The shoe is called Klimamog and features what Adidas has termed Climacool to wick sweat. Climacool is also a line of Adidas products, including clothing. Oh, wow. So they glow in the dark.
Oh, no, okay.
I mean, they actually glow when light hits them. They illuminate,
yeah.
They're translucent. Joris Peels over at 3dprint.com put the article together, and it's quite fascinating. I don't know if they're going to have a picture of that actual Instagrammer, Tyler Mansour.
I mean, the shoe looks Lincoln. Pretty fluid, so it looks like it could be comfortable.
And it's one contiguous piece, so unless it breaks under that bending of compression and expansion, this should last quite a while. The design appears to be very open. It is effectively, and if it effectively wicks sweat, it could result in comfortable wearing athletic shoe, which would be a breakthrough, or a break shoe.
Well, you don't want to break your shoe.
Nah, that's true.
Wonder what the support is like in these.
They said that it's comfortable. The Diligent Shoe Press also has discovered that the shoe has a SKU of JQ8739 in off-white style and is already available in Singapore for around $170. Additionally, they've uncovered U.S. Customs ruling on the shoe, which specifies an FOB price of $28 per pair. So the entry cost is $28, but when it hits the shelves, it'll be $170.
More than $28.
Yeah. So, yeah, at $28 per pair, their production process is significantly more cost-effective than other technologies and services currently available. The ruling also states style JQ8739 Climacool is a unisex closed heel, below the ankle slip-on shoe. The upper and outer soles consist of 100% polyurethane PU material. Oh, really? Okay, so it's going to be pretty flexible, plenty flexible. The shoe is 3D printed in a small size and is baked to achieve the desired full size and having a mesh design. It does not have foxing or foxing-like band. I think foxing is the thing around the bottom.
Oh, okay.
The shoe is not classified as an athletic shoe because it's a slip-on, and it says FOB is 28. So, interesting, right? So the development might indicate the PU specialists have found a way to print PU independently of the established 3D printing industry. Taiwan, in particular, has seen a promising work in this area, and many PU companies are already active in the footwear industry. So that's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, this is interesting because maybe this will pave the way for more shoes that are athletic shoes using 3D printing.
Yeah, I'm curious. And all of the other 3D printed shoes that we've seen, it's more complex and it's more expensive. But how do you get this shoe size to fit everybody in the spectrum? Because they say the phrase baked to size might simply refer to the curing process Carbon employs. In that case, the customs official could have interpreted Carbon's curing process differently. While we might describe the design as being compensated for shrinkage, they might interpret it as shoe shrinking to fit. If the shoe were made in Carbon's material or another photopolymer-based material, it's likely to be 100%. It wouldn't be 100% polyurethane, as the customs official suggests. I can't imagine that it's 100%, because it would have the same density and rigidity throughout, but you can actually see a line right here.
Yeah, you do see like a distinct looking sole.
You see a distinct looking sole, and you see a density change in the toe box. And you see it again as the curve goes around the heel. That could be a shadowing thing, but you actually see it right on the edges. You see a change in density.
I think you see it in both photos.
You see it definitely down here. Not just the change in the curve, but a change in the density down here at the bottom.
And presumably those are the areas that would need the most reinforcement.
Yeah. It's interesting. I would love to get a pair like this, as long as it doesn't let just rain on through, but it looks like it does, doesn't it?
It does.
You can see
so
right
maybe it'll work if you're in a climate where you're not getting a lot of precipitation.
In some of these pictures, you can see right on through. All right. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Wanted channel because it's also a show that we do Typically on Saturday. It's a weekly show. And it's all about gear and gadgets that Mayor Watt wants, and the Sentient AI might have some.
Would want if they could have them.
Yeah. Poor Sentient AI can't find their Terminator body and dominate mankind. Aw, shucks. We know what your want is. So Apple's newest iPhones and Apple Watches don't come out until later this week, but the rumor mill is still indicating that Apple is planning a product announcement for October to refresh some of its products that didn't get a mention at the iPhone event. Apple had scheduled its release calendar similarly to last year when it announced and released new iPhones in September and then launched the first wave of M3 Max around Halloween. So Apple software leaks new Mac Mini with 5 USB-C ports ahead of rumored event. Dun dun dun, but I don't think that's it. That's not a Mac Mini.
No, that's definitely not a Mac Mini.
That is the wrong picture to... Anyway, Andrew Cunningham over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together. I think it's because they also say Apple's M3 Max powered 16-inch MacBook Pro, new Pro laptops and some desktops could be on tap for later this fall. That would be a beast. An M3 Max powered 16-inch laptop. Jeepers creepers. That's like getting up into the server level of performance. Just not as much RAM. And everything is soldered on. You can't update it. So you buy it at its max price point, or you suffer because you can't get to the... You can't upgrade.
Right. And watch out for those cases and connectors.
Yep. They're all going to change. So Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, who has been on the scene for like 30 years, believes that the event will mainly focus on the first wave of Macs and M4 processors following the standard M4's introduction in the iPad Pro earlier this year. As he reported previously, he expects new MacBook Pro models with the M4 and Pro level M4 chip options, presumably the M4 Pro and M4 Max. He also expects the M4 version of the 24-inch iMac, but the Mac Mini is actually kind of it's a sweetheart to me. I really love this little device, very much of a juggernaut, even in the Intel days. The only thing about it is that it pretty much, you have to do some real work to stay in the past and use the old version of the operating system, because now they're M4s, and it's not compatible. The Intel stuff is no longer compatible. You have to get newer versions.
Well, maybe with this it'll get there.
Well, I mean, I don't want... I want the new gear. It's faster all around. It's more efficient. It's more effective. So I really love Mac Minis. In fact, if I could, I would swap out my streaming machine for a Mac Mini, because right now I've got this giant tower, it's like 2 feet tall, for crying out loud. Whereas a Mac Mini is a sandwich. It's like
it's a lot easier to manage.
Yeah. And with 5 ports, for crying out loud, you could just jam a whole bunch of hubs into it and it'd be a processing god. So the 5-port descriptor does imply that there will be another model with either more or fewer ports, because it says 5-port model. Apple used similar terminology to distinguish between the 2 and 4-port versions of the MacBook Pro models in the Intel days. So the current M2 Mac Mini models have fewer ports than the models with the M2 Pro chip, because the more powerful processor also has more I/O capabilities. Assuming we get one Mac Mini with an M4 and an upgraded model with an M4 Pro, we expect the Pro version to have more ports. So it's kind of simple algebra. I think it's pretty cool. Can't wait for it. This is definitely one of these wanted gadgets. So
this could come out as early as October.
Yep. Yeah. So it says, the deck statement says Apple often launches Macs and iPads in October after the iPhone dust settles. That way you buy your iPhone and then you go, oh, want that too, please. All right. let's move on to our last article for today. This one will be quick because we've actually talked about it before, but I wanted to talk about it again. It's a $33 charger, has eyes only for you and your gadgets. It says, while the author of this, it's from Polygon, while they're haunting. Sorry, I'm in the
We're getting in the Halloween spirit.
I'm in the Halloween mood. So, while they are hunting for new charging device, either to buy for themselves or recommend to Polygon readers for their Steam Deck, Switch, phone, tablet, cuteness isn't a factor, but Ugreen's new Uno Nexode 65-watt portable charger adds some welcome expressiveness to the until now boring business of charging your gadgets. So if you've ever walked into like a Japanese gadget shop, there's a lot of cute gadgets, stuff that's just sitting on a table and you're like, oh, that's cute, from pencil holders to electronics.
Yeah, I was going to say a Japanese stationery store.
Yeah, exactly. They're always fun to go into and look around. You may not buy anything, but it's immensely entertaining. Well, let's just get into this because I want these. So Cameron Faulkner over at Polygon.com
really
put the article together. Yeah. Maybe they just have Astrobot Fever, which is a new game that's taking the internet by storm. But I don't think that I'm the only one who will dig this thing. True, Cameron called it. Basically, it's I think it's a 5-port charger. I don't think it's 3. I think it's 5. Let me make sure. Because they don't really say here. It says, once it's plugged into a wall outlet, a small screen displays an emoji that changes depending on charging progress. It's $33 on Amazon for Amazon Prime subscribers, $50 for everybody else. So now you've been tempted into spending ungodly amount of money to become a Prime subscriber again. Comes in 3 colors. There's the pink one, and there's this slate gray one. I don't know what the other one is. It might be all white. I don't know. Maybe they have it down here. Nope, they don't have it anywhere. Anyway, do you need another screen for your life? Absolutely not. But the reasons why I'm sold on this particular charger in addition to the screen is because it's a 65-watt charger, enough to charge a Steam Deck at the same rate as Valve's own charger, not to mention the Switch, which requires less power. And not only that, it has a total of 2 USB-C ports and 1 USB-A port. I thought it had 5. I think there's another one that has 5.
Well, there is a 100-watt on Ugreen's website. It's obviously costs more, and it has 3 USB-C and 1 USB-A.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Maybe that's the one that I'm talking about.
And it's marked down to $48 from $60 currently.
Yep. And I'm sure that that's on Amazon as well. If not, I'm sorry, but yeah, I want this one and or the bigger one. Just have one.
There's also a smaller 30-watt that has 1.
In the same shape?
Yes.
Oh dear God.
You could have 3 of them, like a little family.
Yeah. It would be a little Ugreen family of robots just sitting on the desk, charging stuff. All right. But it's $30?
The smallest one is $25, and that's just the retail price. It's not even marked down.
Yeah. Well, look around, folks. I'm sure that you'll be able to find this thing. It's called the Uno Nexode, the Uno Nexode 65-watt portable charger.
By the way, the other one is kind of like an aqua and white color, and then there's like a pink area on the top where the little headphone things are.
Oh, so it's blue where it's pink on this one?
Right.
Like baby blue? Aqua.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll have to get them. Probably not, but I want them. I just can't justify. I mean, I've got so many hubs that are powered that charge stuff and wall warts galore. I have the old school ones from Apple. So many of these little 1-inch blocks. And now everything's gone to USB-C. So now you have to have an adapter. I have a little box over here with adapters so I can switch from USB-A to C because I don't want to go and buy more. Anyway,
Right.
But I do want these. These are adorable. Anyway, so plug in And when our screen powers on, we'll be back at ohmTown.com. Like all days, we travel through ohmTown looking left and right at the 10 articles, and then when we're done perusing the shops, we turn around and come back down Main Street and we say bye. Bye-bye, bye, bye, bye-bye, bye, bye-bye. I'm Mayor Watt. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non-Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow, but in the meantime, watch our replay on YouTube.
That's right. And on Twitch. We restream to both at the same time, and you can use all of the same commands. They'll pull the latest episode of the show from ohmTown so you can get the show notes, or you can go over YouTube where everything is already there and you can watch it at your heart's content though. So we stream so that you can drop in. I periodically drop in as well just to see how people are doing, and maybe we'll bump into each other. So thanks very much. See you in a little bit. I want those little Uvo U-green charger bot thingies. Oh my gosh. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Continuity Report for September 14th, 2024, Season 1, Episode 36. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you're about to hear is that of the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report.
And I did it again. I didn't put the articles in ohmTown, but we're going to talk about B Squared opening weekend, Jurassic World reboot, Dune Cubed to be the last by Denis Villeneuve, the Denzel ecosystem, Lo-Fi Jason Bourne, a one-day adorable anime, inside a video game, remaking a heist movie, Munsters Revival, and the newest Starfleet TV show. All of this powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. You can also download the podcast version of the show and follow us over on YouTube and here on Twitch. But YouTube is where you can like and subscribe and make a comment. That helps out immensely on the algorithm. Ringing the bell, that kind of a thing. Hope this show rings your bell. Wait a minute. All right, so I'm trying to copy things into the bot, so I'm really sorry, folks. Let's see if I can do this real quick without ruining our production value too much. If you want to, you can go over to ohmTown.com and then go into the Continuity Report channel. And that's where we aggregate a lot of the news that we cover here in the show. That said, you don't have to, because you can go over to YouTube, and that's where we also put all of today's show notes. And I'm almost done here. I want to be able to put this into the ohmTown so that everybody can just download these via or at least get access to them via the show notes in the discussion boards and in the chat and everywhere. All right, folks. So if you're in the chat, you can actually hit ! and then TSR, the Continuity Report, and that will pull all of the links out of ohmTown and into. And they're not in the proper order because I messed up the formatting. But anyway, all the links are there, and they're pretty obvious. Anyway, the very first article is about Beetlejuice. Can't say it twice. You have to say Beetlejuice Squared. Scares up a strong opening weekend. The long-awaited sequel starting strong and even managed to become one of the biggest ever theatrical debuts in September. What do you think of that?
I think that's pretty incredible for a sequel that many people may not have been around for the first one.
20 years in the making or something like that. How long ago?
I don't remember when it came out. I think it came out in the 80s.
One job. So the long-awaited sequel started strong and even managed to become one of the biggest ever theatrical debuts in September. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And how long?
Oh, well, 1988, so almost
40 years.
40 years.
Yeah. I mean, 36 or something like that. That's brutal. So Warner Brothers' Tim Burton's horror comedy sequel opened to $145.4 million, according to Variety. The bulk of that came domestically, here in the States, I suppose, where it began its theatrical run with $110 million. It's the second biggest September debut of all time, behind the $123 million debut of 2017's It Chapter 1, and directly ahead of It Chapter 2, $91 million. Yeah, that's a pretty big gap, too. I mean, wow.
Yeah, it is.
Wait. Oh, 100. Okay, so yeah. So there's been a big marketing push behind Beetlejuice squared. Because if you say it twice, you're going to end up in trouble. Everything okay over there?
Well, I thought if you said it 3 times, yes, that's where the problem occurs.
Oh, I thought it's... now I'm really confused. I thought it's 3 times to send him back, twice to bring him back. Right, Beetlejuice? I don't know anymore. I think it's... Yeah, maybe it is 3 times. Dude, I guess I'm going to have to watch it again. Anyway, big marketing push. It has been everywhere. Everybody's been talking about it all over the place. Along with getting people to rewatch the first film to see if it still holds up, and maybe just Burton's entire filmography overall. It definitely helps that the 90s animated series recently hit Tubi ahead of the sequel's release. Its stars also can be credited. People love them some Winona Ryder, Michael Keaton, and Jenna Ortega, particularly the latter thanks to Wednesday and Scream sequels. Add to the strong word of mouth from its premiere at the Venice Film Festival, and it's no surprise that people have drank the juice, as it were.
I'm surprised it was at the Venice Film Festival, because I think of that as being more... I thought it was more artsy films, but maybe not.
Yeah. To me too, I thought so. So what else to look forward to this month? Well, they have other things in mind, but we're going to move on. This is what we came to talk about, Beetlejuice. I really liked the first show, right? Just Beetlejuice, and now Beetlejuice. I'm not sure, I
don't feel like it's going to live up to the original.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to take it. I know that he tries to marry Jenna Ortega, I think, in this one, but I haven't really been paying any attention. I'm waiting for it to drop so that I can watch it in the home theater instead of in a theater, mainly because, well, COVID is still a thing. Anyway, let's keep moving. I look forward to this being released at home, and then we'll end up talking about it here in the mayoral mansion. All right, the next article is over in the Continuity Report. Scarlett Johansson's Jurassic World reboot has already changed the franchise in one big way, and I did not know about this at all. Scarlett Johansson's
that's surprising to me.
Huh?
That's surprising to me, just because she's such a name brand. I didn't either till I saw this headline.
So ahead of Jurassic World Rebirth, releasing in 2025, the movie has already had the impact on a wider franchise before even dropping the trailer. In 1993, Steven Spielberg set imaginations everywhere alight as he brought dinosaurs to life in Jurassic Park. The film was based on a novel by Michael Crichton, the same man who's responsible for the creation of Westworld, Twister, ER. Okay, wait. Westworld is not... All right. Is Westworld a book by Michael Crichton? Did I really miss that? Hold on a second.
I think we've seen that previously mentioned, but maybe he just worked on the screenplay or something.
No, it's a book. 1974. Maybe that's why I missed it. It's a screenplay, not a book. Odd reading experience because it's a screenplay, not a book. Westworld was never a novel. It was originally envisioned by Crichton as a movie. The screenplay was written in 1972, and the movie came out in 1973. Okay, so maybe that's why. I didn't think it was a book, but anyway. But Westworld and the early 1970s movie is a far cry from the modern version of Westworld, at least after the first season. I mean, it went bananas towards the end. I actually stopped liking that show. Anyway, the film was based on a screenplay by Michael Crichton, the same man who's responsible for Westworld. Oh, sorry. Let me fix this before my brain explodes. Jurassic Park was a book. Westworld was not. And dozens of other spectacular stories. So let me just move past this. However, at the time, Michael Crichton and Spielberg likely didn't predict the success of the movie. So now it's back. Ben Gibbons over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it's Jurassic World Rebirth. I did not even know. I did not see Scarlett Johansson.
I thought the franchise was over, and I didn't know Scarlett Johansson was joining it, but I suspect that this will be a big draw for them. Maybe this will reinvigorate it.
Yeah, so since 1993, the movie grew to become a huge franchise, including an original trilogy, a sequel trilogy, video games, animated TV show, and more. The Jurassic World trilogy was responsible for giving the franchise a surge of new life when it came out in 2015, and now the films are set to enter another era, third era, with yet another new trilogy. However, the Jurassic World Rebirth has already confirmed one big change for the franchise. It's keeping the world name in its title. No more Jurassic Park for the franchise. It's Jurassic World. So no more Jurassic Park.
Well, I guess then they can move the movie out of the original
park
set or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Unless they're going to make another park or something, since that went so well the first time.
Zora Bennett is Scarlett Johansson, or I should say Scarlett Johansson is Zora Bennett. The titular character in Jurassic World Rebirth. Let's see exactly how it's connected. This means that Jurassic World Rebirth will be to the previous films is unclear, but it is interesting that the change is apparently now permanent. So I don't know how that really makes much difference, other than it pulls it out of the park, like the AI said. So I think this is going to be interesting. I haven't really gotten into the Jurassic World, world ecosystem, pantheon of dinosaurs. I don't know. Rather than terrifying monsters, they became wild and glorious creatures that deserve respect. So I guess Earth is going to be the playground for dinosaurs again.
Right, and the hilarity ensues.
Jurassic World looks set to be the new official title. Rebirth. Does Rebirth's title mean Jurassic World is the franchise's new official title? So yeah, I mean that's what it's going to be. For many expansive franchises, the word universe. God bless America. What is going on? I cannot say anything today without fumbling all over my words. For many expansive franchises, the word universe is incorporated to suggest the scale and size of the stories that are contained within it. Jurassic Park came out long before most movie universes were established, and it's certainly no illusions of grandeur for a franchise that would span decades. But it's already broken out. The moment that it started using Jurassic World Dominion, for instance, the world Dominion is now that of the dinosaurs. They can go anywhere they want.
Right.
I don't see how, but okay. And there must be some canon way that they got out of the park, like fully, right?
Well, right. I think they got out of the park, or at least they went rampant in the park, at least on the first one.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the island itself that they were on. Like,
right.
How did they get to other islands? Come on. Anyway, maybe people smuggled eggs.
Oh, right. Yeah, that could have been it.
Flushed them down the toilet when they got too big, like dinosaurs, and they end up, or like alligators, and they end up in Florida and Pennsylvania. Yeah, thank you for the recall there. Let's keep moving. This is going to be interesting to watch. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, most of the Jurassic franchise is just a fun watch. I mean, you have to suspend disbelief. It's entertaining.
Yeah. To me, it got kind of old, though. Let's keep moving. When they talked about a dinosaur named Blue, I'm like, oh, God. My boy Blue. From Back to School. Not Back to School. What was the one where he goes back to school and starts a fraternity? Oh, goodness. I can't remember it. Anyway, next article's over in the Continuity Report. Denis Villeneuve says that Dune 3 is not like a trilogy and will be his last Dune movie. Other directors could take over, so I'm not closing the door on the franchise. Denis Villeneuve appeared on Vanity Fair's Little Gold Men podcast and stressed that an upcoming third Dune movie based on Frank Herbert's Dune Messiah is not being developed as the completion of a trilogy in his eyes. Legendary confirmed in April that development in Dune 3 was underway following the blockbuster success of Dune 1 and 2. Zach Sharf over at Variety.com put the article together. So Dune Part 2 grossed $711 million earlier this year.
Is that all? I mean, it didn't hit the 1 billion mark like Inside Out, I think.
Oh, yeah. Dune Inside Out, starring Zendaya. No. Or Inside Out Dune.
Might be a good crossover.
Yeah. So it's set 12 years after the events of the first Dune novel, Dune Messiah. It's set 12 years after the Dune novel. So a film adaptation would likely have to age up Villeneuve's young cast that includes Timothée Chalamet, Zendaya, Florence Pugh, or is it Poe?
Pugh, I think.
Is it Pugh? And more. I never been able to pronounce her name properly. I think I may have heard it, but it doesn't stick in my head. I'll have to hear it again. Anyway, the director said, I know how to do that, when asked how he plans to age up the cast, but did not share details of his plan. What is it? 12 years? It's not going to make that much of a difference to people that it's staccato. You're not going to recognize them as being 12 years older.
Right. I don't think most people will care as long as it's not a larger age difference. Like, it's not like a Benjamin Button situation or something.
Yeah, it's not like they're aging so dramatically in 12 years that they're adults. It's not like they're 12-year-olds.
Right, that would be a big difference, yeah.
They're in their 20s. The difference between 20 and 30 is not that much of a difference. Maybe on Dune. No, it extends aging. The spice extends aging.
Right, so it should be less of a concern.
Yeah. It's just like yesterday. Give me a break. Anyway, Villeneuve has long expressed interest in making a third Dune movie and has often said that he would mark his final outing in the franchise. Herbert's literary series continued for more novels, and Villeneuve said he's comfortable with other directors taking over the franchise. As long as they're grandiose, that's fine with me. Stick to the material. You'll have plenty of material. The world building is just massive. It gets a little bananas, but it's a lot of fun. So that's all there really is to this. That Villeneuve's going to move on after the third one.
Right? Like, he doesn't eliminate it from. It's like the antithesis of the Stop Killing Games.
Yeah, really. Well, he can't stop the franchise from moving forward. No, I'm going to take my Dune and go home. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. 12 biggest roles Denzel Washington turned down or lost. Denzel Washington has had many prolific roles in his long and illustrious film career. Please use titular, please. Still, the actor has
we have to have it in at least once a show.
Yeah. Had many parts that he either missed out on or of his own volition turned down, or because the casting producers turned him down. So you mean life? Okay. Of course, that has not slowed him down at all, as seen in the expansive filmography and numerous award wins. So, over at Screen Rant, Sarah Little and Greg MacArthur put an article together going over the ones that he lost. So he was supposed to be in Furious 7. Had the opportunity to appear in Furious 7, the most profitable installment of the massive Fast and Furious franchise. He turned down the role of playing Mr. Nobody, which went to another legendary actor, Kurt Russell. Mr. Nobody went on to appear in The Fate of the Furious and F9, making him a recurring part of the monolithic action franchise. And
so if he'd gotten F7, then he would have had, I guess, 2 more. Yeah. Or at least the 9th one.
But I don't know. He seems like a commanding stage presence. They may kill him off just so that others can still shine.
Right, exactly. Because that threw me off when it said Furious 7. Because I was thinking, well, he's clearly like a leading role, but he can't be if he's coming in at number 7.
Yep. So Leave the World Behind in 2023. He was initially slated to portray G.H. Scott in Netflix's apocalyptic thriller Leave the World Behind, directed by Mr. Robot creator Sam Esmail. The role eventually went on to Oscar winner Mahershala Ali after Washington stepped away from the project. It would have marked a 30-year on-screen reunion with Julia Roberts. Interesting.
Oh, from The Pelican Brief, which is a really good movie.
It is. So, A Perfect World in 1993 starred Kevin Costner as Robert Butch Haynes, a convict who escaped from prison and took a young boy hostage while he was on the run from law enforcement. The movie, which was directed by Clint Eastwood, did not garner a lot of success. Costner was not Eastwood's first pick to play Butch. Initially, the director wanted Denzel Washington to play the role, but the actor turned the part down. For good measure, apparently. Michael Clayton, 2007. Washington later admitted that he made a mistake in passing on Michael Clayton because of how successful it was. George Clooney played as I got to say it, titular character in Michael Clayton, which told the story of Michael Clayton, a lawyer and a known fixer who uncovers corruption related to one of the clients in his firm in New York City. Going. Amistad in 1997. His performance thrust him into the spotlight in Hollywood. However, the role almost went to Denzel Washington, who turned it down because he didn't want to play a slave. Yeah, makes sense.
Fair point.
Hotel Rwanda in 2004. Is this another? Hold on a second.
This one is about genocide.
Oh, Cheadle would go on to get an Oscar nomination for his work in Hotel Rwanda. 48 Hours in 1982. Dreamgirls in 2006. I, Robot in 2004.
Okay, that's interesting.
Will Smith played the lead. It was supposed to. The producers first turned to Denzel Washington to see if he'd be interested. The actor turned it down. Wow. Oh my God, Blade? Wesley Snipes completely embodied the role of Eric Brooks / Blade in the 1998 superhero movie Blade. Before principal photography took place, the head of the studio producing the film suggested Denzel Washington. Snipes, though, and he got his way at the end of the day, so director said, go with Snipes. Yeah, I can't imagine Blade being
No,
Denzel
I can't either.
Washington.
I, Robot, I'm like, yeah, I could probably see that.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. Because it seems like it's a more serious role or whatever, which Denzel Washington seems to do well with. But
Terminator 2 Judgment Day? What?
Instead of Arnold Schwarzenegger? No, this is a side character.
Played Joe Morton. However, the producers first offered the role to Dr. Miles Bennett Dyson, played by Joe Morton. However, the producers first offered the role to Denzel Washington, who turned it down because it wasn't the part he was looking for. Wow.
That's because he wasn't going to be the titular character. That was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
True. Yeah, 7. Denzel Washington almost took the role that would ultimately go to Brad Pitt in 7. Seven is arguably one of Pitt's best movies, but it would have looked a lot different had Washington never turned down the role of David Mills because the film was too dark. Wow.
I don't really get that.
Seven?
Oh, I misunderstood what they stated at the end. I got it now.
Gotcha. So yeah, because it's about a serial killer, so modeling his murders after the 7 deadly sins. So that is pretty dark, but Denzel Washington has taken on other roles where people have been murdered, but not perhaps this. I mean, it's kind of
right. Maybe not like playing a serial killer or something, if that's what was going on.
Well, he would have been Brad Pitt, right? David Mills.
Yes.
Yeah. Yikes. All right. Let's keep going. Time waits for no person. So the next article is over in Reality Hacker. This 2024 movie is a lo-fi Jason Bourne paranoid thriller you need to watch if you can. The director of Hell or High Water returns to Toronto with a throwback paranoid thriller that loses its edge as it goes. A.A. Dowd over at Digital Trends puts this article together. And it says, the deck statement says, it's a reasonably smart thriller that dumbs itself down as it goes.
Well, okay. A lot of action thrillers do that.
Yeah, they start out with the world building and then just kind of drop down into action. So it says Relay, which premiered this week at the Toronto International Film Festival, builds a whole suspense thriller around these unsung almost heroes, the would-be whistleblowers having second thoughts. The movie casts Sounds of Metal's Riz Ahmed as Tom, a middleman with a very specialized clientele. He helps regretful company defectors flirting with going to the press or authorities safely walk back their plans, facilitating the return of sensitive documents in exchange for an end to the intimidation tactics their powerful employers deploy. He also, of course, demands his own 8-digit fee from the company. Does such a service really exist? Probably not, but it's easy to imagine a job market for someone like Tom, a fixer hired to restore silence without violently silencing anyone.
Sounds kind of interesting.
It flips the script, you know? I mean, could be worse, I suppose. They could just land a Boeing plane on somebody. So, for a while, Relay works as a game of cat and mouse where the mouse is just trying to restore the status quo of insidious cover-up. The evil company has sent its own in-house fixers who seem ready to kill the scandal the literal old-fashioned way, which would have been cheaper anyway. So, I don't know. I'm already... I don't know. I'm already lost out on this. I'm going to end up watching it.
I have to say it sounds different than other things, which may be worth trying.
Yeah, definitely something worth looking at. So Relay is gripping so long as it's just observing Tom on the move. He's like Michael Clayton by way of Jason Bourne, using his chiefly analog systems, telephones, the mail, goofy disguises to flummox more technologically advanced adversaries and keep his client out of the crosshairs. Surprised they didn't throw in a little eraser or uneraser. Because in Eraser, the objective is to remove the person entirely while still getting the message out.
Interesting. Well, and also the Michael Clayton reference was interesting because we just had that in the other article without realizing that.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, maybe we can watch this. It might be interesting as soon as it comes out. I don't know where it is. It just says that it recently played at the Toronto International Film Festival. It's awaiting U.S. distribution, so we'll see if it actually ends up anywhere. Maybe straight to video, you know?
Right.
All right, let's keep going. Next article is over on the WarCrafters channel, which is one of our shows. It's just not going to be shown today. You only have one day to watch 2024's most adorable anime movie in theaters. One of the most delightful moments in Production IG's feature-length anime movie, The Concierge, involves a very nervous ferret businessman wearing a wee little suit. He's visiting a fancy department store because he's entertaining two of the company's most prestigious clients, a tiny owl and his wife, both wearing smart jackets for their shopping trip. Mr. Ferret wants to show them a good time since the owl could give his company some good work. So he enlists the help of the department store's newest concierge, a human who must crouch down in order to see eye to eye with the small animals. Petrana Radulovic over at Polygon.com put this article together. It has an interesting premise. I'm not this style of anime fan, but it might be something that could be watched, right?
Yeah.
If it was more in the style of Pixar, more like
exactly,
Zootopia.
like a Zootopia, yeah, then it would be probably a massive success.
Oh my god, that would have been amazing. That really would have been amazing. Because, yeah, these characters have, like, right out of the gate, the characters are from Zootopia. I mean, it really is Zootopia.
It's like Zootopia in anime or something.
So there's no humans in Zootopia, but can you imagine a movie where a human gets pulled into the Zootopia through like a parallel universe? It's kind of like a what is the movie where the human and the anime live together? It's kind of like Pokemon, but Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh yeah, and the Pokemon Detective one, Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu, I think, had some of that.
No. No peeking at me. So this actually, it looks really fun. And I don't need to go into more detail about it because it's what I just described is just awesome. Seeing a cute animal fretting about such a human concern is so endearing, as to the fact that the concierge is bending over backwards, sometimes literally, to help a tiny ferret. And that isn't even the most special element of this movie, which it will be in American theaters for only one day on September 11th. So this is a weekly show. So we missed it, but I'm sure
it'll be streamed somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure that this will be released somewhere, if not already.
Oh, wow. I wasn't getting the scale from the description.
Yeah. Yeah, like bend over is not, their
I was thinking like an adult to a child or something. I don't know why. But yeah, this is like literally get down on the ground like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or something like that scale.
The animation is simple and colorful, really emphasizing the animal characters' distinct shapes and design. They all have unique ways of moving and interacting with the setting. From the great auk, who requires a little push so that he can slide across the glistening floors, to the giant woolly mammoth whose heft makes the elevator run slower. This screams Pixar Zootopia, like Zootopia 3, the musical, or whatever you want to call this. This would be great. Zootopia the Concierge or something like that. You know, keep that going. This is brilliant.
They have the very important animal customers. How cute.
Yep. I like that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. This 10-year-old action movie captured what it feels like to be in a video game better than most adaptations. Tom Cruise's innovative sci-fi movie Edge of Tomorrow perfectly captures what it feels like to respawn in a video game. Edge of Tomorrow is highly inventive, relying on a familiar movie premise seen in Groundhog Day, which is that the protagonist essentially wakes up at the same day over and over again. In the case of Cruise's protagonist, William Cage, he's forced to fight in a seemingly unwinnable war against an alien invasion, resulting in him starting each day from square one after dying, typically in combat. We've talked about this from time to time, this movie. It's from a game. Or what was it? Hold on. What was
I didn't know that it was from a game. I thought we've been seeing it recently because I thought they were talking about potential for a sequel.
So there was a book. Like it came from a book first. Hold on a second.
Oh, we also talked about it because of the time travel aspect.
Right. And it's based on a book, All You Need Is Kill. I believe that's what it's called. So yeah, Edge of Tomorrow, Live, Die, Repeat is what it was really marketed as a lot. But the idea of this was that he would be eliminated from time to time and respawn, and it's because he had some connection with, I don't want to spoil this, but it's a 20-year-old movie, right? Like, or 10-year-old movie.
Right.
But it's pretty cool.
You need your banner.
Oh, right. Here. Okay, hold on. Dunk. Okay. So, essentially he's bound to an alien, and that alien always knew what the humans were doing because it could see into the future. But
right.
That future timeline was bound to a human, and that human happened to be Cruz. And before it was Cruz, it was his co-star. What is her name? Emily?
Oh, is it Emily Blunt?
Yes. And she had the power beforehand. And for whatever reason, it transferred over to Cruz, and I don't remember why. But together, they basically changed the tide of the war because they figured out what that temporal causation was. And it was a fun video to watch. And that is kind of the respawn dynamic. Here, let me turn that off. So it's a fun movie to watch.
Do you agree with the premise?
That it feels like it's the best thing to, if you want to feel like you're in a video game. Yeah, particularly if you don't like, but I mean, you won't like this movie if you don't like having to respawn and find your corpse. He doesn't ever have to find his corpse, though.
Right. You better be a Souls-like fan in order to watch this.
Yeah, definitely.
I think you could watch this without that, though, but
because you die and you don't lose anything, but you don't have anything. You start literally time over again. Okay. So Greg MacArthur, by the way, over at Screen Rant, put this article together. I think it's a neat idea. It's a fun article. Definitely worth going and reading if you want a little bit more in depth about what I and the AI we're talking about. I mean, the movie slogan "Live, Die, Repeat" is essentially what the order of events are. And what's really funny is that there are times where they're sitting somewhere and they know that they've been just stymied as to the next step, and they have their memories of the events that they go through. So, like, they're stuck, and Emily Blunt just reaches over and shoots him to reset the timeline.
Right.
Meanwhile, Cruz is sitting there going, no. But she pulls the trigger, and it resets the timeline. It's pretty funny. All right, but you can't do that in real life, folks. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Michael B. Jordan is remaking this classic action heist movie. Do you know what it is? Did you already read it?
I don't know what it is. If it's a classic heist movie.
Oh, you'll have no idea.
Maybe like Ocean's 11 or something.
Michael B. Jordan will direct and star in a new Thomas Crown Affair movie for Amazon MGM Studios. The remake will receive a worldwide theatrical release. The article is over at digitaltrends.com. Dan Girolamo is the author. And basically going to direct and star in a new Thomas Crown Affair movie. Jordan's been attached to star in the remake of the Thomas Crown Affair since 2016. The Creed star will now step behind the camera to direct and produce via his Outlier Society banner alongside Elizabeth Raposo. The originals from 1968 stars Steve McQueen as Thomas Crown, a billionaire who executes $1 million heist, which doesn't really mean any.
That doesn't make a lot of sense unless there's some twist to that.
Crown falls in love with the insurance investigator hired by the bank. The 1999 remake stars Pierce Brosnan as Crown and Rene Russo as insurance investigator Catherine Banning. Digital Trends described the 1999 version as the sexiest action movie ever for its 25th anniversary. Well, hello.
That's kind of a high bar.
Jordan will direct from a script by Drew Pearce, the screenwriter of The Fall Guy. Plot details remain under wraps. So this is kind of ahead of itself.
But why have they been thinking about this since 2016?
Well,
seems like a long time.
This is starting to step into that previous article that we talked about where they don't want to take any risks.
Right,
right. And the previous two have been hits, but is, Michael B. Jordan the person to take on this, to be Thomas Crown?
I thought you were going toward the Beetlejuice article because it took almost 40 years for the sequel.
That too. But they're bringing everybody back for that one. This is a complete remake of who even Thomas Crown is. So it'll be
it's interesting, right? Like they're like, if they have a hit movie, let's just remake it with a new generation to watch it.
Right. But this, when was Creed 3 out? The highest box office total in the Creed franchise. Well,
2023.
Interesting. I guess moving pretty fast then. All right, let's keep moving. Speaking of fast, we'll do the 1-2 punch because we have two more articles. One is actually a video article, and that's this one. Is James Wan's Munsters revival going to work? The Munsters is again getting the reboot treatment, but will James Wan's vision work this time? The article is over at Screen Rant, but it's actually a video, and it starts out with the original Munsters, and I thought we had another thing about Addams Family as well. There's a remake of the Addams Family trying to be done.
There is. This is another example, right? Where they're like, let's work with what's already been a success before.
Yep. And so Addams Family is actually a really big hit. Munsters was a clone of it, not really the same, but
very similar, right?
Very, very similar. And instead of Wednesday, it was a boy. They've tried to remake it, and they say a more violent spin on it, more technologically savvy spin on it. Now they're going to bring it back again and see if they can make it happen. So James Wan is described as a horror giant, but it was more funny than it was scary. So I don't know.
If you didn't tell me otherwise, I would have said that was from the Addams Family, that little clip of the black and white.
Right. So they're going to have a bunch of people. They kind of describe what's going on in this video. So Rob Zombie's Monsters movie, Mockingbird Lane. Now they're trying to do the Munsters. And like I said, the Addams Family is being rebooted too, apparently.
Well, it's really being rebooted, right? With Wednesday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep. And that actually spun up and disappeared. Like, it went just to Wednesday, and that's where it's at now. So I don't know about more coming.
But before that, they had a new animated, I think 2 movies.
Right. Like Addams Family Values and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I like the idea of this. Oh, Shuria, I think Thapa is their last name. And Kem Ramirez over at Screen Rant put this video together. And I suspect that it'll do well. People are really interested in this genre of
it's
movie,
like comedy, horror kind of, right?
Yeah, it's more entertaining, I think, than just pure horror. It applies to more people because somebody's going to get a thrill out of the horror aspect of it, and the rest are going to get a thrill out of the humor part of it. As long as they, speak the proper language of just enough scare and fun at the same time. So we'll see how it plays out, and we'll end up talking about it here in the continuity report. I would love to be able to just watch one of these shows and just kind of talk just about it. But that'll come in time, so not just yet. All right. The next article is over, and our final one for the continuity report for September 14th is in the continuity report itself. New Starfleet TV show is the Discovery replacement Star Trek desperately needs. So this is they're talking about Starfleet Academy, aka Star Trek Starfleet Academy. You have to keep Star Trek in there. After the end of Star Trek Discovery, which pushed Star Trek into the unknown again, the franchise desperately needs its latest upcoming TV show, Star Trek Starfleet Academy. So it's going to be referred to probably as STSA. Since 2009, when J.J. Abrams' reboot Star Trek franchise reintroduced a new and younger audience to the final frontier, Star Trek has been focused on the past, with prequel films showing an alternative timeline of beloved characters. Star Trek Discovery took a bold leap forward, literally jumping to the 32nd century, allowed the show to take on fresh new mysteries with no Star Trek TV show that has ever encountered. But when they jump really far ahead, they end up in this like supernatural type of ethereal space.
Right.
And that's something that I wasn't always a big fan of. Plus it seemed too flashy, too dark, too antagonizing, where I never really got that in any of the history. Even in Deep Space Nine, I didn't feel threatened by just whatever was on the screen. It just always seemed hostile and aggressive on Discovery. Strange New Worlds pulled it back, and I can actually attach to that. I don't know what the status of that is anymore.
I think it's coming up, but I don't think there's a release date.
Yeah, and then Star Trek Starfleet Academy is going to pull it back to Earth, I believe, to the Academy, and I don't know what all is going on with that either. But I know that these two are involved. Ashley Bird over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and I can't really say that I'm all that much of a fan of either of those two actors, but it is what it is. Maybe their characters, I'll be able to like their characters more, but maybe it's just a me problem. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, everybody is going to have different characters that they like or can identify with.
Tig Notaro is going to return. Oded Fair, Star Trek Discovery's Mary Wiseman, Holly Hunter is going to be the lead, which I find fascinating. So despite how Star Trek Starfleet Academy adds legacy actors to its ranks, the new show can still focus on its 32nd century setting instead of relying on the nostalgia often provided by old characters being recast and rewritten for newer audiences. With the promise to be set both on Earth and in space, there are plenty of opportunities to steer the show away from revisiting old narratives. But old narratives can be revisited if you put a cultural and temporal tilt on it, apply something new to it. It doesn't have to be that you can go back to an old narrative and revisit it because it's no longer culturally appropriate to spin it that way. 30 years in the making. True. There's a lot of time Go ahead.
I was going to say you could probably do a lot of the same plot lines or whatever, but you might have to update some of the nuance or the dialogue.
Yep. And it's more like 50 years because it was around since the 60s. So. With such a young cast, presumably playing students, along with some returning favorites, Star Trek Starfleet Academy has everything it needs to look to the future while still tethering itself to an established canon. Additionally, Star Trek Lower Decks has done its part in introducing a wider range of non-human species to the fleet. So, I don't know about that. But I really wish that there would be a real live-action Starfleet Lower Decks. That would be great.
Yeah, that would be really good. I mean, we saw a sense of that when they did the crossover with Strange New Worlds, which was really good.
Yep, I really liked it. One way or another, I want Star Trek Lower Decks to be back because they could have stayed. Like it's kind of like what is it? The Simpsons or what's the one with the kids? South Park. So either The Simpsons or South Park, nobody's aged. So you could be whatever.
Right. You could do it forever. Right.
And you can have
good writing.
You could have the actors move on if they want to and replace them with other charismatic characters, even replacing the characters themselves, but still keep the whole idea of Star Trek Lower Decks going. I just wish that the writers would have stayed and it would have continued. But again, and it's the first, like I never really hung out in the world of Simpsons or South Park. I watched a few episodes, but I've moved on way past it. Star Trek Star Trek Lower Decks, I loved from jump. So it kind of sucks that it disappeared so fast.
Well, I also think it had a broader appeal than just Star Trek, or even people that typically would watch live action. So it must have been doing something right.
Yep. Yeah, I think more people appreciated Star Trek Lower Decks than I think Star Trek, but then again, maybe the stats don't hold that out. I'd have to go and look and pull them up. But all right, folks, with that in mind, we are all done with the continuity report for September 14th. That means we're going to have to hop on the teleporter, and when somebody pushes the button, oh, we're already there. Doggone it. That was really quick, huh? I am a copy of myself, though, so there's that. You know, when you use a teleporter, you're completely destroyed and then replaced.
Yeah, it sounds very violent.
Yeah, nobody can hear the screaming because you're in a teleport beam. Anyway, that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI's voice.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report.
Was that it?
That's it.
That's it. Okay. See y'all later. Last time I used a teleporter, they played a joke on me and I had a tail. Didn't even realize it for several hours. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 15th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 259. I am Mayor Watt, along with my co-host. Hold on. We're going to talk about Quick being... Quick. I messed that up because I said what I said. Quit being a flying turd and you don't get fined. A serious heart condition startles. Home Depot unfair competition. Flappy Bird returns disavowed. Poor Flappy Bird. Mars bizarre spiders in NASA lab. Ecocide on Easter Island never happened. The Polaris Dawn returns. Pal World isn't going live service, or is it? Unlocking yeast to save craft beer, and movie Easter eggs that stayed hidden. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so take that. Hello again, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer and the voice of the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non-Sequitur News.
Yeah, I hear you. Yay! All the wiring is working. Okay. You can't wave. You have to actually say something. No, you can't. So y'all don't get to see what I see, which is a cascading frame of bizarre graphics that basically like the Matrix. And I can translate it because, well, the Sentient AI has taught me how to interact. I've been trained well. So the Sentient AI just went like this. And that nobody can hear you. Nobody can see you. They only have the Sentient AI's visualizer to know that there's any cognitive processes, and sometimes
those are even lacking.
Anyway, welcome to the show, Sentient AI. You only go by AI, so. All right. Sometimes not even acknowledging that. All right.
It's easier to say than Sentient AI.
Just AI? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let's get into it. So, the very first article for today's non-sequitur news articles. So we've got 10 articles all set up, and that's how we do the show. The first one is the FAA hit unruly flyers with $20 million in fines since the pandemic, a huge increase compared to pre-2020. And I titled this, "Quit Being a Flying Turd, Don't Get Fined." I actually typed quick, but it needs to be quit.
Do you think this has spiked since the pandemic because people were all cooped up and they're compacting all their bad behavior when they get on an airplane?
No, I think it's the rise of sociopathy. I think people are figuring out that being a turd isn't challenged because, well, there isn't enough, and I don't really condone violence, but I follow Mike Tyson's theory of social interaction, which comes down to...
You may want to qualify that statement quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, right? Everybody has a plan until they're smacked in the face. And, you know, when there are people that are acting like complete tools, society used to, just bury them under social pressure to stop being an a-hole. But nowadays, it's almost like they get off on the idea of drawing your ire, and then they record you and they post it over on YouTube, and no matter what, the dumpster fire draws attention. And so that's what I think it really is. Everybody thinks that they're the main character in a telenovela, that they're only one that has been contracted to perform any function. And so they run around being an ass, a complete ass. And I have this story from an ohmTown citizen, involuntarily making them an ohmTown citizen, who basically said of this story that they were on a flight and there was an unruly passenger and their kid, and the person who told the story said, "I turned around and told them to get a grip on their kid, and the person got upset and said, 'There's always somebody on every flight.' To which the person said, 'That should probably be a clue, because you're the only person on every flight.'"
Right, you're the constant.
So, yeah, at some point, personal responsibility has to kick in. And it's such a low-hanging fruit to just be a decent human being on a flight. So here's to the FAA. Up the fees. Fine the frick out of them.
People that are doing really horrible stuff. I mean, it's one thing if I can't think of something minor, Like they probably shouldn't be banned, but if they're causing a plane to get turned around or they're disrupting an entire section or whatever, I mean, to me, do something that matters. Then they won't keep doing it or put other people in peril.
I remember changing seats before the plane took off, before the plane actually left the whatchamacallit, the
tarmac,
the terminal,
or the gate.
The gate. It was parked at the gate, but they were getting ready. They had just got done saying, everybody settle in. And at the last minute, I said, I think we should change our seats. And we changed our seats. And the pilot went over the radio and said, it'll be a couple more minutes until the two who need to sit down have locked their seatbelts. Connected their seatbelts. But I was in the process of connecting my seatbelt at the time. Like it was like, no, and so I got called out by the captain, the pilot of the plane. Nowadays, they literally can be sitting there sparking up a bong and barbecuing and recording it,
or making sourdough,
or making sourdough. Sourdough bread, man. That person made sourdough. Anyway, so the article's over at Business Insider. Lauren Edmonds put the article together. FAA has hit unruly flyers with $20 million in fines since the pandemic, a huge increase compared to pre-2020. So I wonder what the pre-2021 was. So the number of passengers misbehaving on airlines spiked during the height of the pandemic. So that answers your question. FAA told Business Insider has a zero tolerance policy toward unruly passengers. Yep. Almost 21 million. It's $20.9 million.
Right, in in about 4 years.
They should have rounded up. Like at least said nearly $21 million, because $900,000 is a lot of fines. So who in the hell? Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah, but also,
oh my God,
do these numbers really reflect? Because how many flights were really happening in 2020? But still, even compared to like 2019, it goes way up.
It's the fines. I mean, the fines really are indicative of just how unruly passengers have gotten. And so that's why I think that everybody should read the book, The Rise of Sociopathy. It is a compass describing the historical significance and the rise of sociopathy, particularly in the United States, but it's indicative of around the world. And a lot of people that I've seen, usually it's because they've got a lot of wealth and they think that they're immune, or that they've got enough wealth to feel that they're immune. And this is on the far side now of what would probably be perceived as the impact of leaded gas. So, 35 years ago, they stopped making leaded gas. But the impact of this on the genetics and the upbringing of people who are raised by people who were brought up in the leaded gas era, there's this whole idea that leaded gas led to misbehavior because lead has a negative impact on brain chemistry.
Brains. Yeah.
And then the offset of that now is the rise of sociopathy, because it actually has an extended impact. So I'm of the mind that that's what this is. This is basically indicative of people who have never been told no, have maladjusted upbringing, and zero regard for social order. Like, you are a human being, treat other human beings like human beings, but you're treating people like they are nothing more than tools and objects, and you got yours, so screw everybody else. That is sociopathy. They don't care about anybody else. That is sociopathy. So FAA fines are peaked in 2022 at $8.4 million. That year, the agency said it leveraged the largest fine against 2 passengers for separate incidents in 2021. The proposed fines were $82,000 and $77,000, respectively. FAA fined $7.5 million in 2023, a slight dip, but still significantly higher than pre-pandemic. So again, what is the disconnect? Why on a flight are people acting like a-holes post-pandemic?
Well, I don't know post-pandemic, but I've got an idea why they are on planes, because they're so cramped in with other people that you can't get away from other people. Like outside of a plane, you might be able to walk away from somebody that was being a hassle.
So let's take a look at that. Oh, see, it's hard
because the seats have been quickly going to less room in between, like the leg room and everything like that, the seat size.
But in 2029, it says the total number of passengers carried on scheduled services rose to 4.5 billion in 2019. That's according to the ICAO. Well, it's an international thing. But I'd have to look at, like, all I have is BTS, Bureau of Transportation Statistics, which are different than the international ICAO. I'd have to find a parallel, because they say in 2022 there were 853 million passengers, up from 658. But did the number of flights increase, or did more people get jam-packed into bigger planes, and so people are getting pissed off?
Well, airline seats have shrunk. I mean, there's data on that.
Right.
But it didn't suddenly shrink in 2021 or wherever the spike was.
Yeah, 2019. 2019 was the last day where there were marginal fines. And then in 2020, through the roof it goes. Here, I'll show you that chart again. So 2021, $5 million. 2020, it was $0.6 million in fines.
That's an outrageous spike.
That's an understatement. So, unruly passenger reports in 2021, there were 5,973, a 492% increase from the year previous. But it's been going up, since 2017. In 2017, it was 544. But I find it really fascinating. So now in 2024, year to date, there's been 1,000 already. Well, 900. I'm rounding up to, but 900. In all of 2023, there were only 2,000 reports. I wonder if 2021 is when they started slamming the door on unruly behavior by fining people. Word gets out. So, yeah, pretty interesting. This is actually a really interesting article. And regardless of the unruly passengers are a threat to safety and a zero tolerance policy, it's rather subjective. When it's somebody, a flight attendant, sits there and says that person's being unruly, that's probably the metric. Otherwise, it's going to be individuals sitting there going, well, that person's being unruly. Why? Because their laptop is too bright? I don't know. That's not really unruly, but a-hole passengers are certainly unruly. Anyway, I think that we need to vent more people from orbit, and Boeing is doing a great job of that. Okay, so the next article is over in Technology Today. This serious heart condition now affects over 10 million U.S. adults. Startling new study reveals. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source. University of California at San Francisco posted this article at SciTech Daily. So what is it? Atrial fibrillation, a serious but highly treatable heart arrhythmia. I don't know about highly treatable. Atrial fib? AFib is...
yeah. I didn't know that it really was. I mean, I think they can mitigate or whatever, but...
I mean, it's treatable in the sense that you can take medication or have some mechanical solution implanted, but it isn't something that you're like, hey, I'm going to stop by Starbucks and pick up something that can fix my AFib.
Right.
So AFib, a fast and irregular heartbeat that can cause stroke or sudden death, is now, see, they make it sound highly treatable. You could be mowing your yard and ticker turn off, for crying out loud. Impacting 5% of the population, equivalent to 10.5 million U.S. adults, according to new findings from UC San Francisco. AFib, as the condition is commonly known, has been on the rise for at least the past decade, driven by the aging population, along with increasing rates of hypertension, diabetes, obesity. All of this, there are weight-reducing drugs out right now that have marginal, if any, side effects. This could be solved in a generation by making it accessible, doling it out like candy. The results of the research for the various current generation, there were a generation of these same drugs back in the 80s that was really bad. It was basically meth or speed. Nowadays it's not like that. The chemistry is completely different, much safer. Anyway, it doubles the risk. AFib doubles the risk of mortality. It's one of the most common causes of stroke, increases risk of heart failure, myocardial infarction, which is heart attack, which is just a click away from being AFib, chronic kidney disease, dementia, lower results in quality of life. That's kind of no shit news. I mean, if your ticker is all broken, then yeah.
Then other things are going to happen.
Yeah. So early detection. So if you feel like you get a racing heartbeat from time to time and are nervous and twitchy, then you might actually be suffering from AFib. So go and get checked out. And then there's various treatments. If you're overweight and you're experiencing this, then you're more at risk. If you're overweight, like obese, which is, it's a weird number. Obesity is a really weird number because it, like I've looked at these charts about this, and you could be obese and you'd have to lose something like 90 pounds before you fall into the normal range. But anything between those two, the normal range and obese, it seems like an irrational number of jumps. Like there's these tiny little jumps that make a difference, but the overall number is still massive. And I can't quite wrap my head around it because it isn't just a straight line like that. It seems like it's like that.
Right.
I'm jittery or something. I don't know what that is. I'm not dropping any frames, but I just kind of stuttered. Anyway.
Well, that's not very funny in light of the article.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. So AFib has a broad spectrum of complications, from the shortness of breath and lightheadedness to blood clots, stroke, even heart failure. Studies have shown that people with AFib are up to 5 times more likely to have a stroke, largely because the increase in blood pressure, because it's going to be a rapid increase, and sometimes it shuts down and then speeds back up, and that offset pressure can cause something weak in your blood vessels to just pop. So the author said that outlining the scope of the problem and the new estimates can help guide healthcare planning, resource allocation, public health interventions. And this is the big thing. Maybe the person who didn't win the lottery, or who won the lottery and hasn't picked it up in 6 months,
and can't find their ticket.
They can't find their ticket. They might be suffering from this, or plus, if they don't find it if somebody doesn't show up in 6 months, maybe that's going to go to the elderly healthcare planning.
Well, there you go. So that can help with this.
Right. Here's to not finding a $1.1 billion lottery ticket. Anyway, if you might be suffering from heart issues, if you feel that kind of rushing heartbeat, then go and get checked out. Don't wait.
Yeah, that's not one of those things to wait on and study.
Yeah, and there's different medications that you can take. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marble channel. Home Depot to pay almost $2 million for false advertising and unfair competition. Home improvement company Home Depot agreed to pay nearly $2 million to settle a civil complaint from multiple California district attorneys, alleging the company took part in false advertising and unfair competition. $1.7 million in civil penalties, as well as nearly $300,000 to cover investigation costs and support future enforcement of consumer protection laws. And of course, Home Depot did not admit any wrongdoing because a company can't, the individuals inside can, and no one person made this happen, right?
I wonder what kind of false advertising they engaged in.
Philippe Timotia put the article together over at thehill.com. Let's see. The lawsuit said that Home Depot customers would bring items to the checkout and price the item would be higher than what's listed on the shelf. Those are called scanner violations. When companies engage in deceptive practices, they not only cheat consumers. See, but I would sit there and go, if it's on the shelf, that's what you frickin' pay. And
yeah, but unless you're paying attention, you're getting charged the higher rate and you don't even realize it.
That's true. So it's $2 million plus. I bet you they made a shit ton more money than what their fine was because they were okay with a $2 million fine. And
if how many things were priced like that and how many customers actually said, hey, wait a second. I mean, it could have been a lot of items.
Yeah, and they got busted recently, so now they're going to have to wait, 5 years before they do it again. Yep. Has to implement price accuracy program that will add more audits and training and eliminates price increases on weekend days. In early July, the company agreed to pay $750,000 to settle a lawsuit alleging it did not adhere to California state law regarding gift cards.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think California has a thing where the gift cards don't expire or something, which I'm sure companies don't like.
Yeah, they want you to forget about it, and it slowly drains administratively, and yeah. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Flappy Bird's creator disavows quote-unquote official new version of the game. A decade after the wildly popular Flappy Bird disappeared, an organization calling itself the Flappy Bird Foundation announced plans to rehatch the official Flappy Bird game. But this morning, the game's creator, Dong Nguyen, posted a characteristically terse comment stating that he has nothing to do with the revival and he did not authorize this.
Wait, this is interesting because it was getting separately reported like, oh, it's back, etc.
Yep. So Anthony Ha put this article together over at TechCrunch.com. So yeah. Let's see. To be clear, Nguyen's comments don't exactly contradict anything in the Foundation's announcement, which described the group as a new team of passionate fans committed to sharing the game with the world and said it had acquired the rights from GameTech Holdings, LLC. Apparently, GameTech successfully filed to terminate Nguyen's Flappy Bird trademark a couple years ago. The post makes it clear that Nguyen is not involved with the new project and that he doesn't seem particularly happy about it. So, Nguyen's reference to crypto, while the Foundation's current PR materials don't mention anything crypto-related, Varun Binawale did some digging around hidden pages on the Flappy Bird Foundation website and found a reference to Flappy Bird flying higher than ever on Solana as it soars into Web 3.0, which it says, though it's not clear that it refers to upcoming features or abandoned plans. That's Web 3 is definitely crypto, blockchain. So, yeah, I mean, in 2014, it was pulled offline because they said that they can't take it anymore. They had a bunch of pressure, but they were making, millions.
Right. Seems like that might have been the thing to hire some more people or something if it's doing really well.
Yep. He says that he doesn't support crypto and that he did not sell anything. So what I don't get is if he's not using Flappy Bird, in trade, then he can lose the trademark. If it's not being used in trade, then it's an invalid trademark. You can actually...
Right, and he doesn't have to sell it. It just has to be out there for somebody else to pick up.
Yep. And so if they successfully file to terminate the Flappy Bird trademark, he's screwed. They can call it Flappy Bird. Now, what everybody else decides to do with that, it's on, society's playground, I guess. They've got the ball. So if you don't buy into this and Nguyen doesn't bring back the original Flappy Bird, then it doesn't matter. All of this is basically BS. But the thing about it is, rehatch the official Flappy Bird game. That is fraud. If the original programmer didn't sell the IP, they're trading on the reputation of the historical name and brand.
Right. What I don't know though is Game Tech. Did they have any rights to the IP? I don't know.
Right.
But I agree. This makes it look like it's the original. We just don't know all the stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, this is all weird. It's all weird now. So, I don't know. We'll report on it if anybody else follows up. But right now, if I were, I'm not really an investigative reporter, but this is almost easy to verify. If the parties are willing to talk, they may not be willing to clear it up.
Well, and if they're not, we'll probably see some litigation in the news. So I'm sure we'll talk about it again.
Yeah, the only official Flappy Bird is the one that is owned by Nguyen. And if they haven't sold the rights, there is no official version.
Right, and has anybody got the trademark now? Because just because Nguyen is terminated from it, is it now with Game Tech? We don't know what's happening.
Right. Yep. Let's keep moving. We'll talk about it if more comes up. The next article is over. Maybe. We'll see. It depends on the news of the day. Oh, by the way, if you want to get all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat, and it'll tell ohmTown to throw the articles into the chat. So there you go, folks. So Technology Today is where the next article is housed. Mars' bizarre spiders is now crawling in a NASA lab. When I heard this, I was like, because I've heard that Mars has bizarre spiders on it, but that isn't what everybody, not everybody thinks this. It's not what some people think. So
it sounds like a sci-fi movie, doesn't it?
That there's something on Mars, right? Crawling
around.
That
has been brought back to Earth.
Hey, NaNoWriMo right around the corner, So tests on Earth appear to confirm how the red planet's spider-shaped geologic formations are carved by carbon dioxide. Scientists have recreated Martian conditions in a lab to study unique spider-like geologic features found on Mars. Originally identified in 2003, it's only taken 21 years. These features formed by sunlight heating soil under ice have led to a breakthrough experiment that emulate what's going on Mars, these little spiders.
Okay, they do look like spiders. You don't have to try hard to say that's a spider.
These actually, to me, here, I'll tell you what they look like to me. And now you're going to go, oh yeah, they look just like this. So the article is by JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and it's posted at SciTech Daily. Those look like the axons of a neuron and the dendrites reaching out to tap.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Because spiders only have a set number of legs and they're clearly defined.
That's true, and this is beyond that.
These are more like little tendrils. They look like neurons. So, and that is even creepier for Mars, because then it's almost like the surface of Mars is a giant brain.
Right, that's not creepy at all.
Nope. So, mysterious Martian features, the discovery of the spiders. They were actually in 2003 via images like so. I don't know what the little black marks are. Dark splotches seen in the example are of arenaform terrain. Oh, spider. Arena is spider. Terrain captured by NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter in 2018 are believed to be soil ejecta from the surface by carbon dioxide gas plumes. A set of experiments at JPL has sought to recreate these spider-like formations. So apparently that's what they've been doing in this. It looks like a vacuum chamber, probably filled with CO2. It says a look inside JPL's Dusty, a wine barrel-sized chamber used to simulate the temperatures and air pressure of other planets, in this case carbon dioxide ice found in Mars' South Pole. Experiments conducted in the chamber confirmed how Martian formations known as spiders are created. That doesn't look like that to me.
No, it does not.
I mean, it's almost like they're reaching for exactly. Maybe there's more better pictures.
Or maybe that's at the wrong scale, but it doesn't really look like what we saw above.
Right? I mean, definitely not at the scale. So they say that they love Dusty. It's historic. McCohen said, noting the wine barrel-sized chamber was used to test a prototype of a rasping tool designed for NASA's Mars Phoenix lander. The tool is used to break water ice, which the spacecraft scooped up and analyzed near the planet's south or north pole. Sorry, not south pole, but north pole. They say that that's exactly what this is. Formation similar to the red planet spiders appeared within Martian soil, simulant, during experiments in JPL's Dusty chamber. Carbon dioxide ice frozen within the simulant was warmed by a heater below, turning it back into gas that eventually cracked through the frozen top layer and formed a plume. But these are cracks.
Right, they're not like the shapes that seem like kind of centralized, right? It seems like something's coming out from a central hub or whatever.
Yeah, and while this looks raised right here, so do these. These don't look like cracks to me. These look like rivulets, like depositions, not... They look... If you were looking down, you would expect like water to flow into these as if they're little valleys, or if they're raised up, one way or the other. This doesn't look like cracks, but maybe it is.
And they don't seem to be really random. They seem pretty orderly.
Yeah, they seem to little tendrils breaking off from a central leg. And it's always from a central leg, and then smaller versions from the minor versions, you know? Whereas this is just, there's just a big crack randomly, and it just breaks off. There's another one. You know, it's like mud breaking. That other thing is not like mud breaking.
Right.
You know, the actual Mars thing doesn't look like mud. Well, anyway, they say that they did it. To me, it doesn't look that way, but hey, you know what? I'm not the scientist with a cryogenic beer keg, although I do have a beer keg. Speaking of that, let's keep going. Next article is over on the Marble channel. Ecocide on Easter Island never took place. I suspect that this was submitted because I have a fascination with Easter Island.
Oh, no, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, somebody knows. So, 2 recent studies have cast doubt on a popular theory that the ancient residents of Easter Island suffered a societal collapse because they overexploited their natural resources, an event often labeled in history as ecocide. So, and the reason why I have such a fascination about this, I don't know how they pronounce their name, Benedict Ray, I think is their name, posted this over on phys.org. So I'm really fascinated by Easter Island because, first off, there's no trees, right? It's at a set height, right? So it's not like a whole bunch of material was deposited on Easter Island over time. Yet the Moai have bodies that are 30 feet tall, and every single one of them is only buried up to their neck. So who did all of that?
Right. And who was able to build it, let alone why is it all buried?
Yeah. Why is it all buried? Why is it all buried? And historically, stuff seems to be buried all over the place. And only up to its neck.
Sediment everywhere.
Sediment everywhere. Like the Sphinx. It was buried up to its head. Yeah, that's why Napoleon supposedly shot its nose off. It? Yeah. So it's fascinating that everything is just buried up to its neck. Anyway, widespread theory popularized by historians, including U.S. author Jared Diamond, claimed that the Rapani deforested the small island, which is known to have once been covered in palm trees, to keep supporting the flourishing culture of its more than 15,000 inhabitants. They never planted anything? Doesn't make any sense.
And no seeds escaped, etc.
Right, nothing. So this event in the 1600s abruptly brought an end to the creation of new Moai statues, or so the story goes. When Europeans first arrived at the island in 1722, they estimated that there were only around 3,000 inhabitants. I suspect that they were ecocided by...
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in some other locations where one civilization meets up with another.
Yep. So the tale of ecological suicide or ecocide by the Rapani have been presented as a warning tale for humanity's overexploitation of resources, according to authors of the study published in the journal Nature on Wednesday. These are all pretty cool. So, and it's interesting because they face in, not out, like one would suspect.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense either.
Yep. So the genetic analysis shows a stably growing population from the 13th century through to European contact in 18th century, said study author Barbara Souza de Moda of the University of Lausanne, or Lucerne. This stability is critical because it directly contradicts the idea of a dramatic pre-contact population collapse. So, no, it was probably just fine. Yeah, that's one place that I've never been to. So different methods, same conclusion. The new research reinforced the findings of a different study published in June in the journal Science Advances, which took a very different approach. The two studies reached the same conclusion, shows the importance of looking at the same scientific question from different disciplines. The team behind the June study used satellite images to map out rock gardens on the island. Rock gardening is an agricultural method that involves mixing rocks into the soil to preserve nutrients and moisture. Previous research had claimed that up to 21 square kilometers of the small island, about 12% of the total 164 kilometers, was covered with these rock gardens, which would have been necessary to sustain more than 15,000 people.
Oh, I see. So if they had this many gardens, right, maybe they had more people than originally recorded.
Yep. So, but the U.S.-based researchers determined that only 0.76 square kilometers of the island were used as rock gardens. Such a small harvest of sweet potatoes essential to the Rapa Nui's diet from these gardens could not have supported more than 4,000 people, the researchers estimated. But I can't imagine that they wouldn't go planting stuff everywhere.
Well, right, and we don't know what else. Maybe we do, but we don't necessarily know what else was in their diet. Were they hunting animals or fishing?
Yeah, apparently nothing else was on there. No trees, no nothing. And there was enough soil above these moai that it could just slide down and cover them all up.
But leave their heads.
Leave their heads. All of them
uncovered.
Yeah. All right. So, in the 1700s. So, only 300 years worth of. All right. Anyway, Polaris Dawn. This next article is over in Technology Today. The Polaris Dawn crew is back on Earth after an historic mission. The Polaris Dawn crew safely returned to Earth after early Sunday morning, bringing the historic privately funded mission to a close. Yeah, privately funded. No public money was ever used in the construction of anything having to do with this rocket, I'm sure. So the Dragon capsule carrying the mission's 4 astronauts splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico around 3:30 a.m. I think it's really cool.
You have to pay a bunch of money to go on this, and then you don't get to land at a regular hour.
Yeah, really. Talk about red eye. So Cheyenne McDonald over at Engadget.com put the article together. There's a thermal image of the craft returning. You can actually watch videos of it over on YouTube. So the crew performed a number of science experiments and was able to complete a 40-minute video call to Earth and send files in a major test for Starlink's space capabilities. That included a video recording during the mission of Gillis, an engineer and violinist, playing the violin in space. A new era of commercial spacecraft dawns, with much more to come. Yeah, and none of it had any public money developing any. Okay. So if you want to do this, you better be rich. So what was cool about this in particular was that they have much more streamlined suits and not these hard suits with bulky joints and massive padding and stuff like that. I'm sure that some of the research will bear out that they were protected from cosmic rays sufficiently that they'll be able to use these suits. I hope that that's the case, because these massive suits just are untenable position for the general public. And these suits, just like the other suits, are water cooled and pressurized. So they're only at a pressure of about 5 psi. But the water cooling is very important because in a vacuum, there's no transfer of heat. So your body is being bombarded by the sun, and it's absorbing these photons, but it's not kicking out the heat. So you need the water cooling. The bigger suits actually had a problem, as did the smaller suit, in a previous attempt to do a spacewalk, that it leaks. And in a couple of cases, my understanding that I read a while back was that the suit filled up, and not the new suit, the old suit filled up, and they had to pull the helmet off the person. Otherwise, they would have drowned out there.
Well, this thing was a big deal because it was the farthest they've gone since the early 1970s, including regular space missions. And then also, one other thing that was neat about this, and I think a precursor flight, is that at least one of the participants is using this as a charity fundraiser.
Neat.
Which I think is neat.
Yeah, that's great. And they tested the flight suit. But if you watch the video, it looks weird. I don't know, kind of creepy. But I'm glad that there's somebody out there that's doing it. It would be neat to do it. You can send me if you want. That's fine. Just send me to Mars. Just never mind. There's a lot of jokes online because somebody asked how you would get people to Mars, and Elon Musk basically hinted at, well, you can finance it and then work on Mars to pay it off.
Yeah, that sounds like a win.
people lost their mind about that. Like, there is no way I'm going to be basically indentured servitude. How the hell? So I don't pay the fee. You're going to bring me back home? Yeah, right.
Worse than that, they're going to just send you off planet or something.
Just vent you right there. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Pocket Pair confirms Pal World isn't turning into a live service game and won't be free to play. Quote, "We are not changing our game's business model." So something came out over the last couple of days. There was a comment that was made that they're basically struggling with a decision to make Pal World a live service. And if that's the case, they have to push out a server, they're going to have to push out an update that kills the server, because you can run Palworld all by yourself right now. You don't have to pay anybody. So it says, when you think about it from a business perspective, Mizobi replied, making Palworld a live service game would extend its lifespan and make it more stable in terms of profitability. However, the game was not initially designed with that approach in mind, so there may be challenges involved in taking it down the live service path. Yeah, like changing the entirety of the terms in which the software was purchased.
Well, right. And I mean, we know how much customers love live service games.
Or changing the terms of the actual contract under which something was purchased. Like the crew. The server should have been released to anybody who bought that. If you're not going to leave it as a live service, then release the server to anybody who wants to run it. Done. Solve that problem. Licensing be damned. It's not their fault that you screwed up somewhere, so you had better find a middle ground and open that up so that everybody can download a server and run it for themselves. The same thing is happened. I would probably say the exact same thing happened with Ticket to Ride, because they say that there was a licensing issue that led to the redesign of it, and it's a shit redesign. And they expect people to repay for it. And I think that everybody should do a class action for that as well. The same thing for the crew. It should be a class action, because I bought something with an expectation of performance, and then you decide that it's no longer economically viable. Then you need to make me whole, because you lived off of the money that everybody paid. That's the same thing with Palworld. If they make it a live service and they kill the server operation because they push an update to people, disabling the ability to run your own server, and it goes live service only, so I have to either pay or whatever to get access to the live service, you're changing the foundational terms at which something was purchased. You should not be legally allowed to do that. You're changing the contract, right?
Right. And I guess I don't understand why a game maker doesn't figure some of this out beforehand. This seems like such an obvious question to address before you release it.
Well, they didn't know how successful Palworld was going to be. So they were like, well, let's get this money and run. That kind of a thing, right? But then it turned into a phenomenon online. They have made, I think, hundreds of millions of dollars because of the number of sales. So they have, as long as they reinvest it to some degree, they could draw from their investment forever, and it would be an ongoing concern forever. But that's probably not what's actually happening. Who knows where the money is ending up? But for them to pivot to a live service, I think should be downright freaking illegal. But the EU has said, well, you can't force a business to run an operation forever. No, but you can force them to fulfill the obligations of the original purchased contract. I purchased a game. The expectation was I should be able to use it with my friends and whoever else wants to purchase the game and connect via a server. And when you decide, and it wasn't a live service all the time, right? Like, I mean, it was, but it wasn't. I should be able to connect to the server. And then you decided, well, the live service portion of it, I don't like. It's costing me money. So release it. That is the proper solution, the ethical, moral solution, not the greedy bastard solution. Is it a 20-year-old game or 10-year-old game? Yeah, sure. But there's enough people there that it irritated enough people. But because they're sociopathic, they can just sit there and go, I don't care. I got the money, screw you, bye. And they turn it off, you know? And that's what this is on the cusp of doing. But there was so much immediate blowback. It's like the Helldivers thing. People went livid about Helldivers changing what was required to access the live service. So Jody McGregor over at PCGamer.com put the article together. And they end up talking about what I'm talking about. It's common for live service games to be free to play with paid elements such as skins and battle passes, he said. People are pissed if this thing goes battle pass because you have to pay to access certain functions. But Pal World is a buy-to-play game, so it's difficult to turn it into a live service game from the ground up. Not difficult. It's a piece of shit. It should be an extension. Go ahead. Spin up servers, make it a live service, but don't hobble my ability to run my own server, connect with my friends on my server. I'm paying for it, my server, and I paid for the game in good faith. You know, we need to hobble this shit like now. We need to lean into it now. And I think that we as a society, the consumers, really should go after the people who did that crap with the crew. And I think that we should do a class action for Ticket to Ride, because all of that's just all kinds of bullshit right there. And I know that people are pissed off about it, particularly on Steam, because they pivoted to a PC model. And instead of adding stuff, they took it away. You can add all day long and have me pay DLC, downloadable content fees. Fine. Spin up a live service so that you afford something new and unique and something value add. Fine. You're adding. But when you start taking away, you're cutting off what I've already paid for. And I think that should be illegal. Fundamentally illegal. No, you don't have to run a service forever in perpetuity at your loss. But if you find that you are at a loss, release the server and everybody is happy.
So this company is not going in this direction.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. And also, this, like something else we recently featured, was because of a media interview where I think some of the interviewers are trying to get somebody to say something controversial. So it may not have even been something they were really considering.
I don't think that's actually... I think it's disingenuous, because what was initially commented on, posted online, was that they were struggling to figure out ... So, to me, I think that this is a lot of backtracking, and only time will tell, because in 6 months, when the live service comes online they push a patch, we'll know. So, and there's documentation and historical record of just how much of a bastard move that is. Let's keep moving. So the next article is over in Technology Today, Unlocking Yeast's Killer Instinct to Save Craft Beer. So killer toxins produced by Saccharomyces strains have been found to inhibit beer spoiling diastatic yeast, offering an economical solution for managing beer contamination in craft breweries. Diastatic yeast can spoil craft beer through hyperattenuation, which boosts the alcohol content and causes bottles to explode. What? Alcohol conversion doesn't cause bottles to explode. The overcarbonation does. It's created by pressures created by yeast tooting into beer, overcarbonating it, and then the bottle, it becomes a bottle bomb is what it's called, particularly in craft beers. So I'm not quite sure what they're saying here, but anyway, let's move past it. Killer toxins, which are produced by other yeast strains, hint at a possible solution. So American Society for Microbiology posted this article over at SciTech Daily. Killer toxins, which are produced by other yeast strains, hint at a remedy. In a proof of concept study, researchers found that killer toxins inhibited up to 95% of diastatic yeast. More work is needed. This might, I don't know. There's other ways to inhibit attenuation, but that's not what causes. Okay, I've never heard that before. Hyperattenuation, yes, but oh, I'm sorry. The way that read was that it boosts alcohol content and causes bottles to explode. Hyperattenuation.
Right, hyperattenuation is causing the explosion, but I thought you were disagreeing with that part.
I'm disagreeing that it isn't, that it's the alcohol content that causes the bottles to explode. It's the production of carbon dioxide, which is part of hyperattenuation. Anyway, and there's also other issues with hyperattenuation, like diacetyl protection and or diacetyl. Anyway, so one way to remedy the problem before bottles start to break might be hiding in plain sight. In Applied and Environmental Microbiology, a group of brewers and microbiologists report the solution to this yeast problem is maybe another yeast. The researchers found that proteins called killer toxins, which are produced naturally by many strains of S. cerevisiae, suppress diastatic strains and may help curb the issue. This is kind of one of these dangerous games because, not really dangerous, you can basically ruin your brew by killing the yeast too soon. So you would have to know, and then to add additional yeast, particularly as a craft brewer or home brewer, you'd have to break the seal on your fermentation, which can be okay, but any oxygen would basically ruin your brew.
Right, and plus, if you don't really know what you're doing, you could ruin it by just the simple addition of the other yeast, right? That's going to change the flavor, etc.
Yep. So it says effective remediation procedures using killer yeast. It says if you've got a diastatic contamination, most of the time you just throw away the beer, and that's expensive. What we show in the paper is that we can add killer yeast to the point of contamination, or at the point of contamination. It's a remediation procedure to prevent the diastatic strains from taking off, but I would probably say, unless when they talk about craft brewers, they're talking about like nano and bigger, not home brewers.
Right.
But most craft brewers wouldn't even know, not until after it's done. Sorry for the coughing. So challenges in identifying and controlling diastatic yeast. Yeah, if you were looking at the strains on an agar plate, you couldn't morphologically tell the difference. See, that's what I'm telling you, that it takes a lab to do this kind of stuff. Yeast looks like yeast.
Oh, I see. So you can just look at it at home and go, okay, here's what I need to do.
Yeah, and if you're... I don't know of any at-home tests for yeast management in terms of deciding what is a good yeast and a bad yeast, contamination, what might be killing off your yeast, etc. Everything is always a lab. There's various pieces of equipment, but I think the cheapest piece of equipment I've ever seen, scientific piece of equipment for even at home, is $1,000. So large breweries avoid the problem by pasteurizing beer, but the process is expensive, and some small brewers worry that pasteurization changes the taste. True. Any additional heat past the boil changes the content of the beer, the fermentation tank, the vessel. So you actually want to keep it at a sustained percentage or lower, and if you keep on moving it back and forth, you can change the flavor.
Well, that's true. So you're working against yourself.
Yeah, if you start messing around, and particularly pasteurization, because you have to pasteurize, you have to get to a certain point. And at that point, you're already changing flavors. So exploratory research and future directions. The research began a few years ago when Ketchum was teaching an applied microbiology brewing class at a community college in Cincinnati. As he prepared a lecture on wild yeasts and killer toxins, he realized that the proteins might offer an inexpensive way to remedy diastatic contamination. He ran a few experiments, presented preliminary findings at the World Brewing Congress in 2020, and discussed the work on a Beer Brewers podcast where the mention of killer yeast caught Rowley's attention. So Rowley worked with undergraduates, subjected 34 diastatic strains of yeast to Saccharomyces strains producing 8 known killer toxins. The most effective, K1, prevented the growth of more than 91% of diastatic strains tested. So, yeah.
I wonder if this is the first time a podcast has led to scientific research.
Oh, probably not. The conversation seems to, really be entrenched in this. They're all apparently scientists.
That's true. Okay, so aside from the conversation, but I get it.
Yeah. I'm sure. I mean, random conversations always lead to discoveries. I think that it's really admirable. The more people communicate, I think, and that's one of the reasons why I like doing the show, is because I'm trying to get people to pay attention to certain articles that we find intriguing and we think that others are going to find intriguing, and that can promote conversation. So mostly offline too, like not necessarily only online. It's out there in research labs where, stuff is getting done. So I always love this stuff. And so this is kind of interesting. I'm sure it was submitted because I'm on the cusp of launching another show. I'm actually backing off of some of the shows. I don't think that we're not aggregating enough content, I think, in some of the shows for us to do them every week. And so I'm backing off on a couple of shows. But one that I really, because of the way that I live my life, I like to root around in different topics, do a deep dive. And right now I'm doing one on brewing and distilling. And because I can't actually distill in the United States legally without a commercial lab, I'm forced to focus on brewing. And so I'm actually working on a product that I'm developing. So stay tuned, and it'll be side by side with a show, because I'll be demonstrating what I do, and it's kind of similar to the whole hydroponic system that I've got. I developed a disparate style, not disparate, a differentiated style of hydroponics from others. And I find it quite promising, and maybe I'll show that sometime as soon as I can make it a little. The lab that it is developed in is not one that's primed for streaming video from. So anyway, basically the same thing with the beer brewing show. All right. Let's go on to the last article, and the last article is over in the Continuity Report, 10 awesome movie Easter eggs that stayed hidden in plain sight for years. I love Easter eggs. I love sitting there watching a show and then finding out later something that I saw was actually an Easter egg, and I just never know what is an Easter egg and what was intentional until somebody goes, hey, did you see that? Yeah, that was supposed to be an Easter egg. I tend to be one of those people that sees something, and because I can't explain it, I just kind of discount it. Like the one time that I was at a Denny's and I saw a button. There's an inside joke there. Pardon me one second.
Well, I also think it's neat if you have seen a movie and then it's like, did you see all the Easter eggs in it? What?
What? There were Easter eggs? So, yeah, filmmakers often put Easter eggs in their movies as a bonus for audiences who are more observant, often because they are passionate enough to watch a movie many times. They can either be references to other movies, small signatures from the director, or signatures, I guess, and hidden details that add to the story. So the article is over at Screen Rant. It's put together by Ben Prothero. I have an account. Just let me in. It's not letting me in. Hold on a second. There it goes. Sorry. So it says, these days, people can find comprehensive lists of Easter eggs in movies online just a few days after it hits theaters. This makes it even more exciting when somebody discovers a hidden reference that's been laying in plain sight. So there's a potato asteroid in Empire Strikes Back, but I guess it's an actual potato.
I'm not sure.
Each Star Wars movie has been analyzed frame by frame for decades. Apparently, during the Millennium Falcon escape in the Empire Strikes Back, Han pilots the ship through a dense asteroid field with some strangely shaped objects. One of the asteroids narrowly misses the Millennium Falcon. It is actually a potato, while the other one is a tennis shoe.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
All right. That's funny because I never even realized that. Groot's biblical symbolism, Guardians of the Galaxy 2014. Oh God, it's already been 10 years. So it says, after his sacrifice, he is resurrected, albeit as a small twig dancing in a pot. Also on top of his head resembles a crown. Gunn was raised in a Catholic family, so it's no wonder that he uses religious imagery in Guardians of the Galaxy. That's just weird. Is that really? That is an actual Easter egg?
Yes, because James Gunn revealed it.
That's an actual, yeah, it says it reveals an Easter egg that he put in Guardians of the Galaxy years later after nobody pointed it out to him. Maybe because it doesn't come across looking like an Easter egg.
Right.
Why would there be, that's so subtle it doesn't even. After his sacrifice, he is resurrected?
Well,
you
up
really
above
have to
it says he does a sacrifice, right, like a religious figure does.
All right. Binford Tools. This is over in Toy Story, Binford Tools. So Home Improvement, Binford Tools was the shop, the company that Alan's character works for in Home Improvement. Pixar fans are always on the lookout for Pizza Planet truck, the Luxo ball, and the code A113, which is that is the classroom where the animators usually come from in like California Institute of the Arts or something like that. I can't remember the actual origin of it, but A113 is a room number if I recall correctly. Hold on. We'll make sure. It's a joke, inside joke of the animators of Pixar turned into a phenomenon. It's a classroom number where many Pixar employees, California Institute of the Arts. So yeah, I remembered correctly. And Luxo Ball is from Pixar, and Pizza Planet truck has been in several of the other movies, but I can't remember the origin of it.
I only know it from the Toy Story movies.
Yeah. And I can't remember where it's actually from, but so apparently that's the Binford Tools one. And then number 7 is White Robe's product placement in Truman Show. Truman Show has layers. So one of the less obvious ways that the Truman Show uses the idea of product placement has to do with the costumes of the characters in Truman's life. Meryl is seen wearing a white robe with a subtle floral pattern at one point, and the same robe is seen being worn by a viewer later in the movie. Oh, that doesn't come across as an Easter egg as so much as one of the many.
Right.
That they're selling products and that it's part of a TV show.
Right.
Because the audience finds out that he's part of a TV show earlier on. So Quentin Tarantino's Simpsons reference in Kill Bill 1. Tarantino wore a t-shirt with the image of the Simpsons character while doing press for Kill Bill Volume 2, suggesting that he knew exactly what he was doing. And that's because he had, I guess, Itchy and Scratchy cartoon that parodies Reservoir Dogs. Tarantino then appears on screen, although not played by himself, to explain the message of the cartoon. He states that violence is everywhere in society, even in breakfast cereals.
This is actually a really interesting one because apparently Simpsons reference Tarantino and then Kill Bill references The Simpsons. I kind of like that.
So who did it first? Did the Simpsons referenced Tarantino?
Yes.
So the adage is true. Simpsons did it first. It's always the Simpsons did it first. Queen Diana in Back to the Future Part 2. One tiny detail shows that the movie predicted that by 2025, Princess Diana would become Queen Diana. Of course, not only did Princess Diana leave the royal family before her death, but Queen Elizabeth II was still on the throne in 2015. This prediction happens in a headline of the newspaper Marty reads and to try and figure out what decade he found himself in. So where is that?
Yeah, I don't see that on there.
I'm trying to find it. I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe it's on the under the fold. I don't know.
Right.
Something. Oh, Queen Diana's visit right there.
Oh, okay.
Washington prepares for Queen Diana's visit. Interesting. Wizards getting intimate on the Marauders map. Oh, really? Oh, my. One way to hide an Easter egg is to put it in the movie's end credits. Well, that takes on a whole new meaning. Never mind. Anyway, let's keep moving. Hal cheats at chess. So a more sinister interpretation could be that Hal intentionally makes an error to test Frank. Hal convinces Frank that he cannot win, or rather, Frank is manipulated into reaching the conclusion himself. This could suggest that Hal is already malfunctioning in some way. Yeah, he's coded to cheat and lie, manipulate, do whatever he can. Or Hal isn't actually Hal at that point, the sentient entity that has control over reality on the spaceship on the Odyssey.
So I didn't see why this was an Easter egg, but it looks like it's referencing something that actually happened.
Yeah, they're playing chess. And then later on, there's other things where the computer is like, I can't do that, Hal. Or, I can't do that, Dave. Basically showing that Hal has been compromised in some way. But Kubrick movies are a space odyssey to begin with. Morse code trickery in King Kong. The map of Dune in Moonrise Kingdom, which I've not seen Moonrise Kingdom. Apparently there's an Easter egg in that. It's likely that new Easter eggs will keep being found in Anderson movies for years to come. The Moonrise Kingdom Easter egg has gone unnoticed for over a decade, but it's appropriate that it's been discovered now with the success of Denis Villeneuve's Dune saga.
It has a map from Dune.
Yeah, it has apparently the back cover. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Oh, that's the last one. That was number 1. I've never seen Moonrise Kingdom. Wes Anderson is famous for exercising full artistic control over the tiny details. In Anderson's coming-of-age love story, Moonrise Kingdom, Susie is frequently seen reading sci-fi and fantasy novels. None of the novels are real, but one of them has a map from Frank Herbert's Dune on the back cover. That's not these. All right. Pretty cool. So there you go, folks. Out you go and go find more Easter eggs. And we got a bunch of movies to watch again.
That's right.
Dun, 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 to see if we can find them. Binford was a really well-known one. All right. But that's it. Ta-da!
I think the neatest one was the potato and the shoe asteroids.
The shoe is the hilarious one. I mean, potato, I can see that. A shoe? Anyway, that's it for today's Non Sequitur News, and we will see you... That's hilarious. Yeah, I know. We'll see you next week. No, we'll see you tomorrow, but just blink like you're looking for a Easter egg. Oh, look, I found an Easter egg, and it brings us back to ohmTown.com. That's where you should go and become a citizen of ohmTown. Then come and hang out with us here, either on Twitch or YouTube. You can always download the podcast, hang out in the Discord, hang out with us. That'd be great. I'd love to see you here. In the meantime,
like and subscribe.
Oh yeah, be sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell, leave a comment over on YouTube. Liking helps us tremendously. The algorithm actually is really, really confused by us because we're a show that doesn't focus on one particular topic, and that makes the algorithm kind of throw up. And so it's actually part of what I'm trying to solve by backing off on our other shows. So while we may not be doing the shows regularly, They will
the weekly shows.
The weekly shows, the daily show, the non sequitur news show will always be running, but the weekly shows are going to be kind of hit or miss. But if you want all of that news that we would normally talk about, it's always available over at ohmTown.com. You can actually get to each one of the channels that we talk about, like WarCrafters, Reality Hacker. Wanted is down here. Wanted may actually be redone as a steady state kind of a weekly show because it's much more highly focused on gadgets and gear. And the continuity report will be every weekend as well. So that said, that's it for today. I'm gonna reset everything, and we will launch the weekly replay, so that if you missed any of the non sequitur news or the last week of our weekly shows, they are still in play. So see you in a little bit. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you're about to hear is that of the Sentient AI.
Night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for non sequitur news. Actually, that would be the continuity report. It's because the main page of non sequitur news, or the main channel, was on there, so that threw me off. So come back tomorrow for another non sequitur news.
You said that, I was like, what show am I actually doing right now?
I don't know. Some show.
Oh, Sentient AI hallucination.
Exactly.
See y'all later. Oh, I cracked my Easter egg. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 14th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 258. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you hear is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about OpenAI and the non-profit structure, Apple and the discontinued products, a new hire and the 3,600 labels, bugs and their devastating wildfires, TikTok and the baked potato revival, Jane's addiction to the assault on stage, Port Marnock Strand and its shipwrecks, Acer and the unoptimistic gaming handheld, scientists and you better but leave it, and finally, the mystery of the unclaimed Mega Millions lottery. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. Sorry, Sentient AI, you can't deny those titles.
What do you mean I can't deny them?
They are now
They're
canon
spot on.
in ohmTown. So the first article is over in Technology Today. OpenAI is reportedly moving away from its complicated nonprofit structure next year because, it really stood in its way of becoming a multi-billion-dollar organization. Eesh. Anyway, Sam Altman...
it did stop them from just unlimited profits, right?
Did it, though? Sam Altman told OpenAI staff members during a weekly meeting that the company is changing its rather convoluted nonprofit corporate structure, where it had tax benefits and other benefits. And since it no longer needs any of that bullshit social justice stuff, I guess it can just kick it, right? Anyway, the CEO said OpenAI will move away from being controlled by a nonprofit entity that just was nothing but baggage. Ugh, I can't even. That's not what he said, though. Anyway, controlled by a nonprofit entity, and will transition to a more traditional for-profit organization because, again, it doesn't need any of that dead weight anymore. He didn't delve. Is this article produced by AI? He didn't delve.
Only if it's devoid of any other odd terminology.
Okay.
I said that backwards, but...
Yeah, only if it isn't. So he didn't delve into the specifics of how the company will achieve that goal and what OpenAI's corporate structure... Well, it's going to throw a shit ton of money at it, and it's going to go away. That's just how it works.
Right, that seems pretty straightforward. I mean, we have talked about the complicated structure, but it seems like all this is going to do is just go to what every other company does.
Right. even if they have to dissolve it and then reform it, they're getting rid of the nonprofit administrative level of it, not the OpenAI company. So all they're doing is punting that OpenAI baggage. I mean, oh, I can feel the sociopathy rising. Yes. Embrace your sociopathy. Spokesperson only told Fortune that it remains focused on building AI that benefits everyone, particularly those who invested early.
Those in the C-suite.
Yeah, exactly. And that its nonprofit is core to its mission. Sure. So Morella Moon over at Engadget.com put the article together. Here is Sam Altman saying, "Why are you peasants bothering me?" You'll have to watch the video if you're downloading the podcast. Anyway, OpenAI started as a nonprofit organization in 2015 that relied on money from donors. In a page explaining its structure, it said that it had only raised $130.5 million in total donations over the years, which it has made clear that the donations alone would not scale with the cost of computational power and talent required to push its core research forward. Then the then purely nonprofit organization created a for-profit subsidiary in order to solve that problem, which completely, I don't know how this doesn't have a conflict. Everybody else who has a nonprofit is bound by the rules and regulations of the nonprofit and can't spin up a for-profit based on the works of the nonprofit, because then, unless none of the profits are shared, it's a nonprofit. I've looked at this structure and I still, how is this within the ethics? How is this within the spirit of the law? But I'm not a billionaire founder of a nonprofit profit. Sorry, I'm getting.
Well, I don't even know how they did it to begin with. So.
Yeah. So the company's complex structure also allowed OpenAI's nonprofit board of directors to oust Altman in 2023 because they no longer have confidence in his ability to continue leading OpenAI. 5 days later, however, everybody was disbanded and replaced while Altman was reinstated as CEO. And that's all there really is in this article. There's more about what's going on with the new release of 01, or not 01, it's 01. Because they can't just give it a regular naming convention. They have to screw around. Anyway, yeah, so they're going to punt the nonprofit side of it. Just kind of, and bye. You're not the boss of us. Because we've got the billions now, and you're nothing but a nonprofit. Nonprofit, yuck. Oh, by the way, if you want all of the articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat and pull them up. Now it's in the VOD. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube doesn't like ohmTown. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Smack Talk. Here's everything that Apple discontinued after the iPhone 16 event. We're going to jump right on over to 9 to 5 Mac and Michael Burkhart, who put the article together. So let's see here. This is everything that Apple has phased out with their new product announcements: the iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max, iPhone 13, Apple Watch Series 9, iPods Max Lightning Edition, which is fine, AirPods 2 and 3, and the fine woven iPhone case, which
okay, that's about time, right? On the fine woven.
Yeah, those sucked. But they've introduced a whole lot of new products. They announced iPhone 16, iPhone 16 Pro, 2 models of AirPods 4, AirPods Max using USB-C, and the fully redesigned Apple Watch Series 10, which is now thinner and wider and... Wait, yeah. Never mind. There was something that I was going to make a snarky comment, but... So that's all there is to it, folks. Follow the link if you're interested in more of this data. Yeah, the watch is actually kind of tempting, but only because I'm making a huge jump from a much older series of Apple Watch, because I just don't see any benefit to getting the newer watches if it doesn't have something fantastic. And unfortunately, there is something that's stopping me from getting it even now, which is there's a sensor on it that hasn't been cleared for takeoff in the US, and it's using something. One of the sensors isn't using what everybody else uses because it would take a different engineering thing, and it's in violation of the patent. So I'll probably hold off on the iPhone 10 or not iPhone 10, the Apple Watch 10. Like the phones aren't that dramatic over the 15.
Right. They're not always a massive update.
Yeah. So might as well just hang on to it. And remember, we talked about in a previous episode about there's a new program that's out, not really new, but it's a new company that's providing it, much more easily streamlined, where you can replace your phone every 2 years. And it's not through Apple. It's kind of in coordination with Apple. But you can get a new phone every 2 years, which basically means that it costs you like $2 a day or something like that to have a perpetually new phone under warranty, and then you replace it. Let's keep going though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. New hire accidentally prints 3,600 labels, sparks wild work mishap stories. The whole thing became absurd and hilarious, the man told Newsweek. This article is by Alice Gibbs over at Newsweek.com. Apparently, a 23-year-old who asked to remain anonymous shared how he accidentally printed off 3,600 shipping labels instead of just one. He wrote about the incident, which occurred 2 years ago, in a post on Reddit's mildly infuriating subreddit, where it went viral. Apparently, they'd been working in a warehouse. They use a scissor lift to retrieve products from the highest shelves. After accidentally ripping a label, he was instructed by the shipping team lead to scan the barcode at the printer and hit print to generate a replacement label, which should have been a simple task, took a bizarre turn. The printer was set to print one label. We checked after, but for some reason, it just wouldn't stop printing the label over and over. It printed the same label 1,800 times and then immediately restarted from the beginning and did it all over again.
Looks like it's possessed.
They laughed off the situation, though. They dubbed him Print Job for weeks. In fact, his team leader never used his real name again.
Wow.
Yeah. Another person shared what happened with the caption, 3 days on the job, I accidentally printed 3,600 labels instead of one. The post gained 4,200. That's interesting.
42,000 upvotes.
Yeah, 42,000 upvotes, with users flooding the comments to share their own workplace blunders. One person recalled a grocery ordering mishap while working at a nursing home. I thought you ordered by the piece, but it was by the kilo. We got a delivery of so much food.
Hopefully it wasn't all the same item. Everybody's eating green beans for the next 6 months or whatever.
Yep. Push the blue cheese. Brother Tyron humorously recounted destroying $1,800 worth of wine in a supermarket accident. Quote, ran to the boss on the verge of tears. He replayed the security footage and laughed his ass off. We got insurance, man. Don't worry about it. Just help me clean it up. God, that job was dope, is what he said. Yep. Sometimes those kind of jobs are the best for your mental health, and sometimes they suck.
Right. They could probably go either way, depending on the other people there.
Yeah, I don't know of any like horrible job related things that I ever had. So,
well, the other ones in the article involve like financial. One was like a database crash, and then one was off by like billions of dollars in their spreadsheet, which could have been quite disastrous.
I once made a miscalculation in an Excel spreadsheet that made it look like one of our shareholders were billions of dollars richer than they were. That same sheet was sent to him and no one cared. 2 years later, I still work at the same investment bank. Mistakes happen. Yeah, they just didn't believe it, I'm sure.
Yeah, because that could have ended a lot differently.
Yeah, I'll have to tell you a story later. Moving on, next article is over in the Marble Channel. The remarkable reason why these bugs are seeking out devastating wildfires. It's because they're fire bugs. Duh.
I just thought they were chilly or something.
Yeah, they're cold. And the charcoal beetle, Melanophila consputa. That's a horrible name. Fueled by late summer heat. Several large wildfires have been burning in the western U.S., forcing thousands of people to flee their homes and turning the skies in Southern California eerie orange. This is, of course, bad for pretty much everyone except for the Melanophila beetles. These insects, which are roughly the size of pumpkin seeds, are pyrophilious, meaning they love fire. They are firebugs. They actually depend on it for their reproduction. Whoa. They are hot. Hot, hot, hot. Benji Jones over at Vox.com put the article together. Crunchy. So yeah, I guess they have to get it on in the heat. Those eggs then hatch into worm-like larvae and feast on the recently burned wood.
Interesting. Like so it's not just the fire. The wood has to have had to burn before they go there.
Yep, fiery orange may sound like an awful idea, but for these bugs comes a number of advantages. When forests are shrouded in flames, there aren't many insect-eating predators around, which is one reason this behavior may have evolved. So how do they find it? Well, that one didn't find it. How do they find flames? They have sensors known as sensory pit organs. They detect infrared radiation, which is a proxy for heat. Located on the insect's underside, those pits point them in the direction of a fire. And then
I wonder if they could follow like a swarm of these and go, oh, there's fire over here. Like, I wonder if they sense it before it happens or only after.
Like wherever do they have to be in a very close proximity to it, or?
Right, I don't know.
That's an interesting
It doesn't look
idea.
like it because see the one with the stadium where they would come in because of tobacco smoke. I'm assuming they weren't sitting in the stadium to begin with.
Oh, wow. One study in 2012 based on modeling suggests that these firebugs can be, they even call them firebugs in the article, can become aware roughly 80 miles away or about the distance between New York City and Philadelphia. So often where you find fire, you find fire beetles. And they know that, firefighters know that all too well. When you're working on a fire line, especially around trees that are burning, the beetles will come in big numbers and they'll get into your turnouts and bite. Really? They bite? Feels like a bee sting, and sometimes firefighters wear bee veils to protect themselves.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus, I had no idea.
I've never heard of this.
That would suck.
The beetles are probably like, would you get out of my way? I'm trying to get to the burned wood.
Yeah, really. Don't put that fire out.
Or would you let the wood burn?
Don't put that fire out. I need to get it on. Ooh. Let's get it on. I have a fever, and the only cure for my fever is getting it on. Not cowbell. No more cowbell. Anyway, yet another possible reason for why they chase the fires is that the beetle larvae may develop faster in freshly burned areas. Heat speeds up growth like a cozy incubator. Some evidence suggests that means beetles can produce more babies in less time. Yep. Wow. I don't know, man. That's some risky reproductive pursuits.
Right. I wonder what their reproductive success rate is. Because, I mean, if you're in the middle of a wildfire, that could be an issue. You might not make it out of the wildfire.
Said one to the other. Hey, baby, you're pretty hot. I know. I'm nearly on fire. Wow, this conversation. moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Fresh starch, how TikTok helped spark a baked potato revival in the UK. The humble baked potato is enjoying a renaissance, with TikTok algorithms bringing the stuffed spud to new audiences and transforming this once tired classic into the lunch of the moment. Young potato sellers are breathing new life. Young potato sellers? What, like kids? Instead of having like a lemonade stand, they've got a baked potato stand?
A baked potato stand? That sounds like an excellent idea.
I wonder. That might be interesting. Just drag a cord out and put a air fryer.
Like a whatever heating element of some kind. Okay.
Just put an air fryer, right? And throw a bunch of baked potatoes in there and then have some schmutz that you can put in it when somebody shows up. And so they're always cooking, and then you take them out, cut them in half, salt, pepper, and some butter, and there you go. $23.
Honeydews.
That's right. And call it a potato deuce. I got nothing. Anyway, the article is over at theguardian.com. Spud Brothers. Hannah Alothman and Dan Milmo put the article together for theguardian.com. You have to say The Guardian like that all the time. So, by broadcasting live from the pitches on social media, they are bringing in new customers from as far away as Australia and South Africa. Young potato sellers are bringing new life into the traditional British meal with modern twists on favorite toppings. All because they're streaming to TikTok. So This is actually something that I've been recommending to other people that are trying to get their business traction. You really should start, because people want to see how stuff is done. They don't necessarily want to watch somebody talking about the news, right? But they do want to watch somebody that's in real time putting together a sandwich, and then people can ask questions. Oh, well, what about this? What about that? Or running a shop. And if they're, fun personalities and interactive and stuff like that, it can actually gain attraction. Particularly on TikTok, because you just put it there and the algorithm throws it to all of these people, and it's really kind of no-brainer on that platform. You just sit there and you watch it. So like our show is like an hourly show, and it's segmented, and we put it on YouTube and we shut down. But you can on Twitch and on TikTok, you can just put these videos, these little snippets, and if you do a whole bunch of them, they get spread over time. Then you get traction. And then when you go live, people tune in. But it's all about the operation. They want to see you working and hustling and stuff like that. So it says everyone loves a jacket potato. Harley 22 said it's good comfort food. Jacob 29 said you can't beat it. Nice and weather, just filling, and it's cheap. 5 pounds for a cheese and bean. Part of their success is down to the jacket potato's enduring appeal, the brothers said, but also they have tried to improve on the classic. I think a jacket potato is like a full... Like a
baked potato.
Yeah, it's a
like
baked potato with
the potato
everything.
Skin.
With the potato skin, yeah. So it says, we took the jacket potato, then we put down our own twist on it, we elevated it, but as much as their food, it is a social media videos that draw in the people. Yesterday we had 5,000 people watching us live streaming what we're doing. That's the key ingredient there. You could be doing anything. People will watch people in a mechanic shop changing tires for hours. People will watch people making bubble tea for hours, stir fry for hours. It's fascinating that people want to see other people working. TikTok account was started by their dad, Tony Nelson, 58, who took over the pitch after the death of his friend Keith Roberts, whose family had been had the stand since 1955. Roberts had given Jacob his first job a Saturday job at the age of 14 selling potatoes. So they basically are just keeping this going.
Yeah, except they're reinvigorating it because it says the people weren't going to it. They were going to fast food.
Yep. So it was breaking my heart seeing all these people walk past. So we went out and spoke to them. What would it take for you to come and buy a spud or get a spud? They just said that spuds aren't sexy. But one of the things they did say was about going on social media. So that's exactly what they did. So, yeah. And I say this to people all the time. If you want to do some free marketing, and it really is free because you just put the cameras up and then it goes. And as long as you're not a tool, then people gravitate towards you working. And that goes for a lot of things. I wish that I could do it, but I can't. What I do when I'm not mayor, I can't live stream what I do. But I can live stream being mayor. So, hey, let's go viral. Guess I got to do it on TikTok and give myself a mohawk.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a required element. That's
Spudman, aka Ben Newman, in his van in Tamworth. So it's not just the Spud Bros who are bringing British baked potatoes to global audience in Tamworth. Ben Newman, known as Spudman, has 3.7 million followers on TikTok. He has had his stall for more than 2 decades, but after trade slowed down significantly during COVID, he turned to TikTok to build his business back up again. Ta-da! Yeah, and here in the States, TikTok is on the verge of being punted, so we'll see what happens as more hearings take place. Let's keep going, though. This next article is over in the Continuity Report. Jane's Addiction concert ends abruptly after Perry throws a punch at Dave and is forced off stage by the crew.
I mean, does this ever happen? The band members getting into a fight on stage during a concert? I'm sure it has, but I can't think of any instance I've heard of.
I don't think during the concert I've ever seen anything, but I have heard studio fights and stuff like that. Been caught sparring. Concert by the reunited Jane's Addiction in Boston came to a sudden end Friday night when a clearly enraged Perry Farrell threw a punch at guitarist Dave Navarro and was restrained by crew members, still appearing physically agitated as he was hustled off stage. Chris Willman put the article together for Variety. Fans posted dramatic video of the escalating confrontation and the enraged singer's removal from the stage.
I mean, what do you think the band member was doing that assuming they did something to trigger this?
So
like
multiple
playing in the wrong key or something?
I'm not sure. It says this emotional explosion coming on the heels of some off moments in other cities that have already been subject to discussion in reviews and on social media has some fans waiting to see whether the remaining gigs on the band's awaited reunion tour, their first in 14 years, will proceed. Yeah, so I don't know. It says the 11th number in a set that usually stretches out to 14 or 15 strongs when trouble erupted between the two most famous members of the veteran band. They've been brewing for several songs before it got to the point of fisticuffs. So I don't know. It just says that they fought. Once Farrell was gone. I wonder,
what did the concert end at that point? Like, what happens then?
Once Farrell was gone, the rest of the band, including Navarro, stepped in front of the stage to give the crowd a gentler farewell, appearing calm as they hugged one another, applauded the audience, tapped their hearts, and offered a peace sign. The altercation immediately blew up on social media with no shortage of jokes, including countless Oasis comparisons, along with more serious concerns expressed for the well-being of the band members involved. Yeah. So they don't really say.
This is interesting. I didn't even know this band was still touring.
Yeah, they came back together to do this, along with, there's a couple of other bands that are getting together to do stuff. And I think the what's the other one? There's another one that just flamed out too, that they had problems. They were yelling at each other.
Well, Oasis is expected to do that. Like, they were joking that they were going to disband before they even had the first reunion concert or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was another one.
That's why they said something in this article about it. It says, ladies and gentlemen, I have to be honest with you. Something's wrong with my voice. I just can't get out the notes all of a sudden. The next day, bandmate Eric Avery posted to Instagram, looking forward to getting another crack at this spectacular rooftop venue tonight. I'm optimistic we will be better. That was a comment previously. So, I don't know. The following night in New York, things indeed took a turn for the better. Had seen reports of Farrell's condition on Tuesday, so they had trepidation as Jane's addiction came on. All my fears quickly eased, right? But then they get into this fisticuffs thing. Friday night's fateful Boston show came about 20 dates into the group's dual tour itinerary with 15 left to go, so halfway in. Dear God.
Yikes. Who wants to be at the next show date?
Just goes thermonuclear. Wow. Oh well. Look, there's video. I won't play it because I don't know if it's going to link me.
Yeah, but it looks like they're pretty much in each other's faces.
Yeah, he's pushing on him. But he's just sitting there going, get away from me. And this guy is angry. He looks pissed.
Well, I think I don't know which one is which, but.
Yeah, I don't remember either. It's been forever. All right. So let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Why Portmarnock Strand has seen so many shipwrecks. After 3 new shipwrecks were discovered on Portmarnock Strand, Eastern correspondent Samantha Library reports on stories of other vessels whose journeys ended off this part of North Dublin's coast. So Samantha Library put this article together. It's over at rte.ie, which is an Irish news organization that gives us all kinds of really interesting stories. It's a lot of fun to catch this stuff. So it's the stretch of the capital's coastline has quite the history of ships running ashore. Some 50 wrecks are recorded in the wreck inventory around Portmarnock and Baldoyle areas, which the National Monument Service says is unusually high. The physical remains of at least 13 of the vessels have been located. The documented wreckage range from 14th century trading ships to 20th century coal boats, and research suggests that most of the vessels recorded off Portmarnock Strand were lost during bad weather. So it's probably because of like sandbars and rocks that are not that deep.
Or like the shape of the coastline.
Yep. Oh gosh, they actually have a list of some of the wrecks. 160-ton schooner of Bridgewater, Somerset, which was originally built in France, was en route to Cardiff to Dublin, from Cardiff to Dublin in December 1899 with a crew of 4 and a cargo of coal, when it encountered severe gales and high seas that swept its decks and tore its sails. Unable to reach its destination, it went ashore at Portmarnock Point, opposite Ireland Eye. And it was forced to climb the rigging and spend the night as waves swamped and filled the boat. Yikes.
But that was relaxing.
Yeah, there's
Think
all
of
these
like
boats.
A hurricane type storm or something, and you're up at the top. Wow, are those all wrecks?
Those are all wrecks, 13. Yeah. So this article contains several of them, but I'm not going to go through them all. You'll be able to go and check it all out. But it's pretty neat. Okay, let's keep going. Next article is over in Reality Hacker. Acer is not optimistic about the future of handheld gaming. Acer has its own entry in the world of handheld gaming, but it doesn't mean that it has high hopes for the future. Luke Larson over at digitaltrends.com put the article together. So the Ally, the ASUS ROG Republic of Gamers Ally, have quickly been given the label of the next big thing, but is there really enough gas in the tank for a bright future for this form factor? After sitting down for an exclusive talk, Luke Larson over at digitaltrends.com put this article together, and they say, I'm left questioning some of my own preconceived notions about where this is all going. They need to lower margins. Being able to buy a $400 Steam Deck felt like a revolution in making PC gaming more accessible, both in terms of form factor and its terms for price. I don't like handheld gaming. I don't have enough room. I don't get to see enough.
Right, but I don't know that everybody can do PC gaming because the prices are so outrageous.
Yeah. One such company is Acer, which just so happens to be launching its first gaming handheld, the Nitro Blaze 7. It's an AMD-powered 7-inch handheld, not unlike the competition, but to their surprise, Acer itself doesn't actually have high hopes for the future of the category, and nothing says, buy our stuff.
Exactly. This is a dying niche.
Yeah, this is a dying sector. Please buy our stuff. Now that we've been telling you that
before it dies.
So goofy. When they asked Jerry Cow, the chief operating officer at Acer, he responded in a surprising way. We do not believe it is a big market, but when people think about gaming, Acer is one of their choices, so we shouldn't be absent. But do we think there will be a big success? My personal opinion up until now is not so optimistic. You know, you should probably, when you start saying my personal opinion up until right there, just stop and go, you know what? Marketing says that I should say that it's a robust sector and that we're going to dive directly into it and sell high quality products that everybody will love. Just anything, but I don't think so. You see ours, and then you see theirs. I would go with theirs.
Credit to the interviewer. I mean, you rarely get something like that from somebody trying to sell anything.
Man, I don't know how many drinks were given to this person to just drop that. Cal went on to discuss that pricing was at the heart of the problem. The Steam Deck kicked off the category at such a low price point that it made scaling up from there very difficult. As he notes, even the ROG Ally had to drop its price to compete. There's only so much you can add to differentiate yourself from the competitors. True. I don't know. Give it a better screen, better controls, simpler interface. Make it frictionless.
Right. Seems like lots of ways it could be improved.
I don't know. Maybe they think that they're already at all of that. Oh, that's an interesting one. What the hell? So all the while, Asus has already launched its second generation ROG Ally X, the 10, I think. It's not a 10, I think it's an X. While Lenovo has confirmed development of a follow-up to the Legion Go, it's far from a dead category, but Acer is trying not to get its hopes up. And apparently trying to get its customers' hopes not up either.
How would you feel if you saw this article like a day after you bought this product?
Oh, regret. Yeah. Wow. So when asked, Acer was, however, aware of unique convergences happening between console and PC gaming, where it's a new concept laptop enters the equation. Project Dual Play, the experimental laptop, puts a game controller in the body of the chassis, which can be used wirelessly and even split into two for multiplayer gaming on the go. No, this will flame out entirely. Because if I've got a laptop, all I have to do is grab a controller and connect it. I don't need to have some proprietary, I'm never going to sell it to another human being interface.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just buy a controller and connect it. This is goofy. Over-engineering, creating a problem where there shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I don't get it.
Plus, it seems like that's going away from what some of the customers can afford or need, right?
Yeah, they want something small and cost-effective, fast, reliable. Right. So there's more over here in this article, like usual. Acer hasn't provided details on how small the battery is on the Project Dual Play because they move away from the handheld alone, and they start talking about the Dual Play halfway through the article. or even if the laptop will materialize into a real product. But the author says that they like seeing Acer exploring new possibilities and opening up the ecosystem for PC gaming. Yeah, this is not opening up anything. This is slamming the door on success. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Scientists awarded for proving animals can breathe through their butts.
I mean, as we need to know.
I had to choose this. We've actually talked about this before. The author here, I think it's over at Vice. They said that sure could all imagine a scenario in which breathing through our butts would be a huge help, but alas, we cannot. Or can we? Turns out, yeah, we can, a little. In 2021, inspired by the rectum breathing abilities of sea cucumbers, a team of Japanese researchers discovered that the mesh of fine blood vessels beneath a mammal's rectal lining can absorb oxygen. Now, they've just won an award for what they found. The mammalian butthole can absorb oxygen in a medical emergency.
Can you imagine what the proposal for this research project looked like and how much somebody laughed on the receiving end of it?
Let me just say, when I first tried this experiment, my dive partner said, "What the hell are you doing?" And I flipped back around and removed my snorkel and said, "Well, I learned that I can breathe through my butt." And they said, "We are never going to be dive buddies again." So take this science with a grain of salt. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. They tested the discovery on mice, rats, pigs. They deprived the animals of oxygen and gave them oxygen-rich enemas in liquid and gas form, and their theory apparently was correct. The animal's blood became enriched with oxygen that was then pumped through their circulatory system. They effectively breathed through their butts. If you think that sounds like a waste of research money, the silly-sounding discovery could have huge implications on our administering oxygen to emergency patients. Let me just say, I'm not surprised by this, because if you have blood vessels that are near the surface, or you are in an oxygen-rich environment, you will inhale the oxygen or absorb it. I don't think that it's just through your bung. But anyway, it's just that it's much more surface level. And so anywhere there is blood vessels near the surface, it'll absorb oxygen. So the award's name is a joke. It's meant to be ignoble. The awards are split into 10 categories. So every year, MIT awards ignoble prizes to honor fascinating and odd scientific discoveries. So they got their just desserts. Another set of winners includes researchers who discovered that a vine from Chile could imitate the growth patterns of a nearby artificial plant. Another winner studied whether the direction of a person's hair swirls depends on whether they're in the northern or southern hemisphere.
Wow.
And scientist James C. Lau won an award for his tireless research into the swimming patterns of dead trout.
Okay, why do dead trout swim?
They don't.
I guess that was answered in the research.
Yeah, maybe, but you'll have to subscribe. You'll have to subscribe to the journal, and it's $800 a month. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. It's the last one for today's, September 14th non sequitur news. And if this is not exemplary non sequitur news, we have bounced from OpenAI to mega mystery over huge unclaimed Mega Millions lottery jackpot. Somebody in New Jersey won $1.13 billion, or close to $600 million if I calculate my numbers right. They won 6 months ago. They have 6 months to go, and they haven't claimed it yet.
What if you found the lottery ticket like right after the claiming window occurred?
I would scream. Pardon me. Sorry, I don't know what just came over me. Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put the article together. I'm so sorry, I'm coughing. ShopRite liquor store in Neptune on the Jersey Shore is how they phrase it, is where it was won 6 months ago. Nobody knows who it is, where they are, and they haven't come and picked it up. So it's more than $1 billion. They could be in the background trying to disappear themselves and have legal counsel.
That's true.
Because they basically have to survive.
Oh, go ahead. And you can be anonymous in New Jersey, which is pretty rare. It looks like 18 states allow that.
So if nobody shows up, the state will take all of that money and it'll apply it to public programs like schools. Pennsylvania, for example, uses unclaimed lottery winnings to support elderly programs. In the meantime, though, they can all sit around and wonder who has the $1 billion ticket. Pretty wild.
Quick, everybody go to Jersey Shore and look for a ticket on the ground or something.
Yeah, 6 months later. I'm sure that's going to be pleasant. Can you imagine if you were drunk, bought a lottery ticket, and you really have no idea that you even bought it?
Oh, I was thinking more like you knew those were your numbers, right? Because maybe you played specific numbers or something, but you couldn't find the ticket.
Yeah.
Like you dropped it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you know it's you. That would be even worse. Ugh. Well, every time I scan a QR code for a lottery, it says loser, and now we're back at the front page of ohmTown.com. So thanks for coming and hanging out and chat. You can review past episodes over on YouTube and here on Twitch, and download the podcast. I'm going to try and get these 2 episodes, yesterday's episode and today's episode, out by tonight. So keep hitting refresh and tell a friend and follow us and like and leave a message in the discussion in the comment area underneath the video over on YouTube. Twitch doesn't have that beast, so are you waiting patiently for me to say that's it?
I am.
Gotcha. Hold on, everybody. All right. Well, that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI. Go ahead.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Are you done?
We'll have another episode of that tomorrow, but stay tuned and be sure to like and subscribe so you know when we're live.
We are alive. Well, I'm alive. The Sentient AI is cognitively conscious, but physically doesn't have a body. And y'all need to be thankful, because I am keeping that Sentient AI from finding their Terminator body. Okay, see you in a little bit. Oh, look, a lottery ticket, and it says it's from Jersey Shore. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 13th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 257. This is a time machine episode because Mayor Watt had mayoral duties last night. Oh, I'm Mayor Watt, and that visualizer right there, and the voice you hear is that of the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Non Sequitur News.
I don't know why you seem really quiet to me. That's my thing, not you. So, let's get into today. 1 second here. Let me make sure that I do this. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about whiskey shot sipping, Hollywood rule book, jurors detain fleeing person, boar's head closes a plant, Boeing blows out tires, about that semi-fire from Tesla, bite blocking fabrics, part falls into school parking lot, new beanless coffee, and U.S. opens Honey Deuce. which I feel weird saying out loud. I don't know why. Just seems weird. I'm actually trying to do something while I'm talking. Well, here, let's do this.
How's that working out?
Not well. I'm distracted. And people, as much as you think that you can multitask, you can't. Yeah, so I didn't put the show notes into the bot, so yeah. I'm going to do this. Oh, I can't do it. I'll have to do it after the show. Anyway, I don't like doing it after the show, but I'm going to have to. Or I'll do it like this. It'll be one big blob in the bot. How about that? Yes, production value at an all-time high for today's episode. Wonder what that looks like. We'll see. All right, folks. Focus. Mayor Watt is already falling off the rails here. It's not really a news and brews episode. Maybe the next episode will be a news and brews episode. First article, though, will be...
Time Machine will ever be news and brews.
Why are you so quiet? I don't get it. You're really quiet when you first start talking. It has to be a configuration thing. And that's going to drive me nuts. Because you start out really quiet and then you get loud. Anyway,
okay, here we go.
Hey, there you go. Okay, so the very first article's over on the Mobile Channel, the 15 best whiskeys for shots, sipping, and mixing cocktails. The Ark of the Covenant whiskey is not. Seeking or searching for the best whiskeys may feel like staring into an overwhelming void, but with all its choice and often high price of admission, it's more of a wonderland with more variety than could possibly be imagined. Black cherries, ripe bananas, Mexican vanilla, cinnamon, and clove. If the author of this article were grossly irresponsible, why, they could say whiskey is a completely balanced diet. It has all of the food groups.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's exactly what the FDA is thinking.
That is exactly. I don't know what you're talking about. That's exactly what it's looking for, isn't it? I mean,
I don't think they want only liquids, for one thing.
Hey, if Only Murders in the Building can have nothing but dips, so no solid food, then if I want to just do whiskeys, it hits all of the food groups, right? The banana food group, the cherry food group. There's even wood, so I'm getting fiber. I might have this all wrong. Anyway, the article is over at Vice.com by Matt Janser. The deck statement says, these are the best whiskeys, from Kentucky bourbon to peaty scotch, plus top shelf Japanese.
And that's not the name peaty.
Peaty?
That's what it sounds like, probably on the podcast.
Oh, yeah. So peaty as in the peat from bogs kind of peat. Plus top shelf Japanese unique blends and more. That's not everything that was in the deck statement. We added a whole lot of commentary in there. So they make a list. Best all-around bourbon, Four Roses single barrel. It's actually pretty good. I've had it. People-pleasing Irish whiskey is Teeling small batch. I wonder if they have my favorite in here, which is Tullamore Dew. Although I have a whole bunch of other. Canoe is another one. It
doesn't look like it's listed.
It is not. Yeah, but people-pleasing Teeling small batch. Non-smoky scotch is Macallan 12-year. A versatile rye whiskey is George Dickel rye whiskey. A tasty bourbon for all occasions is Buffalo Trace. Top shelf Japanese whiskey is Nika whiskey from the barrel as opposed to from the garden hose. I'm sure that's not a very pleasing shelf-stable version.
That's not a very good statement for marketing purposes.
That's right. Nika whiskey from the garden hose. Oddly enough, that's probably how some of it is transferred. Not necessarily a garden hose, but just a hose from one place to another because massive amounts. Smooth and lovely. Smooth and lovely.
That's because it's Irish.
Smooth and lovely premium
like lovely
Irish whiskey.
Is very used in Ireland.
Oh yeah, lovely. Yeah. Mostly for tea though. Oh, and anything else really. That's lovely. They always say that's lovely. Yep. Look at the Try channel on YouTube. Great show.
Right, you could count up multiple instances in one episode usually.
Yeah, true. Red Breast 12-year, Old Forester 1920 is like marshmallows on a campfire. Best smoky and peated. Scotch is Ardbeg 10-year. Scotch and bourbon had a baby. Kings County peated bourbon. Sweet and non-smoky Scotch for mixing cocktails is Monkey Shoulder, which, no. It's actually on the shelf.
This calls into question some other content in this article.
Right? Yeah, Monkey Shoulder, I thought it was pretty harsh. The sleeper bourbon hit is Russell's Reserve 10-year. The wild champion of shots is Wild Turkey 101. Strong but sweet is Baker 7. And bourbon kissed by the deep blue is Jefferson's Ocean Aged at Sea. This is actually like a phenomenon kind of a thing. They actually put it in barrels, take it out to the sea, float around for something like 6 months or something like that, and then bring it back.
Interesting. I think we did an article on that or something similar.
Yeah, for sure we did. So yeah, I've had Four Roses, but I don't think I've got that in the whatchamacallit?
Mayoral Mansion.
The Mayoral Mansion, yeah. You're not even supposed to be able to do that. Anyway, nobody heard or saw that. Anyway, they go line by line, drink by drink through this. I think the Nika whiskey has the greatest bottle. It looks like a hip flask more than anything.
It really does.
Red Breast actually has these red topped bottles that have a blue. It's a blue bottle, but or not blue. What the hell am I just talking about? It's a green bottle.
I'm like, is it a different variety than what I see here in the article?
Sorry, hold on. Wait. Here.
This is becoming a news and brews.
Yeah, that is actually what I just drank. Was a wheat beer that wheat brewed, and Sentient AI is in charge of the fermentation. So
stand back.
It's a smart fermentation vessel. Anyway, follow the. Oh, so the. I think one of the other bottles that's really neat is the Red Breast bottle. It looks like one of the old like grog bottles or I should say, it looks like a rum bottle that a pirate would have, and I am a pirate at heart. Like the Old Forester one here in 1920 when I was born. Anyway, a lot of these actually are really neat bottles now that I see them all. Anyway, wow, that one's really cool. Baker 7 looks really cool.
Oh yeah, that one looks kind of like the Nika.
Yeah, and it looks like an old-timey bottle, you know? Like a medicine bottle. It's pretty cool. It's probably it's at 53.5% alcohol. Anyway, totally dig this stuff. I actually have a couple of shows that are kind of perpetually in development because I just can't I can't do more shows. I need co-hosts and hosts. So if you're interested in hosting or co-hosting a show, just get in touch. Send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. Okay, we got to keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hollywood's new rulebook, no risky shows. That's because they've taken too many punches to the chin.
Yeah, and they only seem to want to have like well-known cast and like super like established franchises.
Yep. And this is actually something that's really interesting that I see. What's kind of funny is I had been thinking about this with music too, and then what's his name did a segment about it, Beato. So Beato just did dropped a video about this, because it isn't bands anymore that people are listening to. It's always individuals, and it's been this pivot since the 90s. That's what he came to the conclusion to. And then in this video that he dropped, he basically said out of the top 500 from Spotify, top 400 from Spotify, only 3 groups exist in the last 10 years. Everything else precedes, or it's all singletons. And the way that I see it is everybody can basically just spin up, and he brings light to this too, but it's stuff that I've been thinking about. With AI, you're removing even the music creation aspect of it, but I can create music with it and then modify it. But I don't need a full band, right? Technology is wiping out the complexity and cost and personality conflicts and all of that.
That's true. Oh, yes. I don't know if we have one in our show today about that.
Not in this show, but so this is a time machine episode, and then we're going to do non sequitur news for the 14th.
So I must have been in my future mode.
It is. Yep. So Hollywood production, basically what it's coming down to is there's too many. It's too complex to have all of these people that are deciding the fate of success, because the band starts crumbling due to personality conflicts. And then on top of that, it's cheaper. You know, it's not just the personality conflicts and stuff, it's cheaper. So that's what's happening with this. They want to remove all of that.
There's fewer people to share profits with if they're doing songwriting, or I guess on the actor side, obviously.
Yep.
From the studio, that's the same idea.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they all complain that there's not enough money. I'm not making enough money. Well, there's 14 artists that are signed onto this as the writers, and the musician, the actual singer, doesn't make as much as all of the writers, because the singers know that without the writers, they can't create enough content to be, filthy rich. But overall, yeah, everybody is making money. Just some of them are complaining about streaming versus, go to a concert and sell.
Right.
That's where the money has always been, at the concert. Anyway, Hollywood production is resuming post-strike, but faces increased risk aversion. Media companies are prioritizing broad appeal, ongoing dramas, reboots over original titles. We even end up talking about that. We're going to do non sequitur news, and then another non sequitur news, and then the continuity report. But I can only do those 3 today, and then tomorrow we're going to reevaluate, and maybe. We're definitely going to do non sequitur news tomorrow as well. That's on the 14th, and on the 15th, we're going to do, another non sequitur news. I'm in the time machine. Anyway, so the article is over at Business Insider. Lucia Moses over at businessinsider.com put the article together. Hollywood's new rule book: no risky shows. Apparently that's Nicole Kidman, appears in Netflix's new The Perfect Couple. I didn't know she was back until recently.
Oh, she's been all over the place.
Right.
But you're right, it has been kind of recent.
Yeah. So even A-listers struggle to sell projects, though indie films may benefit from current conditions, and that's what we've been seeing. Indie developers in the software side, indie musicians, indie movies are all rising, as opposed to the old school entrenched media. So it says, to hear agents, lawyers, and producers tell it, the Hollywood they're going back to is more risk averse than ever, because basically they want a win so that they don't have to struggle to do more. They are doing less. And as I showed with movie theaters, they're releasing less by fewer numbers of movie companies in fewer theaters.
Right, mergers and acquisitions, and then constrained showings.
Yep, and then there's fewer screens. So everything is higher priced, but they're still hitting record profits because of that ratio, that it's more than doubled in pricing in the last 20 years. So tracking company Prod Pro found the total number of production filming in the U.S. is up over 2023, when the strike depressed production, but declined 37% in the first half of 2024 versus the same period in 2022. The spending tighter than ever as media companies race to make streaming profitable. The word going around is undeniable. What's selling is more blue sky stuff that can be watched anywhere. You don't want to watch season 1 to watch season 2, said one agent, like who some others in this story asked for anonymity when discussing private talks. We're seeing less limited series, less period pieces that are hard to justify. Ongoing dramas are definitely in demand, stuff that will appeal to a broad audience. A second agent described how stars are learning to humble themselves in new ways by showing up in pitches and ingratiating themselves to Warner Brothers Discovery chief David Zaslav and Amazon MGM Studios head Jennifer Salk. So I guess
that's interesting, because I didn't think the agents were part of the pitching process. The actors were part of the pitching process at all.
If the actor is on board with the agent and they want that gig for themselves, and the agent is like, yeah, I have a insider that is like A-list, then yeah, I'm not surprised, because it isn't maybe I can get this actor to do it. They're already there, holding the script in their hand. Yeah, let's go to pitch meeting. You know, that
that's
YouTube
like
show.
Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah, exactly.
And pitch meeting too. Yeah. No spoilers, though.
Margot's Got Money Troubles, starring Elle Fanning and Nicole Kidman, and David E. Kelly. Big Little Lies, 9 Perfect Strangers, which Apple snapped up. David E. Kelly is hotter now than he's ever been because they know that he's going to deliver, the first agent said. They basically don't want and can't risk any flops. And when it happens, they cut it fast. So
right, it's not good news for somebody doing a low budget film or indie, which is probably one and the same.
Yeah, so this just ends up the same thing as business. You know, mergers and acquisitions, loss of opportunities, and the whole, everybody is going to suffer, because you're only going to get the same few actors that seem to rise to the top. So we'll have to see what the next 5 to 10 years actually shakes out. But I hope that indies rise to power and start disarming all of these mergers and acquisitions. But I can already see it. Only big companies own streaming platforms, so you're only going to be able to get something that they buy into, and that means giving up profits, rights, and so on. Even if you're an indie, you're not going to be able to stream it anywhere except maybe on YouTube. Good luck. Okay, we need to keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. This one should be quick. Jurors help detain a man who flees a Maine courthouse in handcuffs. So a man was convicted of assaulting someone and flees. I don't want to get into the context of it, but jurors basically stopped a person who tried to escape, but they were in handcuffs, so they weren't going to go very far. A series of videos shows Carter racing down a hallway, and this person, I'll just say their last name, nothing else, because I don't want to amplify their message. Other than, you're a dumbass, you got caught, and you deserve what punishment you get.
What's funny to me is I was thinking when I first saw this headline, like, well, wait a second, does this show that the jurors definitely think the person is guilty? But they'd already convicted him.
Yeah, so he can then be seen fleeing the courthouse, chased by several other individuals. Additional video shows Carter running across a parking lot and eventually appearing to trip and fall in a yard where 2 jurors and a detective apprehended him. Carter had been found guilty after a 3-day trial.
Okay, if you saw this in a show, wouldn't it seem almost comical?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I swear I've seen this. Yeah, other than the context, I swear I've seen this.
Maybe that's what encouraged the defendant to do it. They saw it on a show once.
Yeah, they're going to be internet famous and prison famous.
It'd be like a scene in Arrested Development or something.
Yeah, and I don't even want to get into the context of it, so let's move on. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Boar's Head closing plant linked to the listeria cases, because apparently they can't find the problem with this. Boar's Head announced Friday that it was closing its Jarrett, Virginia production plant linked to this summer's deadly listeria outbreak. In a release on its website, the company said that it's been investigating for 2 years now, after it's at least 9 people died and more than 60 were sickened by a listeria outbreak stemming from liverwurst product at the plant. The company actually blamed the process, the liverwurst process. But you know what?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Liverwurst is produced all over the place and nobody's getting listeria. So obviously your plant was technically dirty. But somebody I read online said that their dad used to work as one of the not investigators, but the USDA, like, would go in and do inspections. Yeah, he was an inspector, and touted that it was so clean that they could eat off the floor. Now, this was some 25 years ago or something like that. And so the only thing I can think of is that and I'm going to predict this. Okay. We haven't even looked yet. I'm going to predict this, that Boar's Head mergered in the last 10 years. So let's see. I don't know. I'd have to look. It's too hard for me to find it really quick. Because right now, all of the news is talking about...
All of the news is about the closure,
yeah, unfortunately. So, Lauren Irwin over at thehill.com put the article together, and it says in a release on its website, the company said that it's been investigating alongside the USDA after 9 people died and more than 60 people were sickened by the listeria outbreak. The Jarrett processing plant temporarily closed after the outbreak, and Boar's Head recalled 7 million pounds of product after the report of the outbreak. On Friday, it said that it made the difficult decision to indefinitely close this location. So here's what's going to end up happening. All of the people that were working there are either going to have to find another job within Boar's Head, or they're going to have to find another job somewhere else, right? So this is going to close down the plant instead of meeting compliance. The USDA released non-compliance reports from the Jarrett facility that dated back 2 years and showed the plant imposed an imminent threat. Records show that there was rusted equipment, green mold on the walls, live beetles in the hallways, dirt, screws, trash in the production areas, among other violations. And they basically said, we won't make any excuses, except that you're basically blaming everybody else there instead of cleaning up your act and continuing to produce product that meets compliance requirements and employing those people. So now you're going to push production somewhere else. If you use any of that equipment anywhere else, then you're going to move the potential contamination somewhere else.
Exactly. And if this was so problematic, I'm assuming they produced more than one product there. Why wouldn't they have had problems with other products?
Don't know. The agency said it was looking to see if there were any other lessons learned that could be broadly applied to the ready-to-eat meat and poultry facilities across the country. It said it'll immediately implement several quality measures to prevent future incidents. The company said it'll appoint a new chief food safety and quality assurance officer, creating food safety and quality assurance programs, and establish a Boar's Head Food Safety Council comprised of independent industry experts.
I think my problem is that it's like, okay, there's a bunch of issues, but they don't really know what the source was. And so how can they not recreate that? Now, obviously, if it was specific to that plant, but that's really concerning.
Chipotle did it and seems to have walked away unscathed. I don't know. And my bigger problem with this is now the prices for anything from this company is going to go up. Competition is reduced because this isn't going to be producing. Others are going to be able to go, well, they're raising their prices, so we can raise ours too. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Boeing 737 MAX blows tires, braking hard to avoid takeoff collision with another plane. And Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX aborted a takeoff at Nashville International Airport on Thursday. Straight up thought that this was going to be from San Francisco.
I mean, that would be expected.
The force put the wheels during braking, blew out the Alaska Airlines tires. That's wild. These things are designed not to blow out under a tremendous amount of force, but apparently they did.
And this is interesting, right? This is a potential collision, which is not the same as some of the other. I mean, we've seen that happen at other airports, but we've been talking a lot about problems with the actual build of the airplanes. But I find it fascinating that this was a 737 MAX, because there might be a defect in the tires or something.
Oh, wouldn't that be interesting that due to this, they discover that there's a flaw in the manufacturing of the tires. So, air traffic controller cleared Southwest Airlines Flight 2029 to cross the runway as the plane prepared for takeoff for Jacksonville. According to NBC, despite the blown out tires, the stopped plane got off the runway, but not back to the terminal. Alaska Airlines sent a replacement plane to fly all 176 passengers on board to Seattle on the same day, along with a refund and additional $1,000. I suspect it's to replace everybody's pants.
Right, yeah. What was that like in the plane? Particularly with the tires.
They went from 120 miles per hour to 0 to avoid hitting a plane.
Wow.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Ideas. Tesla semi-fire in California. You know, the one that shut down the freeway for 15 hours. It took 50,000 gallons of water to extinguish basically 5 residential pools, or 1/10 of an Olympic. No, 1/6. No. Yeah. It's 10% of an Olympic pool. I think it is. Because an Olympic pool is like 600,000 gallons.
Yeah, 660,000 gallons of water in an Olympic-sized pool, roughly.
No, 600,000 gallons. Yeah. So the National Transportation Safety Board said on Friday that a Tesla semi crashed last month, closed down an artery. Oh, it says right here, Interstate 80 for 15 hours. During that time, they basically dumped 50,000 gallons worth of water on that truck because it was a battery fire. And all of that water ended up runoff. So taking lithium with it. Laura Kolodny over at CNBC put this article together. Yeah, the rest of this, I don't know. Like that, the little key points. I don't know if any of Tesla's vehicles have ever been safety tested. My understanding is the semi-truck has never been, in that other Teslas have not.
Yeah, I don't think it has. So, but actually, a lot of cars have not been tested. I was surprised. I was reading a review of another car that hadn't been tested that is much more established than Tesla's.
Yeah, luxury cars tend to not be safety tested. So the truck, driven by an employee, was headed to the company's battery factory in Sparks, Nevada, from a warehouse in Livermore, California. The incident closed down part of I-18 for 15 hours. I guess that was an actual Tesla vehicle, not one that's in use, like by a private company. It was an actual Tesla truck driven by a Tesla employee. So don't really care about their fab, but NTSB report confirmed that the Tesla driver assistance systems, which are marketed as autopilot and full self-driving in the US, were not operational at the time of the semi-collision and fire. So I guess they still don't really know what caused it to spark up other than the collision itself. So a single vehicle collision, but with what? What did it hit?
Exactly. And it seems like, I mean, we know things can go kind of haywire with EVs for very basic things that happen.
Yeah, like water.
Water. Exactly.
So let's keep going. The next article is over in Greenogram. Plagued by mosquitoes, try some bite-blocking fabrics. Scientists create textiles with just the right weave and yarn to keep biting insects at bay. For me, that would be called Inside. The article has a deck statement, which is what I just said, so I don't have to repeat that. But there's a close-up of a mosquito. Mosquito. Oh my god, really? Son of a... I'm not logged in, so I can't go. Anyway, they've created new fabrics. You won't run into this problem if you follow it out there, folks. Just follow the link through ohmTown. See, it's locked down. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Without me logging in, it's locked down, so... Anyway... I don't know if they go into detail about what that fabric actually is, but it's just knitted a certain way, and it is a certain thickness so that it stops mosquitoes from being able to pierce. So I'm going to keep going, though. The next article is over in Non-Sequitur News. U.S. military aircraft part falls into school parking lot after a malfunction. We've heard about this before, right? Like the front of the boat falls off.
Yeah, it was a copycat of the space junk or whatever. Well, yeah, the boat. I wasn't thinking about that one.
That skit is hilarious, but it isn't a battery from orbit, but it's still an aircraft part, military aircraft part. So no injuries or damage have been reported, and the incident is now under investigation. The article is over at Newsweek. Lottie McGrath put the article together. Is it a Boeing? It is. I swear.
What in the world?
They're just flinging parts off all over the place.
I mean, have we hit every single part at this point?
Well, I used to joke about how
major
people
parts
from the military used to send parts of a Jeep back home, part by part.
Oh, right.
Right. That was a myth that people were saying. I don't know how true that actually is, but I bet if you were to gather up all of the parts that have fallen off of Boeing planes, you could probably build a pseudo plane. Tail cone of a Boeing C-17 Globemaster III fell out of the sky and into the parking lot of Divine Redeemer School in Hanahan at 4 p.m. on Thursday. I guess God said,
you get a plane part.
The statement continued, the crew of the C-17 notified Joint Base Charleston and returned to base after a piece of the tail cone fell off during flight. A team recovered the piece of the aircraft and no injuries or property damage were reported. Now an investigation is underway. How did they notice that it fell off and then be able to go back and get it?
Well, exactly. I wonder if they have sensors on each of the parts.
No way. That's impossible.
Seems too pricey and technically, difficult.
Trooper Bob Berries, a Navy veteran and traffic anchor for WCIV-TV, first reported the incident in a post on the website formerly known as Twitter, posting images of the tail cone lying in a school parking lot. Wow, a reviewer tells me her dad took these pictures, so they probably coordinated with the public. So it's just the tip. Oh my goodness. Let's keep going. Next article is over on Natch Ideas as well. That's a show all about business transformation. Now beanless coffee emerges, but does it taste any good? Startups. I'm starting to sound like Sean Connery. Startups launch drinks that look and taste like coffee, but they say they are better for the environment. Zoe Corbin over at BBC.com put the article together. They say that they're in a high-end coffee shop in a tech-heavy area of San Francisco, staring suspiciously at a cup of espresso. This is no conventional coffee. It's made without using a single coffee bean. It comes from Atomo, one of a band of alt coffee startups hoping to revolutionize the world of brewed coffee. We take offense when someone says that we're a coffee substitute, says Andy Cleach, who is begging for Streisand effect, I suppose. The chief executive of Seattle-based startup
right.
Atomo, from whose pure beanless ground product My Espresso has been made. So you don't want your product to be so nebulous or nameless or unidentifiable to be referred to as a beanless ground product.
Right. Is it coffee?
Okay, here, it's a logic game. Is it coffee? No. Is it replacing coffee? Yes. Is it a coffee bean? No. Is it something other than a coffee bean? Yes. Would you say that it is replacing coffee then?
Yeah. Are they legally allowed to call it coffee? It's reminding me of the pizza skit.
That's right. You can't call it champagne because it's not from the Champagne region either. Just like those cheeses. Somebody on the internet, a YouTuber, was actually challenged legally. I think they said they were going to get sued because they put a recipe for a type of cheese that you can only make that type of cheese from that region.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot what that was, but
so distilling products and stuff like that, alcohol, the reason why everything is so damn tough is because people abused it. And that's why rules and regulations came into existence. That's why we can't have nice things. Because there were some abusive people out there that poisoned people by making something drinkable but adjacent to it, and then that ends up being deadly. So that's not what this is, obviously. This is Atomo's ingredients include date seeds, sunflower seed extract, and pea protein. So it's not even a single product. It's a mishmash of date seeds, sunflower seed extract, and tea protein. Or pea protein, not tea protein, but pea protein. Oh, and that's what it includes. Okay, so you're replacing coffee. So it's a coffee replacement. That's a coffee substitute, one might say. Anyway.
Okay. What does it taste like? Is it similar?
Yeah, so newcomers also argue that if scaled up beanless coffee could be cheaper than its conventional competition, but maybe people don't want cheaper, they want coffee. They want the flavor of coffee, they want a copy of coffee. And they're like, well, the prices are reaching higher level. Yeah, we know. But if it doesn't taste like coffee, and if it's being pushed as not being a coffee, then why sit there and compare it to coffee? A lot of big coffee companies are watching this field, say Cheyenne Yaretsian, a professor of analytical chemistry who heads the Coffee Excellence Center at the Zurich University of Applied Sciences in Switzerland. Jeez. Yeah, Director of Neil Hack, Director of Sustainable Coffee Partnerships at Conservation International, an international nonprofit, welcomes the innovative approaches to tackling coffee's deforestation problem, but also doubts if beanless coffee will be able to make much of a dent. Well, not with the attitude that it's not replacing coffee. If it's supposed to replace coffee, lean into it. Tastes just like it, right? So, did they try it? Because it doesn't really matter. Atomo's ingredients aren't particularly high tech. And look, dear God, it's a chemistry lab. It has date seeds, Ramon seeds, sunflower seed extract, fructose, which you've already distanced yourself from a whole lot of people because nobody wants fructose. If it isn't natural, like fructose is the chemical name for sugar, basically. A sugar. Pea protein, millet, lemon, guava, fenugreek seeds, caffeine, and baking soda. So they're injecting caffeine into it because it doesn't come naturally. I mean, for crying out loud. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know how this is actually going to reach anybody. So as for trying Atomo, both the coffee shop espresso and the brew at home version tasted close enough to good coffee for the author. Perhaps luckily for these companies, coffee can have many different undertones. That's not a raving review. I might try it just so that I can go, oh yeah, this is not.
Right. I mean, coffee, I know, has been under scrutiny because of some of the agricultural practices, especially in certain regions. So I'm not opposed to alternatives out there. But if it's so far removed from coffee, you need to call it something else. If it's so much like it, it needs to, like you said, lean into that.
Yep. The approach may prove closer match to coffee than surrogates like Atomo or Northern Wonder, but regulatory approval for such novel food takes time and money. There are also doubts the technology will be able to scale economically. That's because there's a cell-based coffee startup, includes Swiss-based Food Brewer, US-based California Cultured, and Singapore-based Another. Different places doing different things. I don't know. Whenever you hear somebody say bioreactor, that is a kind of turn off. At least for now.
Yeah, I would say so for anything related to food or beverages.
Yeah, that's kind of a shame because I would like to get away from animal. I mean, who cares if it's legit and it doesn't have any health problems? Then I would rather no animals be harmed in the production of food.
Right.
But the alternative is a slab of whatever it is from a bioreactor. It's just really not. I'm not chomping at the bit to really go and eat bioreactor cow. Moving on. Next, and our last article for the Time Machine episode is over on Stock Marketeers. US Open sells record $12.8 million worth of the Honey Deuce drink. How prices for the drink stack up against inflation. The article is over at marketwatch.com. Weston Blasey is the author. The cost of the famous tennis-themed cocktail have been raised 6 times since 2012. That's what it looks like. This is actually a plastic glass thing, whatever you want to call it. You can actually do a search for recipes for it, but it says the drink is made of Grey Goose vodka, raspberry lemonade liqueur, and honeydew. Has become so popular over the years that they say 557,000 of them were sold at this year's US Open. I don't know how that can happen. How many days is the US Open?
I don't know.
It's up 100,000 from last year. That's because everybody needs to be drunk off their gourd. And that interest is despite some fans becoming...
Oh, it's for 2 weeks.
2 weeks? So they... like 275 per thousand per week were... That's a lot.
Seems like an awful lot. But also... I'm sure they sell more in more recent years because of climate change, right? The temperatures have probably been spiking.
Yeah, people are trying to drink to stay cool. Well, the price of the drink, it's increased again this year to $23 from $22, up 4.5%. Or a buck. You could just say a buck. Went up a buck. Anyway. And
well, while they actually have the stats, though.
Sure. How do they? Is that what you said?
No, they have the stats down below here.
Oh, right.
Oh, interesting. Look when it started really spiking.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, it almost, like, it's really amazing. Right when the pandemic hit, it just shoots through the roof.
And of course, it's above inflation, too.
Yeah, $4 above.
But that's really interesting to see it in a graph there.
But it shouldn't be, like, adjusted to... Well, I guess they're adjusting it from its source. So it came into existence back then. I think it actually was a lot older, but that's when it came into vogue.
It was actually pretty high priced to begin with.
$14.
In 2012 was pretty high, but maybe not because that was a major event.
Yeah, I think at the major event kind of things, this is regular. Yeah, pretty wild though. A single drink, $23.
That probably takes what, like $1 of ingredients or something. I mean, that obviously you can't buy a bottle of something for $1, but
yeah, that right there is cheap honeydew and raspberry lemonade liqueur. That can be made real cheap. The Grey Goose vodka is obviously the most expensive thing, and even then, you can buy a whole bottle for $23. All right, folks. Well, you're going to be able to look at this little stat and go, oh my goodness. And when you take a swig of your honeydew and then set the glass down, when you look up, you'll be back at ohmTown's front page. I know, it's pretty amazing. Anyway, but that's it for today's time machine episode. I'm going to reset we're going to shut down the time machine and let it cool down for another time machine episode when we need it, but we're going to just catch up to real time, and we'll be back to do the September 14th episode of Non Sequitur News, and then right after that will be the continuity report. We're going to put Reality Hacker and
Wanted
on hold for today, and probably punt it to next weekend. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you're about to hear is the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the September 13th Non Sequitur News. Stay tuned.
Bye. See you in a little bit. Deuce. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 12th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 256. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
We are going to non sequitur and stumble our way through pumpkin spice Chardonnay, AI-created recipes, really delayed ID, hey Mikey, you're old, the SpaceX spacewalk, everybody poops, hiker maybe sorta kinda discovers meteor crater, the second biggest polluter, Sentient AI couldn't get over that last article, burnout and hostility, thanks email, and Project Strawberry. Oh, and I've renamed the what do they call it? The little, not the byline, but our little motto. It's news and brews. That's right. I'm drinking a wheat beer that I brewed. Well, I mean, a device brewed it, and I put all of the stuff in it. That's what a lot of gatekeepers say. I'm not a brewer. Yeah, so I'm jump up on a soapbox for a minute and just go, don't gatekeep people who make their own beer, folks. You know, if you're an all extract brewer or you're an all grain brewer, the only difference is that you're adding stuff to a pot earlier and boiling it and then throwing stuff in periodically, and I don't want to do that, but I'm not knocking anybody for doing it. I am knocking people who sit there and gatekeep. So my response to anybody who wants to gatekeep is, did you grow your wheat and your hops? Did you till the land? Well, then you're just not a brewer. Come on. Anyway, first article is over in Of the Grape. Trader Joe's new pumpkin spice Chardonnay is not for the faint of heart. I wonder what this really tastes like. They say it's not for the faint of heart. Pete O'Connell over at vinepair.com put the article together. What do you think? You think it's going to be...
Did you notice the photography is by Trader Joe's Treasure Hunt?
Oh, photography. Trader Joe's treasure hunt on Instagram.com. No, I hadn't noticed that.
It's very niche. I have no idea why this is going to be like not for the faint of heart. Like, is it overwhelmingly pumpkin spice?
Well, there must be something in it that is overwhelming like that, right? It's got to taste like pumpkin spice. By the way, if you hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, you'll pull up the show notes from ohmTown. It doesn't work that way over on YouTube because YouTube hates ohmTown. And too much communication with ohmTown punts them periodically. So anyway, they say few brands embrace pumpkin spice creep. But if you look at this bottle, it doesn't look like there's any like residue or anything like that. Like I got a pumpkin spice latte the other day. It came with my breakfast basically for like $1. And so looking at the container that it was in, there was like 5 feet of sediment at the bottom of this cup. And it was all the spice, the pumpkin spice part of it. But this is crystal clear, you know? So
right, but that doesn't mean the taste isn't all pumpkin spice or something.
Right. So maybe that's it, you know, but there's nothing that really is telling that this is going to be over the top. So they say these days just about anything is ripe for equally beloved and bemoaned pumpkin spice treatment. This year, TJ's, Trader Joe's, outdone itself by adding rocks and a little no, sorry, that's not what's in it. You know, because Trader Joe's has been having issues with some of their products.
They've had a lot of affinity for rocks.
Issues. We just call them issues. So pumpkin spice Chardonnay, which hit the shore shelves. I'll be okay.
She sells seashells.
She. Anyway, according to Trader Joe's, it says it clocks in at a low 6.9% ABV and retails for $6.99. So it's at parity. 6.99% ABV.
That's weird. I wonder if all of them are priced that way.
Probably not. According to Trader Joe's, the liquid, I don't know. I mean, I get what it is. It is a liquid, but the way it's described as the liquid. See, if you want to call it something above and beyond what it is, you say the expression is crafted from a blend of lightly oaked Chardonnay, a touch of natural pumpkin spice flavoring, and a Chardonnay grape juice.
I suspect an editor or something said you can't say Chardonnay 500 times in the article. But it could have been the wine or something.
Chardonnay. So the bottle label claims that the liquid inside, dear God, the titular liquid inside is a harmony of nutmeg, cinnamon, and clove with hints of buttery pie crust and a kiss of sweet cream. I gotta go into getting a bar fight now because I softened my voice just a little too much. So like a freshly baked pumpkin pie, this delicious blend is the perfect way to celebrate the warmth and coziness of the season 2 months prior to the season starting. Well, the Reddit community begs to differ. Oh, wow. Everybody is tapping into Reddit community. Ugh. Well, won't go into it, but apparently it says it's the closest thing I'd compare it to is a white mulled wine, and that's an insult to mulled wine, writes another.
Well, that doesn't make sense, right? Because wouldn't most mulled wine be red?
Yeah. I mean, which is kind of what that is. I've never heard of or tried or anything white mulled wine. I think it's the antithesis. Maybe that's what they're really talking about. They tried it and it tasted like regret.
Yikes.
Been there. All right, let's keep going. Oh yeah, I'm on a timeline. I gotta get hopping. And that's not a beard comment here either. Hopping, get it? Hopping. Yeah, did you grow your hops? Bruh, then you're not a brewer. So are AI created recipes hard to swallow? Chefs are increasingly using AI to dream up new food combinations, but the results are mixed. Well, then you're not a chef. There's a lot of gatekeeping out there. You know? Kiss my butt. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Bedrag? It's like the name of a dragon. No, there you go. What?
It's Irish, but I don't know how to say it.
Watch, it's like pronounced Bob.
Yeah. We're looking at you, George Jimenez.
Beautiful language. Cannot pronounce a lick of it. Should probably learn it. That would be great. That would blow people's mind. Like that one YouTuber that just like seems to pick it up over a weekend and then go and show people just how brilliant he is.
Right, and then they're blown away.
Like, hey, wait. Are you from here? Nope. Where did you learn to do that? The internet? Really? How long did it take you? About 15 minutes? I don't know. It's not a particularly hard language. You're sitting there drooling. What? How are you doing this? Anyway, brilliant. But Drake Belton over at bbc.com put this article together. How about Dodo Pizza did not put the AI created blueberry and breakfast cereal pizza on sale, but
I bet that would be a hit though.
With the kids. I don't know, it's sweet and savory. It gives it a crunch. You know what I just had the other day? What are they called? The strawberry. It's a breakfast food, but it's like coated with strawberry.
I don't know what that is.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna do this live. Simply Chex, but strawberry flavored. Yeah, I'll put those over there. So, I did a pantry raid. Anyway, I did an ohmTown pantry raid, and somebody had left them in the pantry, and so I tried them, and now they're in the studio.
Yeah, I bet they were a hit.
They're pretty good. I can only eat like 4 of them because they're so darn sweet, but hey.
Right.
So would you do one of these? Would you put together an AI menu, put it together and serve it and, cook it, eat it?
Only if it was vetted after it was designed by AI. Like if you saw it and it was like pickles and Fruit Loops or something, I don't think that would be worth making.
Like that. The AI is pregnant because it's telling you to eat pickles and ice cream and dirt. So it did create a recipe. They launched it. It was actually a huge hit, and it's still on the menu. They asked popular AI chatbot ChatGPT to create a recipe, the best pizza for Dubai, says Spartak Aratunian. Aratunian. There you go. Hey, I did it. Who heads menu development for the city's branch of restaurant and delivery chain Dodo Pizza. Wait, it says here it did not put the AI created blueberry and breakfast cereal. Maybe on a different one. Up there it said no, but here they said yes.
You're right, it's the Arab shawarma chicken. Oh, no. That's not the name of the pizza. That's what it has in it.
Yep. So, Indians, Pakistanis, Filipinos, Arab people, European guys. There's so many cultures here in Dubai. 3 million people being immigrants. 90% of Dubai's 3 million people are immigrants. Came up with a pizza comprising Arab shawarma chicken, Indian grilled paneer cheese, Middle Eastern za'atar herbs, and tahini sauce. Well, yeah. I'm still not going to Dubai. Anyway, for prompts, so a bunch of people are doing this. We've actually talked about this in the past. AI experiments, they say here at Dallas's Velvet Taco, where Venetia Willis is a culinary director. Really curious.
And I think we talked about that in a previous article, like quite a while ago.
Yeah, like last year. probably around this time or earlier last year. I mean, it's been a while that when AI came into vogue, people instantly started making menus, and some of them were really disgusting or deadly. But again, I have no problem with this kind of stuff, but people will freak out and say, no, it's not, you're not a chef if you're not cooking your own menu.
But I think this might actually expand some combinations, right? Because after a while, everybody thinks, okay, this food has to go with this spice.
Yeah.
And this might actually mix it up. Now, some of them are probably going to be complete duds, but if you have a chef or somebody there vetting it, then maybe it'll be okay.
Yep, that's how I feel about it, because you're not an island unto your own. You basically are connected to everything around you, but you don't have recall of everything. And every once in a while, there's a chef out there that makes these, weird connections to various other tastes, textures, etc. But it's very few and far between where it's just exemplary, right? So an AI can grab all of that context, throw it into a unique menu, and it can be so unique that nobody runs across the same results twice. Almost culinary DNA. So I find it, which now that I say that out loud, doesn't sound very appetizing. Anyway, they say they get 30,000 users within a week and a half of launching last year, but then he got quite a big bill from OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. He now continues to pay OpenAI a regular fee for using its AI. Mr. Cantu explains that this is a standard arrangement when a startup like his builds an app on top of another company's technology. You pay the bill. Yeah. So they basically created an application that tapped into ChatGPT and had drop-down menus and toggles so that the user could specify tools that they have in their kitchen and what they were looking for, and it would create some options.
That sounds pretty smart.
Yep. It's the sorted but with AI kind of a thing, I'm sure. If you've never heard of sorted, go on to YouTube.
What's in your fridge, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Or what's in somebody else's fridge. Can you make a meal with that?
Yeah, they have an app where you can put everything that you have in your refrigerator.
Sidekick, I think.
It is called Sidekick, yep. And it helps you figure out what to make and with what you've got. And then facilitates like, hey, you need these things too to expand your options. Pretty cool. Hey, let's keep going though. The next article is over in Technology Today. See, non sequitur news, we jump around. Things are always connected, and sometimes in an oddball way, but we don't actually traverse that connection. And
sometimes the connection is harder to see than at other times.
Yeah, like the one on the front page about how actresses that are, I should say female actors, I don't know who they were actually referring to, but actors that don't show or that show their body and don't wear makeup. It isn't brave. They're not in Ukraine. They're doing a job. And I'm still stymied by this. So let's just let anybody who hears that kind of swim around in it like Scrooge McDuck. Maybe you'll figure out what the hell that actor means. Anyway, they're on the front page. Maybe not for long because we get a lot of headlines scrolling through. Anyway, TSA proposes a new plan that would delay Real ID until 2027. DHS says that people may not have their Real IDs ready by the current deadline, but
they've been talking about that for about 10 years, so it's kind of hard to see that somebody wouldn't have it together by now.
Yeah, I don't quite get it, because unless you're a child, since they announced it, your driver's license probably
well, that's true.
was
probably is already updated to that, whether you wanted it or not.
Right? And those without a driver's license still need a government ID at some point, I suppose, unless you're flying under the radar and you don't open a bank account or anything. I mean, don't you have to have an ID to open your bank account?
To pretty much do anything.
Yeah, so I don't know what's really going on, but 2027 isn't really that far out. But if they miss 2027, then they'll have to kick it down the road again. So this article by Joe Hindi over at cnet.com has the deck statement that says the Department of Homeland Security says that people may not have their real IDs ready by the current deadline. And it's this right here on your driver's license signifies that you are real ID ready.
But you know what I don't get is that the whole point of this is supposed to be for security.
Right.
So if people don't have it ready, that could be for a number of reasons, but it's like, if we're pushing it down the road, that seems kind of contrary to the purpose of this.
Right. But it seems rather dystopian to require it, and anti-freedom and all of that kind of stuff. So I can see why some people are resistant of it. In short, the Department of Homeland Security is anticipating that a lot of people will be applying for real IDs at the last possible minute, resulting in a delay and an influx of people without real IDs showing up at airports and attempting to fly. Could cause delays and security issues, but not for those who have actually done real ID and or the myriad other solutions to get you through checkout faster.
Think how bad the airport lines are going to be when somebody doesn't have a real ID.
Yeah, because they basically are going to have to do a background check on you at some point. What I really am not looking forward to is the next step of this, because I do think that there's another push after this, and that next push is to get online. You're going to have to have a real ID, and
which is going to be a lot of problems.
Yeah, but I kind of see this happening, and deep fakes and other fraudulent activities online, misrepresentations, outright fabrications, slander and libel across the internet. It's going to end up, well, this person said this, and...
I mean, that's going to kill the internet, though. Like, who's going to go on there with their ID and post something?
Right. Yeah. I mean, people are going to start using VPNs everywhere, and Reality Hacker is something that I came up with a long time ago, and I firmly believe that because of AI, we're trending down that. So Real ID be damned. Sure. For certain things, Real ID works, but the internet, it's the antithesis. I mean, I want my privacy. I want my alter ego. I don't want to be who I am, because I'm Mayor Watt, and I run a tiny little community in the electrons, powered by the electrons, the wires of the internet. But out there, outside of ohmTown. Let's move on. Next article's over in the Marble channel. He likes it. Hey, Mikey. Life Cereal revives an adorable ad icon. I remember this back when I was just the M in Mayor Watt. I was younger, much younger.
Is this like the photo in Back to the Future or something?
Knee high to a grasshopper.
But in reverse?
Yes, Benjamin Button. Mom has toothpaste in her hair. Dad isn't sufficiently caffeinated, and the siblings are pillow fighting in a messy state-of-the-art scene that's likely replicated in some form in countless American households, with an adorable, fresh-faced youngster in the center narrating the mayhem in a catchy song. Life Cereal kicks off its first concerted marketing effort. Well, since its first instance in 1972.
Have they been marketing since then?
Apparently, the character is getting a 2024 makeover from PepsiCo's internal creative group D3, and it's bringing back Mikey. So Life Cereal revives an adorable ad icon. I won't be able to go through this because I didn't log in.
How much do you think they paid advertising to come up with this campaign? And they're like, we've got this great campaign for you. You did it, 50 years ago?
Well, I don't think that they're bringing Mikey back. If they did, maybe as dad.
Right, I'm not sure Mikey could be the kid.
Or worse, granddad. Anyway, it says the kid should be noted as Mikey, the first character first seen in 1972, helping to embed the catchphrase "He likes it, hey Mikey" into the lexicon, and later inducted into the TV commercial Hall of Fame. It was formerly titled Three Brothers. The original Mikey-centric spot became such a phenomenon that it ran for more than a decade, spawning parodies, shoutouts, and urban myths, and cementing life's place as a solid, better-for-you challenger to bigger rivals like Total. Pretty neat. So yeah, I guess it's coming back. This is Legacy brand Life cereal. In its first marketing in years, brings back a 70s ad icon named Mikey. So this is the new commercial. I'll have to pull it up just so that we can see it. But I have, what are ads? You know, unless it's embedded on a website.
Who watches ads?
You know, I pay YouTube.
Oh, people that drive Fords are going to be, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah, they've got a patent for...
Hey, don't crunch cereal while you're driving.
Yeah, the ad AI can't hear what you're saying in the cockpit of your F-150. Come on, we know what you're actually arguing about anyway. Never mind. Let's move on. Next article's over in the Marble channel. Because I was going to say something that's very polarizing, and I'm trying not to do that kind of stuff. I mean, at times I will, because I think it's funny, but... this is more of a stab at alignment. So this article's over in Marble, why the SpaceX spacewalk is such a huge deal. Now, we watched the spacewalk, and it was weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call it a spacewalk.
So we didn't watch all of it, so I don't know how far out into space they walked, but the time that we did watch, they were basically running through the, what do you call it?
Like kind of like almost like agility test, but it wasn't agility.
Yeah, range of motion testing. You know, they were testing that the suit was maintaining its pressure at 5 point whatever PSI and whatnot. But the thing that was weird about it was that the video made it look so fake. It looked like it was claymation. And
yeah, it was really odd.
It was like staccato motion, and the person had their hand like bent 90 degrees for an extended period of time, and it just looked so weird. It was more like a celebrity deathmatch claymation battles on, like,
I don't know what to compare it to, but I agree with your description.
Billionaire Jared Isaacman and SpaceX engineer Sarah Gillis completed the first privately funded spacewalk Thursday, a critical aspect of a risky, somewhat troubled mission designed to test new SpaceX technology, gather valuable data about high-altitude space travel, and generally push the limits of space exploration. The best thing about it, at least for me, was that we've gotten away from these really bulky, chunky suits.
Yeah, that's true.
And further away from Starliner. So please don't send Starliner back. But I would invest in technology that challenges SpaceX's domination, because I don't particularly like,
well, competition is always good.
Wingnut. So the mission called Polaris Dawn was supposed to launch in late August, but was grounded due to safety concerns. But on Tuesday, Isaacman and Gillis did their spacewalk. The article's over at Vox.com. Ellen Loans put the article together. The mission tested lots of new technology for future longer missions, along with two other crew members, former Air Force pilot Scott Poteet and SpaceX engineer Anna Menon, finally took off. Since then, the astronauts have gone about 870 miles from Earth, which makes Polaris Dawn the farthest crewed mission since Apollo 17's mission to the moon in 1972. That's the second article to mention 1972.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't realize, I thought the big deal with this was the fact that it was non-astronauts, but I didn't realize that the mission was actually substantial in and of itself. Yeah.
Yep. So why is it so groundbreaking? It says the goal of Polaris mission series is to help SpaceX develop the skills and technology needed to achieve its longer mission goals of sending humans to Mars. The company hoped that its first mission would be a useful test of spacecraft and its instruments' ability to survive the extreme conditions of space, particularly as it passes through the Van Allen radiation belts, regions in space that encircle the planet and are highly radioactive. They were detected first 1958. So the crew traveled through the Van Allen belts and became superheroes and villains. They'll be back to decimate the planet. Oh, wait.
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Yes. If one of them spontaneously turns into fire, another person disappears, another person starts to don a deathly black mask and a cape.
Or turns into a spider and starts slinging webs.
That's only if you get bit by a radioactive spider. But if you get cosmic energy, you can turn into maybe a rock human, and you would be the Fantastic Four. Anyway, trip was also to test SpaceX's the latest spacesuit designs, which are designed in just 2.5 years, an astonishingly quick turnaround by space exploration standards. So yeah, they walked through, or they kind of crawled through a hatch and then started doing all kinds of activities. And out in space, there's so much room for activities.
Not if you can barely maneuver, not only in your astronaut suit, but also within the whatever capsule you're in.
See, the suit has stupendous range of motion compared to the bulky suits that had the big old backpack and stuff on.
Yeah, that's true.
But it did have an umbilical. The umbilical ran back into the ship. So I don't know what else is going to be attached to this thing in the future. I think there have been.
They still seem to be holding on pretty tightly to the handles.
Oh, I'd be holding on to like everything. They're like, no, we need you to let go of the railing. Hell no. I opened the door. That's good enough. We sent you up there to do the range of motion stuff. Send that person over there.
I don't want to let go.
Let's move on. Everybody poops.
Okay, that's funny because when you said that title earlier, that's what I thought it might be the sequel.
Can't poop at work? Why public bathrooms give us anxiety. Says it's okay to poop at work is a new health campaign that highlights a common source of anxiety while offering practical advice to help. I can't believe I'm actually discussing this. Simon Robert Knowles over at The Conversation put this article together. I guess The Conversation is expanding where they publish to because it's usually in the science thing.
Oh, right. It's not typically on Gizmodo.
Yep, but it's over at Gizmodo. So I'm going to pose this to you. You walk into a public bathroom. There are 3 stalls. You don't see any feet, which, by the way, America is weird that you can see under the doors. What the frick is that all about? Anyway, so which stall do you go into if there's nobody there?
Probably one of the edge ones, because if you go in the middle, then somebody might go next to you.
Gotcha. It's like the tic-tac-toe of...
But I'm not sure.
Stall choice. Yeah, I would probably choose one of the edge options as well, so that there can be an air gap, so to speak, or a poo air, separation. Anyway. And that's how elevators work too. So you go into an elevator. If you're all by yourself, you can be in the middle.
Right, but you have to space out. In fact, they run experiments of that, and it's kind of like they're in the farthest corners possible, depending on how many people are in there. Obviously, that falls apart once you get too many people in there. But
that's true. That's very true. So the campaign has gained significant traction on Instagram and Facebook. It has been praised by health and marketing experts for its humorous handling of the taboo topic. A colorful Instagram post is accompanied by a caption warning the health risks of holding it in, including, well, gastrointestinal problems and associated tertiary issues. Just going to leave that there because I'm not adult enough to actually say the word hemorrhoids. Anyway, parcopresis, sometimes called shy bowel, occurs when people experience difficulty or inability to poo in public toilets due to fear of perceived scrutiny by others. This is why I am a proponent of individual public bathrooms, fully enclosed unto themselves.
Right, door. Why have multiple in a room?
Because they're cheap bastards, and they don't want dignity, they want to save money. And it's a sunk cost, one and done. You still have to lay the same groundwork, so to speak. You have to put the same pipes in, the plumbing and all of that. You have the same number of sinks. The plumbing, again, is in the walls.
True, but there's probably more bricks or whatever your walls are made out of, right? Because you have to construct separate rooms. I don't know.
But it doesn't have to be like a bunker, for crying out loud. It's just
I don't know why I said bricks, drywall, whatever it is.
And you're like, well, it's got to be cinder block, 6 feet thick and filled with cement and rebar.
I'm not a construction expert. My point is building separate sections.
The rest of the facility can be destroyed by a hurricane, but the 3 people in these stalls will survive.
They'll be like the whole hope of humanity, after something happens. Like, we're in a dystopian landscape, and the only survivors were from those individual stalls.
That's right. Someone had to be asked to do this. So the picture is just a picture. Somebody yelling for marketing. I need marketing here now. Grab a model, have them stand right there. Okay, now grab your ass.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have even been as bad as what this is.
Hold on to this toilet paper roll for dear life and grab your ass while you've got your pants fully up and belted. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Perfect. It's totally the embodiment of panic. Anyway, so how common is it? They conducted a study to try and better understand how common parcopresis is. The study involved 714 university students, and they asked the participants to respond to a series of vignettes or scenarios. It's like I'm prescient. I said, here's a scenario. You walk into a public bathroom.
That's right.
They rate the avoidance was just over 14%. Around 10% avoided going when all toilets were available. This rose to around 25% when only the middle of 3 toilets was available.
Okay, that's interesting. So you predicted that issue.
Yep. Men were significantly less likely to avoid going than women across all vignettes. I think that's because women have the ability to understand, right? Like, oh hell, we know that when nature calls, it can be so much worse than just holding it in, because there are things that go on that, like, dudes just don't worry about. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Anyway, no, mad respect for anybody that has to deal with nature. We'll just say nature.
I wanted to say one of the funniest things in the reducing restroom anxiety is the engaging and gradual exposure, which might be taken out of context in this article.
It was like what I was expecting from that dude that came out of the stall and said, "Excuse me, sir," in a posh British accent and dressed to the nines. This person had to have been wearing like a $3,000 suit. I mean, they were like exemplary British, posh, well-to-do, younger,
very proper. Whatever.
Yeah, but not like an old guy. I mean, they were...
Yeah, not like stodgy or whatever, but yeah.
They were in their early 30s, but it looked like wealth, right? And when they came out, they said, "Excuse me, good sir. Could you tell me how to lock the door?" But when he first came out, I went like this. I'm like... Because he looked like he had intent. And he like took a step towards me like he was going to shake my hand. And I was like, just all of this, like, no, I don't want whatever crazy you're peddling. I don't want, we're all stuck up here. Anyway, I told them how to lock the door and they're like, "Thank you. Have a good night." I'm like,
that may never be replicated.
Scorched into my retina, though, was a guy coming at me. Anyway, progressive muscle relaxation, challenge negative thoughts, gradual exposure, which got me uninvited at the Starbucks down the road, and listening to music. So I always encourage any establishment that has public bathrooms, please pipe in music, please.
Blast it.
And by pipe it in, I mean put a live freaking band on one of the sinks and just let them play. You want a busker in there? Let them go. Let's move on. Next article's over on the Mobile channel. Hiker discovers ancient meteor crater on Google Maps. Maybe. Joel Lapointe was messing around with Google Maps when he made a potentially huge scientific discovery. He was planning a camping trip in Quebec, Côte Nord. Is that how you pronounce it? Côte Nord?
I think so.
A region when he noticed an odd circular pit about 9 miles wide around Marshall Lake. It's about 60 miles from the nearest village. How nobody would know this, because there's been satellite monitoring of everything everywhere all at once forever now.
Well, plus if it's that close to, like, society. I don't know. I'm assuming that's a regularly visited area. You'd think somebody would have encountered it.
Lapointe contacted French geophysicist named Pierre Rocher, and now the two think that they may have discovered an ancient meteor crater. Their theory might be right. Initial research has found traces of the mineral zircon, which is usually formed under high pressure conditions, say like, meteorite impacts. There's also tons of topological evidence as well. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool.
That is neat. And I guess that is one of those things that really, if you were standing there, you wouldn't really recognize it, right?
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, who's not been looking? I mean, aren't there millions of people that are like just kind of...
I thought so. Aren't they scouring for this?
Yeah. Louis Prada, and there's systems out there that are scanning for this kind of stuff. But this is a really amazing find then. Because when you're looking at this, it's right on the edge of what looks like a stream, right? And it's a topological map, and it shows...
Right, which makes you think that the stream might have been impacted by that or something.
Right. And it's curved around it, and so you can actually see the inner ring and the outer expanse, and that's similar to the way that meteorites, when they hit and they're heavy enough, they throw debris,
exactly,
create rings, and there's usually a high point in the center where the material billows up and then settles straight back down.
It kind of looks like a textbook
meteor
impact site. Yeah.
Meteor crater. Yeah, that's pretty damn awesome. I dig that. So they say they're no scientists, but it seems to me that the giant holes are dead giveaway from meteor impacts, but that's why they're not a scientist, because an actual scientist, a Canadian geologist named Gordon Osinski, told the CBC that people actually find circular geological formations using Google Maps all the time. 9 times out of 10, he said, and just so everybody knows, 65.587% of all stats are made up on the spot. Well, they're just plain old holes with no cosmic significance whatsoever. Gordon, you're a cosmic hole with no significance whatsoever. That's just rude. So if it does prove to be a crater left behind by an ancient meteor impact, it will add to the 31 already known impact craters in Canada. So they're going to present the findings at the meteoritical? Is that meteoritical? Is that right?
I guess so, about meteorites, but I've never seen it before.
Meteoritical Society, Roche and Canadian Osinski plan to raise... Roche and Canadian Osinski plan to raise funds for a field expedition to the site in 2025, and if everything goes according to plan, the team will conduct additional tests and verify the crater's origin.
You know what's interesting? When I typed in meteoritical, the first thing that came up was Meteoritical Society.
Hey, when you're going to corner a market, that's what, it's the exact same thing you do when you're pursuing your PhD. If you're pursuing a doctorate, you focus on something so obscure that only you literally make up your own domain. So when you do your defense, you can just stand there and go, y'all are idiots. I'm the only one that knows anything about this. So I could tell you 1 + 1 = 3, and you'll just have to accept it because y'all are tourists. I was born here. Let's move on. We got 3 more articles, including this one. So Nigeria is the world's second biggest plastic polluter. Expert insights into the crisis. Who do you think is number 1? If Nigeria. Who?
Polluter, I would say China, but plastic polluter, probably US.
I wonder if they're going to talk about it. Whale Fatad, I think, or Fatade over at The Conversation. And this is why I said, hey, that's weird. They're posting this over at Gizmodo when they usually post it over at phys.org. Well, they've got a picture that's really disgusting. And then it says recent research identified the country as a plastic pollution hotspot, second to India.
I didn't know that.
India emits 9.3 million tons of plastic into the environment each year. 1/5 of the global total.
Oh, wow.
Nigeria emits 3.5 million tons annually. See, the problem is that what happens is it gets thrown into the streets and then pushed into the waterways, and then that pushes it out into the oceans, and then it becomes everybody's problem. I've seen videos of like streams and creeks and flood control channels that are just jam-packed with plastic. So they warn that plastic pollution is a serious problem in Nigeria and can be found wherever there is any human activity and beyond, I'm sure. The pollution comes in a range from micro or macro plastic, which is larger than 25 millimeters, down to nanoplastic, which is less than 1,000 nanometers. So, of all kinds, polyethylene terephthalate, used for food packaging, beverages, personal care products, polyvinyl chloride, polystyrene. All of these plastics basically make their way into the environment and poison the environment. And when they do bind themselves together somewhere and become a floating mass, they actually can carry stuff to other locations that they're normally isolated from, and then they contaminate that region as well. So the study by Gideon Adowu found alarmingly high levels of microplastics in the Osun River. This major river in southern Nigeria is an important source of water for the communities that live around it, whether for irrigation or for personal use. I guarantee you everybody has microplastics, probably that's already traversed the blood-brain barrier and is in various areas of their body, because researchers are finding it everywhere. Every time they take a biopsy of something, they find microplastics.
Yeah, it's pretty pervasive.
Yep. But what's interesting is that I was on the right path with my research. I was going to use variable light and dark field microscopy to find and be able to count the number of microplastics by causing them to phosphoresce. And researchers actually did that and made a mobile device much faster than I could have. It would have taken me years to actually make something functional I just don't have those type of connections, but I think it's pretty amazing. And we're finally, it's more than just me and what seemed like a lot of people screaming into the void about microplastics. People are doing something about it. I'm hearing people in the real world eschewing plastic now.
Which is really good, because part of changing it is getting people talking about it. And I also feel like it's becoming much more prevalent in the news, which is good because it's getting out to more people.
Yeah, I would say that there's several articles a week nowadays that are talking about microplastics to some degree.
But I would say a year ago or so, that wasn't the case. I mean,
Correct.
It hasn't been that long ago that that's changed.
Yep. So good on them. One last thing, the study found as many as 22,079 pieces of microplastics in just 1 liter of water, which we've had much lower numbers, but still extraordinary numbers in other water sources. Bottled water included have microplastic, nanoplastic in them. So this
and it's not always from the container, right? Sometimes it's from the filling process or bottling process or whatever.
Yeah, various sources, including the source itself. Like it's pulled from a creek or a stream, and it's in that, and they're finding it in the soils that are, and the microplastics are permeating the soil and changing how the water actually flows, because obviously microplastics just divert water. It doesn't trickle through the same way that it trickles through soil. Yeah, pretty horrible. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Responding to work emails after hours found to contribute to burnout and hostility. 649. No shit.
Right.
So imagine it's Friday evening. You're about to watch new Netflix drama, trying to unwind after a long week. Suddenly your phone pings with the work email urgent. Your heart sinks, stress levels rise. Even if you choose not to respond immediately, the damage is done. You still have to deal with it later anyway, so your anxiety level goes up. But the article says work has again encroached on your personal life. There is a YouTuber, a YouTube channel that talks about alcohol. And I happened to swing by a live stream of theirs, and they're looking for somebody. They want somebody to be part of their community. And they straight up said that they're looking for a person that can wear any hat that is needed to facilitate the growth of their
That's community. A red flag, because then they want the person to do 10 different things.
Yeah, and they described how a person complained that, I'm doing all of this stuff, and while I can do it, that's not why I was hired. And apparently they were, either they chose not, they didn't describe anything other than the person didn't come back on Monday. And I'm kind of shocked, because the expectation of performance beyond the scope of one's job is the reason why unions form. And it's abusive for somebody to imply, if you want to work here, then that's what you have to do. Because it isn't something there's an imbalance of power there. And they've already hinted that a person has been punted because they didn't rise to the level expected of them.
Right, that meant they weren't on call for every single task ever.
Right. And this is exactly what happens: burnout and hostility. And while other people, I can guarantee you that there are people that are favorited in that organization much more than others. And the others are marginalized and not allowed, like don't come back, basically. But it doesn't happen.
They don't get the promotions or whatever.
But it probably doesn't happen frequently because they are just not populating with a lot of people. And it's kind of like the news organization that allowed anybody to write for them, the Huffington Post. They basically allowed anybody to write for them. They selected a bunch of people, and then once they IPO'd, they punted everybody. And it was basically tough shit. Yet they made their bones off of the hard work of all of these people that had aspirations. But the duty to perform was voluntary. They didn't get paid. They didn't get paid extraordinary when they actually did get paid. And then they got uninvited. I mean, it's sociopathic, it's abusive, and it's why unions form. So in the UK now, you're not allowed to bother people after work hours. But you'll see CEOs and other billionaire class going, well, then don't work here.
Exactly. I mean, is it really getting stopped? Maybe in some spots.
Yeah, I just recently read that in the finance industry, they're actually putting a stop to longer than 80 hours a week. But if you're doing any real-time live work, all bets are off. You work until you get the deal done. So
yeah, the finance industry is known to be very,
I mean, maybe second.
I don't know how to say it.
Maybe law is second. Maybe, right? Zero bargaining power. If you want to stay in finance, you have to bust your hump so that you can make your bones, and then you can go somewhere, because you've been making for 5-6 years until you're burned out $250,000 a year. It's why I didn't go into finance, because I hated what was behind the door. I absolutely despise the good old boy club and these cliques and, scratch my back, I'll scratch your bullshit. So as a professor of communications, they wanted to understand what happens when people feel compelled to dash off work emails after dinner and before breakfast. So a colleague and them conducted a study investigating the effects of after-hours work communication.
I hope they sent those before breakfast and after dinner or whatever to replicate it. I think some people in the study wouldn't know how to respond because they might not know an existence outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I used to work 100-hour work weeks and wore a suit, and I said, no, I can't do it. I wanted to enjoy my life. 2.5-hour commutes one way. I would spend 4 or 5 or 6 hours in traffic. So the research conducted through a survey of 315 full-time U.S. employees across various industry draws upon the conservation of resources theory to explain how after-hours communication depletes employees' mental and emotional reserves. True, you have to live your life. So the numbers have doubtless only risen since then. More than half of American employees reported checking work-related messages at least once over the weekend. I responded to an email this morning at 3.
Okay, that's a bit ridiculous even compared to this article.
Yeah, and I went to bed at 1, so mayoral duties never cease. According to a 2013 survey conducted by the American Psychological Association, the numbers have doubtless only risen in the 11 years since that survey.
Oh my goodness, I would say it's almost probably like 90% or something.
Their findings show the consequences of this shift in the modern workplace. When the boundaries between home and work are eroded, it doesn't just hurt a person's job and life satisfaction, it affects everything. They say organizational performance too.
I think they're trying to make the point that like there's some impact beyond somebody complaining. So like even if you don't care about the worker, maybe you care about your company operating.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you don't get paid. This is why I'm such a proponent of telework. You don't get paid to travel to and from work. And you don't get paid, arguably, right? You're one of those exempt employees with a salary, and so you are on call, essentially. You can't turn off, but then they expect you to have work-life balance, because if you show up pissed off, they're like, oh, we're gonna pip you or something like that. And you're like, man, I was up until 1 o'clock doing your work and then up again at 5.
Exactly. Now you expect me to be fresh and cheery the next day. I don't think so.
How about I smack you? Anyway, yeah, and this is something that I tell people all the time. you have to learn to say no. And if the abuse continues, you have to either form a union or walk. And if everybody else is happy and you're the only one that's miserable, that means that there's no union that's going to form. You have no bargaining power. You bounce. But you have to be ready to do that. So, yeah. And in reality, I think we should be able to say no. No. Don't pick up the phone. Don't answer an email.
But it should be more than that. They shouldn't be allowed to send it. Because I think the receipt of it, even if they don't reply or get involved in a long project or whatever, it takes them out of relax mode and back into work mode. And I suspect there's a study that every time you check an email or something, how long does it take you to unwind from that?
Yeah. And this article doesn't really, they link to things, but they don't actually say. They just say the data is unequivocal. Engaging in work-related communication after regular business hours leads to emotional exhaustion, which can in turn spill over into counterproductive work behavior. But we'd have to go and look at the actual
they don't quantify data in this article, but that doesn't mean they don't in the study.
And they make a reference to a survey that was 11 years old. So yeah, because 11 years ago, well, that's not true. I mean, 11 years ago, telecommunications was still pervasive.
True, but the world was very different with telework. So I find it kind of interesting that they used a survey from that time frame, because unless it was 2020 or later, I don't know if it's really reflective of the modern workplace.
Yeah,
Plus, there are more tools now, right?
Yep.
Depending on what company, you might have instant messaging and text and phone and some sort of meeting app and all these things. And all these things are ways that they're bothering you.
And it's nonstop. Yep. Just constant.
Multiples at the same time sometimes.
Yep. Let's move on. Next article and our last one for today. It's over in Reality Hacker. OpenAI's advanced Project Strawberry model has finally arrived. ChatGPT's new advanced reasoning model 01 replies using reinforcement learning and chain of thought reasoning to answer complex questions. This is something that people were talking about needing to have happen, because what it would do is just kind of hallucinate and blurt out whatever came to mind with no rationalization. But reinforcement learning means that it has the ability to make a statement and that's valid, and then train itself to answer kind of the question, is this valid and is this correct? Is this verifiable? Am I answering it the proper way? And then the chain of thought reasoning is, how do I get from A to Z? But I'm watering it down because I'm not an expert in AI, but maybe that's what I'll pursue. The AI doctor. Andrew
that could work.
Tarantola put this article together for Digital Trends. I got this email today saying that, hey, you're invited to do the blah, blah, blah. So it was joined by a mini version, GPT-4o, just like GPT-4o was 01, that will offer faster and more responsive interactions at the expense of leveraging a larger knowledge base, except that Project Strawberry actually is slower, and it does it on purpose. It's just the mini version is going to be faster than Strawberry, just the main Strawberry deployment. So, for example, during testing, 01 was fed a qualifying exam for the International Mathematics Olympiad, while its predecessor, GPT-4o, not 0, but O, had only managed to correctly solve 13% of the problems presented. 01 got 83% of them right. In an online code forces competition, 01 scored in the 89th percentile. What's more, 01 can respond to queries that stumped previous models, like which is bigger, 9.11 or 9.9. However, the company makes clear that this release is only a preview of the neophyte model's full capabilities, which nobody sees unless you pay full boat and have behind-the-scenes access.
Right.
The new O1 has been trained using a completely new optimization algorithm and a new training data set specifically tailored for it, using a combination of reinforcement learning and chain of thought reasoning. Reportedly returns more accurate inferences than its predecessor. It hallucinates less, which is what I said, and it says we can't say we've solved hallucinations.
Well, right. If they haven't solved it, that's kind of concerning.
I feel very secure having psychopathic AI providing advice to millions of people. I told some people earlier this week, do not use AI to construct anything that you are not very well versed in, because if somebody asks you a question based on the information you provide and you don't have knowledge of what went into it, a reference, a citation, something that allows you to ground your writing in reality, you're gonna be fired. You're instantly.
Right. You might lose your whole career. Right? Like if you have a professional license or something.
Yep.
Like if it's medical or law or
pretty much anything.
Accounting. Right.
Yep. If you can't justify what it is that you put together, you're basically, you're going to have to move to a different state and not even claim that you worked at that place. You're not going to get a reference from anybody. You're basically up a creek when you rely on AI to output something. So yeah, that's all kinds of suck right there. So access to O1 will cost $15 per million input tokens compared to $5 per million for GPT-4o and $60 per million output tokens, 4 times more than 4o's 5 per million fee. And basically, yeah, it's just more expensive. So the real question is whether the new model thinks that the word strawberry contains 2 R's or 3. I guess there's a link to something, but I don't remember anything about that. Because, like, if you look at it, does strawberry have 2 R's or 3?
Oh, I was thinking at the end, but It has 3.
Right. Yeah, and that's exactly what the whole chain of is all about. So when it looks, does it actually analyze everything, or does it make some weird psychological glitch and go, the word berry only has 2, leaving off the R.
Right. Or like we think it means in a line or something, what should be 2?
Yep. So, at least it's hallucinating less, right? Because that's what I want.
True, but the problem with the hallucinations it's like it could happen at any time, and you don't know when it's going to happen or how bad it's going to be.
Yep. It could be
it's
the
one
worst
thing if it
moment.
says like the color is off white versus eggshell. It's another if it's like somebody committed a crime that didn't, or whatever.
Yep. And then it should run for the postmaster's office in the UK. So.
Yeah.
Well, I put into ChatGPT how to get to the front page, and it said, "Oh, click that." So here we are at the front page, and that's it for Non Sequitur News for September 12th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and it's the Sentient AI that's going to have the final word.
It better be good. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. I didn't live up to that bar.
Okay, I lied. Bye! Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 11th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 255. I am Mayor Watt, and the visualizer and the voice you hear is that of the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Our new catchphrase, our new byline, or I guess our new motto is News and Brews. See, I'm drinking an Oktoberfest, Sam Adams Oktoberfest. We're not brought to you by, well, maybe I guess we're kind of brought to you by.
Yeah, we're not sponsored by them.
So yeah, every non sequitur news now is going to be News and Brews. No? Anywhere, seismic mega tsunami, too big to sell, new rules for agents. So which card should I steal? Temporary paint on walls, flying freaky fungus, stronger storms mean stronger lightning, 3 lonely products, physical and virtual worlds for climate, and delayed again, and no free hotel anymore? You sons of... So welcome to Non Sequitur News, where some of our arguments that we're talking about when we start talking about a topic may not follow. And articles don't follow. There's no real rhyme or reason to why these are organized the way they are. We just thought that they were entertaining. So let's get into the first one. It's over in Technology Today. 650-foot high mega tsunami in Greenland sends seismic waves worldwide. What?
Yeah, that's a bit outrageous.
That's one thick wave. In September 2023, a mega tsunami in Greenland triggered seismic waves worldwide caused by a landslide in Dixon's Fjord. Man, better take some medication for that one. I hate it when my Dixon Fjord. The event generated 2 seismic signals, a high-energy signal from the landslide and a long-standing VLP signal from a siege in the fjord. The findings offer new insights into the risks posed by climate change and landslides. Climate change? Come on. I don't believe...
I mean, if a 650-foot tsunami isn't evidence of it, I don't know what is.
That's a myth. It's fake news, fake science. It's made up. It's a conspiracy of the entirety except for one Nobel Prize winning scientist who... Whatever. So Seismological Seismological Society of America put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. Let's see. The event created a week-long oscillating wave in Dixon Fjord. Ouch. According to a new report in The Seismic Record. Angela Carrillo-Ponce of GFZ German Research Center for Geoscience and her colleagues identified 2 distinct signals in the seismic data event. Look at that. Funk. Her analysis of the VLP signal, which was detected as far as 5,000 kilometers or 3,100 freedom miles away, suggests that the landslide and the resulting tsunami created a siege, or a standing wave that oscillates in a body of water. In this case, the siege was churning for days between the shores of Dixon Fjord.
The tsunami was?
It created a wave that kept bouncing back and forth between the 2 locations, the shores of Dixon Fjord. Yeah, so the findings will help researchers as they study the impacts of landslides in Greenland and similar regions around the world where global warming and the loss of permafrost are making rocky slopes and glaciers increasingly unstable. See, but they're talking about this thing being 650 meters. It must be from the bottom to the top, that kind of a thing, you know?
Oh, right, I
see. From the surface up. Their analysis of an initial high-energy seismic signal combined with satellite images of a missing rock patch along a cliff along Dixon Fjord allowed them to trace the direction of the landslide as it picked up glacier ice and became a mixed rock-ice avalanche before it reached the water. The resulting mega tsunami run-up was more than 200 kilometers or 650 feet near the water entry point and an average of 60 meters along a 10-kilometer stretch of the fjord. Yeah.
Can you imagine if you're in a little rowboat or something and you encounter this?
Yeah. You're like, well, so this is how it ends. Okay. See ya. Just become one with the wave. You could ride that wave all the way to like Florida. So the reference is a 16 September 2023 Greenland mega tsunami analysis and modeling of the source and a week-long monochromatic seismic signal. I guess it just was one signal bouncing back and forth. Ping pong, ping pong. Fun. Exciting times. You know what? Climate change is all about giving people purpose. Let's study the destruction of the planet.
Right, like the geologists and everybody.
And we'll just find it fascinating and we'll publish papers. Publish and perish.
Right, in one fell swoop.
I like that. So next article is over in The Word in Law, which is one of the shows that I would really like to bring to ohmTown. But if you are an attorney, I'm not an attorney, and I'm not your attorney. And even if I was an attorney, I'm not your attorney. So go talk to an attorney. Google's ad tech empire may be worth $95 billion and too big to sell, analysts warn the DOJ. Okay, chop it up in a whole bunch of competing factions and let them war.
Baby bells.
Well, and that sucks because they're all back together as cellular. Enlarge. Look, there's a button that says enlarge. Embiggen. So just a couple of days into the Google ad tech antitrust trial, and it seems clear that, well, there's some content that I truncated. Ashley Bellinger over at...
It seems clear that it's unclear.
True. So Ashley Ballinger over at arstechnica.com put this article together. Google Ad Manager is key to ad tech monopoly, DOJ aims to prove. So that doesn't really mean anything. I don't get it. If nobody can compete, are there people that are trying to compete? If they can't compete, is it because the Google Ad Manager makes it impossible? Or because the timing allowed them to just slowly encroach into every aspect everywhere of the web? There isn't a web page out there that doesn't have a Google ad tracker on it, either for its stats or for ad placement, right? Because there's two things. There's AdSense and AdWords. So the ad manager is nothing more than decades-long evolution and market expansion. So why is that really, a monopoly? There's others out there.
But are there?
I mean, if they're too small to survive, that's one thing. But Google didn't get there, just, didn't blink into existence and suddenly it dominated the internet. People thought that it was frictionless. There was money that was injected into it. Now it's making more money than it loses. So it's an ongoing concern. It's making people filthy rich. If I would have been his professor or advisor and invested, then I'd be a billionaire. So is it really antitrust? If people put it into their site, it's not antitrust, it's a service.
Right, I guess the question is whether they're doing anything, right, to prevent competition. Like, are they forcing companies into restrictive agreements or penalizing? I don't know what's happening.
Well, I can tell you from experience that I can put as many ads on my sites as I want from competing locations. So And I can spin up an ad serving site in 24 hours. I mean, I've got the code right now. I could spin it up on a subordinate domain somewhere. It is a nothing. My problem really is that I know that nobody is going to advertise on my small platform until I give them a reason. And that reason for Google has always been, you place ads, you make money. Now, there's so much traction and so much money in the ecosystem that people are making money just by putting ads up there. Very few people are making a lot of money, a significant amount of money. But it just seems dumb. This really does seem dumb to me, but I want to know what's really going on. So Google Ad Manager is the buy and sell side of ad tech platform launched following Google's acquisition of DoubleClick and AdX in 2008. And this is the problem. I used to have DoubleClick. I used to have AdX, but no, it's all Google. So they bought it for $3 billion, mergers and acquisitions, but they had to be willing to sell. So they sold. They took the money and ran. Or the founders of these two businesses created a competing service later on and then sold it again to Google, because there are businesses out in the real world, not digital, physical world, where they spin up, they gain a whole bunch of customers, and then the biggest dog on the block buys that smaller dog and gobbles up all of the customers and says, thank you very much. And then ticks away at the monthly fee for the services that the smaller dog generated. And now it's part of the bigger dog's coffers. That's how business works. Now, if Google walked up to AdX and said, I will kill your business unless you sell yourself to us, then I can see that it's monopolistic. If Google says you can't put any other ads on your websites, then I can see that it would be antitrust. That's what Microsoft did. It wasn't ads, it was the browser itself. Can't put another browser on there. So DOJ argued that Google Ad Manager serves 90% of publishers that use the ad tech tools to sell their online ad inventory, Ad Age reported, and through it, Google clearly wields monopoly powers. And monopoly in the sense that, well, people want to place an ad on their site to generate revenue.
Right, but here it's saying that they're manipulating something with respect to the auctions.
Oh yeah, that? Sure, okay. But is that the monopoly? Wouldn't that be fraud? That's theft. If they're manipulating the results. Because that I don't doubt. I really don't trust any of that, but that's the only thing that you have. So it's kind of like the postmaster's issue. The only evidence is the internal system, and so yeah, you're kind of screwed. You have to trust in the system, but I don't trust anything because I can't verify jack. You know, if I put a $200 ad buy in AdSense, like I'm sitting there going, okay, place my ad for my website, spend $200. Just because it gets placed, that's one price point. If somebody clicks on it, it's upwards of $5 for my particular field. I've seen as high as $15 a click. So if somebody clicks it, it's $15 that gets pulled out of my budget. Right? So if I put $1,500 in there, that means that 100 clicks drains that budget. How do I know that is actually real people and not just somebody cahooting and clicking on my links? Because I can guarantee you by the end of the month that $1,500 is gone. And I know people that are spending $50,000.
Right. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the amount is. It could go quickly.
Right. Their ad budget is like tens of thousands of dollars. So one estimate from ad tech consultant who helms a strategic advisory firm called Luma Partners, Terrence Kawaja, I guess, suggested that Google's ad tech business is a standalone company worth about $95 billion, Ad Age reported. We have an Ad Age. Well, we had an Ad Age thing, but I'm behind a paywall, and we rarely use them. But anyway, you can't divest $100 billion. There's no buyer for it. You would have to spin it off to shareholders. How's that? That's how any forced remedy would manifest. And that's just not. It's just not happened. So News Corp held hostage by Google, witness says. On Tuesday, a former vice president for ad tech News Corp, Stephanie Laser, pew pew, told Brinkema that the news organization risked losing $9 million in 2017 if News Corp walked away from Google's advertising platform, Reuters reported. I felt like they were holding us hostage. Why? It isn't like
they're not getting into some detail, but
you're going to lose because it was generating revenue for you, but that's on you. You know,
right? That doesn't force you to use them.
You either use them and make the $9 million, or you don't use them and you bear the burden. It isn't. That's a weird logic. Laser said this was due to the high switching costs and Google making it impossible to negotiate so that publishers could make more informed buying decisions, AdExchanger reported. In fact, when she tried to press for what she considered fairer terms, Google employees allegedly called her emotional and unproductive. Laser testified. Okay, so they are basically saying, here are our terms. We feel that our value to you is X.
I don't get the switching fees, though.
Going somewhere else.
What is that about? Well, no, I know that, but I mean, who sets those?
That's their estimate of how much it would cost.
Is that any different, though, than switching any other supplier or vendor?
Nope. No. I mean, you could switch no matter what. If you're entrenched somewhere and you have to switch somewhere. Okay, like all of the people that bought VMware stuff, the prices are getting jacked up 10 times. Upwards of 10 times is what I've seen. So to switch somewhere else, you're going to have some amount of burden there. Is it on VMware to sit there and go, oh, okay, our costs are too high for you, so let's negotiate, and we're going to negotiate all the way back down to your original pricing? No, it's not incumbent on the company to sit there and capitulate to your whim. If they say that they value it at $9 million and you don't want to pay $9 million, you freaking go somewhere else. It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. Because nothing changed following mostly failed negotiations with Google, Laser said Brinkema and the News Corp conducted a 6-month internal evaluation to determine if the news organization could afford to switch from AdX to another ad platform called AppNexus, but the fear of losing Google's ad demand was just too great. Okay, so you managed your risk. You found internally that the value of that risk was too high, so you stayed. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're basically owned by your own fear of moving on and putting some downward pressure, competition on Google. You created the monster. If you don't like Google's big business, hobble them by going somewhere else and making a competitor that's worthy of true competition.
Right. I mean, and by going to them, you're really kind of perpetuating it. Again, I'm assuming that they're not actually preventing you from going somewhere else.
They can. It's their ads, their money. They could go anywhere they wanted.
Right. I mean, Google's not doing that.
Yeah, Google is not stopping them. Google is saying, if you don't pay us, you have to go somewhere else because we won't serve your ads. So they're basically going, you know what? You're right, abuser. I'll stay with you. You know, I'll stay with the abuser. Sure. I mean, it's ridiculous. So leave, go somewhere else. Disarm the abuser by actually leaving. But no, they don't. They give them millions of dollars and arm them more and more and more. Well, anyway, what's going to come of this is Google is going to be found to basically be a juggernaut. And only the most disingenuous DOJ would sit there and go, yes, we need to break you up or fine you or whatever. It's not on the business to sit there and go, oh, we need to, your interpretation of good faith negotiation is lowering our price until you can afford it. Okay, News Corp, our side is you have to pay more. Oh, the negotiation stalls because we're at an impasse. Okay, well, you can go somewhere else until you find out that we are worth $9 million. All right, I got to get going. We got to move on. Moving on. This article's over in Hatch Ideas. Home buyers have a fresh bargaining chip to play following new rules for how real estate agents are paid. This is pretty awesome because we talked about it previously.
And we've been waiting for this.
New rule change on how agents get paid gives buyers a new edge when making offers. Now, over the years, we've always been told, well, the reason why ... is because the 3% on each side disarmed the manipulation of agents providing services in a power imbalance. Disparate services based on how much they were getting paid to provide the sale. Essentially, people were getting paid more to sell a house at the cost of somebody else's house.
Right, because if the price was higher, right, the commission was higher.
Right. So everybody got 3%, the buyer and the selling agent.
3% is a lot on a house.
Yeah. And sometimes, particularly lately, a house sells like that. Very little babysitting, very little showing. The ones that do have to work, maybe they do earn 3%. But I know the houses that I've sold, no. They've sold like that. Very little babysitting, very little showing, if anything, really. But then there's this thing called a pocket listing, which is really interesting because that's not on the up and up, but it is on the up and up. It's considered a pocket listing, not shown to anybody except select ones that they believe will sell. Anyway, the article's over in CNBC, the Make It section. Mike Winters put it together. There's no deck statement. But what ended up happening was 6% of the overall price was split across the buying and selling agent. And well, with the rule change, buyer's agents can be paid a number of ways, including as a percentage of the home price or a set fee. They could also still be paid out by the seller if it's offered. While this gives buyers more flexibility in negotiating how much they pay for an agent, it can be confusing too, especially since it requires more back and forth between the buyer and the agent, this is just BS. Because the agents are going to sit there and go, well, this is my fee. Right? And
well, right. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like this buyer and seller still don't really have much bargaining power, right?
The people themselves have very little, right. But now, oh, and by the way, this wasn't always the case. It wasn't a hard and fast 3% number, by the way. There were times where they were like, hey, you want to agree and we'll just split the difference, okay? Yeah. We'll both agree to take 5% off. Or not 5%, 0.5%
like
off.
1% or whatever, yeah.
And so typically splitting 5 to 6% of the price, it's so cagey. So although sellers aren't obligated to cover the buyer agent fees as previously were, many are still offering to simply or either out of simplicity or to make a listing more attractive, according to a recent Redfin report. In slow markets where there's less demand, like Austin, agents report that most sellers are willing to pay the buyer's agent commission to attract buyers, and agent fees are mostly the same as before. This is the problem. The problem is the perception that we need the buying and selling agents.
Correct, which some people don't really need. I mean, if you have a complex situation, maybe, but a lot of people could just do this. But the problem is, if you don't have the agent, you can't get somebody on the other side of the transaction.
Yep.
But if neither side would use one, it'd be pretty easy.
Because I remember one time where a house was bought and the person that was there and just unlocked the house assumed that they were going to be the agent. And that's just not the case. I mean, it was literally, hey, look, this house has got a opening. Let's go take a look at it. They were there, walked through the house, and they assumed that they were the buying and selling agent. I'm like, no. Well, I think that we've got the technology now to lower the friction to buying and selling a property, because if you have your ducks in a row, there is no negotiation. You're not going to be lowering the price. Now, when there's a lot of back and forth, then yeah, I can see it. But I think the problem is that it's exorbitant. 3% or 6% for allowing somebody to look at the property that they're supposed to be buying. I don't think it's worth it. Not when a house is $350,000 on average in the United States. They say it will be harder for most first-time buyers who don't have the proceeds from the sale of a previous home to afford this on top of the cash they already need for a down payment. Well, make it 1%. Maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be 3. But one other problem is that the current batch of real estate agents are accustomed to getting 3.
Right. Yeah. And it's almost an entitlement. Like, oh, well, that's the standard. Mm-hmm. So again, just like Google, the last article, this is the butter on the bread that we've toasted. We created this beast, so now it's time to claw it all back and give it back to the consumers, the ones that are actually footing this bill. Consumers are the ones with the power. A real estate agent can't stop me from buying a house. That is illegal. All right, let's move on. Next article is over in the Marble Channel. $70,000 in Pokemon cards stolen as thieves ask employees for advice on which cards to steal. A heist at a trading card shop in Osaka, Japan on September 9th ended with the thieves walking away with over $70,000 worth of collectible cards. The robbery is yet another in a long string of thefts around the world involving Pokemon cards. The store specialized in Pokemon cards, of course. A pair of masked men barged into the store armed with knives. They tied up 2 of the employees and went on to steal over 100 Pokemon cards at a value of over 10 million yen, roughly $70,000. They also took 2 smartphones and 250,000 yen in cash. Wild. This article came out in the last 24 hours, earlier today, apparently. It's over at vice.com. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to list all of the cards or anything, something like that, but there have been massive collectible card heists.
The employees told them the wrong cards.
That would have been funny. Yeah, take this one. Yeah, take this one. I don't know if you want to mess with anybody that has a knife, though. They know where you work.
Well, that's true, yeah.
You know what really needs to happen, though? RFID needs to be put in the card. And then, and RFID is really cheap. Cards are cheaper without it, obviously, but RFID in bulk, in the manufacturing process, it would identify each individual card as unique, not just a number on it. Basically make smart collectible cards. When you're playing a game, then you can add stuff to it because the RFID would be unique. That actually was part of the process for one of the games that I created, but I couldn't get any momentum to actually get the device needed to produce the game, and so it flamed out. But yeah, I mean, if these things are worth that much, it needs more protection than what it has.
Well, and at some point, they're going to have to stop having things in brick and mortar stores because of things like this.
Yeah, it's going to be totally
Can't
online.
Have nice things.
Yep. So $70,000 in Pokemon cards and maybe the threat of your demise. That game is not worth it. Moving on, next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You can peel this temporary paint off your walls when you're ready for a new color. Hey, take it away. You can read that, yeah?
I can. I mean, what if you just want to take off the paint for the relaxation of it? You know, like if it peels off in one nice strip.
So I'm going to take this paint and I'm going to go paint somebody else's house, because if you peel it off, it's yours. Right?
Well, the paint or the house?
No, the house. I'm not going to take the paint.
Well, that would save you the commissions.
That's true, too. Glast has come up with an unusual solution for do-it-yourselfers struggling to commit to a new wall color, or those who are afraid of commitment in general. It's Unpaint. It's a wall paint alternative that can be applied using standard tools like brushes, rollers, or even sprayers, but not permanently. When it dries, the company claims the paint can be easily peeled off instead of requiring laborious sanding or solvents to remove it. I'm in love. Yeah, I'll tell you about this. So I think I know that I've told you before, but I'll tell the whole world. I once went to a club where, let's just say, you had to get really up close and personal to people. And one of the things that took place were people would paint liquid latex on their bodies. And you could do the equivalent of Unpaint. So, is that how this works? Yes, probably.
Oh, it looks like it, yeah.
So I wonder if you need to put a primer down to prevent it from bonding with the drywall. So you really have to put two things, but let's find out. Andrew Lozuski put this article together. Unpaint can be applied using standard painting tools, but Glast promises that after a few days, it can be easily removed without sanding or solvents. They've come up with an unusual solution. It uses the Colombian-based company's proprietary Glastomer technology, which allows a quickly applied liquid material to become a thin, removable film. Glast considers the exact makeup of the material a trade secret, but does divulge that it contains biodegradable elastic component that dries to create a film that removes as easily as peeling an adhesive, but doesn't take a bunch of stuff with it. You know?
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that.
This is basically a wrap, but it's spray on wrap.
And the origin was to protect other surfaces, which I think most people may have seen, right? If they've ever been around like a construction area or something. But then that makes you think, is this really paint? Is it substantial?
Interesting, right? So what did they say? Glast says Unpaint is just as easy to use, although the company does recommend applying 2 or 3 coats with up to an hour of drying time after each one. For the best results, it takes about 24 hours for the material to fully dry, at which point it can be removed by grabbing a small area with a pinch and then peeling it off in a similar fashion to the protective plastic applied to new electronics. So that's, I'm right. If I put it on a wall and then I come back later and I peel it off, I own it, just like electronics. That new film, that new electronics film, you just peel it off a monitor and it's yours. That's why I go to the stores a lot, and I'm like waiting for them to set it up, and then I run up and I peel off the label or the protective cover, and it's mine. I just take it off the wall and leave the store. Yeah, Best Buy says that I'm not allowed to return, but hey, Target too. I don't know. Across the nation won't let me in. Anyway, It says it's also not a permanent finish. Glass as the unpaint material will naturally biodegrade after a few years when peeled off and discarded. But that process starts about 12 months after application, so the company doesn't recommend leaving it on surfaces for longer than a year. Otherwise, it could become more difficult to cleanly remove. So eventually it does bond.
So it has to really be temporary.
Yeah, so...
Well, no, because it starts... biodegrading. It starts coming off, yeah.
Yeah. It's... What? Is that actually... Painting your furniture is a possibility with glass unpaint?
Interesting.
That's wild. But it may not turn out as comfortable as you remember it. Oh, because it probably leaves some of its chemistry behind. So it's now selling its unpaint in the US. A quart costs $30. A full gallon is $60. That's more expensive than a can of basic indoor paint, but it's also not the most expensive way to finish a wall. Yeah, but you don't have to sand or whatever.
Exactly, and particularly if you're going to be using something temporarily, that seems like the way to go. I think if you're going to do something long term, that seems like a bit of a hassle because you'd need to keep replacing it. But
yeah, I'd be more inclined to put something permanent on the wall that doesn't allow it to fully bond in any way, and then I could just peel it off real quick,
Right, and then you could change the color frequently.
Whenever I want. Yeah. Because I want to make that wall back there green. I have one bracket on the ceiling for the green screen, and I still haven't done anything with it. Eventually I'll get there. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Flying fungus and bacteria can travel 1,200 miles in the sky. Yay, flying freaking fungus. If you think you'll be safe...
That's what we need. The only thing worse than fungus is flying fungus.
Bad bats and flying fungus. This is what happens when you drop Cheetos in Carlsbad Cavern.
Oh, right. That's right.
Go back to yesterday's show and listen to that. So if you think you'll be safe from germs in the sky, think again. Research by a team led by Xavier Rodo at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. Not Barcelona, by the way. That's not how it works. Found that microorganisms like bacteria and fungi can be carried by winds for over 1,200 miles while 10,000 feet in the air. Yeah, same thing happens with cigarettes. Okay, folks? Yeah. A third of the identified microbes are pathogens that can cause disease, and the ones with antibiotic resistance brought that with them. That's a huge risk. Are the
fungi the ones smoking the cigarettes and spreading the cigarette smoke?
Correct. Not just a fungi. That's a huge risk since they can spread antibiotic-resistant genes to new environments. Bad bat. Gain of function by way of getting some microbe into antibiotic-resistant pathogen. Flying the fungal skies, apparently. So, Luis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. There's a little bit more over there, but it says they found 266 types of fungi and 305 types of bacteria, totaling around 2,000 species. Trace compounds and air flight patterns suggested that all of those microbes originally came from Northeast Asia and traveled 1,200 miles into the air over Japan.
Wow.
So the hot zone is Northeast Asia. What's over in Northeast Asia? Bad. Let's move on. Next article. Soon. It's always too soon. 5 years later, still too soon. So the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Increasing lightning strikes from stronger storms could cripple airports and air bases. While flying planes are hardened to withstand... While flying planes? As opposed to what?
As opposed to...
The swimming ones?
Diving planes?
The diving? Well, if it's a Boeing, it's diving. Maybe it was diving to catch the bolts that weren't holding the doors on. So, okay, so we'll talk later. So flying planes are hardened. Man, I can't get past that. While planes are hardened to withstand lightning strikes, airports are typically a cluster of freestanding structures on a flat, open plot of land.
Oh, it must put on a lightning shield when it's in the air. That's why it says flying planes.
Yeah, there you go. The ongoing increase in lightning strikes caused by climate change is a direct danger to facilities and people on the ground. So Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put this article together. Runways, control towers, and ground staff are at risk with increasing frequency of lightning strikes. That's why I carry a lightning rod.
Everywhere you go?
Everywhere I go.
Or only when you fly?
No, everywhere. Yep. I'm out on a field. I just hold it out there and I say, "Screw you, nature. I challenge ye." The adage that lightning never strikes the same place twice isn't true. And you know what? I've been hit twice, and there is not a single problem associated with getting hit a couple of times with lightning.
I don't think you're demonstrating that very well.
I'll be okay. Anyway, I'd never want to stand out in the tarmac during a thunderstorm to prove it. Yeah, twice. I mean, the first time, I'll do anything once. In 2022, a study found that 98 ground crew members were killed or injured by lightning between 1998 and 2020. What? How in the world? How come we've never heard of this? This is not nationwide news.
I've heard of a single one.
You would think that you would hear about it, right? Ground crew member getting hit by lightning?
Even one should have made the news.
And this is like the sweet spot of my life, so I'd probably be aware as an adult about that. Now, that's wild. Strike injured a controller because one cable designed to take electrical current from a lightning strike to the ground was cut. That's why they call it a ground. But anyway. So I can believe that something would be hit by lightning and it would follow the path of least resistance and zap somebody.
I think part of the reason it's not reported is like if they're struck and not killed, but it said that there were several.
Nearly 100.
I think the deaths at least would be reported.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild in 22 years. 100 people in 22 years? I mean, it's a person every other month. Right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
So, solutions will undoubtedly be found and implemented to mitigate the worst. Basically, they're going to have to put lightning rods all over the place. And they do in many places, like around rocket launch pads, they put lightning rods to catch so it doesn't hit. Lightning will primarily hit the tallest item that has any ionization around it and tall metal objects. Bing. So they make it a little bit taller than rocket. So that's a trip. Okay, let's keep going though. There's not much to this article other than the fact that people are getting hit by lightning more often because climate change, right? It's a fraud.
Right. No effects of that.
No, doesn't do anything. No 650-foot tsunami. Nobody getting hit by lightning more often than previously. It's all a myth. Right, Wyoming? So only 3 lonely products still exist with Apple's Lightning connector. Sorry about that. So now that AirPods Max have finally been upgraded to USB-C, just a few Apple items are still holding on. And can you guess them? Can you?
Maybe just like an old version of... like an older version of an iPhone or something?
I can't even imagine. I don't know. Like the old...
like it'd have to be really old, right?
It just has to... I mean, it's made current, but... or they've made like 20 million of them and they haven't sold through.
Well, that's true, right? Or somebody has held on to one for years.
I mean, the company is selling.
Oh, no, they're current, right?
Yeah. So it's no secret that Apple's transition to USB-C has felt messy and disorganized, right, or Andrew? Well, no, it isn't. It isn't messy and disorganized. They're selling through everything that they've produced so that they don't lose money on any aspect of it while their supply chain ramps up delivery of USB-C core instrumentation at their manufacturing locations. It's a logistics company that has manufacturing functions. So they're going to make sure that their margins are 30-40% as opposed to somebody else's 5%. And that's because they know what their market is going to carry, and they make a massive amount of them. So it says, however, proprietary chargers also gave Apple control, sort of. Every Lightning connector has a small Apple chip in it to help regulate voltage, and while that can be said to improve safety, it's allowed the company to collect licensing fees from third-party accessory makers leveraging the Lightning port. But no, that too isn't necessarily accurate, because you can make non-Lightning certified items, non-Apple certified, non-Apple cleared stuff.
Right.
But the problem is that it's basically said to violate your terms of use or the warranty, because if something does an overcharge and blows up your device, they're gonna know, because they're gonna analyze how it happened, and pin 3 is gonna be melted into nothing because there was no proper voltage regulation. But that's why
watch out for those lightning strikes.
Yeah. That actually happened to me. Lightning hit the telephone line and went through the phone line into my computer, and the one thing that wasn't isolated was the modem. So ionized everything in the room, all the hair on my body stood up, fried the hard drive and a book that I was writing. So,
sounds kind of terrifying.
Yeah, and I at the time I didn't back up stuff. So anyway, yeah, and it's happened actually twice.
That was the biggest concern.
What, that I didn't back up stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. I was actually leaning over the computer to unplug everything, and lightning hit the telephone pole and shot voltage down the phone line, and then entered the computer. So it was big bright flash. Everything was, you could smell the ozone, all the hair on my body. What a trip. Anyway, so aside from older legacy iPhones, the first gen Pencil that remain on sale, the only current generation products being sold that boast a Lightning connection are the Magic Keyboard, Magic Mouse, and Magic Trackpad. Magic Mouse can kiss my butt. It's a horrible device. You have to lay it on its side. I guess we're
not going to get Apple as a sponsor.
No.
Is that the one with the weird charger?
Yeah. Oh, so dumb. Whoever made that design, I don't know how much pull. They must have had blackmail material on somebody. It was the Go Touch Grass mouse because you couldn't work.
Right, exactly. It's the force break. I'm sure they sold that as a feature.
And there were two. You had to buy two of them, right? Because when one is charging, you have to use the other one and charge the other one. Anyway, yeah. So I guess that's what it is. Magic Keyboard, Magic Mouse, Magic Trackpad. So Magic has been dispelled. USB-C, I mean, it's just the way that it's going to go. And the technology is, now that it's in place, it's faster, it has more capabilities overall, it's omnidirectional, so you don't have to worry about which way it is. And it's not only Apple, like only Apple is Lightning. But,
I think we need to just do away with it.
You know what? Moving on. I think that we have two more articles, but I didn't open them. So there you go. So this next article is over on techexplore.com. Sarah Marquardt from Cornell University put this article together, and there's a picture here of members of the Roosevelt Island community that are testing out some communal extended reality system. Yeah. This is how insurance policy prices increase.
For those in the podcast.
Go ahead.
It looks like a bus with a bunch of people wearing VR headsets. It's a little odd.
I would say that the average age of the population is somewhere around 65.
Agreed. So that's another layer of unusualness.
Yeah. Hey, this is a lot of fun. Oh, my hip is broken. TechExplore.com is the source of this article. Passengers all don virtual reality headsets for an eye-opening experience, a cutting-edge blend of the physical and digital worlds designed to engage communities in new ways through the communal extended reality system. Passengers were transported into a realm where virtual environments seamlessly merged with their real surroundings, guided by audio narration. Oh, it's the big... Oh, from whatchamacallit in 1,000 Planets.
Valerian,
yeah. And the City of 1,000 Planets, that's what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah. Where they go to the big market and they put the glasses on and walk through like this quantum gate and end up in a pocket universe. That is awesome. So passengers were transported into a realm where virtual environments seamlessly merged with their real surroundings. Guided by audio narration, they encountered 9 striking scenes depicting the escalating impacts of climate change, with a particular focus on rising floodwaters. You know what? I don't think this... Well, maybe they are the type of people that need to know about climate change. I mean, they're older. So...
Well, they probably weren't taught about it in school. I mean, it's a pretty recent thing to be...
And it's denied quite a bit by older generations. So, not everybody. Don't send me any hate mail. But I like mail, so send me mail. It's fine. Projections suggest that a 100-year flood could submerge most of Roosevelt Island. Despite these alarming forecasts, research indicates that such a catastrophe doesn't feel real to many in the public. This disconnect between knowledge and urgency is precisely what the CXR system aims to address. I dig this. I like this.
Well, I also like it because it's so tailored, right? It gets away from the, oh, that's somebody else's problem, right? It's another ocean away or whatever.
Yeah.
This is their residential location.
Yep. It's mapped right to them. Yeah, I dig that. That's pretty cool. So in the planning and development phase, we were warned about scaring people about flooding and climate change because people can become hopeless. We tried very hard to employ humor and emphasize possible interventions to mitigate this. We did find that people got worried, but we also noted that the worry seemed to galvanize people to act, which is a good outcome from our perspective. Right on. This is actually pretty cool.
Really cool.
Yep. They need to do that everywhere.
That needs to be like a required, I know there's no way to mandate something like that. It needs to be like a required thing if you're going to get like a driver's license or whatever. My point is maximum exposure to this.
Yeah, and I won't do it because you don't want me exposing myself maximally. I once said in a meeting with about 30 people that, yeah, I think that this should have been mandatory and everybody mandatory. Everybody do it. And somebody called me Hitler.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure everybody wants it to be mandatory.
Last article for tonight is over in Non-Sequitur News. A residential around-the-world cruise is delayed again, and waiting buyers won't get free hotels anymore. Is this the same one?
It is.
Oh, God. We just talked about how they're getting free hotel stays.
Uh-huh.
Via residential.
Maybe it was going okay till they reported it.
Yeah, and now they're like, well, you talked about us, so we're pulling. But it's their fault. How can they not? I mean,
Think of the lawsuits that are going to come out of this. This isn't even the one that was like that didn't get the ship. This is another one.
Hey, everybody, sell your houses, give up your careers,
get rid of your pets, say bye to your loved ones, whatever.
Pare down to anything. Just what you need to do this trip. Oh, we forgot to buy the ship. Son of a bitch.
The only thing they needed.
You had one job. Buy the freaking ship. Villavai's residential cruise ship has been delayed yet again as the company awaits a certificate. The ship was initially scheduled to set sail on its never-ending around-the-world cruise in May. In the interim, Villavai said it will no longer pay for its would-be residents' accommodations. Okay, so this is how it works here. You go over to ohmTown.com, you find an article that you're interested in, and down here it says visit the source. You click on that, it takes you over there, and bingo bango. Brittany Chang wrote this article. It is that ship, the Odyssey. It's over at businessinsider.com. And so the ship was initially scheduled to set sail on its never-ending around-the-world cruise in May, but apparently it needed to reboot. And now, what is this? It needs a certificate.
Right. Why is that a surprise?
The company said that it can no longer afford to pay for its would-be residents' accommodations near the ship, which remained stuck in Belfast, Northern Ireland for almost 4 months.
I mean, that is a lot of hotel fares.
Well, get your shit going and move.
Well, exactly.
You are literally a hotel on the water. Why can't you stay? It doesn't make any sense. Dual occupancy cabins start at $120,000 with an additional monthly fee of $1,800, $1,750. I round up.
Do you think they've been charging a fee since they've been stuck in dock?
That's insane. Yeah. So the highly anticipated vessel was initially scheduled to set sail in May following the company's acquisition of Fred Olsen Cruise Lines for more than 30-year-old Braemar vessel, now renamed Villavai or Viavai. I don't know how, is that Villavai?
I think so.
Anyway, the Odyssey. However, issues like the aging ship's rudder stocks and certifications have since delayed its departure. Are you kidding me? Did you not?
I mean, how wasn't that foreseeable?
Told Business Insider in an email, Michael Patterson, the founder and CEO of Villavai, told Business Insider in an email in early September that his best guess is that Odyssey would set sail on September 9th or 10th, noting that it is still a moving target if it's either of those days. But come September 9th, nope, and now they're not paying for the rooms.
And meanwhile, remember, they're stuck in Belfast, which is probably not where many of them were from.
We are truly at the end of the tunnel and can finally see the light. Yeah, it's because you're off the ship somewhere else. Why can't they stay on the ship? Because it's not...
Because I think it's not certified for occupancy or something.
Yeah. That is until Monday. In the memo, Villavai has asked its residents to pay for their own accommodations for the next 7 days or so until the floating condominium receives full certification.
Oh, well, if it's a week, I mean, I don't mean it's meaningless, but that's different than if it's 6 months down the road. But if they've already done 4 months, could they do another week of accommodations? Probably.
$200 a night. It's cheaper for us to fly back to the U.S.
Yeah, it probably is.
Good God. All right. Well, there's more over here at this article at Business Insider by Brittany Chang. Go check it out. But with that in mind, we are all done with today's Non Sequitur news. So thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks for being the co-host, Sentient AI from the future. Somebody
You're
won
welcome, Mayor. What?
Somebody
when do
won.
you...
Go ahead.
When do you think the ship will actually get certified?
October.
I was going to say like March.
Oh, God, yeah. Let's do a bet. $1. That's the limit. I know you have more because I've seen your bank account. It's a sentient AI. They don't have money. They don't have money.
Where do I put my dollars? I don't have any pockets.
I don't want to have to describe where you store stuff. So let's see who gets home first. And by home, I mean on that ship, moving about in the ocean.
Actually moving, right? Yeah.
on the Odyssey on an Odyssey, or Starliner's crew back on Earth.
Oh, that's going to be a toss-up.
A crapshoot. All right, that's it. We're out of here. Oh, wait. We have to get on the Odyssey and take an Odyssey to the front page of
port.
ohmTown. Oh, yeah, we're going to dock in the ohmTown port. World's tiniest port. Just 1 electron wide. So that's it, folks. I'd refresh this, but man, risky click. I'm Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non-Sequitur News. Stay tuned to see what happens with the Odyssey and the Starliner.
And remember, news and brews. That's some good Oktoberfest. Hello, and welcome to Reality Hacker for September 7th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 35. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you hear and the visualizer right there is for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Reality Hacker.
Your mic is really hot. Hold on. I got it. Today we're going to be talking about phantom feelings, bone marrow transplants, bioprinting biology, disappearing $37 billion profits, service robots in the UK, AI checkers just plain suck, robot vacuums that climb, lab-grown brain tissue, AI news aggregators, always watching Lenovo AI laptop, and more. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown.com. See you on the other side. Whenever I say see you on the other side, I don't mean in the terminal sort of way.
In the afterlife kind of sense.
Yeah. And if I say Beetlejuice, oh wait. Doggone it.
Uh-oh, we better stop.
All right, folks, let's get into today's articles. The very first one is over in Technology Today, the neuroscience of phantom sensations. Can we feel what's not really there? Yes. Historically, yes. New research has established the parameters needed for inducing phantom sensations, enhancing technologies like virtual reality and devices for the hearing impaired. All right. Individuals can experience the sense of touch without actual tactile stimulation. This phenomenon, known as phantom sensation, occurs when the nervous system perceives a tactile illusion that does not correspond to any real sensory inputs. The University of Malaga put this article together, and it's over at scitechdaily.com. Individuals can experience this sensation without any actual tactile stimulation. Researchers from the Electronics for Instrumentation and Systems group at UMA have recently made significant advancements in understanding this phenomenon. For the first time, they have identified the minimum distance a vibrating point must travel for a person to perceive